basketball category, you can only win the home game broadcast rights of the Houston Rockets. In the future, you can see if you can reach an agreement with other NBA teams. As for the football category, the court Taiwan monopolizes Serie A and Bundesliga in the four major leagues. We can consider the Premier League and La Liga. Everyone frowned slightly. Everyone is used to watching Serie A and Bundesliga. Will they watch the Premier League and La Liga? Especially La Liga matches are too late, which is a bit inappropriate for the schedule of Chinese fans. The Premier League is a good choice. But will fans watch the Premier League? Lin Feng smiled. At this time, the Premier League has begun to highlight the charm of the world's #1 league in the future, but unfortunately, most of the domestic people are used to appreciate the slow-paced Serie A and Bundesliga, and have not really appreciated the charm of the Premier League. Serie A has become the concept of the little World Cup and is deeply rooted in the hearts of all domestic fans. However, Lin Feng has a way to deal with this situation, and believes that as long as fans watch a few Premier League games, they will be attracted by the Premier League. As for waiting for Abu, Suleiman and others to enter the Premier League, their repeated transfer records will attract global attention. What's more, he will also enter the Premier League and broadcast the Premier League, which will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the promotion of his future team and company. Don't worry about this, because I will invite one person to be the football commentator. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said loudly, "We can invite Huang Jianxiang to serve as the football commentator for CSPN." The 13 directors heard a burst of joy. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 545 Gifts? Since Huang Jianxiang broke out in South Korea after the bar turmoil, although after the investigation proved that the cause of the conflict was Maurino, and the South Korean court also declared the four innocent, the court still regarded Huang Jianxiang as detrimental to the image of the CCTV host. Because of this, he was removed from the position of host commentator and let him take the role of Behind Theson's work. Huang Jianxiang's profession is to explain. Let him do the work behind the scenes. It would be better to kill him. Angrily, he resigned altogether. Although there are also many local TV stations looking for it to host football programs in the past, they were all rejected by Huang Jianxiang. Although these local stations are full of sincerity, Nei has limited resources. He was unable to explain football in the past. He could only create talk shows like Sanhua Liao's Eye, which is not what Huang Jianxiang desires most. For football commentary, Huang Jianxiang still has an indelible desire and yearning. Later, when Lin Feng invited him to CSPN to explain football, Huang Jianxiang was really tempted. As a TV person, he naturally understands the impact of the establishment of CSPN, and Huang Jianxiang is personally optimistic about the prospects of CSPN. But to hear that CSPN is ready to strive to win the broadcast rights of the Premier League and let him explain the Premier League, which made Huang Jianxiang frustrated. He has never explained the Premier League. He has always explained Serie A. He knows the Serie A teams, and he can spit out the player configuration of each team, the position that each player is good at, which foot he is good at, what are his specialties, and what he has. Anecdote. This is also the attraction of Huang Jianxiang's football commentary. But for the Premier League, he is like a rookie. Although many players know the names and general characteristics, they don't understand the details, let alone which teams each player has played for, and what anecdotes they have had. In this case, Huang Jianxiang asked himself that he couldn't explain, and he couldn't explain. He didn't want to be scolded, so he could only politely decline. Lin Feng had already expected Huang Jianxiang's refusal. History. Huang Jianxiang also rejected the invitation of CSPN to explain the Premier League, La Liga and other leagues, but agreed to explain the World Cup and European Championships. However, Lin Feng believed in himself and had the bargaining chip to change him. Jianxiang, If I say that I am planning to acquire a Premier League club and make it the best football club in the world, would you still be willing to explain the Premier League? Lin Feng said in Huang Jianxian's ear. Huang Jianxian was surprised to hear that he acquired the Premier League club. This will definitely cause a huge sensation in the country. Think of the Houston Rockets as a lesson for the past. With Yao Ming, the Houston Rockets immediately replaced the Los Angeles Lakers as the most popular NBA team in China. If Lin Feng acquires a Premier League team, it will also be regarded as the home team by domestic fans, and then find one or two good players from the country to play in the past. This influence is enough to compete with the Houston Rockets. What's more, unlike the directors of CSPN, Huang Jianxian understands that the style of the Premier League is very ornamental, and the conversion speed between offense and defense makes all fans enjoy watching. It's just that the Premier League's league competitiveness is now slightly smaller. The championship is mainly produced between Manchester United and Arsenal. The former Red Devils Liverpool has never won a championship since the establishment of the Premier League. In addition, the broadcast fee of the Premier League is a bit expensive, which is why CCTV has not broadcast the Premier League. If CSPN bought the broadcasting rights of the Premier League, and Lin Feng bought a Premier League, it is not necessary to guess how the fans will choose the weekend games in the future. In this case, you may be able to work around. Jianxian, people live to grow old and learn to grow old. Wouldn't you never explain football? Lin Feng said, bewildered. After thinking deeply, Huang Jianxian nodded his head. Okay, Lin Dong, I promise you. Huang Jianxian made up his mind. Isn't it just unfamiliar with the players? Just go to the club information every day. Besides, the official websites of the Premier League clubs are all in English, making it easier to read. Subsequently, CSPN announced with a high profile that Huang Jianxian would join CSPN and will serve as a full-time commentator for the CSPN football game, responsible for explaining all football matches broadcast by CSPN in the future. The news came out and caused another sensation in the country. For all domestic Serie A fans, football fans, especially Serie A fans, listening to Huang Jianxian's funny commentary is a very pleasant thing. But after the World Cup in Korea and Japan, Huang Jianxian was forced to resign because of the bar turmoil, which made many fans sigh. Without Huang Jianxian's commentary, watching a football game always feels a bit lacking. Now Huang Jianxian is willing to join the CSPN to explain the Premier League game. It is naturally a better thing. Although for most domestic fans, the Premier League is still relatively unfamiliar. But I am familiar with the Premier League team. Manchester United's successful commercial operation has allowed many Manchester United fans in the country, as well as some Liverpool, Arsenal and other fans. The fans knowing deeply the excited comments, Brother Xiang finally found a job. This is the happiness of all our fans. I will definitely support Brother Xiang in the future. Support the Premier League. Fans spinning wood posted a comment. Although I have not watched the Premier League, I am very familiar with the team inside. I love Manchester United the most, Beckham the most. CSPN is willing to broadcast the Premier League, and there is Brother Xiang. The commentary is great. Different from the fans running and telling, CCTV was agitated. Just now, CSPN was set up to fight against it and wanted to steal the audience of the sports channel. Now it is better to poach away their former trump card commentator. This is the evil that the court has never suffered. But at this moment, it is hard to tell. They don't want Huang Jianxian, and they have nothing to say when people are poached. I can only secretly put this grievance in my heart and see who will have the last laugh in the future. See which channel of sports the fans will choose in the end. When rushing for the establishment of CSPN, Lin Feng also spent a big price to buy suitable gifts. After staying in China for 3 days, Lin Feng finally had the confidence to go home. HMPH, Brother Lin, you are finally willing to come back. Lin Feng had just returned home when he was teased by Lin Ziyui. The few girls who were eating saw Lin Feng and were slightly surprised, each with a different expression. Lisa looked resentful, Huang Meixi looked worried, But Algra and the others looked upset and a little bit embarrassed. Especially Lin Ziyue was very angry, seeing Lin Feng pulling Huang Meixi, whose stomach was already bulging, with a look of indignation. "Brother Lin, have you eaten? I'll go serve you rice." Lisa bit his lip and got up to go to the kitchen to serve Lin Feng. "Yue, wait. I've been on business in China these days, and I'm in order to buy gifts for you. After so long, I have never given you any gifts. This time, I have tried my best," Lin Feng said. "Ha!" Lin Ziyue and Algra snorted indifferently, looking at Lin Feng's bad eyes. "Of course I have to buy a gift, and I will give a Boeing 767 to others. The world's first rich man to give a lover to a luxury plane. Okay. The scenery. I also moved their homes to the Boeing 767, which is so touching." Lin Feng was ashamed, choked with nothing to say, and quickly took out the present. "Algra, Yuan Xiangalai, Lin Ziyue, this is your gift." Lin Feng put two extremely beautifully packaged boxes in front of Algra, Lin Ziyue and Yuan Xiangalai. The three of them looked, glanced at Lin Feng, and opened the box at the same time. "The place where you enter the eyes, a really bright light," the three exclaimed. Lin Feng gave the three extremely exquisite diamond necklaces, each of which cost Lin Feng $88,000. Of course, the workmanship differs according to the style of the three. Lin Ziyue's style is very impactful and seductive, which matches her sexy figure that can't be concealed perfectly. Yuan Xiangalai, Lin Feng still gave her a pure type, and I hope she will not go too sexy for the time being. Algra is the kind of elegance and nobility. At first glance, there are no other two eye-catching ones, but when you look closely, it is a special flavor. After carefully appreciating the three girls, they immediately ran to the mirror and put it on their necks, then walked over happily. Diamonds are forever, and Lin Feng believes that these three necklaces are enough to shut up the three girls. However, compared with the Boeing 767, it is much cheaper. Lin Ziyue did not forget to mutter. Fortunately, she shut up quickly under Huang Meixi's pull. "Take the hand short, eat the mouth softly." "Yue, I gave this to you." Lin Feng gave Lisa a different story. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Two bodyguards carried a gift box that was tall and walked in. "Brother Lin, this is..." Lisa was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect his gift to be so big. "Open it." Lin Feng smiled. Later, in the speculation of everyone, Lisa opened the gift box and saw the gift inside. Lisa yelled in surprise. What Lin Feng gave her was a pucker Chinese doll that was a high proportion of her real life. This is Lisa's favorite plush doll. He has bought all kinds of dolls at home, but he has never seen such a big one. Although the value is not only incomparable to the Boeing 767, nor to the $88,000 diamond necklace, Lisa likes it very much. "Thank you, Brother Lin." The grudge on Lisa's face suddenly disappeared. Holding a Chinese doll of the same height, and touching Lin Feng's lips shyly and gently, there was a slight envy on Huang Meixi's face. But he was also guessing in his heart what gift Lin Feng would give him. "Meixi, I gave this to you." At this moment, Lin Feng walked to Huang Meixi's side, squatted down, gently pulled Huang Meixi's much-rounded jade hand, gently stroked the raised belly, and gently handed it to Huang Meixi as a box. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 546th chapter takes the first step. Brother Lin, this is. Huang Meixi was taken aback when he saw the box. "Ha ha. Take it apart and take a look." This is a jigsaw puzzle of the life scene of our family in the future that I used the most advanced computer technology to simulate. There are you, me, a baby, and a wise friend. And the material is luminous, I can see it at night, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng thought about this puzzle for a long time. "First, I want to express to Huang Meixi my feelings for their mother and son-daughter. Second, I hope that Lisa and Huang Meixi can get along with each other as soon as possible, and don't let Lin Feng be embarrassed by being so lukewarm. Third, in this pair in the puzzle, Lin Feng also has another wish hidden in Lin Feng. Huang Meixi was overjoyed, with a happy smile on her face, and nodded to Lin Feng, but she still sighed slightly in her heart. If there were only her and the baby, how good would Lin Feng be? However, this thought only dissipated after turning around in his mind. In this way, she was already satisfied, and she didn't need to demand more. People contented with Chenyol. Huang Meixi is a very contented person. Afterwards, everyone ate happily. After all, each has a satisfying gift, and no one will make things difficult for Lin Feng because of Lin Feng's delivery of the Avril Boeing 767. After eating, a few girls tried to help Huang Meixi put together a jigsaw puzzle. After all, they all wanted to see how beautiful the jigsaw puzzle would be after all. Under the letter prompt, it took more than 3 hours, and several girls worked together to finish it. After finishing the spell, everyone exclaimed, "So beautiful, so warm picture." With blue sky and white clouds, green grass and green trees, a toss-tree wooden house is located in a blooming garden. In the middle of the puzzle are Lin Feng, Lizu, Huang Meixi, and a computer-simulated baby. The four embraced. The picture is very warm. Seeing this warm picture, Lizu and Huang Meixi looked at each other thoughtfully, then looked at Lin Feng. They both understood Lin Feng's intentions, and both of them sighed slightly. "Meixi, let's help you hang up in the room." Lizu walked over and gently supported Huang Meixi and said, "Enzu, thank you for your hard work," Huang Meixi said with a hint of sorry and a smile of reconciliation. The two held hands gently, although there was still a bit of awkwardness between each other at the moment of shaking hands. In Lin Feng's view, the reserved layer of tulle between Lizu and Huang Meixi was torn apart by a corner. "Believe that you will be able to accept each other soon." But when the two of them passed by Lin Feng, they invariably pinched Lin Feng severely. After pinching and discovering each other's actions, the two chuckled, leaving Lin Feng grinning and rubbing the tender flesh of his waist, and slowly went upstairs. Watching the two of them leave, Lin Feng felt a pain in the flesh, but he was warm in his heart. Finally took the first step. Later, Lin Ziyui and others hung up the puzzle in Huang Meixi's room. "Turn off the light," as Lin Feng said. It was luminous, and it glowed with a faint light in the room, like the stars in the sky, very beautiful. And it was accidentally discovered that the background of the puzzle changed from blue sky and white clouds to a starry night sky, and a bright moon rose up. "So beautiful." Lin Feng was proud of the woman's exclaim. This jigsaw puzzle is not cheap. It cost Lin Feng $230,000, uses the most advanced light and shadow technology in Japan, and it also hides a secret that several girls have not discovered for the time being. On the side of the screen, when the night appears, the figure of Avril will be highlighted. This is also Lin Feng's original intention. I hope that Avril will eventually be completely accepted by Lizu and Huang Meixi. Of course, it is difficult to say whether Avril can fully accept them. That little girl is not so easy to compromise. When sleeping at night, Lin Feng was a little depressed. After giving Lizu a pucker Chinese doll, she refused to let it go and held it when she slept. Fortunately, Lin Feng's bed was big, otherwise she really couldn't accommodate herself and Lizu, plus a life-scale pucker Chinese doll. And when the two were getting together at night, Lizu was always worried about destroying the pucker Chinese doll, making Lin Feng even more depressed, and he wanted to burn the pucker Chinese doll on fire. However, after Lizu fell asleep, he let go of the pucker Chinese doll, and instead hugged Lin Feng tightly, calling Lin Feng's name from time to time in his dream, which made Lin Feng's heart especially warm. There is no hatred for the pucker Chinese doll next to him. The next day, after eating breakfast, Lin Feng rushed to the company. "Boss, awesome." When they arrived at the company, Wu Zhaopu and the others gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Sending Avril a tailor-made Boeing 767 is shocking and enviable. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. "By the way, Mr. Wu, how is the esports competition going on?" "Now I have negotiated with Theexm that they will broadcast our esports competition throughout the whole process," Lin Feng said. "Boss, after a month of voting by global esports-loving players, netizens have voted for the games they most help to appear in the esports competition. Wooza said in a serious manner. After a month of voting, a total of several categories of games were decided, namely, fighting, shooting, sports, racing, real-time strategy, and casual games. Fighting category: The King of Fighters, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken, a total of 4 games. Shooting category: Counter-Strike, Thor's Hammer, Unreal, 3 shooting games, of which Counter-Strike has an absolute advantage. Sports: FIFA Football, Live Football, NBA Live, 3 games. Among them, FIFA Football is very popular with Western players, and Live Football is popular with Asian players. Racing category: 2 games including Need for Speed and Spine Racing. Real-time strategy category: StarCraft, Age of Empires, and the latest masterpiece of Blizzard that caused a sensation when it was just launched, Warcraft 3 inches. Casual games: Plants vs. Zombies, QQ Farm, Tetris, Bomberman, Audition, a total of 5 most popular casual games among players. Boss: This is the final result of online voting, but many games are not suitable for league matches. Wooza said helplessly. Players only vote according to their likes, not according to their esports feasibility. Lin Feng looked at the final voting results and smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, players have such feelings for Plants vs. Zombies and QQ Farm. But Plants vs. Zombies can still compete, directly using the unlimited level mode to decide the champion. How does QQ Farm compete? See who steals quickly? After Lin Feng thought for a while, he made a decision. Mr. Wu, we can't erase the game that the players voted for. Instead, it can be launched at the end of the year at the second World Players Annual Meeting of the Sports World Cup. As for the Sports Champions League, just choose the most popular games with strong competition among global players. Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu nodded, and the ONCE Sports World Cup has more games. If the Esports Champions League to be held also launches games such as Plants vs. Zombies, it will undoubtedly be smashing his own signature, and it will directly cause the cost burden of various clubs. After a lot of discussion, everyone finally made up their minds. The Esports Champions League is divided into 5 categories and 10 games. The fighting category uses 2 games: The King of Fighters and Street Fighter. The screen of Mortal Kombat is too bloody and can only be reluctant to give up. And the sports category uses FIFA Football, Live Football, NBA Live, 3 games. Shooting category only uses the world's most popular Counter-Strike. Real-time strategy uses StarCraft, Age of Empires, Warcraft 3 inches, 3 games, a total of 9 games. The rules of the game vary according to the game. Generally, each club can have up to 5 professional players in each game, but only 3 professional players can be sent to the game in each round. Fighting games take single knockout. A total of 3 professional players played. Each played 3 sets. 2 wins in 3 rounds, the winner gets 1 point, and the loser has no points. In the 2 games, each club has a maximum of 10 players and a minimum of 6 players. In the sports category, the 3 games all adopt the same rules. In a single unknown game, the winner has 1 point and the loser has no points. There is no tie. Football games are played until the penalty kick is scored, and basketball games are played until extra time is scored. For the 3 games, each club has a maximum of 15 players and a minimum of 9 players. Shooting category, the rules are different from other games. A club can have up to 67 professional players to form a team. Each game can send 5 players to play. A total of 3 games were played, 24 games per game, and the identities of both parties, police and gangster, were exchanged in every 12 games. The winner of a game gets 2 points, and the loser gets no points. Real-time strategy category, classification of single and double pairs, a total of 3 sets, 2 sets of single and 1 set of double pairs. Each club has a maximum of 5 professional players for each game, and a minimum of 3 professional players, for a total of 15 players. The winner of each set gets 1 point, and the loser gets no points. As for the game mode between the clubs, the preliminary consideration will be similar to football and basketball games. The home and away system will be played once a week, and the time will be preliminarily positioned on Saturday night and Sunday during the day. In the end, season rankings and club rankings will be taken according to each player's various types of games. At the end of the season, the final individual performance champion of various games will receive a prize of $30,000. The second place will receive a prize of $20,000. The third place will receive a prize of $10,000. And the top 10 celebrities will each receive a prize of $1,000. The first place in the club received a $100,000 bonus, the second place received a $50,000 bonus, and the third place received a $30,000 bonus. Later, Lin Feng announced the news and called on all domestic companies willing to form esports clubs to sign up, and discuss professional player salaries and contracts, transfer systems, and the interest sharing of clubs. At the same time, we invite outstanding esports players from all over the world, who are willing to join the club to become professional players, and come to Shanghai to participate in discussions about their vital interests in the future. The Esports Champions League has finally taken its first step. Regarding the Esports Champions League, various rules and systems are insufficient, or everyone thinks a good game mode. Welcome to post instructions. Thank you, to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 547th chapter is brilliant. When Lin Feng announced the news of the Esports Champions League, global esports players have turned their attention to mainland China. After all, the current global sports competitions all adopt a knockout system. Players travel all over the world to participate in competitions in foreign countries, which is really tiring. Moreover, he was out of luck and was eliminated before overcoming problems such as jet lag and inadequacy, which made the contestants very embarrassed and frustrated. In addition, the bonuses have always been unsatisfactory. Only so few people can get bonuses. Most of the other professional players have to rely on other jobs to support their esports career. Even if the professional players who often get into the semi-finals, finals, and get stable bonuses, the bonuses one cannot be completely satisfactory. After all, esports is eliminated faster than any profession. The competition is too fierce and the masters emerge in endlessly. This month you are the champion. Maybe next month you will be eliminated by an unknown player when you go to another event. Indefinite. What's more, the income of esports professional players is completely insecure. There is today and no tomorrow. As for pension insurance, medical insurance is not to be discussed. Once the optimal age of 1,625 years has passed, when response and agility begin to decline, these former top masters can only find other jobs. However, it is the most important age for a person to grow up between the ages of 1,625. At this time, all the time is spent on training games and improving the level of competition in games. At that time, it will naturally not be able to adapt to the strong competition of other jobs in society. This is also the fundamental reason why the current esports league is in full swing, but it has always been doubted whether it can last. Now the Esports Champions League, hosted by the Second World, is a league. There are regular matches to play every week, and there is club system training. In addition to bonuses, professional players in all clubs also have a basic salary. One point will make all professional esports professional players be excited. If this Esports Champions League can really be established, then these professional esports players will be no different from those professional players. After communicating these points, all the professional players who are currently competing in various countries every month and the esports enthusiasts who aspire to become professional players have paid close attention to the esports development seminar summit held by the Second World. Look at how many clubs in China, a third world country, will respond to Lin Feng's call and set a high salary for each professional player. For the first time, Some company CEOs who had good relations with Lin Feng stepped forward to respond. Zhong Qingwu, president of the Wahaha Group, immediately rushed to Shanghai and frankly said to reporters, esports is a new profession. Although I don't usually play very much, I also know that StarCraft is very popular in Korea. In Korea, the scale of this market is as large as $7 billion. More than 200 professional esports players are the core of this industry chain worth billions or even tens of billions of dollars. Relying on them alone, they have supported 1,496 game production companies, 46,882 internet cafes and other entertainment venues, 10 game universities and research institutes, 6 cable TV and satellite broadcasting professional game channels and other surrounding industry groups. China is larger than the Korean market. I believe it will be more promising. Therefore, Wahaha the group will definitely set up an esports club. Ying Telecom President Li Zikai also flew to Shanghai and faced reporters. Frankly, I personally was born in IT, and I am no stranger to esports. I also love to play StarCraft, Counter-Strike and other games, although my personal level is not very good, but I am very fond of esports. Watching the rapid development of esports in South Korea, the West and other countries, I also hope to contribute to our country's esports cause. Subsequently, Giant Group President Chi Yazu also expressed his support for the Esports Champions League. Tencent Holdings President Ma Huang also expressed his support. NetEase President Ding Luo also rushed to Shanghai. One is to support the Esports Champions League, and the other is I want to discuss cooperation with Lin Feng. Following the high-profile statements of several companies such as Wahaha and Ying Telecom, more domestic companies have expressed their support. No matter whether the event can take shape in the end, at least there is no harm in participating in it. Okay. More than 100 high-level executives from domestic and foreign companies gathered in Shanghai, which can be described as shining stars. At the Shangri-La Hotel, where everyone held this esports development seminar, if you just see an individual, it may be the president or vice president of a well-known domestic company. The gathering of so many celebrities and dignitaries has also made this forum, which belonged to the game industry, become well known, and a large number of reporters gathered. Many reporters came to a conclusion after staying for a few days. If the companies participating this time unite, it will be enough to change the trend of China's economy and even change the pattern of Asian financial circles. Unfortunately, the CEOs of these companies are all here for a new game industry. In order to make this summit more grand, authoritative and fair, Lin Feng also sent invitation letters to top professional players in global esports, and welcomed them to discuss the future development of esports industry together. With Lin Feng willing to bear his air tickets and accommodation, top esports professionals from all over the world have gone to Shanghai one after another. This allows many players who love esports to feast their eyes. StarCraft is dominated by Korean players. This time there are 3 top players. Nada, Yellow, Boxer. The top player of StarCraft, known as the world's fastest left-handed Nada, commonly known as Milk, real name Li Yunaiol, based on the principle of no speculation, no tricks, only strength to win. In the StarCraft game, his game was full of kingly spirit. Not only could he win, but he also won the game with great joy. The popular prince of StarCraft is also the yellow of the sad prince, countless runners-up, countless female fans, countless sea of insects. The most unforgettable battle in StarCraft, it is between him and Slayer's Boxer. One sentence can describe the sadness of Yellow. Slayer's Boxer, real name Lin Yohuan, the legendary character of StarCraft, a master of the T-family human race, changed the fate of the human race in StarCraft and at the same time allowed the game of StarCraft. It has become an art, and it also gives StarCraft an extraordinary lifespan unmatched by other games. One person changes the world. He deserves it. Counter-Strike is dominated by Western players. This time, several famous teams SK, SU and GOL were invited. The SK team, who just won the KPL Summer Championship, has become the best CS team in the world, and its record has remained stable. Before coming to Shanghai, it was the well-deserved number one in the world. Its team lineup is also extremely luxurious, known as the Real Madrid in the world of esports. The veteran SUCS team was always the champion before SK turned out. Unfortunately, it has now been robbed of the light by SK, but its strength and players still make any CS team dare not underestimate it. GOL is also an old CS strong team, but unfortunately players are often poached by other teams for various reasons. Now they have slipped from the top strong team and become a first-class strong team. Top players from Age of Empires, football, FIFA Football, King of Fighters and other games have flocked to Shanghai, making this esports future development seminar even more shining. After waiting for all companies willing to form the club and these top professional players to gather, Lin Feng held a meeting as the organizer. I believe everyone should be very clear about the profits and prospects of the esports industry. However, how to make it a fixed esports event like football and basketball games requires our good operation. Therefore, we need to be sincere. The contribution of this industry has jointly allowed this emerging esports industry to formalize, scale and industrialize. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Afterwards, everyone discussed the esports Champions League game method, scale of the game, related investment, club profit sharing, professional players' salaries, and bonuses. As this time concerns the vital interests of various clubs and professional esports players, the atmosphere at the forum was extremely enthusiastic. Everyone insisted on their own opinions and easily refused to give in. This lively scene made many companies that were only in the mood to come and have a look, and they wanted to form clubs. However, facing the first rigid rule formulated by Lin Feng, every club willing to join this esports Champions League must come up with a deposit of at least 30 million yuan. In the face of this regulation, many companies with weak financial resources are really shocked. After the negotiations were fruitless, dozens of companies had no choice but to withdraw on the first day. Faced with this result, Lin Feng felt sorry, but didn't care. How to ensure the long-term development of this esports Champions League if you can't even come up with the 30 million deposit? If these companies just join the esports Champions League to form a club based on temporary interest, if they have a bad record and it is difficult to see a large profit return in a short period of time, they have to withdraw their capital due to the lack of cash flow. The Sports Champions League is definitely a fatal blow. The 30 million RMB deposit is the minimum requirement in Lin Feng's view. If it were not for the resistance of most companies participating in this conference to this margin, Lin Feng even wanted to set it to 100 million yuan. Only in this way can the long-term development of the Esports Champions League be guaranteed. On the second day, because the outlook seemed not too optimistic, no benefits could be seen in the short term, and the country did not express its position for the time being, and more than a dozen companies withdrew. The successive exits of the companies have made all esports enthusiasts who pay close attention to this matter anxious for a while, for fear that this Esports Champions League plan will be shelved. It is a tragedy for all esports players. On the third day, several companies withdrew again. Many players who pay close attention to this matter every day are increasingly worried. Fortunately, although more than half of the participating companies withdrew in 3 days, several companies such as Wahaha Group and Ying Telecom did not withdraw. This made everyone slightly relieved. On the fourth day, no company finally withdrew. This makes all esports players hang down in half. On the fifth day, no company withdrew either. This makes all players completely relieved. 7 days later, this 7-day Sports Future Development Summit, which was discussed day and night, was finally over, but all company representatives and participating professional players looked thoughtful. Did the talk come to pass or failed? All reporters stepped forward to interview, but they all rejected it because it was temporarily inconvenient to accept the interview. This makes many reporters even more ticklish, wanting to know whether things are successful or not. And all esports players are also worried. There is no result yet. After 3 days of rest, we will continue the meeting. Lin Feng faced the reporter and finally confided the truth. All players who love esports are worried. At this time, Lin Feng Shanghai Villa. Brother Lin, how about Thi's Sports Future Development Seminar? Can the Sports Champions League be held? Lisa, who helped Lin Feng dress, asked with concern. Trouble, more trouble than imagined. The benefits involved are too great, and I hope that it can be held as a long-term event, and can continue to prosper. Therefore, the initial investment must be huge, and the return may not be seen immediately. This is also where some companies hesitate. Lin Feng sighed slightly. There are only 23 companies left, but more than half of them hope that the initial investment will not be so huge. It is best to use a small amount of capital to do it first, and then add additional investment if feasible. This proposal is not bad, but it is too conservative. Moreover, esports is an emerging industry in China, which is different from the strong support of the Korean government. There is no strong support from the government in China. If you want to do a good job in this market, after all, you rely on the early investment of yourself and others. In the long run, this is definitely a very profitable industry. Unfortunately, many companies participating in the conference did not see this. Fortunately, Lin Feng is pleased that several powerful companies such as Wahaha Group, Ying Telecom and Tencent Holdings are on their side, otherwise this discussion summit may have ended long ago. Everyone scattered things. Brother Lin, come on, I believe you must believe it. Lisa clenched his powder fist, cheering for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and squeezed Lisa's lovely cheek. 3 days later, the esports seminar summit was held again. After another week of discussions, the results finally came out. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 548th chapter 18th Road Princes. At the Shangri-La Banquet Hall in Shanghai, celebrities gathered. Reporters felt soft when taking photos, and unexpectedly found that many professional esports players in dresses were very handsome, no less than some celebrities. For example, Slayer's boxer, generally called boxer, known as Emperor Terran, wears eyes, is gentle and elegant. The tragic Prince Yellow, known as the Storm Zerg, is like the same name, and always gives people a feeling of wanting to take care of them. There is also Protoss Emperor, Grrrrraf from Canada, handsome and sunny. What makes Lin Feng slightly regrettable is that among these top esports masters, there are no domestic players. After all, the domestic esports level is temporarily weak, but with the launch of the Esports Champions League, Lin Feng believes that the domestic esports level will soon be able to catch up with the world's first-class players. Especially Warcraft 3 inches, although it was just launched last month, its popularity has been listed as the next entry in major events such as CG and CGI, and China is undoubtedly the Warcraft 3 inches. Esports is a powerhouse, and there are endless players. For example, once the first man of Warcraft SKY, and the Chinese beast King Xiet and so on. Thinking of these players, Lin Feng was passionate about forming a club this time, and his company must be the first to recruit these Chinese esports talents. Although Lin Feng's purpose of hosting the Esports Champions League is to promote the influence of esports, so that all esports players can enjoy the fun of esports games, and all aspiring to become an esports professional, the players of the contestants can live on their lives and even make a fortune. But since he wants to set up a club and compete with other clubs to compete for the championship at the end of the year, Lin Feng does not want to lose, so there is no reason to miss these future race players. Boss, everyone is here. Wu Xiaopu walked to Lin Feng and whispered with a hint of excitement. Wu Xiaopu did not expect that this time the Esports Champions League could really be established. In the first round of negotiations, which lasted for 7 days, the negotiations were once faced with a breakdown and broke up. After all, Lin Feng's requirements were too high, and most of the companies participating in the meeting could not afford it. Under the prospect of a market economy, it is really difficult for these companies to support the Esports Champions League regardless of costs and benefits. Therefore, after 7 days of opening, Without any results, the meeting will be suspended and the meeting will be held again after a 3-day break. Faced with this result, Wu Xiaopu once thought it was out of play, and suggested that Lin Feng should hold a tournament like CG instead of playing in the league. This is simpler, and it can be done by relying on the financial resources of a single company in the second world. It does not need to rely on other companies at all, and naturally there is no need to look at other companies' faces. However, facing this difficult situation, Lin Feng did not flinch. Instead, he turned the tide at the last moment, allowing companies to agree with Lin Feng's views, and reached friendly agreements with professional esports players from various countries, so that the Esports Champions League was successfully launched. This made Wu Xiaopu compliment Lin Feng. "My boss is really a god." Lin Feng walked to the podium under the attention of all kinds of people. "Dear guests, first of all, on behalf of the Second World Company, I welcome your visit, and I also want to thank you for your support of the Esports Champions League and various suggestions for the past half-month. The sincere heart of contributing to the cause of esports finally reached an agreement and established the Esports Champions League." Lin Feng took the lead and applauded. There was applause from the audience, and at the same time a sigh from the heart came. Indeed, the establishment of the Esports Champions League is really not simple. If it weren't for the persistence of the man on the stage and the last minute to turn the tide, I'm afraid this great plan would have been aborted. At most, there can only be a game like CG. The influence and scale of this game, as well as the far-reaching influence it brings, are far from being comparable to the Esports Champions League. Zhong Qingyu, the president of Wahaha Group, looked at Lin Feng on the stage, and exclaimed, "The next generation is terrifying." Last year, for Lin Feng, Zhong Qingyu only lamented that the future belongs to Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, 1 year later, he can only say that now it belongs to Lin Feng. Li Zikai looked at Lin Feng on the stage with a smile, and secretly lamented that he had previously acquired 20% of the original Second World shares for RMB 4 billion. This is probably the most correct decision he has ever made in his life. The RMB 4 billion at that time has now become more than $2 billion, and it has only been 1 year in the past. Giant Group Shiyazu also exclaimed, looking at home and abroad, "There are almost no younger generations who can keep pace with Lin Feng. And even if they count these old people, there are not many that can be compared with them. It's not that I don't understand, it's that the world is changing fast." Shiyazu can only sigh like this. Here, I would also like to express my gratitude to Director Ku of the National Esports Department. Without the support of the state, our Esports Champions League is like duckweed without roots on the water. We can only wander around. Lin Feng applauded again. "Please name a middle-aged man in his 40s with an official face." This time, Lin Feng's ability to turn the tide was to ask the General Administration of Sports for help. After passing the last basketball championship for primary and middle school students, Lin Feng and the General Administration of Sports also got on the line. During the 3-day temporary rest, Lin Feng took the time to fly to Beijing and met a Director Li of the General Administration of Sports who had real power. Originally, Director Li was very hesitant to set up an esports department and did not dare to raise this matter at a regular meeting. However, Lin Feng revealed to Director Li that the Korean government's intention to include esports in the Asian Games next season was disclosed to Director Li, and Director Li agreed. After all, the relationship between Lin Feng and South Korean President Kim Dae-jung, through the mouth of some leaders, this Director Li still knows a thing or two. Lin Feng said that South Korea intends to include it in the next Asian Games, so that's right. Subsequently, the General Administration of Sports approved the establishment of this esports department after discussion. After all, Lin Feng is now a celebrity, half buoying and half delivering 51% of South Korea's due to the country. Now he is very red, and he is the richest man in mainland China, and he is so young that they deserve to have a good relationship with him. What's more, if South Korea really makes sports a competition event in the Asian Games, and they have established an esports department in the future, they will be able to show that they have foresight. Once domestic esports players get results, it will be a great political achievement. With the presence of the General Administration of Sport of China and the absolute support of Li Zikai and others, other hesitant companies immediately made a decision and agreed to the almost harsh conditions and requirements of the Esports Champions League. After waiting for the director of the esports department to publish a high-sounding nonsense, Lin Feng subsequently announced the relevant rules and systems of the Esports Champions League. After a long and difficult discussion, in the end, there are 18 companies willing to participate in the Esports Champions League. These 18 companies are Second World, Dingdong.com, Phantom Technology, formerly Lin's Technology Co., Limited, renamed as Phantom Technology, Kidian Fast Food Restaurant, PCC, Wahaha, Giant Group, NetEase, Tencent, Lenovo, Haier, Li Ning, Via, Asus, Acer, Nokia, Digital China, Tsinghua Tongfeng. A total of 18 princes will fight in the new season to determine the final season championship of the first Esports Champions League. Among them, mainly domestic companies, and foreign companies only have won. Nokia. For Nokia so enthusiastic about the Esports Champions League, no matter whether it is a high deposit or a long-term contract, Lin Feng has to admit that Nokia is shrewd in some aspects. His own Phantom Technology is about to complete an acquisition agreement with a French mobile phone brand, and will compete with Nokia in the future. Lin Feng had to remind himself to be careful of this opponent. Among domestic companies, the main focus is on the technology industry, with only two group companies, Wahaha and Li Ning. Wahaha belongs to the beverage industry. This time, Lin Fengquan relied on the personal relationship of the two to support Lin Fengquan. Li Ning belongs to the clothing company. For Li Ning so strongly supporting the Esports Champions League, especially the decisiveness of Li Ning at the last moments, Lin Feng had to admire Lin Feng for his ability to transform from a successful athlete to a successful one. Merchants too have their own advantages. Of course, in the future 18 clubs, companies belonging to Lin Feng accounted for 4. If it is a league like football or basketball, this is definitely not allowed. After all, it is prone to match fixing and other phenomena. But the Esports League has its own particularity. Everything is controlled by the computer. As long as the source program does not make mistakes, it is impossible to cheat. Therefore, Lin Feng personally owns 4 clubs, and other companies have no objection. What's more, this is also because other companies have withdrawn one after another. In order to make up a certain number of clubs, Lin Feng's helpless move. Regarding the Esports Champions League operating model, Lin Feng hopes to imitate the NBA's business operation model and build it into the most grand, gorgeous, and most concerned Super League in the esports world. But if you want to become a World Super League, you can't rush for quick success, and you must ensure the long-term stable operation of the participating clubs. The first point of Lam Feng's request is to propose financial separation. Sorry, it's a bit late today, there is too much information. There is still a chapter. I will provide it around 10 o'clock to be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 549, Digging a Corner. Are you ready? The so-called financial separation. Lin Feng hopes that the clubs established by each company can be separated from the parent company's finances. They should not be the same as other domestic companies and have unclear accounts. The relative independence of each club must be ensured. Otherwise, it is extremely easy for the accounts to be irrelevant, causing chaos, and even becoming a place for money laundering, which is what Lin Feng must stop. For Lam Feng to build the Esports Champions League into a long-term Super League in the esports world, each club must be able to operate independently and be able to balance expenditures, so that it can be sustained. Relying only on the sponsorship of various companies, once it is affected by a similar financial crisis and the financial problems of each parent company, the ecological environment of each club will be severely tested. Balance of payments is the desire of all clubs, and the first is financial separation. Regarding Lin Feng's request, the other 14 clubs did not have any opinions. On the contrary, they agreed with Lin Feng. From this point of view, everyone was more convinced that Lin Feng's Esports Champions League was not just for fun. The second point is to require a deposit. Each club must pay a deposit of 50 million yuan, originally 30 million, after the General Administration of Sports was backed. Lin Feng mentioned it to 50 million, and put it in the Esports Champions League on the account of the league association. If a club is in financial crisis due to poor operations, the Esports Champions League Association will use a deposit to cover all its expenses until the capital turnover is normal or it is transferred. These 2 points are the rigid basic standards of the Esports Champions League clubs, and these 14 days are more entangled in the salaries and revenue sharing of clubs and professional esports players. Regarding the treatment contracts for professional esports players, most clubs tend to stock and bonus system, hoping to determine the income of professional esports players through the performance of the game. There was nothing wrong with this. Nowadays, the most popular esports powers in the world is the bonus system. There is no so-called basic salary, and it depends on the bonus commission. But South Korean StarCraft masters Nada, Yellow, Boxer and others disagree. You must know that StarCraft is a national skill in South Korea. Every professional player of StarCraft participates in the Korea StarCraft Pro League in South Korea and has a basic salary. Although it is not high at the moment, it is enough for every professional player to survive, not like Europe and the United States, where a small number of professional players can live very well. But most of the professional players are struggling with food and clothing. Lin Feng also agreed with this point. Since the Esports Champions League is determined to build a global esports super league, it must not learn like Europe and the United States, but must learn like the Korea StarCraft Pro League in South Korea, and it must not only have a basic salary, but also buy it. Medical insurance, pension insurance, etc. Only in this way can we attract esports players from all over the world to the Esports Champions League reported by ourselves. In the end, after 2 stages and 14 days of discussions, the labor and management parties can be considered to have reached a salary agreement. The minimum basic salary for all professional esports players is RMB 3,000 per month. As for bonuses, the minimum contract period, given the longevity and high elimination rate of esports, is the minimum half-a-year contract and the maximum 3-year contract. Of course, for the top players such as Nada, Yellow and Boxer, Lin Feng decided to adopt a completely market-oriented approach, and the various clubs automatically negotiate contracts with these professional esports players. As for the transfer of professional esports players, refer to the European Football League and can trade freely before the start of each season. Subsequently, the club's interest sharing was divided into 2 categories. One is that the naming rights and television broadcasting rights of the entire Esports Champions League are managed by the Esports Champions League alliances and distributed fairly to all clubs. The other is the local TV broadcasting of each club, and the naming rights of each club's team, and the development of related team uniforms and peripheral products is handled by each club itself. Regarding the competition system, given that most esports enthusiasts are students and young people, it starts every summer in July and ends at the end of September. After that, the 8 best performing teams entered the playoffs, and the playoffs were played in knockouts, held every Saturday and Sunday, and eliminated all the way until the final championship was decided. Preliminary formulation. The championship prize of $1 million. With such an amazing bonus system, Lin Feng also hopes that the first Esports Champions League can be an instant success, so that everyone knows that becoming an electronic professional player can earn as much income as other industries. In addition to these aspects, after discussing with all professional esports players, Lin Feng also formulated a relatively strict schedule to ensure the health of professional esports players. At the same time, In terms of discipline, in addition to strictly stipulating that all versions of participating games must be reviewed by the Esports Champions League Association, there are also strict requirements on the clothing of all esports players. Professional esports players in all clubs must dress uniformly during the game, and must not swear in the game, and strictly prevent fights that occur because of emotional out of control after the victory or defeat. Lin Feng recalled that there was an esports competition organized by a municipal department in China, and a fight broke out because of the victory and defeat. Although the incident was quickly quelled, it still had a serious impact in the country. Especially for parents who are opposed to esports becoming a professional, it is even more disgusting. Lin Feng wanted to create a clean esports competition, and in order to make the image of all participating players look more sunny, all clubs are also required to increase the physical training of all esports players. These cumbersome terms are the terms negotiated by Lin Feng and many club representatives and players after they have grown up for 14 days and have grown up for more than 12 hours a day. And most of them refer to the existing rules and systems of the NBA, with slight changes. Although they are still not perfect, they are sufficient to ensure the healthy growth of the Esports Champions League. Everyone, I wish the second World Esports Champions League a complete success, Lin Feng said, raising his glass. Cheers. Both the representatives of the club and all the players in the stadium were shining brightly. If the Esports Champions League can really succeed, they will open a huge gold mine. Television broadcasts, sponsorships from advertising companies, sales of uniforms for various clubs. Etc. As long as the Esports Champions League succeeds, this will bring huge profits. Maybe this time we will make a fortune. All the club representatives thought unanimously, and suddenly they looked at Lin Feng with a little strange look. Of course, as the organizer and an investor in the first Esports Champions League, with $10 million as a bonus, the second world naturally cannot be unprofitable. After a show of hands by the 18 clubs, finally, the process of amateur semi-professional professional players is determined. The Esports Champions League is a professional league, and any ordinary esports enthusiast who wants to become a professional player must go through this process. The semi-professional process in the middle is on the battle platform of 9 esports games to be launched under the Second World banner. 9 games will adopt the same league system as the King of Fighters Online. The outstanding players will be selected by the 18 clubs. In May each year, before the start of the new season, an esports similar to the NBA draft will be held. In the professional player draft meeting, those selected by the club can become their professional players and sign formal paid contracts. The announcement of this series of news drove all esports players crazy. They joined the Battle.net of 9 esports games launched by Second World, registered an account, and struggled for the ideal professional players. Especially nowadays, the mandatory minimum monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, as well as pension insurance, medical insurance, etc., are no longer lower than the wages of many large domestic enterprises. This also leaves all parents who want to oppose nothing to say. For the first time, players who love video games really have enough confidence to tell their parents, I want to play games, I want to become a professional esports player. Of course, many players expressed regret that the Esports Champions League only had 9 games and did not use the rest of the games they voted for. After all, Plants vs. Zombies, QQ Farm, Tetris and other games have spent a very good time with countless players. Regarding the regrets of the players, Lin Feng immediately announced that he would launch all the games voted by the players at the Esports World Cup at the Second World Players Annual Meeting at the end of the year. This complaint suddenly disappeared. Of course, what makes all esports players more excited is that since all the 18 clubs of the Esports Champions League have just been established, they need all kinds of outstanding esports professional players. So what will these 18 clubs have? Such players are also worthy of attention from all players. Will Leonardo, Yellow and Boxer players of StarCraft be included by a club to form a superstar team and sweep the entire league? Which club will Counter-Strike Super Strong Team SK join? How many domestic King of Fighters players will become real professional players? These are all expected. An unprecedentedly huge corner-digging operation in the history of esports began. The primary goal is to target esports powerhouses South Korea, Europe, America, Sweden, Canada and other countries. The world's powers. We are going to dig a corner. Are you ready? The 18 clubs revealed the greedy light of the 8 nations allied forces in Beijing when they faced the treasures of the old summer palace. But this time, the 18 clubs from China are not looking at gold and silver treasures, but talents. What is the most expensive in the 21st century? Talent. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 550. The first high salary? When the first Second World Esports Champions League was officially established, a frantic poaching action in the esports world kicked off. 18 clubs, 9 games, each game requires at least 3 professional players. Not to mention that in order to improve the internal competitiveness of the club and prevent accidents, generally 57 professional players are more suitable. Each club needs at least 45 professional players, and the entire Second World Esports Champions League will accommodate at least 810 professional players. Everyone knows what such a big vacancy represents with 810 professional players. Players who love esports all over the world are waiting. See which professional esports players will become the ace players of various clubs. As the initiator of the Second World Esports Champions League and the current chairman of the China Esports League Association, Lin Feng held a press conference at the first time and issued a recruitment announcement for global esports hobby players. Professional esports players or esports enthusiasts from all over the world. As long as you think you are competent and superior, you can apply. You can apply directly to various clubs or apply through the internet. Here you will with the most ideal development space, the most superior environment, the highest treatment, and here, you are no longer just a professional esports player, but a celebrity, a popular star. The China Esports League welcomes you. Lin Feng's declaration directly ignited the enthusiasm of global esports players, and there was an endless stream of esports players going to 18 clubs. Of course, although there are many hidden players, the general level is relatively low. The real masters are still waiting to see what price each other can offer. The King of Fighters and Street Fighter are 2 fighting games. Because there is already the King of Fighters online before, it is easy to find masters. Street Fighter has more than 10 years of precipitation and there are many masters. But there is nothing. Problem. However, the average monthly salary of an expert is around 5,000 RMB. And of course the bonus is calculated separately. FIFA Football, Live Football and NBA Live are 3 sports games with a huge public base. FIFA Football is currently dominated by European and American players, and Live Football is dominated by Asia. Live has players all over the world. However, among the 3 previous games, only FIFA Football has large-scale professional events, while Football and NBA Live do not. If you want to find the top professional players among them, you can only rely on auditions. The salary of professional sports players is similar to that of combat players, with an average of about 5,000 yuan, and bonuses are not included. The real highlight of esports games is the first-person shooting category and real-time strategy category. Counter-Strike is the absolute overlord of first-person shooting games, and in today's World CS team, there are 10 big teams game online commonly known as GOL, SK, 3D, Eolithic, Team 9, ED, M19, ZX, Mortal Team Orc, Akrina.fi. Although these 10 teams have their own sponsors and have signed contracts, these sponsorship contracts are not a problem at all in the face of frantic poaching from the 18 clubs of the Chinese Esports League. The so-called liquidated damages are only around 10,000 euros, which is nothing to the 18 clubs. What's more, For all the members of these top 10 CS teams, joining the second World Esports Champions League hosted by China is also very attractive. First of all, in terms of competition, the second World Esports Champions League has a professional competition system, as well as systematic training. Of course, more importantly, there is a generous base salary. Plus, becoming a second World Esports champion, the professional esports players who signed for the league do not need to run around at all, but only need to compete in China, which reduces the hard work of the past for the competition. The 10 big team is up for sale. The question now is, what is the price offered by the 18 clubs from China? As the first team in CS today, it is naturally coveted by the 18 clubs. The fax and interview inviting it to join its subordinates almost broke the SK captain Potty. There are too many invitations. However, there are more invitations, and there are also benefits of more invitations. The SK team's value has risen all the way, and it was finally won by the Wahaha group, which is determined to create a new situation and become an absolute giant in the domestic beverage industry, with a basic salary of $50,000 per player per year. If you win, the bonus will be calculated separately. The annual salary of $50,000 per team member was released, which shocked the global esports industry and made all esports players the envy. Previously, the CS team survived entirely on game bonuses, such as SK. So far, although they have won 2 major world championships, the entire team's bonuses are only $75,000. Now they have signed with the Wahaha Sports Club. In addition to the bonus, he immediately has an annual salary of $50,000, which seems to be an instant from hell to heaven. Of course, the SK team can get such a high annual salary is not unrelated to the looting of other clubs. The scarcity is more expensive. However, SK has become the most well-deserved esports first high salary with an annual salary of $50,000 per player. But right now this SK is indeed full of stars: Potty, Heaton, Bengen, Median and Brunk. Needless to say, Potty is one of the European CS representative players. You can say that his marksmanship is not smart enough, his tactics are relatively dull, and the combat is not so passionate. But he has a characteristic that makes all opponents afraid: stability. No matter what, when faced with any situation, it is stable for 10 years. This is too scary in esports. Heaton, a legendary figure in the CS world, is known as the Prince of AC, the most accurate person in the world. Its accuracy of fine-tuning the mouse after encounters is astonishingly high, and its world-class level of trajectory control of strafing became the most terrifying main machine gunner of this SK team today. Of course, the only drawback is that the waist is too thick and it looks not so handsome. The 5 players are all supermasters in various fields, and a team composed of such players coincides with the peak of each person, and deserves the best in the world. After the SK team was won by the Wahaha group with an annual salary of $50,000, the other clubs were not to be outdone and stepped up their efforts. The top 10 CS teams were taken by other clubs. The annual salary of each member of the CS team, it is also between $30,000 and $50,000. Although it is not up to the annual salary of the SK team, it also satisfies all CS team members. They all expressed satisfaction with joining the second World Esports Champions League in the first timetable, and even willing to play in China until retirement. Faced with the outflow of outstanding esports talents from all over the world, countries have no way to join China's esports alliance. This is an era of market economy. If you want to retain talent, you must have a salary. But obviously, facing the competition from China's 18 clubs with a basic salary, European and American countries have no way to stop it. They can't come up with enough base salary to attract these top esports players. What makes the European and American esports leagues even more resentful is that, according to the contract, the esports professional players signed by the second World Esports Champions League 18 clubs are not allowed to participate in any other esports competitions without the club's consent. This is undoubtedly fatal for esports competitions in various countries. Without the participation of these outstanding players, the excitement of the game will undoubtedly drop several levels. Although the esports industry has always been an endless stream of masters, but the most outstanding players are suddenly missing. Undoubtedly the impact is very huge. What's more, the outstanding players that have finally been cultivated are recruited by the 18 clubs from China. What will happen then? Regarding this problem, the organizers of esports competitions in Europe and the United States are also a headache. Although they had hoped that a company could invest huge sums of money to fight the second World Esports Champions League, the companies they were looking for declined after some inspections. Believe that its investment and income are not proportional. In this regard, the organizers of the European and American competitions can only say nothing. As for the signed esports players, they are not allowed to participate in other competitions. Although there are slight complaints, there is no objection to the comparison of the two. On the one hand, there are games that may not be able to get the prize money, and on the other hand, there are games with a basic salary and higher prize money. If you choose there, only a reasonable person will make the most correct choice. As for real-time strategy games, because Lin Feng has stated that Age of Empires only exists in the second World Esports Champions League, it will be removed from the competition in the next season. Warcraft 3 is completely replaced. So many manufacturers have to carefully consider the selection of talents. Therefore, in the end, the monthly salary of professional players in Age of Empires is lower than that of fighting in sports, only a little more than the basic salary of 3,000 yuan. For Age of Empires to be removed from esports next season, Lin Feng is also helpless. After all, Age of Empires cannot be compared with StarCraft in terms of scenes. The inherent upgrade mode makes it far less strategic and tactical than StarCraft. Moreover, Age of Empires has two fatal shortcomings. 1. Balance. The three major races of StarCraft are completely independent without imitation and can be perfectly balanced. Each unit has its importance and characteristics, and each other has its own importance and characteristics. It is called a game created by God through the hands of Blizzard. Age of Empires is much worse in this regard. Although there are many races and many arms, in the end, it can only use a limited number of arms to fight. The power of the Tau Yield carriage and the low cost make it possible. Swept all arms. This also led to the loss of a lot of points in the fun of the game of Age of Empires. Second, this is also the most deadly. A game of Age of Empires usually takes several hours, which is too long for TV broadcast. On the contrary, the war in StarCraft usually ends in more than 10 minutes. About half an hour. The pace is quite fast. Not only the players are ecstatic, but even the fans watching the game are heartbeat, and they are very addicted. Under these two Achilles heels, the sad withdrawal of Age of Empires is also impossible. As for Warcraft 3 it is the annual masterpiece just launched by the Blizzard company. Although there is a famous saying that Blizzard produces, it must be a boutique. It is still hard to say what the future of this game will be. In terms of recruitment, we can only choose some old players from Age of Empires and change them to Warcraft 3 professional players. Therefore, the salary is even more incomparable. The basic salary is 3,000 yuan, but fortunately, they only signed on a season contract, and will resign a new contract next season. The real highlight of the real-time strategy category is StarCraft, especially the Korea StarCraft Pro League in South Korea has been held for 2 years, with more than 200 registered professional players, plus Korean StarCraft professional players. The world's dominant strength has undoubtedly become a key target for digging people. All of a sudden, the 18 clubs extended their tentacles to the Korea StarCraft Pro League, to contact the top players of the Korean StarCraft League in the past 2 years, and lure top players in the Korean StarCraft Pro League with high salaries. As the 3 top Korean masters today, Nada, Yellow and Boxer are naturally the preferred targets. Under the competition of the 18 clubs, the 3 people's annual salary rose sharply, all the way up, and soon broke the first high salary of $50,000 in esports created by the SK team. After some bidding, Nada, Yellow and Boxer were signed with Wahaha Club, Tencent Club and Lenovo Group with a high salary of $70,000. After the 3 top players were signed, the rest of the clubs did not dare to show weakness. The Nalra known as the Angels, the Kingdom known as the Devil, and so on. The top StarCraft players have joined the Chinese clubs. The South Korean side witnessed this situation, although desperately trying to stop it, and even using the power of government agencies to chant the Korean interstellar players not to exodus. Faced with the temptation of the high salaries of the Chinese 18th club, these once Korean prides decided to join China. A sports club, go to the Second World Esports Champions League. Boss, our club and the clubs of your company's companies have been unoccupied. Wu Zhaopu reminded. He didn't understand why Lin Feng was so slow to do it, not only in Counter-Strike, but also in Age of Empires and also in StarCraft. Second World is the initiator of the Esports Champions League. If the club's performance is too poor, it would be too shabby. In particular, Counter-Strike is one of the leading products of Second World. If the club's performance is too poor, it would be a bit of a shame. Facing Wu Zhaopu's doubts, Lin Feng smiled slightly. It's not that I don't want to grab these masters, but now that there are too many monks and porridge, there are only a few truly top masters, and now to grab, the competition is too fierce, it is not very cost-effective. What's more, hosting this Esports Champions League is not just to dominate the esport, but to promote the influence of the Second World. At present, the 14 clubs, a total of 18 clubs, 4 of which are owned by Lin Feng, mostly value the super popularity and potential market value brought by esports, so they spend their money on high salaries. Seduces top players from all walks of life. But unlike them, Lin Feng values the future. Once the Esports Champions League has become the world's most influential esports competition, it will become the preferred league for all outstanding esports players in the world, attracting the attention of all esports players in the world, and then become the esports league. The chairman will have tremendous power and influence. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng himself sponsored the 4 clubs. Lin Feng personally owns 4 clubs. The presidents of Wahaha Group, Ying Telecom, Tencent, and Giant are all very close to Lin Feng. Basically, they will stand on Lin Feng's side, plus Positive NetEase, which is preparing to communicate with Lin Feng, will sooner or later become Lin Feng's power. Counting these clubs, Lin Feng personally owns the votes of 9 clubs. As long as he wins another club's vote, Lin Feng is enough to decide everything in this Esports Champions League. The Second World happens to be a game company, and most of the companies under Lin Feng belong to the electronics industry, which can be said to be closely related to games. At that time, the Esports Champions League and Second World, as well as other companies under Lam Feng and the remaining 14 clubs joined, will form a huge industrial chain, earning a steady stream of profits from esports players around the world. After all, any esports player needs a computer, needs to play games, need to eat, need to drink water, need a mobile phone, need MP3, MP4, etc. Relying on the charm of Esports Champions League, undoubtedly the official recommendation-related products will become the first of global sports players. With such a big piece of cake, Lin Feng, who controls the China Esports League, will undoubtedly get the biggest piece of cake. As for the current club record, Lin Feng is not worried. Esports is a profession with fierce competition, high elimination rate, and extremely fast replacement. Lin Feng still remembers many future genius players in his mind. Later, after the horrific digging operations of the other 14 clubs were temporarily over, Lin Feng made a move. Chapter 551 10 Enemies. Lin Feng's has been standing still, but in the eyes of the other 14 clubs, something is really wrong. Recalling Lin Feng's astonishing actions after being silent in the past, The 14 clubs that wanted to make a difference also increased their actions to search for outstanding professional players as much as possible. This is also the reason why the value of professional players has skyrocketed. You should know that the salary of Nada and Yellow in South Korea in 2001 was only about 50 million won, about 290,000 yuan, and now it has jumped to 70,000 US dollars. And the salary has doubled. This is also an important reason why the outstanding professional players of the Korea StarCraft Pro League have fled to join the second World Esports Champions League. Regarding the actions of the other 14 clubs, Lin Feng saw in his eyes and smiled in his heart. I didn't expect that doing nothing by myself would allow these clubs to dig people with high salaries, which really fits Lin Feng's mind. If the second World Esports Champions League is to be held successfully, the first season is very important, and if you want to attract the attention of thousands of esports players around the world, you need these masters to join in, especially those who have become famous. There are grudges against each other. For example, the grievances between Nada and Yellow. One is the king and the other is the second child. In the 2 years of Korea StarCraft Pro League and various world competitions, Yellow is always the second child. Nada is always the champion. There is also the dispute between Nalra and Kingdom, between angels and demons. Both of them use the Protoss and use the same tactics, but Nalru is always used so openly, and is called an angel. Kingdom is insidious in how it is used, and is called demon. The encounter between these two people also represents the strongest battle of the Protoss. Of course, there are also the grievances between Boxer and Yellow, the grudges between Nadu and Choja, and so on. There are a total of 10 enemies. As StarCraft produces too many stories, and also produces many grievances and various sad characters. This is also an important reason why StarCraft is so popular in Korea and finally called national skill with Taekwondo. Now these esports enemies have joined the second World Esports Champions League. As long as a little hype, there will be countless gimmicks that cause a major sensation and arouse the interest of all esports players. Originally, Lin Feng was still having a headache how to make these clubs spend a lot of money to invite top players such as StarCraft in South Korea, which is good for publicity and hype. Now I don't need Lin Feng to say that they have done it. This naturally makes Lin Feng laugh. Of course, Lin Feng's so-called no action only means that the second world club did not take action. The other 3 starting point Fast Food Esports Club, Phantom Technology Esports Club, and Ding Dong Esports Club all hired. The manager of the relevant club was responsible for the operation. During this time, many masters were also recruited. After all, although Lin Feng is a reborn person, he also liked to play esports games before, but it is impossible to remember all esports players. Letting the 3 sub-competitive clubs operate separately can avoid the rumors of other clubs, and secondly, it may be possible to get a lot of legacy from the sea, and at the same time, it can also enhance the internal competitiveness. Avoiding the fact that they are all owned by Lin Feng, the club leads to slack. Only when there is competition, there is progress. However, the second world is the initiator of the Esports Champions League after all, and has many esports game copyrights. It can be said that the second World Esports Club almost represents the official representative of the Esports Champions League. Equivalent to the Yulin Army, the strength of its second World Esports Club naturally makes everyone concerned. What's more, Lin Feng has risen from the ground in the past 2 years and has been soaring all the way. The speed of his popularity is comparable to that of a rocket. The other 14 club managers will inevitably have a bit of taste for Lin Feng, even if Zhong Qingyu is very familiar with Lin Feng. Although he is not jealous, just a touch of envy. If he can beat Lin Feng in the Esports League planned, and organized by Lin Feng, it is undoubtedly very enjoyable. People are always a little bit dissatisfied, always a little bit controversial. Lin Feng naturally knew the thoughts of many bosses. However, it is a pity that although Lin Feng has not made any shots, he is not indifferent. On the contrary, he silently pays attention to those professional esports players who are still famous but will become popular in the future and create new worlds. In terms of fighting games and sports games, the two types of esports before the rebirth are not very much valued by sponsors, especially sports, due to the uneven strength of each team. Strictly speaking, they are not suitable for the requirements of esports games. Therefore, although there are many players, there are few real competitions, and there are few natural professional players, and Lin Feng has no similar memories. Therefore, for fighting and sports games, Lin Feng directly picked the rest. Anyway, in these two types of games, the player base is large, the level of the masters is not much different, and there are many geniuses buried, so there is no need to worry about choosing. As for Counter-Strike, Lin Feng did not directly choose mature teams like the other 17 clubs, but directly selected people from the remaining teams and signed a large number of future CS Ace players. For example, Span, who has not joined SK at this time, a 17-year-old black man, is known for his brutal marksmanship, superb consciousness, precise positioning, and tough mental quality. Of course, he also has the title Madman. First, it shows that his fighting is full of passion, and the second shows that his fighting style is extremely arrogant, often making 1v4 and other shocking moves, which can be described as one of the iconic characters of the CS team. The favorites are AK-47 and AP sniper rifle. When Lin Feng found Span, this 17-year-old black man had already begun to make a name for himself in the CS world, but the level of the Matrix team he joined was really inferior, and his teammates were far from his strength. Just when Span hesitated whether to leave Matrix, Lin Feng approached him and invited him to join the Second World Esports Club. For the Second World Esports Champions League held in China, Span has heard of it, and I am very excited about it, and I want to join this event. However, the 17 clubs were searching for mature teams at the time, and they dismissed the weak Matrix at all. Although there are also clubs that see the strength of Span, they give up after thinking about the strength of Matrix. After all, a mature CS team can only gain something in the upcoming Second World Esports Champions League. Temporary substitutions require in, and they may not be better than the previous ones. This is also the reason why the 17 clubs finally gave up Span. Just when Span became discouraged and was about to join a slightly higher strength team to come back to China with results, Lin Feng came up. Span was really surprised when he learned that the man who was not much older than himself was the president of the Second World and the person who promoted the Esports Champions League. Upon learning that Lin Feng had invited him to join the Second World Esports Department, the Royal Forest Army in the Second World Esports Champions League, Span agreed without hesitation. After finalizing Span, Lin Feng extended his tentacles to another person, a player who is currently considered by everyone to only play online games, at most a semi-professional player. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 552 Crazy and Calm. Genius is nothing more than a love of career and work process in terms of its essence. Gorky. Justin Sami, a CS player from the United States. Uninhibited play style, open and sharp personality, is a typical North American style CS player, good at all kinds of weapons that can penetrate walls and span, and called CS10 Madman. North American Battle.net ID Sunman. However, today's Sunman is still quietly tempering his spear skills in the North American Battle.net provided by Second World, practicing awareness and position, and he has also recommended himself to each team, but without exception. Each team believes that it is just a player who can play online. Amateur players of the game. Although repeatedly rejected by the big teams, Sunman is not discouraged. He is more enthusiastic about CS than anyone else. He believes that he will be successful in CS. When Sunman became more enthusiastic about battles and training on Battle.net, he unexpectedly received Lin Feng's invitation to join the Yulin army of the Second World Esports Champions League. Sunman didn't know why Lin Feng valued him, but it was an opportunity. No matter how good a genius is, an opportunity is needed. Sunman seized this opportunity and joined the Second World Esports Club, becoming the second professional player after Span. The third person Lin Feng found was from Canada, Shagar, a compatriot of Avril. Like Sunman, he is a representative of North American arrogantism. He has a super reaction. The first reaction to App is amazing. He is a player who will charge with an App sniper rifle to kill his opponent. A keen sense of smell and superb personal skills are the main capital for its fame. The overflowing passion and crazy expansive play on the battlefield make it an out-and-out killing machine in the eyes of opponents. Of course, compared with Span and Sunman, Shagar is inferior to the two in the overall view, and the psychological quality is not strong enough. When the team is at a trough, it is easy to fall together. But this is not important in Lin Feng's view. Having Span and Sunman, who can make a 1v4 rescue team at any time, is enough to make up for the psychological shortcomings of Shagar. But there is one point that Shagar won, that is, the guy is quite handsome. A clan. In addition to having good marksmanship, it is best to have one and two handsome guys, so that it can attract more popularity. With a semi-charger Sunman, Shagar can only be considered a half-charger, an all-rounder Span, a true calm sniper, and a tactical commander. A calm sniper, Lin Feng found Hybe, which is known as one of the three sniper gods in the current CS world. Hybe is the kind of absolutely calm sniper. It will not play crazy charge like Shagar, nor will the BF Rod, also a crazy genius player in the sniper world, Mars gun. Under the blink of an eye by the flash, relying on conscious judgment, an enemy member who jumped from the second floor was killed in the air. However, Hybe's calmness, as well as its absolutely accurate and stable violence rate, make it the three major sniper gods today, along with Junior and Sharp. However, Hybe left the team sadly from SK not long ago, and had to leave because the tactical style was not suitable for today's SK. This gave Hybe the idea of retirement. It wasn't until Lin Feng found him and invited him to join the Second World Esports Club that Hybe completely cut off the idea of retiring and once again proved that his marksmanship is not old and he is still the most accurate and stable app player. The last commander, Lin Feng found the light of Finland Guardian. You can use this sentence to describe Hybe has the ability to read opponents and win key rounds, and can make a team stronger. Of course, the current Guardian is not well known, and the Finnish team is not strong enough to play the overall situation and adaptability of the Guardian. What's more surprising is that although Guardian has outstanding commanding ability, it does not mean that his marksmanship is not good. On the contrary, his M4 mid-range headshot has reached an amazing level. Of course, Guardian is not without shortcomings. His shortcoming is that his tactics are sometimes too crazy. Although he is European, he has the crazy blood of North American players in his body. Compared with SK's conventional tactics, Guardian tactics are ever-changing, and they dare to take risks. Although this has been criticized, in most cases, Guardian tactics can win. Of course, the premise is that teammates are not too bad. When gathering these 5 people, Lin Feng believes that as long as he runs in, he can become a panicking crazy CS team. Whether it is Sunman, Shagar, or Span and Guardian, they are all representatives of the crazy stream. The battle of these 4 people is always full of passion, and the way of celebrating after victory is extremely public. These 4 people are composed of the team. It can be said that it will be a wonderful work in the CS world. Of course, the synonym for madness is mood swings, so the super cool sniper Hybe that Lin Feng equipped for them is the Ding Haishans, and that suppresses their crazy performance at critical moments. Moreover, Hybe had just left the team helplessly from SK. After wandering on the edge of retirement, Lin Feng believed that his mental quality and emotional control, as well as his reputation, could suppress the remaining 4 crazy teammates. The perfect combination of crazy flow and calm flow. It can be said that the tactical core of this CS team is Guardian, and the core members are Span, Sunman, and Shagar, but the captain is undoubtedly Hybe, which is well deserved. Of course, since the second World Esports Club is called the Yilin Jun by the outside world, Lin Feng naturally also reflects the advantages of the Yilin Jun in terms of salary. The annual salary of all 5 people is $70,000, which is in line with the top masters of StarCraft Nada, Yellow and others. Lin Feng's generosity and arrogance made the other 17 clubs including the other 3 clubs under Lin Feng's shocked, but for these 5, except for Hype who has already played the reputation of the 3 sniper gods, the other 4 are all famous. The little unknown team, there is a voice of suspicion in the industry. Can such a team compete with the 10 major teams in the CS world today? Especially for Lin Feng's choice on the bench lineup, the industry is even more skeptical. On the bench, Lin Feng contrasted with the rest of the club team, only equipped with 12 candidate players. After all, there are too many outstanding players, always acting as a substitute, which will also affect his state. This time, Lin Feng equipped 5 substitute players in one breath. This has already shocked the industry, but what is even more surprising is that Lin Feng is equipped with 5 Chinese players. Although the 18 clubs are all Chinese companies except for the Nokia Sports Club which belongs to a Swedish company, the gap between Chinese CS players and the world's top players is not the same. Lin Feng is equipped with 5 Chinese players as substitutes at a time. In case, who is sick or has some accident in the starting lineup, or who is in bad condition, who will fill it? After all, I am playing in the league now, and according to the winter and summer vacations, I play 2 seasons a year. With such a high frequency of competition, it is difficult for someone to keep in good shape for a long time. Therefore, 12 high-level substitutes are very necessary. Lin Feng also understands these doubts in the industry. However, Lin Feng also hopes that the level of domestic CS competition can be improved, so based on memory, he specially equipped the best domestic CS team player Salex, TK, Heaton, Perfect, Rap. Alex comprehensive technology, stable performance, is called a master of tactics by many people. Of course, all comments are limited to domestic. TK the domestic gun god, although not the most accurate, can shoot headshots, but the homicide rate is high and scary. Of course, the same, all reviews are limited to domestic. Heaton the same as TK, but even crazier. Of course, the disadvantage is that it is not stable enough. All comments are limited to domestic. Perfect like the captain of SK Potty, a long-term stable player. All comments are limited to domestic. Rap M4's domestic supermaster, has always been a banner of China's M4 technology. These 5 people are the top players in the domestic CS industry, but compared with the world players, they are much worse, and they can only be regarded as the world's second-rate teams. Of course, in addition to top-notch teams, there are also super-strong teams, such as SK and Gol. A former king, 4 rookies, plus 5 domestic players. All the clubs are waiting to see how powerful such a team can be. Of course, I am also secretly happy. If it can overwhelm the second World Esports Club, it feels very wonderful. Of course, everyone will then wait and see which StarCraft players Lin Feng will invite. You know, now that the most famous StarCraft players in Korea and the world have fallen into the accounts of various clubs, who else can Lin Feng hire? Because of private affairs yesterday, 1 chapter was missing, and today I make up. 5 chapters broke out. Thank you for your support. By the way, the night was beautiful last night. Carito to be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 553rd chapter is Jealous of Talents. StarCraft can be called national skill by South Korea and Taekwondo, which naturally proves its status in the global StarCraft. There are two kinds of ranking lists for StarCraft in this world. One is the World Interstellar Rankings and the other is the Korea Interstellar Rankings. But it can be said very responsibly that Korea Interstellar Rankings can almost replace the status of World Interstellar Rankings, because the rankings of the two lists are almost the same. The strength of Korean Interstellar players is recognized as number one in the world. With the close attention of the 17 Club, Lin Feng made a move. But this time, everyone was stunned, including the inner cows on the side, helplessly watching the outstanding StarCraft players in their league fleet to the management of the Korea StarCraft Pro League in China. No one expected that Lin Feng would be the first person to invite to join him. This was surprising, because Lin Feng actually invited a woman, yes, a female interstellar professional player to SS Girl. Using a human race, the level is very average in the Korean Interstellar League, but there is a title at First Beauty of the Korean Interstellar. Of course, although his interstellar level is average in the Korean Interstellar Professional League, it is the first among all female players. Lin Feng's decision was too difficult for outsiders to understand. As the Royal Forest Army of the Second World Esports Champions League, hiring to SS Girl is really difficult to understand. Although beautiful, esports is more technical than appearance, and opponents will not be merciful because of her beauty. These true professional players, once on the battlefield, will never show mercy. Brother Lin, did you ask her because she was pretty? Lisa asked with a grimace on his face when he heard the news. Lin Feng smiled. Hee, of course. Why would I invite her if she is not pretty? Lin Feng said triumphantly. Seeing Lisa's hands pinched to his waist, Lin Feng quickly grabbed Lisa's fists and explained with a smile, but I invite she just hopes that she can increase the influence of the Second World Esports Champions League. A little bit of red in the 10,000 green bushes, isn't that great? Although the level of 2SS Girl is indeed not good, as long as she exists and can play, it is the biggest gimmick. The record is not what the audience cares about. What the audience cares about is seeing a beauty playing StarCraft. This can also adjust the mood of all the audience watching the battle. If there are not too few beautiful esports players now, Lin Feng really wants to form a women's esports club. The emergence of such a women's team, I believe it will definitely make waves in the esports league, and it will cause a sensation even more conducive to the degree of attention of esports. Among the many discussions in the industry, 2SS Girl became the first StarCraft professional player of the Second World Esports Club. As for the second professional player Lin Feng invited, it was once again beyond everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would invite him. No one would have thought. This is even more surprising than Lin Feng's invitation to 2SS Girl. Lin Feng invited Gundam. Gundam, this name, in the Korean interstellar world, used to be a very loud name. Good at human race, is an extreme rush player. The so-called rush tactic is to take a more extreme and fierce offensive tactic in the middle and early stages, at the expense of economy, technology, etc. To launch a crazy attack, and then attack before the opponent has a stable foothold. Destroy opponents with crazy offense. It is a tactic that tests operation and psychological warfare very much. And the Gundam rush tactics, even more of this crazy offensive tactics, to the extreme. In the summer of 2001, global interstellar players commented that there are 4 masters in Terran, South Korea. There is an emperor called Boxer, who is omnipotent and invulnerable. There is a scholar named the Marine. He is handsome and gorgeous. There is a gladiator named Eagle, who is outstanding in technology and high in fighting spirit. There is a madman named Gundam, and his offense makes the Earth turn faster. Gundam's rush extreme offensive tactics also allowed it to pass through all the way in the Korea StarCraft Pro League, killing all opponents with fright and nightmares. But in the finals they ran into the Nemesis Yellow, this talented player who has blocked Gundam several times. In the finals, Gundam still chose extreme rush tactics as always, but once again, the veteran Yellow used turrets and various defensive measures to turn the narrow intersection into a long sky, and let Gundam reluctantly returned with hatred again. In the subsequent leagues, the extreme rush flow of Gundam was also penetrated by the opponent. Whenever he played against it, the opponent always fixed a layer of defensive measures, waited for the Gundam to attack, and then used the economy, the advantage of the above, defeated the Gundam in the middle and late stages. This tactic has almost become the formula for all interstellar players to fight the Gundam. But Gundam never changed tactics, just stubbornly offensive, and then offensive. Under the absolute disadvantage of strategy, defeated again and again, the record is horrible. At that time, Gundam was no longer called a crazy player, but a fool. Too stupid. The record of successive defeats made Gundam gradually disappear from the eyes of everyone. Just when everyone thought it had fallen, Gundam once again returned madly in the ESL contest this spring, using even more crazy rush tactics to continuously destroy all opponents' defenses, offensive, and offensive. In the Gundam dictionary, there is always only offense. This time, the opponent in the final is still Yellow, a nightmare that Gundam once had. However, after this crazy return, Yellow finally could no longer stop the Gundam madness. No, it should be called a runaway. Under the runaway of Gundam, Yellow's defense line was fragile and vulnerable, and it was almost as if tortured, allowing Gundam to vigorously use a crazy attack to win. After the game, Yellow said frankly that this was his worst defeat and the most helpless one. He is not a man, he is a lunatic. For the first time, Gundam reached the championship podium. However, I don't know if it's the jealousy of the talents, or the madness of Gundam that annoys God. Soon after winning the championship, Gundam accidentally slipped while taking a bath at home. An ordinary slip caused it. Gundam regretted all his life with a comminuted fracture in his right hand. Although healed after a long period of treatment, APM hand speed, the number of operations per minute. Its statistical operations include each left click, right click and each keyboard strokes. But it's not as good as before. The APM hand speed of ordinary players is between 110,150 times per minute. The hand speed of top interstellar players, such as Nada, APM is 400 plus, and EAPM effective hands, error-free operation is 250 plus. The crazy rush tactics of Gundam rely on hand speed. After the most critical right hand comminuted fracture, Gundam's hand speed dropped by more than 20%. With this crippled right hand, Gundam can no longer be called Gundam. No longer, Gundam also completely sinks. Korean StarCraft, no. The global StarCraft world, there is another crazy gorgeous fanatic attacker missing. When Lin Feng found Gundam and invited him to join the Second World Esports department to become an interstellar professional player, Gundam, who was preparing to find a job, was stunned. My right hand is gone. Not to mention competing with top players like Yellow and Nada. It is just an ordinary outstanding Korean interstellar professional player. I am not their opponent anymore. Gundam face raised his right hand bitterly, his face full of loneliness and unwillingness. But his right hand is gone. So what can he do? Lin Feng sighed secretly. Nothing is more jealous of talents than this. However, in Lin Feng's dictionary, he never gave up the word. Are you willing to only take the OSL once and retire? Or are you afraid that your crazy rush tactics will no longer be able to defeat your opponents? An OSL champion is enough to make you narcissistic and self-satisfied for the rest of your life. Lin Feng said coldly. Asshole, you stop. Gundam grabbed Lin Feng's collar with both hands. His lips were green and wriggling unnaturally, and the right hand that grasped Lin Feng's collar was trembling involuntarily. Lin Feng sighed secretly. Anyone who has watched the video of the Gundam game will be intoxicated by his crazy offensive flow. The crazy dismissal, hot scenes, offensive and offensive concepts are breathtaking. Unfortunately, look at this lonely young man in front of you. No one will associate it with the crazy genius player who is frenetic and intoxicated in the offensive on the interstellar arena. The bereaved dog. Lin Feng said sarcastically. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, Please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 554 Crazy Left Hand. The Dog of the Bereavement. Lin Feng said sarcastically. You. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp needle, piercing deeply into the heart of Gundam, as if being bitten by 10,000 ants. Gundam clutched his chest, his face twitching. He is naturally unwilling, but what can he do? His right hand has been abolished, and the rush tactics he is proud of can no longer destroy the opponent's defense line and make him surrender. Looking at his right hand, Gundam showed tears of unwillingness and regret, and howled to the sky with "The sky is so unfair to me." Lin Feng witnessed the once smashing genius player, and now he was disheartened and unwilling, and felt a sigh in his heart. But Lin Feng came here to awaken the crazy heart of this genius player. Next, Lin Feng suddenly threw a dumbbell weighing about 5 kilograms. Gundam subconsciously caught it firmly with his left hand. I don't think your hands are very good, Lin Feng said. But this is the left hand, not the right hand. Gundam sighed first, and then seemed to understand Lin Feng's meaning. Suddenly stunned, reached out and squeezed his left fist, full of strength. But this is the left hand, not the right hand. Gundam looked at his left hand with a blank face. What about the left hand? Since you can practice the craziest right hand, why can't you practice the craziest left hand? Lin Feng shouted. The crazier left hand? Gundam. For a moment, Lin Feng's words are like a bolt from the blue, which can be described as awakening the dreamer. Indeed, since he can practice a crazy right hand, why can't he practice a more crazy left hand? But, Gundam looked at his left hand, still hesitating. I have always believed that man will conquer the sky. As long as your willpower is strong enough, you can change your destiny and change God's injustice to you. Lin Feng encouraged. After contemplating for a long time, Gundam clenched his left fist and gave a long roar to the sky. But there was no resentment and unwillingness in the roar, but a heart full of excitement in letting go. Lin Feng knew that the crazy Gundam player was back, and the entire StarCraft world would once again tremble for this crazy rush player. However, the industry is very puzzled by the Gundam that Lin Feng signed with his right hand. Moreover, Lin Feng offered him an annual salary of $70,000. No less than that of Nada and other players. As for the many Korean interstellar players who have signed with the Second World Esports Club, although they have expressed congratulations on the return of Gundam, they are obviously not optimistic about the future of Gundam in their tone. Regarding the doubts from the outside world, Gundam is still just like he is, and it is proved by facts. Since arriving at the Second World Esports Club, Gundam has been involved in crazy training. The target of the training is naturally the first beauty player to SS Girl in South Korea. This is also the beauty who has been rated as a Vars player by the outside world. Like Gundam, it is not reconciled. She is absolutely unwilling to be seen as a Vars, and although her annual salary is not as high as Gundam, it is also $50,000. The $50,000 has caused the outside world to carry out various personal attacks on it, thinking that it is only relying on selling in exchange for this high annual salary. After all, Lin Feng does not belong to the kind of person who has no scandals. An Avril, Aliza has long known all over the world. It's normal to have one more Korean star beauty. These comments naturally made to SS Girl unwilling, and she must prove herself. Therefore, in the duel with Gundam, I tried my best. One was not strong enough, and the other trained his left hand, but the two were evenly matched. Under the stimulation of the outside world, the two people's daily training time far exceeds the 10 hours of normal professional player training. The two are training almost except for sleeping, and the degree of craziness is staggering. Moreover, both of them are human races. To Lin Feng's surprise, after training with Gundam, to SS Girl has gradually been influenced by Gundam, and his tactics have become crazy. Lin Feng once witnessed a match between the two of them. From the start to the end, Lin Feng looked at his watch, and it only took 7 minutes. Two lunatics. Lin Feng sighed secretly, but obviously, The hot and exciting pictures brought by the crazy tactics made the audience mesmerized, especially to SS Girl as a beautiful player. Such crazy tactics, such a hot fighting style, is a bright spot. Of course, the emergency training of the two has a very obvious effect, and the level of the two has risen rapidly. The left hand of Gundam already has 60% of the strength of the right hand at its peak. As for to SS Girl, I don't know if she is really a genius, or she is not willing to be praised as a vase, and can actually keep up with the progress of Gundam. As for the other candidates, Lin Feng glanced at the rest of the Korea StarCraft Pro League list, a burst of laughter. After the 17 clubs ticking, the Korea StarCraft Pro League almost exists in name only. A club's interstellar team usually has about 10 people, so a family will have to dig Korea StarCraft Pro League 10 players, 17 clubs, including the top interstellar professional players in Europe and the United States, basically. The world's top interstellar professional players, it's all in China. The remaining professional players in South Korea are either average or too old. They have passed their peak and are beginning to decline. Faced with this situation, although South Korea is miserable, it can only endure tears to promote more semi-professional players to become professional players, and improve their treatment, and strive to catch up with the second World Esports Champions League in the near future. Salary level: retain the title of the strongest league in StarCraft. Under this circumstance, it is naturally impossible for Lin Feng to dig a good hand. However, since there is no current outstanding player, Lin Feng will develop into the future. Lin Feng dug up Baisu and Jedong very easily. Baisu, Protoss player, was named the most handsome interstellar player. But at the moment it is only an amateur player. The post-generation created the Baisu-style PvZ play Protoss vs Zerg, which reversed the disadvantages of PvZ in one fell swoop and encouraged the decline of the Protoss. The so-called Baisu flow, in simple terms, is not a tactic, but a strategy, a macro play. The core point of this style of play is, in the late stage of the game, Zerg is not an opponent of Protoss, as long as it is not a huge advantage in the early and mid-term of Zerg. It is generally unable to resist the Baisu flow in the late Protoss. As for Jedong, the Zerg player, the leader of the future Zerg, created the Jedong stream. These two are now amateur players, go to school during the day, and use their free time to practice after school. Facing Lin Feng's unexpected invitation, both of them were taken aback. After all, for the two of them at this stage, the students are still StarCraft, and the interstellar pro players are just a dream in their hearts. It is impossible to completely give up school for the sake of dreams. Haha, don't worry, you can continue to study after signing with my club for your studies. You can study again in Shanghai, or take online courses. The club will also hire professional teachers to teach you, and the annual salary is $30,000. Lin the Wind said with a smile. After the two looked at each other, they nodded in agreement. After all, no one will ignore the temptation of an annual salary of $30,000, especially those who are only about 15 years old. As for the remaining 6 players, Lin Feng also chose domestic interstellar players again. Although the current level of interstellar in China is still relatively poor, there will still be a battle against Korean interstellar players in the future. Moreover, Lin Feng also hopes that the level of domestic esports can be greatly improved. The domestic future king of insects F91, LX, the strongest Protoss PJ, the strongest humans Super, 66 and Rushgoon, 6 domestic interstellar players who still seem to be very good at the moment, joined the number 2 World Esports Club. The annual salary is the same as Jedong, $30,000. The joining of 6 Chinese and the high salary of $30,000 made the rest of the domestic players who want to become interstellar pro players jealous and jealous. But it undoubtedly instigated the enthusiasm of domestic amateur players of StarCraft and made this dance start slow. The slow-flowing stagnant water is boiling more and more. The rise of Chinese interstellar pro players has accelerated from this day. For Lin Feng's interstellar team, in the end he only found a former king, a beautiful player, 2 Korean amateur players, and 6 domestic interstellar players. The industry was also in an uproar. They all lamented Lin Feng's surprise. But can this lineup have the power of a battle? In the face of doubts and ridicule from the outside world, Lin Feng summoned the 10 interstellar professional players under his contract, and only said one sentence: "You outsiders look down on you, but I think you are the best. Use your practical actions to silence these people." When Lin Feng finished speaking, the Second World Esports Club Interstellar team fell into a frenzy of training. Each player's training time is no less than 16 hours a day. They just respond to one thing: they are not waste. As for the candidates for Warcraft 3 inches, Lin Feng directly selected the best players in the country in his memory, and did not consider the top players of Warcraft 3 inches in Europe, America and South Korea. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 555, The First Person of Warcraft? Counter-Strike and StarCraft. Lin Feng can only help but mainly foreign players. But Warcraft 3 inches, Lin Feng has enough confidence to choose Chinese players. Because in the esports world of Warcraft 3 inches, the country has the strength to compete with the professional players in Europe, America and South Korea. Whether it is individual or team battle, the domestic professional players of Warcraft are nothing compared to the players in Europe, America and South Korea. Inferior. When it comes to the professional players of Warcraft 3 inches in China, it is natural to mention one person. SK real name, nicknamed by domestic players the Emperor, became the world's first person to defend the title of CG Warcraft project, also relying on the strength shown in Warcraft 3 inches, entered the CG celebrity tang, enjoyed the same high honor as Boxer and other esports predecessors. Well-deserved first person in the country of Warcraft. When Lin Feng found SKY, he was still annoyed that he had not been able to join the 18 domestic clubs and became an interstellar professional player. At this time, he was still a crazy interstellar player, always dreaming of becoming an interstellar professional player. Unfortunately, the performance in StarCraft is obviously not as brilliant as in Warcraft 3 inches in the future. What? Make me a professional player in Warcraft 3 inches. Looked incredible. When I was invited by Lin Feng, was ecstatic, thinking that he could finally fulfill his dream of a professional esports player. Unexpectedly, he was not a professional player in StarCraft, but a professional player in Warcraft 3 inches. Players. This. Incredible. Yes. But I don't know anything. Very new to Warcraft 3 inches. Na said. You are unfamiliar, and your opponents are also unfamiliar. Now that Warcraft 3 inches has just been launched, players all over the world are groping. Why not give up StarCraft and focus on Warcraft 3 inches? At this time, you and everyone are in the same starting line. Lin Feng persuaded, but hesitated for a while. Every esports player has a heart to admit defeat. The same is true, making him abruptly give up StarCraft and specialize in Warcraft 3 inches. It is not impossible, but he is not reconciled. He was unwilling to put in several years of hard work for it, and it disappeared at this moment. He is unwilling, but the reality is cruel. If you can't become a professional esports player, you will have no income. Without income, you can only go back to become a doctor and give up your dream. Looking at the hesitant, Lin Feng smiled. Sky, your interstellar level, Imho, it's okay in China, but in the world, especially when facing Korean interstellar pro players, it is difficult for you to make a difference. Lin Feng patted on the shoulder, exclaimed, frowned, although he was dissatisfied. He knew that this was the truth. Of course, he is still young, only 17 years old this year, and has development potential. But whether it can make a difference in StarCraft, is not sure. South Korea's interstellar pro players are too strong, and the competition is too fierce. So, if you are now a professional player in Warcraft 3 inches, I believe you will be able to make a difference. One more thing, with my cultivation, you can make you a world champion. Lin Fengxian vowed. He was slightly surprised. He couldn't be more clear about the level of domestic esports. Whether it is StarCraft or Counter-Strike, the level of domestic players is far from the world-class level. At this time, Lin Feng said that he could make himself a world champion, which made the really a little unbelievable. Although Warcraft 3 inches has just been launched, everyone is very ordinary. Haha, why? Don't you believe it? How about we play 2 games? Although I don't play much in Warcraft 3, but so to speak, in this world, hasn't been able to beat me yet. Lin Feng said proudly. I was shocked when I heard it. The man in front of him is a strange flower in the domestic business community. He is known as a business giant. He said he played Warcraft 3 inches. I believe it. But if you want to say that Lin Feng is the world's first, he will not believe it. If you want to become an esports professional player, you first need a lot of training. But how could Lin Feng have time to play this all day? Seeing with a look of disbelief, Lin Feng raised his brows and pointed his hand. Come on, let you see how good I am. Looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng was as good as he said. Although he's not a professional player of Warcraft 3 inches, but I usually play a lot, and the level is not bad in China. How could Lin Feng compare to him? With a skeptical attitude, sat in front of the computer. Lin Feng glanced at the opposite, and smiled to himself. He is a reborn person. Before he was born again, he was also one of the enthusiasts of esports. Whether it's StarCraft, Counter-Strike or Warcraft 3 inches, Lam Feng's actual operation level may not be very good, but all kinds of advanced his tactics are clear, imitated and learned. Of course, limited by his personal hand speed and overall outlook, he is far from professional players, but it does not prevent Lin Feng from bullying professional players who have just started to explore Warcraft 3 inches. After all, Warcraft 3 inches is fundamentally different from all previous real-time strategy games. The appearance of heroes and the importance of each unit can change the entire battle. Therefore, was defeated. Soon, Lin Feng and began the first game. Since he was facing the human sovereign, Lin Feng did not hesitate to choose human race, and unexpectedly did not choose human race, but ORC orc. Seeing the race chosen by, Lin Feng smiled. The SKY stream created is specifically used to deal with the orcs. In the original esports battlefield of Warcraft 3 inches, the orcs have been suppressing the human race, but when the players who use the human race meet the players who use the orcs, they usually lose more and win less, until SKY, that is. The appearance of completely changed this ending. The title of human sovereign was thus established. The so-called SKY flow refers to the tactics in which the human race recruits summoning 2 heroes in the midterm on a map with taverns, using a large number of summoned creatures and a large number of witches and orcs supported by the brilliant aura. The battle begins. Although SKY is still an interstellar player, his hand speed is not slow, and he is quite familiar with the various commands of Warcraft 3 inches. Lin Feng sighed that he was inferior to the keyboard pop from the computer on the opposite side. Lin Feng's hand speed is around 130. While SKY's hand speed is at least 240, which is a far cry between the two sides. Just listening to the keyboard sound from the opposite side, SKY felt that Lin Feng was bragging. He is also number 1 in the world, and I am afraid that even if he is not specializing in Warcraft 3 inches, Lin Feng is not an opponent. But the situation of the battle surprised SKY. Although Lin Feng's hand speed is slow, the rhythm of dispatching troops and the operation of the heroes are extremely smooth, and in the use of heroes and troops, many techniques and ideas are often beyond the imagination of SKY. In the first game, SKY was quickly lost. Lin Feng's Master plus Beastmaster flattened. Come again. SKY yelled unconvincingly. The opponent's hand speed is slow and he is twice as fast, and he has no face to lose, which makes him reconciled. However, in the second set, SKY lost without suspense again, and lost faster. and he found that Lin Feng's hand speed was a little faster than before, and the use of tactics was even more incredible. Come again. 7 in a row. SKY was defeated without any suspense, whether using the orcs, the undead, or the elves and humans. He was defeated by Lin Feng. Of course, this fiasco also made SKY discover a mystery. He didn't lose in the operation, but in the micromanagement. On the contrary, he has the upper hand in hand speed and micromanipulation. He was defeated by Lin Feng's advanced tactics and strategy. Lin Feng seemed to be able to find out his weaknesses and deal the heaviest blow. Strike in when your defense is weakest. When SKY meditated on his fiasco, Lin Feng was refreshed. I just abused the future human king SKY, which feels really damn cool. Of course, if you play a few more games, let SKY slowly figure out the mystery, even if it only figure out the slightest bit. With the hand speed that doubles the lead and the fine micromanagement, Lin Feng will no longer be its opponent. Suddenly, Mr. Lin, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it, said with a serious face. After Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, he let have something to say, but it doesn't matter. I don't know if Mr. Lin can accept me as a disciple. I think Mr. Lin's human race is really good. It is definitely the best in the world. I want to learn the skills and tactics of Mr. Lin's human race. Wear it all hat. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard that the future human sovereign would worship himself as a teacher and let yourself teach him this SKY flow tactic created by him. This is too coke. But after stunned, Lin Feng immediately slapped her shoulders boldly. This is okay, but if you become my apprentice, if you don't get the #1 in the world in the future, don't admit that you are my apprentice. Lin Feng said, pretending to be a master of martial arts. It feels very good to be the master of the future human sovereign. Yes, master is here, please be worshipped by the disciple. Bowed to Lin Feng in salute. Yes, not bad. Lin Feng looked at Dale. Later, Lin Feng found Xiet again. Needless to say, after using orcs to abuse the future Chinese beast king, he took another apprentice. Of course, Lin Feng is good at human and orc. But when inviting Soho, the first Chinese elf in the future, Lin Feng is still very good at using human and orc. He abused him. Although he didn't become his own apprentice, he admired him and joined Lin Feng's command. After Lin Feng's coquettish victory, the Second World Esports Club Warcraft team was finally formed. There are 5 super fighters under the banner of SKY, Xiet, Soho, Maxi Yang and CQ2000. Of course, the so-called Super Warrior is still in the future. Lin Feng himself is the first player of the Second World Esports Club World of Warcraft team. Of course, as the master of SKY and Xiet, he is also a master who defeated everyone in a row. Since Lin Feng discovered that the skills of SKY and others have been advancing by leaps and bounds, he has absorbed all the skills and tactics taught by him cleanly and thoroughly. Later, Lin Feng stopped making moves, because at this time, the level of SKY and others has far surpassed Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng can only find abuse and destroy the image of masters that have been cultivated with great difficulty. As for the CQ2000, Soho and others who wanted to take revenge, Lin Feng directly used one sentence: if you want to challenge me, first defeat my apprentice, as a pretext. It's a pity how the CQ2000, Soho and others are the opponents of SKY and Xiet who were carefully taught by Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's previous skills were the human race and the orc race. Naturally, he was the most proficient in the tactics of these two races. The tactics taught to SKY and Xiet were all the quintessential tactics summarized by post-generations. However, what Lin Feng taught to CQ2000, Soho and others is just a little bit of fur. Lin Feng himself knows a little about it, and CQ2000 and Soho are naturally even more confused. Fortunately, the rapid technological advancement of SKY and Xiet has also led to the technological advancement of CQ2000 and Soho and others, so that the level of CQ2000 and Soho and others are not too lagging behind. However, it is also because SKY and Xiet are too powerful, and the worship of Lin Feng created an illusion for CQ2000. Soho and others. Since Lin Feng's apprentices SKY and Xiet are so good, and they can't fight back, then Lin Feng, as a master, is naturally even more powerful. In particular, the words SKY and Xiet showed their admiration for Lin Feng, which made CQ 2000 and Soho convinced of Lin Feng's strength. The news between esports masters are all interoperable. Under the intentional or unintentional dissemination, Lin Feng's name as the #1 master of Warcraft 3 inches spread slowly, although everyone still didn't believe it at first. With the outstanding performance of SKY and Xiet in the Second World Esports Champions League in the future, when they repeatedly won the World Championship, they always did not forget to thank Lin Feng for his cultivation, and very modestly and frankly, when he and others were not Master Lin Feng's opponents, the title of the first person of Lin Feng Demon was completely confirmed. Since then, in the years when SKY and Xiet dominated Warcraft 3 inches, no matter who wins the championship, he will always only dare to be the second, but not the first. Because the first name belongs to only one person, Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng has never won any championship or even played any game in front of the public, he has become the most admired person of all Warcraft professional players in the world. Defeating SKY and Xiet and then challenging Lin Feng, the first man of Warcraft, became the ultimate goal of all Warcraft professional players. At this time, in the midst of everyone's doubts about the strength of Lin Feng's Warcraft, the first Second World Esports Champions League finally began under the expectations to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 556th chapter War begins? With the completion of Lin Feng's Second World Esports Club World of Warcraft team, the crazy excavation of the 18 clubs has finally ended. The first Second World Esports Champions League has finally officially started. For the billions of esports players around the world, the previous frenzy of digging has already made everyone look forward to this Esports Champions League for a long time, and they are waiting for the wonderful performances of these esports masters. In order to highlight the global nature of the Second World Esports Champions League and to attract as many esports players as possible to appreciate this Esports Champions League, Lin Feng not only passed the CSPN for the first Esports Champions League. The TV station conducts free nationwide live broadcasts. In the United States, Lin Feng's FSNStar national television station has also opened an esports channel to broadcast live to all North American audiences for free. In Europe, Lin Feng also contacted Murdoch's Sky TV, and the Second World paid for the channel segment, which was broadcast to all European TV stations for free. In Asia, Lin Feng also contacted Phoenix TV to broadcast it. As for South Korea, I don't have to contact Lin Feng. A Korean national TV station took the initiative to request a broadcast. Without him, all outstanding Korean StarCraft players flee to China. They want to see how good this Second World Esports Champions League is. In addition, Lin Feng's Tomato.com was launched globally, especially in the Second World European and American branches. The multi-language version of Tomato was launched. It can almost be said that this time the Second World Esports all esports players in the Champions League world can get the latest news as soon as possible. After the previous lottery, the first round of the Lin June Second World Esports Club ran into the Wahaha Esports Club, which now attracted the attention of all esports players. Wahaha Esports Club signed the top Korean StarCraft master Yellow, and Lin Feng signed of Gundam. The two can be described as enemies. Returning to the professional arena this time, whether the left-handed Gundam can continue the madness of the crazy rush tactics itself attracts everyone's attention. As a result, he returned to the first game of the field and met his former enemy Yellow. This gimmick is absolutely full. It can be said that the game has attracted the hearts of thousands of esports players. As for the Counter-Strike duel is also extremely attractive. Wahaha Esports Club signed SK, the well-deserved first team in the CS world, and the captain of the CS team under the Second World Esports Club, one of the three sniper gods. Hybe used to be the players of SK were abandoned by SK because of their style and tactics, which gave Hybe the idea of retirement. Now that Hybe comes back to the first battle, it is facing the old club. Whether it is Hybe, one of the three sniper gods, leading a group of young new army to shame, or SK continuing to defend the demeanor of the king, the focus of everyone's expectations. Of course, there is also a third aspect, the almost mythical first-person Lin Feng. The two masters who personally collected SKY and Xiat can show off in Warcraft 3 inches, is also the focus of all kinds of attention. In the first round, in Shanghai, the home court of the Second World Esports Club started. This round if CSPN chooses to broadcast the game is Second World Esports Club vs Wahaha Esports Club. Of course, other matches are also started at the same time, but the broadcast of the match is broadcast by local TV stations. In this regard, Lin Feng also refers to the successful business operation model of the NBA, delegating powers to clubs and allowing them to sign contracts with local TV stations for broadcasting rights. In order to facilitate the audience to watch fierce competitions on the spot and establish a long-term esports champions league, Lin Feng initially required all clubs to build a modern competition venue covering an area of at least 4,000 square meters. Competition venues are not only required to have spectator seats, but also to isolate esports players from spectators. Don't be like some domestic esports competitions. Spectators and players are only separated by a cloth strip, and the spectators can even reach out. Hook the player. Although all esports players wear soundproof headsets, loud noises at such a close distance will still interfere with all esports players. Secondly, a large high-definition screen should be added in the hall so that all viewers sitting far away can clearly see the game screens of all competition players, and multiple high-definition screens should be equipped in various directions to ensure selfless communication and convenient for audiences from any angle. All players can see the game screen clearly at the same time. Third, each home stadium should also be equipped with commentators to explain to audiences who do not understand the rules and various terms, so that they can understand esports games. After all, many of the players who came to watch the scene are not all experienced players. Many people may come to watch the excitement. Naturally, many game-related terms don't understand. If no one explains, and the watch is unclear, they will naturally lose interest. Once a person loses interest, it is difficult to become interested in the same thing again. Fourth, no matter how fierce the competition is, it must allow all spectators to rest, catch their breath, and go to the toilet. Therefore, between each game, each club must be equipped with esports baby, so that the youthful and beautiful esports baby can adjust the mood of the audience. Of course, as for how to do it, it's up to the clubs to figure out their own solutions. As for the venue tickets for each club, Lin Feng also fully delegated the authority, and each club decided on its own. This game is the first game after the establishment of the Second World Esports Club. In order to create a sensational effect and to attract spectators to the game to the greatest extent, Lin Feng not only completely frees its 4,000 seats, but also dispatches them. All the stars under his command that may be dispatched temporarily act as esports babies. When Li Zhu, Lin Ziyui, Liu Yifei, Lin Yikan, and Yuan Xiang Li Kiki appeared in the stadium, the whole scene was a sensation. At this moment, the 5 girls received an unprecedented welcome. All the audience shouted the names of Li Zhu and others. The emotions of the audience have been ignited before the contestants enter the stadium. The star effect. This is the star effect. After a hot dance, the 5 girls exited and a sweet voice sounded. Dear viewers, the much-anticipated first game of the first Second World Esports Champions League has finally started, and now I am here to introduce all the players on the field. The sweet voice made all the audience look at the scene, especially when the portrait of the hostess was played on the big screen. All the men in the venue were excited. The hostess on the screen was very sweet, with a well-behaved face and a sweet voice. While enjoying the exciting game, it is indeed a wonderful thing to have such a eye-catching female host commenting on the side. Lin Feng smiled at the reaction of all the audience. This hostess is no one else but the host of a game show that will be popular on the internet in the future, Li Rumai, also known as Li Yumai. It was also an accident that Lin Feng invited her. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to hire a female host who understands StarCraft, Warcraft 3 inches and Counter-Strike and other esports games. But this condition is really hard to find in China. Most Chinese female players either play Audition or Uncart and other casual games. There are too few female players like StarCraft, Counter-Strike and other esports games, which is in line with Lin Feng. There are even fewer conditions for selecting a live hostess. When Lin Feng was worried, a girl volunteered to apply for the job. This person is no one else but Li Yumi, who is currently studying in China. Originally, the live hostess that Lin Feng wanted to hire, the first requirement was to be beautiful, and Li Yumai could be said to be close to full marks in appearance. After all, most of the people who come to watch esports games are male players, and a sweet-looking live hostess will undoubtedly be very popular. And what Lin Feng did not expect was that although Li Yumai was not very proficient in various game terms, and many tactics were not well understood, he was already much better than other hostesses who had previously applied for. What's more, Lin Feng will also be equipped with a real professional player to give a related commentary. Li Yumai is already fully qualified. Therefore, without saying anything, Lin Feng hired her immediately. Now it seems that the effect is good. Under Li Yumai's introduction, 57 professional players from the Wahaha Esports Club have appeared one after another. The top players of StarCraft Yellow and Counter-Strike are undoubtedly the world's top team SK. Seeing these legendary masters in person at the scene drew cheers from the scene, and the sound waves were even greater than the sound waves when Lizu and others appeared on the scene. It can be said that at this moment, in the eyes of this group of players who love esports, Yellow and SK are the most dazzling stars. Subsequently, the second World Esports Club, a total of 60 professional players appeared, but in addition to the StarCraft beauty player to SS girl who received applause, it was Vganjam, the former king of Interstellar Madness and Hype. A lot of applause was received, but the rest of the crowd applauded very little. When Vganjam came out, Yellow couldn't help looking at the enemy, a star player who was abandoned by God, but relied on his perseverance to return to the arena. Can his left hand be more powerful than his right hand? Will he continue to implement his crazy rush tactics as always? After the comminuted fracture of Gundam's right hand, do not use too much force. The super-frequency fine operation of the mouse is no longer competent with the right hand, but it does not prevent him from controlling the keyboard. Yellow involuntarily looks at the left hand of Gundam. Gundam felt Yellow's gaze, smiled at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his left hand, and made a thumbs down to clean up Yellow. Oh my god, look, the Gundam player has declared war like the Yellow player in advance. What kind of passion will these two former enemies collapse today? Let's wait and see. Li Yumai witnessed this, immediately broadcast to the audience through the microphone, which naturally attracted a burst of cheers and support from the audience. As for the professional players who were preparing to explain, they didn't react, but looked as surprised as the audience. From this point of view, Li Yumai's on-site reaction ability is indeed far better than real professional players. The tactical commentary relies on professional players, and the atmosphere of the scene is driven. No doubt, these professional female hosts who know a little bit are better at it. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Vgumdam, vgumdam, vgumdam. The supporters of the two were almost the same. The scene was full of support shouts from the two, and even many of their respective fans began to quarrel. After all, one is the popular Prince of StarCraft and the Prince of Sadness. With his handsome appearance and superb technology, it is natural to get a lot of support. As for Gundam, the once crazy Rush King, his crazy offensive tactics made all interstellar players look mesmerized, and his even more tragic experience, especially after a comminuted fracture in his right hand, he can exercise his left hand again, and stand up again and return to the field. With this perseverance and determination, he has also won the support of a large number of esports enthusiasts. It can be said that the two of them had already brought the atmosphere to a climax before the battle. This is the effect of publicity. 1 week before the start of the game, Lin Feng made a massive declaration of war on the battle between the two through online media and the CSPN platform. The video of the two people's previous battles was selected and broadcasted on the most exciting ones. It is also equipped with various information and tactical characteristics of the two. It can be said that Lin Feng is creating the two with the posture of building a superstar. This is like the NBA has been advocating whether Kobe is better or James is better. The league needs hype, and the audience also needs this kind of hype to increase its attraction. And under Lin Feng's meticulous creation, the popularity of the two is undoubtedly the highest among the StarCraft professional players, and their past great grievances and Gundam tragic experience have made the two of them more popular. The battle between the two was hyped to a fever pitch. The subsequent appearance of Hybe naturally attracted everyone's attention. As the current captain of SK, Potty nodded politely to this former teammate and walked over. "Hybe, long time no see. It seems that you have a good opponent." Potty smiled and said hello, but then said very confidently, "But the victory must belong to Osk, because we are the king of Osk." Under the pervasive microphone, Potty was heard by the audience, and there was an uproar. It was unexpected that Potty, who had always been calm, would be so provocative. Potty itself is not such a person who will deliberately provoke opponents. But the CS team named Phoenix in front of them is too unfamiliar, so that Potty doesn't know its strength. But there is also a Hybe who knows the tactics of himself and others. Today is the first battle of SK after joining their Wahaha Sports Club with a high salary. As the king, SK must not be lost. Therefore, Potty will provocation uncharacteristically, hoping to influence this team that is almost entirely composed of young players. From the angry faces of Span, Sunman and Shagar, Potty knew that his goal was achieved. But he did not see the bloodthirsty warfare in the eyes of the three madmen. "Okay, line up, ready to play." However, Hybe after the rebirth of Phoenix Nirvana did not panic. With a faint word, he suppressed three violent teammates. With the sound of the gong, the game officially began. The 5 chapters broke out today. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. The 557th chapter, Beast War? First of all, let me make a statement. I made a personal mistake about the content of the expansion film The Frozen Throne in Warcraft 3 inches. If you feel wrong, I hope you can forgive me. After all, this book is not pure esports. It still belongs to the city. In 2002, the first Second World Esports Champions League officially started. The Esports Champions League adopts a points system. The 9 esports games of each club are ranked by the points of each round of the league. The top 8 points at the end of the season will enter the playoffs and compete for the championship. The 2 fighting online games adopt the KOF competition system. Each side sends 5 players to play, 1 vs 1 challenge. The winner can continue to challenge the next opponent, until the battle is defeated or all opponents are eliminated. Whether it's the King of Fighters or Street Fighter, there is undoubtedly a deep mass foundation in China. Watching the familiar pictures that appear on the big screen, listening to the familiar music, and the shouts of the game characters when they hit sound. The audience was in excitement from the beginning. In the end, the Second World Esports Club won the victory of the King of Fighters. The professional King of Fighters named Wind Kung Fu used the 4-person combination of Orion, Clark, Chris, and Itazaki Takuma. With only 1 player left in the Second World Esports Club and 3 opponents, amidst the horror of the audience, 1 out of 3 completed the Super Reversal, and won the Second World Esports Club the new season's No. 1 cent. Street Fighter is the world of Wahaha Sports Club. Wahaha Sports Club has dug out the top 3 top players of Japan's Street Fighter 3 Mago, uncle and child. Amaradai go. In the end, relying on the super strength of the three people, they also scored 1 point and pulled back a city. In subsequent sports competitions, the Second World Esports Club also won Live Football, and the Wahaha Esports Club won FIFA Football and NBA Live. Currently, the Second World Esports Club accumulates 2 points and the Wahaha Esports Club accumulates 3 points. Subsequently, Age of Empires was once again taken by the Wahaha Esports Club, and in order to highlight the importance of real-time strategy and first-person shooter games, the winner can get 3 points. The Second World Esports Club accumulates 2 points, and the Wahaha Esports Club accumulates 6 points. When the Age of Empires game is over, the afternoon game has all come to an end, and the real exciting game stays in the evening. 2 hours later, when the bell rang at 19 o'clock, the real game began, and all spectators were looking forward to an afternoon game. The first event of the evening is Warcraft 3 Inches. Recently, the esports industry has rumored that the Second World Esports Club team of Warcraft is the #1 in the world, and its behind Theson's boss Lin Feng is the first person in the world. There is a lot of discussion from the outside world, and occasionally the amazing performance of SKY and others on Battle.net does prove its strength, but most of the opponents are ordinary amateur players, and its strength is still unknown. Today is the time to prove its strength. In a real-time strategy game, there are a total of 5 rounds against both sides, and the best of 5 rounds, 4 1v1 games, 2v2 in the middle. Any player can get up to 2 chances to play. The final winner will get 3 points. Looking at the list of Wahaha Esports Club appearances, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Moon, Grubby, and Gostop are the names of Wahaha Esports Club. Moon leads the field, Grubby plays the second game, and the third game 2v2 is Moon and Gostop partner. Seeing this list of appearances, Lin Feng could only sigh. So strong. Moon original name, Jang Jae-un, Korean. There is a very abnormal nickname, the fifth race. There are only 4 races in Warcraft 3 Inches: human race, orc race, undead race, and elf race. And this Moon can be called the fifth race. It is conceivable how terrifying its strength is, and it is generally called by the industry as the closest to the gods. Good at race elves. The hand speed is around 260. Grubby Dutch, Chinese name, Manuel Senkuizan. He is good at race orc, known as Beast King, and the industry evaluates him as a genius player with fantastic operation and godlike consciousness. The hand speed is around 250. Like Moon, he has a low hand speed, but the effective hand speed is very high. Gostop Korean, whose real name is Jin Dongmeng, is good at undead, known as Spider King. The person who is best at controlling spiders, has a tenacious fighting style, resilience like a spider web. His castle is determined will not collapse easily. Lin Feng did not expect that the Wahaha Esports Club would dig these 3 people into the club. Whether it was a coincidence or an accident, the battle today would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, SKY and Xiat have been passed by Lin Feng, and various post-generation tactics have been integrated in advance. If nothing else, they are definitely the strongest now. The 3 players sent by the Second World Esports Club are SKY, Xiat and Maxi Yang. A human sovereign, a beast sovereign, and a magic Yang good at the Night Elf family, known as the Master of Tactics. Its most famous is the development of Blowing Stream. Of course, although Lin Feng knew that there was a driving stream, he was not very familiar with it. He just briefly introduced the driving stream tactics. Magic Yang is still working hard on the driving stream tactics. The first battle was Moon vs. SKY. Since both parties are newcomers, Warcraft 3 Inches has just been launched, and the audience did not applaud it too much. However, the scene was unexpectedly hot by all the audience. The classic Terran start of SKY encounters the rudimentary turbulent flow of Moon. One is a perfect start for later generations, and the other is a brand new start. Although it is not perfect, obviously SKY has never met either. The man killed him and was inextricably difficult to understand. In the end, SKY still relied on the mature tactics taught by Lin Feng to defeat the Moon, who had just mastered the chaotic mind flow. But after this game, it was obvious that both of them had gained a lot. For SKY, the mature tactics of post-generation taught by Lin Feng also require tough opponents to experiment and running. For Moon, the chaotic mind flow that was just invented encountered a strong enemy and was finally defeated, allowing him to see the shortcomings of the chaotic mind flow. The long fateful duel between the two also opened the curtain from this day. The second game is a wonderful duel between the Western Beast King Grubby and the Chinese Beast King Xiet. Both are Beast Kings. Just see who is more beast. It can be called Beast King. And this Beast showdown also stunned all the audience. The arrangement of the two people's buildings and even the progress bar are exactly the same. It seems that the two opponents are not due to each other, but one person is playing, and the other side is just playing. Mirror. Of course, this effect is not only related to the rigid style of the orcs, but also because most of the tactics that Lin Feng taught to Xiet came from the later mature tactics of Grubby. After all, the status of the Beastmaster in the Grubby world is recognized. Of course, in the middle and late stages, the two styles still changed significantly. In the later period of Grubby, when the two orcs started a violent battle, they manifested more of the toughness of consciousness, the transformation of arms, the time of violent soldiers, the restriction of opponents' mining, etc., were all calculated in their minds. At this moment Grubby's brain is like a stable computer, calculating everything methodically. On the contrary, Xiet started to show slight deficiencies in consciousness with the violence of both sides, but watching his game video, you can only describe it as gorgeous. Its hand speed has exceeded 310 plus and it seems to be gorgeous. Playing the piano on the keyboard. Lin Feng added indicators such as hand speed in each game, so that the audience can see at a glance, and can simply compare the strengths of the two sides. Relying on the terrifying hand speed and the changeable tactics, Xiet made up for the lack of consciousness. Dear viewers, this is a confrontation between the stream of consciousness and the flow of operation. Will the Dutch player Grubby of the stream of consciousness win, or the Chinese player Xiet win in the end? The sound agitated the passion of all players. Under Liu Mei's sweet and passionate commentary, all the audience watched mesmerizingly, and for the first time found that the charm of Warcraft 3 inches was no worse than StarCraft, especially after the Grubby and Xiet violent battles. The scenes are so hot and crazy that people are almost suffocating. But in the end Xiet won with super perfect, super gorgeous, super crazy operation flow. There is no way. Xiet belongs to the Nerve Knife, and it is definitely one of the strongest Warcraft players in the world. But he is in good shape today. Although Grubby was finally defeated, it was not discouraged. This battle was his first contact with real top Warcraft players, and they were all orcs, which made him learn a lot. The first battle between the Chinese Beast King and the World Beast King ended with the victory of the Chinese Beast King. In the third round, SKY and Magic Yang teamed up against Moon and Gostop. There is almost no suspense in this battle. The world-famous Spider King has not yet shown the strength of the Spider King at this moment, but the Magic Yang has already shown the strength of the Magic Master. Under the attack of SKY and Magic Yang, Gostop quickly collapsed, and Moon reluctantly surrendered after resisting for a while. Warcraft 3 inches. Second World Esports Club won and scored 3 points. The score between the two sides was 5-6, and the Wahaha Esports Club temporarily led by 1 point. At this time, the real highlight has just begun. The Battle of Grievances, the Battle of Fate. This is what all audiences are looking forward to. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 558th chapter is stunning. With all the anticipation, CS's revenge battle begins. The CS team of Wahaha Sports Club, now the king of the worlds, 5 players, Potty, Heaton, Bengen, Median and Brunk, filed into the arena amidst Liu Yi's sweet and passionate introduction. Every time a team member came out, there was a burst of shocking cheers from the audience. When all the 5 players appeared on the field, there was a burst of cheers that could lift the shed. SK, SK, SK. For the current #1 team in the CS world, the 4,000 spectators on the scene broke out the most passionate, and used all the available compliments on them. The 5 members of SK were also rare due to contract regulations. Like a sports star, he stood up and bowed to all the audience. This move drew bursts of applause. Lin Feng in the distance was relieved to see this scene. Let all professional esports players express gratitude to the audience when entering and exiting the arena, which is a special emphasis of Lin Feng in all professional player contracts. The audience is God. In order to make the Esports Champions League prosper for a long time, it must be able to grasp the hearts of the audience and let the audience feel that they come to watch the game to enjoy the happiness. It seems that the effect is good. Moreover, SK is indeed very popular, which is not comparable to other teams. At this time, the CS team of the Second World Esports Club Phoenix also appeared. Although it also ushered in rounds of applause, it was obviously far from being compared with SK, and only Hybe appeared. At that time, there was a round of applause. At this moment, the most exciting battle video of Hybe was played on the big screen with great cooperation. With the heavy gunshot of AP, the opponents were headshots one by one, causing a burst of exclamation in the audience. He drew more applause. Players play the previous game scenes when they come on stage, also to let the audience know more about the players and stimulate the kidney hormones of the audience, so that they can be more involved in watching the game. Of course, this is only given to home players, not to the visiting team. This is also one of the home court advantages, which can create an atmosphere for the professional players of the home team and suppress the visiting team. By the way, cultivate the home team complex. Of course, the current esports league has just been held, and many domestic players have not developed a home team complex. As the league is held round by round, Lin Feng believes that it will not take long to cultivate loyal fans of each team. This is why Lin Feng stipulates that a city can only have 2 esports clubs temporarily. For example, the 4 home appliance competition clubs under Lin Feng. The starting point fast food esports club moved to Chu City, the Phantom Technology esports club moved to Dongguan, Guangzhou, and the Dingdong Net esports club moved to Suzhou, not far from Shanghai. Only the Second World Esports Club is left in Shanghai. At present, there are only 2 esports clubs in Shanghai. One is the Second World Esports Club and the other is the Giant Esports Club. Hey, I never thought that playing esports games would be so popular, Span said after looking at it for 4 weeks. What's the matter? These applauses are not for us, but for them. Sunman pointed at the opposite SK team with a trace of reluctance. Okay, get ready. The game is about to begin. Hybe showed a general demeanor at the moment, calm and unaffected by any external factors. This is also thanks to the last time he was forced to leave the team from SK. After introspection and Lin Feng's encouragement, he is more mature than before, and finally has the courage to stand on this stage again. Therefore, he must win today, proving that you are definitely not as useless as they think. Hybe looked at Potty on the opposite side. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Potty took a deep breath. From Hybe's appearance to the seat, he has been looking at Hybe, the former teammate, who was invited out of the team by himself for the honor and record of SK. I haven't seen you for half a year. Hybe is calmer and more composed than before. In the face of such a tsunami-like applause, Potty himself is slightly agitated, but Hybe is not as calm as a person, like a machine, no moved. Terrible, such an opponent is the most terrible. Regardless of whether Hybe's marksmanship is restored to the standard, only this calmness. Take a deep breath, slowly exhale the irritability in his heart, and calm down again. Okay, the game is about to begin. Before the game starts, I want to say again, no matter who the opponent is, no matter how strong the opponent is, we are the strongest team in the CS world. fighting for honor. Potty glanced at the four slowly and said, "Fight for honor." The 5 members of the SK team shouted. The audience was infected by this atmosphere, and invariably broke out again with shocking cheers. Fighting for honor. Shagar sneered secretly at the corner of his mouth. Fight for honor, let us break your honor today. Revenge. It was the theme of tonight, and at this moment, as the computer screen went dark, everyone held their breath and the game began. The CS game uses a 5-set 3-win system with 24 rounds in each set. It is a policeman and T is a gangster. The first level map is the classic to Dust 2 map. In the first round, SK drew T and attacked first. Under SK's classic 2-bit rigid tactics, Bengen is alone in the B area. Although he knows SK's tactics and even the habits of each player very well, but the Phoenix team has only had more than a month to form a team. Although the cooperation is tacit, it is still far from the same, especially in addition to Hybe. The remaining 4 Guardian, Span, Sunman, and Shagar are all against SK for the first time. Except Span has some experience, the remaining 3 have little experience, especially Sunman. When playing online games, I never participated in a real professional team game. As a result, there was a slight mistake in coordination, and SK caught him, exploded Hybe and Guardian who were squatting in Zone B, and planted the bomb. Panicked, Span, Sunman, and Shagar rushed to Area B unexpectedly. SK did not squat by guarding the bomb in Area B. Instead, they ambushed in the aisle leading to Area B, hitting Span, Sunman, and Shagar. People were caught off guard. In the first game, SK won without injury. Then, relying on the advantage of the pistol round in the first round, SK won 6 rounds in a row, leading 60. Through the big screen, the audience was breathtaking. Although I have watched SK's game video on the computer before, it is far less shocking than watching it live. Especially the 850-inch high-definition screens at the scene clearly showed all the audience the battle scenes of the 2 sides, and every move seemed to be in front of them. This shocking effect was far unmatched by computers before. Especially with the screen switching on the big screen, the on-site speaker also instantly played the background sound effects in the game. The sound of sometimes heavy, sometimes light footsteps, and the large-scale gunfire that erupted with each encounter, made the audience seem to be immersed in the scene, and they could hardly breathe nervously. All of the scenes are naturally Lin Feng's settings. In the past, it was difficult for spectators to hear the background sound effects in the game, but now thanks to the 4,000 square emitter game venue, the spectators can not only sit comfortably in the auditorium and watch the game, but Lin Feng can also show the sound effects through surround sound. Let the audience feel more immersive. Hey, there was a sigh on the spot. The Phoenix team lost again, and it is now 11. Although the classic to rigid tactics seem a little inflexible, the combat power displayed is scary and even a little desperate. The world's #1 team is worthy of the name. On the side of Avenger Hybe, although there are occasional amazing performances, such as Span and Sunman, often playing 1v2, or even 1v3 performance, but completely sinking in the face of SK's overall strength. If this situation continues to develop, I am afraid that it will eventually end in a disastrous defeat. The so-called revenge has undoubtedly become a joke. At this moment, the big screen is switched to Hybe. From the big screen, Hybe is no different from when he first entered the field. He still has a calm face. He can't see that his team is behind 0-11 at this moment. However, the other 4 players of the Phoenix team looked angry. Unfortunately, they were inferior in strength and cooperation, and they couldn't compete with today's SK at all. Oh, it seems that Hybe players are going to hate again this time. The title of King SK is not a mere name. I'm afraid Hybe can only look forward to the next away game against SK. Lee Yumai said regretfully. The audience sympathizes with the weak. Hybe, the world's 3 major sniper gods in the CS world, was invited away from SK by Potty, and now they have been severely humiliated. Many audiences couldn't bear to watch. Of course, if you can't bear it, the people who support SK still account for the majority. After all, the popularity of this SK is still the most prosperous. Calm down. calm down. Don't try to be personal heroism. Now SK is very, very strong. We must unite. Hybe cheered everyone up. However, in the Phoenix team, except for Hybe who is a calm player, the other four are all crazy players. Under the stimulation of the huge score difference, everyone can't help it, and the two teamed up and rushed out. In the face of SK's offense, no matter how they defend, they will always be seized by the cautious and cunning SK, and finally cracked. That being the case, it's better to attack. If you do the opposite, there may be unexpected gains. This is indeed the case. After the foreman team rushed out of Zone A and Zone B, Shagar quickly killed SK's Bengen, but Span and Sunman were eliminated by SK's 4, and then they took the opportunity to plant a bomb in Zone A. When Shagwa and Guardian were angry and wanted to rush over, the 4 potties who were squatting down caught up and were beaten to death without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix team was left with only Hybe. Faced with this situation, Hybe just wanted to scold his mother. My 4 teammates do have the strength, but they are too emotional. When the game is smooth, any opponent can be killed, but when the game is not smooth, they will all make the low-level mistakes made by amateur players. Too immature. The 4 also knew that they were too impulsive just now, and as a result, the whole army was wiped out just after the game started. The 4 of them looked at Hybe who was still fighting, and cast a sorry look. The audience shrugged and shook their heads. I thought it was an exciting battle for revenge, but unexpectedly it was a one-sided game. Although it is still very enjoyable to watch, but I always feel that something is missing, and I am quite a little disappointed. Just as everyone was waiting for the end of these 12 rounds and changing sides, Hybe, who dared not be shaved, challenged the remaining 4 SK players. Hybe was once a member of SK. He knew that SK had a bad habit. When the overall situation is in hand and the opponent has almost one person left, SK will definitely not wait for the bomb to explode, but will look for the opponent and kill the opponent. Strictly speaking, this is not a shortcoming, but if the opponent has that kind of cramps or feels extremely smooth, the shortcoming that is not a shortcoming will bring SK an unexpected defeat. Hybe does not belong to cramps naturally, but it just so happens that his hand wins are very smooth today. After saving for a few rounds, I bought the app, and the first shot exploded Potty's head. When it was shown on the big screen that Potty had been headshot, the scene exclaimed. But more surprising is yet to come. Relying on the knowledge of SK and the familiarity of the rest of the players, Hybe once again faced a little outside the corner through the door, fired another shot, headshot again, and Heaton died. The scene was really shocked this time. 2 shots were fired across the door, exploding the heads of 2 SK players, a captain, and the toughest top player in the industry. The audience was amazed. This marksmanship is too magical and too terrifying. The audience sighed. Go back, guard the bomb. Potty's face was gloomy, he was still careless, and Hybe seized the opportunity that was not a chance. Although even if this round is lost, the next round will change sides, and it is a pistol round, which can be said to be irrelevant to the overall situation. But in Potty's view, this game was crucial. If SK wins, the morale of the Phoenix team will be completely destroyed. On the contrary, the Phoenix team will improve during the period, which is extremely detrimental to the subsequent games. Hearing Captain Potty's order, Median and Brunk rushed back to guard the bomb. But with a little gap between the door, Hybe saw a figure flash by and fired a shot instinctively. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 559th chapter is The Limit Wave. Looking through the gap between the door and seeing T's figure, Hybe relied on instinct to shoot casually. Headshot again. Median fell in a pool of blood. The audience was in an uproar. They stood up, holding their breath, and the whole heart seemed to be on the throat, wanting to see if Hybe would reverse the situation and succeed in revenge. At this time, the big screen also switched to Hybe's player perspective, allowing all the audience on the scene to follow Hybe's footsteps, step by step, and ran towards the bomb site. Brunk was also nervous at this time. He didn't expect that the former SK player, Hybe, one of the 3 great snipers, had such great marksmanship. He exploded the heads of 3 teammates through the door, although there was a certain element of luck in it. But undoubtedly the pressure on Brunk is tremendous. At this moment, flashes, smoke bombs, and grenades were thrown in. Brunk smiled coldly and hid sideways to the wall, just listening to the footsteps quietly, his fingers ready to shoot at any time. After a few seconds, there was no sound of footsteps. Just when Brunk was strange, the scene exclaimed and Hybe fired a shot through the wall. With a heavy muffled noise, Brunk fell in a pool of blood somehow, and was headshot again. Wow! The audience was speechless in astonishment. This is also amazing. Is this kind of marksmanship still human? Is he still a human? Phoo. Hybe just secretly breathed a sigh of relief now. Today, his hand style is really smooth. He actually fired 4 shots, only 4 headshots, and all of them were walls. And this is the flaw of SK's bad habits. If the opponent's hand winds are too smooth, it will be easy for the opponent to achieve a shocking reversal, and even lead to a shocking change in the entire battle situation in the end. Later, after Hybe disarmed the bomb easily, there was a round of applause from sincere admiration. Today they are really eye-opening, and the Avengers Hybe has successfully avenged SK with his perfect performance. And especially the last shot, although there was luck in it, Hybe didn't risk rushing in facing the squatting Brunk. Instead, Hybe calculated the opponent's avoidance position and shot through the wall. This scheming alone was enough to shock the audience. In Potty's face, the 2 sides switched sides. Span, you go to door A alone, and the others go to door B with me, Hybe instinctively ordered. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Hybe was slightly startled, but he didn't expect everyone to follow his orders so much. Since his captain was appointed, Span and others have not been very convinced. Several people competed in private, and Hybe did not come up with marksmanship or tactics that they admire. However, the contract stipulates that Hybe is the captain, and everyone is not too much to say anything. But in my heart, he was a bit disapproving. No matter how much luck was in the game just now, it was because of Hybe's personal ability that he was lucky enough to win the game without being shaved. In particular, the unspot adaptability and calculation ability demonstrated by the last shot was even more admired by Span and others. With concerted efforts and the brave performance brought by the game just now, Hybe led Span and others, instead shaved a bald head of the SK team, 12:0, and won the first set with a total score of 13-11. There was a sound of wonder at the scene. The audience who supported SK on one side just now the number of people supporting the Phoenix team has gradually increased. In particular, the crazy impact flow shown by Span and Sunman, as well as the blatant celebration gesture after the victory, attracted everyone's attention. In this era of advocating freedom and individuality, the publicity of Span and Sunman is undoubtedly very popular among young people, and almost all of the live audiences are young people. From this moment on, the first fans of the Second World Esports Club were born, and Hybe also relied on the 4 headshots in this round to become an eternal memory in the minds of all fans in the future. However, SK is SK after all, and soon recovered from the failure just now. While Span and Sunman and others were a little overwhelmed, they played 3 consecutive sets and won the first round of the 2 teams with a total score of 31. Hybe, you are still the top 3 snipers in the industry, and your team is very strong. This time, Potty said sincerely. Potty, sooner or later my team and I will pull SK off the altar. Hybe said indifferently but unquestionably. Potty smiled. There are too many teams trying to pull SK from the altar. Phoenix team is just one of them, but this team is indeed very strong. Especially Span and Sunman, left too much impression on him in today's handoff. As everyone knows, the other 2 people Potty forgot are by no means mediocre, and they will cause endless trouble to Potty and SK in the future confrontation. But no matter what the future is, SK is still the well-deserved king in the CS world today. Hybe and Potty shook hands. There was applause at the scene. At this time, the second World Esports Club was 5-9 behind the Wahaha Club. Although the final round has not yet started, even if Lin Feng's team won, it was only 8-9 and still lost. However, the second World Esports Champions League adopts a points system, accumulating points, so the last round is still very critical. What's more, what all the audience expect is not only who wins and who wins, but also pays attention to this battle of grievances and grievances. The battle between Gundam and Yellow. After a hot dance by Lizu and others relieved the audience's nervousness a little, the last round of the event, which is also the most concerned event today, officially began. StarCraft adopts the same game style as Warcraft 3 inches, with 3 wins in 5 sets, 1v1 in 4 sets, and 2v2 in 1 set. Yellow, yellow, yellow. In a burst of shouts, the popular Prince Yellow appeared with a smile, and his opponent was Gundam, who retrained his left hand to come back again after a comminuted fracture in his right hand. At this moment, the previous winners and losers of the two were shown on the big screen, as well as previous pictures. Through the broadcast on the big screen, every viewer can know the grievances between the two people very clearly. Yellow blocked Gundam's way to the championship several times, and the only time Gundam won Yellow was to prepare for the subsequent championship contest, but he slipped and fell because of a bath at home, breaking his right hand into a comminuted fracture, and compared to Yellow, who is named the Prince of Sadness, Gundam seems more sad. "Is your right hand okay?" Yellow asked Gundam, who was still wearing a bandage with his right hand. "It hurts. It still hurts. But I practiced my left hand again." Gundam stretched out his left hand and said confidently, Still a crazy limit wave?" Yellow asked curiously. "Yes, there is only the word offense in my dictionary. No matter who the opponent is and what tactics are adopted, I have only one tactic, hence. Use crazy offense to destroy all the enemy's defense lines." Gundam clenched his left fist and said. Yellow shook his head impatiently. He didn't know if the man in front of him with the bandage on his right hand was stupid or persistent. All the top players in StarCraft have more than one tactics, such as rush flow, fast airdrop, moving tactics, mechanized TVZ, SKTVZ, suppression flow, wave flow, expansion flow, etc. All top experts will use different tactics for different opponents and different maps. But it happened to fail here in Gundam. The man in front of him, no matter how he faces any opponent or any map, is always a tactic, a wave of extremes. The reason why it is called the limit wave is the tactic that Yellow specifically named for the man in front of him. There is only the master of the upper limit wave who is worthy of the man in front of him. No, you should take advantage of it as a master. The so-called wave is to destroy the opponent or beat the opponent as much as possible in a wave of offense. However, there are several types of tactics. There are single mines and double mines, and there are even 3 mines with 200 populations, and so on. Various tactics will derive variant tactics according to different opponents. Only this person named Gundam, different. He will not work around. It is always a wave of single mines, and it is a wave of single mines that have brought their attack power to the limit. His attack is so fierce and durable, and if a mine is not lighted, he will never open the mine. Therefore Yellow calls it the limit wave. After Yellow heard that Gundam took a shower and injured his right hand, while chatting with Nada and Boxer after a game, everyone was amazed when talking about Gundam, and sighed that the world of StarCraft was missing a crazy offensive master. Everyone has simulated that if everyone fights against Gundam, looking at the world, no one is a Gundam opponent, and no one can block the limit of Gundam in the case of a counterattack. Unfortunately, in addition to offense, this world also has defense. As long as you are ready in the early stage, don't fight against it, and focus on defense. The limit of Gundam will be difficult to make a difference. Once it is delayed to the midterm, Gundam will lose. No one knows why Gundam is so obsessed with the limit, and never knows how to work it out. But perhaps it is this kind of persistence that makes him the best in the world in the early stage, and no one can beat him. Limit 1 Wave Flow vs Double Mine Sky Infinite Flow. The Battle of Grievances is fought again in Shanghai, China. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 560th chapter. Limit Double Wave Current. Extreme Wave Flow vs Double Mine Sky Infinite Flow. When Gundam and Yellow sat in front of the computer, the audience held their breath. Through these few days of publicity, the audience has quite understood the limit of Gundam, and the fierce attack is suffocating. But Yellow is the one who blocked Gundam several times, and Gundam's right hand has been worn. Can the retrained left hand still make the limit? The voices of the Zerg and the human race rang out, and this highly anticipated battle started. As always, Gundam is still his unchanging tactics. Peasants, build troops, build troops, and accumulate strength to prepare for the first and last wave of attacks. On the other hand, Yellow has already made targeted changes and defenses against the extreme wave of Gundam. The audience of StarCraft who knows a little bit at the scene shook their heads helplessly. In the face of opponents like Gundam, almost all players adopt the same defensive methods, but because of different races and different players, there is a slight difference. But the results are almost all destined. Block the first wave of fierce attacks and you can win. Soon, Gundam attacked under the expectation. 4 pikemen, 3 mine carts, 2 tanks, and 3 farmers rushed into Yellow's defensive array at the same time. Yellow shook his whole body, and this attack was more violent than before, almost reaching the limit of the Gundam limit. However, Yellow had already prepared accordingly. Although slightly surprised, he was not chaotic, and skillfully controlled his troops to deal with this wave of extreme attacks. On the scene, the audience looked at it for a while. Fans who support Yellow always feel that Yellow's defensive formation seems to be broken by Gundam at any time. Those who support Gundam feel that no matter how fierce Gundam's attack is, the opponent's defense seems to be incapable of breaking, and it's always a little bit worse. Yellow smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Gundam's left-hand speed has been practiced hard, not slower than the previous right hand, and even faster. But in terms of effective hand speed, the left hand of Gundam is not as good as the right hand, and the precise micro-manipulation is also much worse. But at this moment, Yellow's face changed drastically, and he whispered, "Lunatic." At this time, Gundam sent all the farmers in the family, and almost all the buildings in the house were transported by air. In a hysterical and desperate posture, Yellow had never seen this kind of tactics. When he ordered the troops to counterattack in an orderly manner, his heart was even more wondering, what the hell is this tactic? Yellow didn't understand. The audience didn't understand, and the PJ who was in charge of the commentary didn't understand. Gundam was crazy offensive and crazy at the limit. But he was not an outright lunatic, but his actions today made everyone unable to understand. I wonder if Gundam is really crazy. Amidst everyone's suspicion, Yellow eventually resisted Gundam's unreasonable crazy tactics, but Gundam did not immediately admit defeat. Instead, after a few minutes of silence, he played GG good game, the symbol of admit defeat. Although Yellow won, he was full of doubts. Looking at the calm Gundam with a sad face, he always felt that today's game was a bit unusual, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Then, in the second game, the Second World Esports Club sent Baisu, the future king of the Protoss. However, their Wahaha Esports Club sent the 30th ranked player in the latest Korean interstellar professional player, and it was extremely easy to kill Baisu, who is still relatively immature. Get a start of 2:0 to SS Girl. You will play with me in the third game. For 2v2, Gundam chose to SS Girl, the opponent who has been practicing duel. Everyone was slightly surprised. After all, to SS Girl's personal strength is only in the middle of the team. Of course, as a woman, This is already very proud, but the opponent sent Yellow and a top 50 player in the Korean StarCraft. To SS Girl, will it be an opponent? Moreover, to SS Girl's style is now also inclined to the extreme wave. Two players of the same genre team up, and it is an extreme offensive flow. This is too risky for 2v2. Don't worry, we will definitely win this game, Gundam said confidently. His madman-like tactics in the first game just now were not really crazy. Gundam himself invented a wave of limits. To put it bluntly, his offensive limit can be higher than the opponent's defensive limit, and just now Yellow's defensive limit has been tested. However, this defense limit cannot be broken by the current of Gundam alone. No matter how many times you play, the left hand that hasn't been fully trained is definitely not Yellow's opponent. But this time is 2v2. And the strength of 2SS Girl is extremely strange to the outside world. Especially no one knows that 2SS Girl, which started smoothly in the second mine and 8BB, will suddenly turn into a wave of extreme craziness like me, and its craziness is not weaker than me. The only difference now is the micromanagement and tactics. The determination to break the boat. When stepping into this martial art, don't think about turning back. The extreme crazy offense has made you unable to look back. There is only one way to add offense. When Gundam and 2SS Girl appeared in the field at the same time, everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Second World Esports Club would send such a lineup, which is too weird. However, there was a round of applause from the audience, applauding the appearance of the first beautiful contestant in the domestic interstellar arena. Yellow smiled faintly. The appearance of the wheel, this 2SS Girl is indeed worthy of the first beauty in the interstellar. Gundam and her appear together, it is really interesting. However, the outcome of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Although it was 2v2, Gundam found Yellow all the way, and the two continued the first game almost exactly the same. However, this Gundam did not stage the crazy move of the first game. It was Yellow gradually, when regaining the disadvantages and starting to change hands for offense, the same wave of attacks swarmed. Reinforcement. Yellow frowned, feeling something wrong in her heart, but she said calmly. Unexpectedly, his teammates smiled bitterly. Yellow, I can't reinforce. That woman is also a madman, she is also a wave of extremes. My soldiers have been maimed by her, but she is not much better, and now she has no power to fight anymore. Wait 3 more minutes, I will be violent. The confident voice of his teammates made Yellow's heart cold. What? Yellow was surprised at first. He didn't expect that the opponent would send 2 extreme players. This was incredible. But suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind. And he had already understood why Gundam did that in the first game. That's it, Yellow secretly said. He is not like his teammates who are only the top 50 first-class masters. Yellow is today's top interstellar professional player. He is proficient in hundreds of tactics and has carefully studied the limit of Gundam. He had always felt that there was something wrong with Gundam's tactics just now, and there was a mystery. And now he understood everything. Gundam's crazy move just now is to test his extreme defense. Everyone has a limit, and his limit has just been tested by Gundam. Today 2SS Girl has only sent 4 machine gunners as proof. Although there are only 4 machine gunners, with the aftermath of the Gundam attack, it is enough to destroy Yellow's final defense. As for Yellow's teammates who wanted reinforcements, they were blocked by 2SS Girl's suicide attack. When Yellow's teammates arrived, everything was too late. Yellow has been defeated. Of course, 2SS Girl has also been completely destroyed. But can your teammates block the limit of Gundam? The result is obvious and unstoppable. If you want to block Gundam's attack, you have to be the best player. What's more, Yellow's teammates were also hit by 2SS Girl's limit just now. Before they were relieved, Gundam's limit was hit. According to common sense, it is time to enter the Guanzi battle and go, and the two sides will develop steadily for a period of time before starting a decisive battle. But the limit wave of Gundam will never develop, but attack. As long as there are resources, they will attack, and 4 minecarts also need to fight 3 dragoons is Gundam's offensive philosophy. With the audience watching mesmerizingly, Gundam finally won by a narrow margin. Cheers broke out from the audience. Cheers not only for the victory of Gundam, but also for 2SS Girl, as a female player, who took the top spot in the first game. However, this battle is of great significance to all interstellar players. There are 2 extreme waves in this world, which is a big deal. Although Yellow lost by surprise in this game, 2SS Girl's command level is still lacking, and it is not comparable to Gundam. Once a level is reached and the 2 people cooperate with each other sufficiently, it will be troublesome. At least in 2v2, all players will have a headache when they encounter these 2 extreme combinations. Because this is no longer the limit new wave current, but the limit tau wave current. When everyone was still immersed in the 2v2 battle just now, Jedong sent by the Second World Esports Club unfortunately lost to a player from their Wahaha Esports Club who ranked 45th in South Korea. Second World Esports Club also lost the StarCraft game 1-3. In the end, Wahaha Esports Club won the first round with a 12-5 advantage. Lin Feng didn't care much about the loss of his own esports club. After all, I am mainly young people, and given time, I will be able to grow up and become the most powerful esports club. After all the games are over, there is entertainment. The sweet hostess Li Yumai will select lucky players at the scene to challenge the winners of 9 games and play off with these top professional players. This is also the idea that Lin Feng thought of in order to further promote the development of the esports league. But the effect is excellent. It can be said that it is the dream of all players to fight against these top players. Although knowing that he will definitely lose, it will be a very pleasant thing to experience the strength of top masters in person, and even become the best memory of a lifetime. In particular, Lin Feng is also very interesting so that ordinary audiences in all competitions can make a non-excessive request to these top professional players. For example, you can allow your opponents to use their bad hands to fight against yourself, and you can even ask these professional players to stand up and fight against yourself, instead of wearing headphones, and fight against yourself, and so on. For many professional players, this is stipulated in the contract, and the second is also more interesting. Amidst laughter, the first round of the first Second World Esports Champions League ended. On the second day, the major newspapers reported the first round of the focus of the battle between the Second World Esports Club and the Wahaha Esports Club, especially the battle between the 2 clubs' CS team and the Interstellar team. Hybe, the world's 3 major sniper gods are back. Although the teammates are still relatively young, they can see their potential through yesterday's game. Also, Hybe's amazing 4 shots are enough to prove his power. Of course, we must admit that SK is still invincible at present. The first esports magazine created by Lin Feng's Second World Esports Life commented regarding the performance of the Second World Esports Club Interstellar team. Esports Life also made an objective and fair comment. In terms of strength, their Wahaha Esports Club led by Yellow and composed entirely of the original Korea StarCraft Pro League is extremely powerful, and the final result also proved its strength. However, in 2v2, the combination of Gundam and 2SS Girl allows us to see the limitless future and terrible potential. If 2SS Girl can be stronger and more skillful in cooperation, who can resist it on the 2v2 battlefield? Esports Life exclaimed. The commentary of Esports Life is also what all interstellar players care most about. The combination of 2 crazy extremes is indeed terrible. As long as the cooperation is tacit, it is enough to make the opponent have to fight against them. And attack has always been the strength of the limit wave. Of course, this is inseparable from tacit cooperation. However, the cover of this issue of Esports Life is the picture of Gundam and 2SS Girl embracing and crying after their victory. The scene is extremely moving and very warm. One is ill-fated, but self-improving, the other is the first beauty in the Interstellar, and both of them use the same crazy tactics. If there is some ambiguity between the 2, or something happens is really normal. Tacit understanding is by no means a problem. For Lin Feng, The second world undoubtedly found another way to make money. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 561 The Depressed Dingle? The first round of the Second World Esports Champions League is undoubtedly wonderful and highly praised. It is praised as the most outstanding esports league at home and abroad. Lamfeng's fully commercialized operation makes the Second World Esports Champions League more attractive to audiences than any other current esports event, and it also drives all audiences crazy. But the game is wonderful. But for all 18 clubs, the balance of payments is the first. At present, the average annual investment of the 18 clubs is about 50 million yuan. If there is only input but no output, no matter how close the relationship between the CEOs of Wahaha and other companies and Linfeng is, this involves the survival of the club's operation, and the relationship is useless no matter how close. After all, there is no one who has more money and is willing to spend tens of millions of RMB in it every year, but can't see any gains. Of course, exceptions are people from the Middle East oil empire like Sulim and Al-Fahim. Arabs have always been the ones who have too much money and nowhere to spend. Since this event was initiated by Linfeng, Zhong Qingwu and others gave Linfeng face and responded. So Linfeng must find financial resources for it. TV broadcasting revenue is a big head, but in the first year, in order to expand the popularity of the Esports Champions League, Linfeng has sold its broadcasting rights for free. As for next year, which TV station can sign the contract with, how much profit is still hard to say. As for ticket revenue, the current venues for the 18 clubs are 35,004,000 people. Although the venues are almost full, each ticket only sells for 820 yuan, which can be described as cheap. Counting the peripheral sales of the team uniforms of the various clubs, it only brings in less than 2 million income a year. With an investment of 50 million yuan and an output of 2 million yuan, it is clear that it is not making ends meet. In order to broaden his financial resources, Linfeng opened an official magazine Esports Life in the name of the Esports League, which was sold before each round of competitions. The content of the magazine is to analyze the classic matches of the last round of the league, comment on the star players of the previous theory, and publish the player rankings and club rankings of each game in the magazine, and will interview a popular player every week, and will also comment on the next round league predictions. The sales of this Esports Life are very good. The first issue sold 1.2 million copies, and each magazine sells for 10 yuan. After witnessing this gratifying result, Linfeng plans to open magazine branches in Europe, South Korea, Taiwan, North America and other places, expand it into a multi-language edition, and strive to make it the most authoritative esports magazine in the world. Linfeng believes that esports will definitely be an enduring industry, as long as the Second World Esports Champions League can always maintain the title of the world's best esports league, with the best professional players. This magazine sales can be guaranteed. After all, when all professional players of the Second World Esports Champions League sign contracts, each club has the right to portrait, and players are not allowed to accept interviews without the club's consent. This move was originally intended to hit other esports leagues, but at this moment it also fulfills the just-released Esports Life. The future game industry will be divided into three major segments: standalone games, online games, and esports games. Among them, standalone games will probably be swallowed up by online games sooner or later, while esports games will continue to shine and compete with online games. Boss, Mr. Dingle, president of NetEase, is here. Just as Linfeng conceived the bright prospects of the Esports Champions League, Dingle came to see him. Linfeng's eyebrows jumped slightly, and the corners of his mouth suddenly showed a happy smile. President Ding, it is really my honor that you are willing to come here. Linfeng enthusiastically greeted Dingle in person. Donglin, your words are still so exaggerated. Dingle smiled faintly, but his brows were twisted together. Obviously there was something in his heart. Linfeng smiled faintly, naturally knowing what Dingle was doing at the moment. NetEase is currently in a bad situation. Since there is no profit project, it has still been suspended by the Nasdaq in the United States. This time, the only remaining funds have been invested in the Esports Champions League. Now NetEase is almost unable to open the pot. President Ding, I don't know what to ask for, but it's okay to say, Lin Feng said with a smile. Looking at the spring breeze in front of Lin Feng, Dingle sighed. Once upon a time, he was so energetic and gave advice in the domestic IT industry. However, the bursting of the internet bubble plunged NetEase into a financial crisis in one fell swoop, and it became the first domestic IT company to be suspended from trading in the United States. The three major domestic portals that were once fascinating are now suffering. The new wolf was swallowed by Lin Feng, and so is now relying on an apple pie to open the campus market, barely supporting it. As for his own NetEase, it is even more miserable that it almost declares bankruptcy. Today, the four major domestic portals Tencent, Baidu, So, and NetEase, have been re-evaluated by the industry. The rankings show the status of the four major portals. Among them, Tencent and Baidu are the most popular. Tencent relies on QQ, an instant chat tool, to occupy absolute customer resources. Relying on Baidu's search engine and Lin Feng's financial resources, Baidu and Tencent each have their own space. Only So and NetEase are almost reduced to dust. That has been forgotten by everyone. As for this time, why NetEase exhausted all its financial resources to invest in the Esports Champions League hosted by Lin Feng when the financial situation was tight. This is also Dingle's optimistic about the future of esports. If you don't come in now, Dingle will definitely regret it in the future. Anyway, this more than 10 million yuan home appliance competition clubs, NetEase invested the least, Wahaha invested the most cannot save the fate of NetEase. It is better to invest it in an emerging industry with promising market prospects. After all, this Esports Champions League was initiated by Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's current financial resources, Dingle absolutely believes that Lin Feng can make this second World Esports Champions League the most successful esports league in the world, and even the most profitable esports league. Facts also proved that Dingle's judgment was extremely wise. Now that 3 rounds have passed, the scene has become more and more popular. 4,000 seats are not enough. Most of them can only watch live broadcasts at home or internet cafes. Many esports players have even expressed the hope that the esports league can expand the venues of the game. In addition, the sales of the official magazine Esports Life has also been rising, especially after the English version, Korean version, and Spanish version were launched. Its sales reached an astonishing 4 million copies per issue. And this data still climbing. Experts predict that it will not be difficult for Esports Life to sell more than 10 million. After all, lured by the high salaries of the second World Esports Champions League, more and more players are investing in the esports market, hoping to become esports players. Even if you can't become an esports player, it's good to buy a magazine to enjoy the competitions of these players and look at the rankings. Therefore, Dingle does not regret at all that he has invested all the remaining working capital of NetEase into the NetEase Sports Club. However, all the money has been invested. But when it will start to make a profit is not something that can be done in the short term. Now Dingle comes to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng can help him solve NetEase's current difficulties. After all, when the New Era Alliance still existed before, Lin Feng invited him, but he was a long time late. Donglin, everyone knows about my NetEase situation, and I don't say any polite words. I came today and asked Lin Dong for help. I don't know how Lin Dong can save the current NetEase, Dingle said sincerely. Lin Feng smiled. President Ding, NetEase's portal website may not be able to maintain normal operation only by advertising revenue. After all domestic online games are used to log on to Tencent or Baidu. NetEase and So have been gradually forgotten by everyone, Lin Feng said. Dingle sighed after hearing this. This was ironic, but it was true. Relying on the absolute market share of QQ, when netizens are viewing current affairs news, They first choose to open Tencent, and to search for information they use Baidu. The positions of NetEase and So are really embarrassing. So NetEase must develop a new industry. Now the game industry is very hot. I heard that NetEase is developing an online game called Fantasy Westward Journey, right? Lin Feng said. Dingle nodded. This online game is also valued by Dingle, but the process is not very smooth. Several members of the development team face other game companies and have been hesitant. After all, the current situation of NetEase is a bit too miserable, but Dingle cannot give any promises. And there is no money on hand to maintain the development of the game. And the most important point is that at present, the domestic online game industry dominates the second world. But Lin Feng has said that he will not enter the 2D turn-based online game market. As a result, other game companies that are unable to compete with the second world have turned their goals to 2D. The turn-based online game market makes this market too competitive, and Dingle has no confidence that the development of Fantasy Westward Journey will definitely make money. Hesitating, Dingle came to Lin Feng just in this hesitation. Donglin, I also open the skylight to speak up. I want you to invest in NetEase and invest in Fantasy Westward Journey, Dingle said sincerely after thinking about it for a long time. Lin Feng listened to his heart with joy. He has been waiting for Dingle's words. Yes, the domestic 2D turn-based online game market does not enter the 2D turn-based online game market because of the release of the second world, which has led to unprecedented competition. But Lin Feng knows the prospects of Fantasy Westward Journey better than anyone. At that time, Fantasy Westward Journey broke the record of 2.56 million simultaneous online users. Of course, it is incomparable with the highest online record 5.01 million created by the second world. But there is no doubt that Fantasy Westward Journey is the king of the 2D turn-based online game market. Especially thinking of Chen Xiaoai in the 9th city, Lin Feng smiled coldly. This woman who has always troubled herself, it's time to give her a complete blow. Fantasy Westward Journey is the best weapon to give it a thorough blow. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 562 Drinking Too Much Water. President Ding, investment is not bad, but you have to know. I am a businessman, you are also a businessman, you should know that the businessman is profit-seeking, and I can't invest without any interest. Lin Feng said stubbornly. This is the time when you are bargaining. At this time, there is not much interest. That would be too stupid. Dingle sighed again after listening. A penny stumps heroes. Who makes NetEase out of money now? If he has money, he doesn't care about how many competitors there are, so he can get out Fantasy Westward Journey directly. The big deal is to lose money. Who makes me rich? Of course, this is just a dream, but the reality is that NetEase is very poor now. Very poor. Lin Dong, I issued 30 million new shares at a price of $0.85 per share. I hope that the second world can raise funds. Dingle hesitated for a while, and asked helplessly. Lin Feng listened to Diala. Dingle has absolute controlling rights in NetEase and holds 58.5% of NetEase's shares. NetEase's total share capital is 125 million shares. After raising 30 million shares, Dingle still owns 47.17% of NetEase, and Second World owns 19.3% of NetEase. Lin Feng groaned slightly. Ding looked at Lin Feng with piercing eyes, sweaty palms. Before coming, he had calculated that the only shortcoming of Second World now is the 2D turn-based online game, and he owns most of the developed Fantasy Westward Journey, which is the bargaining chip. However, before Lin Feng finally agreed, he was not absolutely sure that Lin Feng would agree to financing. After all, NetEase is not the only one developing 2D turn-based online games. President Ding, you have to know. I once said that the second world does not involve 2D turn-based online games. Lin Feng said after a moment of indulgence. Dingle frowned and muttered in his heart. Don't you just talk about this kind of thing in the shopping mall? who will take it seriously. What's more, your words really hurt a lot of online game companies, all crowded into this 2D online game market, which makes people want to cry. Looking at Dingle's appearance of an angry little wife, Lin Feng smiled to himself. Haha, President Ding, although I said that the second world does not involve the 2D turn-based online game market, I did not say that I personally cannot invest. In this way, I will raise NetEase in my own name with $30 million. Lin Feng said with a sly smile. Ding listened and shook his head, amused for a while. Listening to Lin Feng's tone, it is obvious that Lin Feng had already calculated from the very beginning when he announced that Second World would not be involved in the 2D turn-based online game market. Why not get involved in the 2D turn-based online game market? It's just playing tricks. Thanks to their online game company bosses, they took Lin Feng's words seriously. If I didn't come to Lin Feng for financing today, would I be different from those people? And I wouldn't know how to die by Lin Feng playing in the end. Fortunately, Lin Feng is willing to finance NetEase. As for whether other companies are alive or dead, it has nothing to do with him. Of course, I have one condition. Just as Dingle was about to celebrate for Lin Feng's financing of NetEase, Lin Feng said suddenly, what conditions does Lin Dong have? Dingle said in a panic. Haha. It's very simple. In the future, the server of Fantasy Westward Journey must purchase our campaign's AMD chip processor and ATI graphics processor. Lin Feng said with a smile. Hee. Of course, I hope that Lin Dong can give my company, give our company the best price. Dingle said with a smile. Happy cooperation. The two clinked glasses to celebrate. The next day, Lin Feng and Dingle held a press conference together. At the meeting, Dingle made a high-profile announcement of Lin Feng's financing of NetEase, and said frankly that he would not rule out the possibility of issuing more shares and financing. Dingle's high profile this time is also to use Lin Feng's financial resources and momentum to strengthen NetEase's reputation, stimulate the optimism of NetEase from all walks of life, and let the Nasdaq Securities Regulatory Commission of the United States reopen NetEase. After Dingle's voice fell to the ground, it caused a sensation on the spot, and all reporters were a little bit astonished and speechless. For Lin Feng financing NetEase, everyone really did not think it was too sudden or too unexpected. The industry was shocked when they heard the news. Reference news with the big headline 4 portals. Lin Feng has 3 as the title. The front page headline reported about this matter. This young super each has just planned the most successful and grandest in the history of esports. After the Second World Esports Champions League, NetEase has successfully raised funds. Now the 4 major domestic portals, Baidu and Lin Feng, have an absolute controlling stake of 55%. Tencent and Lin Feng have 10% of the shares, and NetEase now also owns 19.3% of the shares. There is only one SO left in the shares. The 3 major portals are owned by one person. What kind of changes will this bring to the domestic IT industry? Guangming Daily also reported the matter on the front page. Lin Feng personally owns shares in 3 of the 4 major portals. So can the last portal, So be unique and remain innocent. Various experts in the industry have speculated on the follow-up impact of Lin Feng's financing of NetEase. After all, nowadays, domestic netizens obtain online information mainly through these 4 major portals, especially Tencent and Baidu, which are the first choices for netizens to access the internet. If Lin Feng alone controls the 4 major portals, then it is equivalent to controlling the domestic network information and controlling the information sources of all netizens. This is terrible. If Lin Feng can really control the 4 major portals, this not only means that Lin Feng can control network information resources, allowing most domestic netizens to see the information he wants them to see, but also allowing Lin Feng's companies to publish when it comes to new products. It has absolute dominance in the country. After all, netizens want to understand a product, and now they rely more and more on the internet, and once the resources on the internet are controlled by others, the consequences can be imagined. Therefore, So is now the only single seedling in China. Many industry insiders who are worried about Lin Feng's control of network information and the information monopoly are calling on So to hold on to it and prevent Lin Feng's tentacles from reaching So. Also a free information platform for netizens. Faced with the thousands of calls, Zhang Keoyang had a headache. What to say, buddy? Stand up straight. Don't get down. After hearing this, Zhang Keoyang wanted to punch someone. Now Soha's situation is only a little better than NetEase, and there is a difference between 50 steps and 100 steps. Don't talk about holding on. He can't wait to find Lin Feng for financing too. The benefits this brings are not a little bit. After all, Lin Feng is not only rich now, but also has two hot hardware resources, AMD and ATI. Two giants in the computer hardware industry. A good relationship with Lin Feng is definitely of great benefit to IT companies like them who rely on servers for their livelihoods. In the past, when purchasing a server, it was usually delivered after payment. But in this way, the funds occupied by the pressure are too large. If you can have a good relationship with Lin Feng and allow them to pay in installments when buying servers in large quantities, then it is undoubtedly a very good thing for companies with insufficient funds. In this way, more funds can be invested in the development of the company. But Zhang Keoyang racked his brains and failed to figure out what So currently has available resources that can attract Lin Feng. The agency-operated Apple Pie has been dying, and it is barely able to maintain operations. I am afraid that even if he wanted to send Lin Feng to this game, Lin Feng would not like it. But beyond this, So really has nothing to impress Lin Feng in. Of course, as the outside world said, selling Soha's shares to Lin Feng might be a good bargaining chip. But So, which Zhang Keoyang worked so hard to create, doesn't want to give it away like this. As a result, when Zhang Keoyang hesitated, Dingliv NetEase had already made the move first. Relying on Fantasy Westward Journey, successfully pulled into the giant Lin Feng financing NetEase. Niang Xipis, 2 thief. Zhang Keoyang couldn't help but curse Chiang's mantra. Isn't it? The benefits of working with Lin Feng are really great. Here, Lin Feng just raised NetEase. In less than 24 hours, the internet has been overwhelmingly advertised for Fantasy Westward Journey. Fantasy Westward Journey exclusively created by NetEase, at a cost of tens of millions of dollars, with the famous chapter-back Journey to the West story as the background. Through the cute Q version of the characters, let players experience a romantic online game. 2D turn-based online game, Fantasy Westward Journey is definitely your choice. Seeing the overwhelming advertisements on the 3 major portals, as well as the coordinated promotion of Lin Feng's Zhongguancun Online and Pacific Computer Network, Zhang Keoyang looked jealous. Now the Fantasy Westward Journey game has become popular before it is released. All online game players are looking forward to the release of this fully made 2D turn-based online game. If it doesn't matter, how can you enjoy this pervasive advertising? Of course, having money is another matter. But in this world, there are not many rich people and companies. Of course, compared with the shock felt by the IT industry, Lin Feng finance NetEase, the most shocked is undoubtedly the domestic online game industry. This means that Lin Feng's previous promise that the second world will not be involved in the 2D turn-based online game market is self-defeating. Assholes, liars, villains, saying that it does not involve 2D turn-based online games. What is the current situation? You are financing NetEase, and publicizing Fantasy Westward Journey on such a large scale. You are simply shameless. Lin Feng, who watched the press conference and talked about the positive impact brought by the financing of NetEase, smoked from the top of Chen Xiao's head, and gurgled 3 bottles of mineral water in a row, which was barely relieved. The scene of the press conference, I think. When I announced that I was financing NetEase, I am afraid that many game company bosses would poke my spine in the back, scold me for breaking my promises and calling me a liar. Lin Feng stood up and put his hands on the press conference table. Go up, looking at all the reporters on the scene. The many reporters in the audience were naturally whispering. After all, Lin Feng can be regarded as the owner of a listed company since the starting point fast food restaurant annexed Xinlang. It has been listed for a long time. How can he be unbelievable? Yes, I said this. But what I said at the time was that the second world did not involve in 2D turn-based online games, not myself. Now I am not representing my company, but my personal financing NetEase. I am here. It's not that I want to grab jobs with those online game companies, but purely support domestic online games. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. You fart. Chen Xiaoai exploded for the first time in front of many subordinates who run the company. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she was not angry. Indeed, at the beginning, Lin Feng said that Second World did not participate in 2D turn-based online games, but now he is financing NetEase in his own name. And what is the difference between Second World financing NetEase? And he also said in a high-sounding support for domestic online games, this is not what fart is. Chen Xiao's angry cheeks were blue, and she poured a few gulps and gulps down, using the cold ice water to extinguish her anger. Unexpectedly, after taking a few mouthfuls, Chen Xiaoi suddenly squatted down with an uncomfortable face. Mr. Chen, what's the matter with you? Do you want us to call an ambulance? Several subordinates hurriedly gathered around, looking attentive. No. It's okay. It's okay. Just drunk too much water, it's uncomfortable. Chen Xiaoi clutched her belly, frowned, and sat back on her president's seat with a pained expression on her face. Damn, we are not finished. Chen Xiaoi kicked off the table annoyedly, but unexpectedly when her toes touched the corner of the table, another piercing pain came. If it weren't in front of a group of subordinates, I'm afraid 2 lines of tears would flow out. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that he was cursed by Chen Xiaoi. After the press conference was over, and after attending a related cocktail party, Lin Feng returned to the villa with a touch of wine. Brother Lin, Lizu and Huang Meixi were still sitting in the living room waiting for Lin Feng to return home. Since Lin Feng gave Huang Meixi a set of jigsaw puzzles, the relationship between the two has been greatly eased, and they have also started to talk and laugh, which greatly relieved Lin Feng. However, it is still very difficult for Lizu and Huang Meixi to follow the example of Huang and Na Yueying if they want to enjoy embracing the left and the right with an open mind. It can be said that the revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. Of course, now Huang Meixi has a big belly, it is impossible for Huang Na Yueying. Yueyu, do you have any soup? Lin Feng asked Lizu affectionately on the cheek. Well, wait a minute. Lisa turned and went to the kitchen to serve soup. Every day Lin Feng comes back to drink her soup, which makes Lizu extremely proud. At least she also has something that Lin Feng can't give up. Hi, Meixi, let me see if your BB is good. Lin Feng put his face on Huang Meixi's 6-month-old belly and listened. Big brother Lin, the little guy is very skinny and always kicks me. Huang Meixi smiled lightly. Lin Feng's relationship with her is getting closer and closer. Although she still can't compare with Lizu, Huang Meixi is already very satisfied. Hey, kid, you have to listen to your mother. Lin Feng gently stroked Huang Meixi's belly, pretending to be fierce and warned. Huang Meixi smiled, and a scent of happiness naturally appeared on her face. By the way, brother Lin, you once said that Zhu and Wisdom are allowed to film. How long will it take for them to film? Huang Meixi asked. This matter has dragged on for too long. Lizu and Lin Ziyue are embarrassed to ask, and she is the only one to ask. Lin Feng patted his forehead, feeling confused. It's time to invest in the film and television industry. I said that after 5 years of holding 3 movies, more than half a year has passed, and it's time to act. Just when Lin Feng planned to enter the film and television industry, good news came from the United States. The Nasdaq Securities Regulatory Commission finally passed the Second World, AMD, and ATI supermerger case. The brand new Second World will be reopened. Just how much Lin Feng's personal assets are, it will be unveiled as soon as the Second World opens. All financial experts, IT professionals, Various financial newspapers and magazines around the world are waiting for the relisting of the second world. They all want to know one thing: what is Lin Feng's net worth? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 563rd chapter shares God Buffett said. The US government does not approve of the merger of Second World and AMD and very much hopes that this merger will eventually be aborted. After all, after entering the 21st century, it is the world of IT and the world of networks. After the Second World acquisition of AMD, the impact brought about is multifaceted and multi-level. If the merger is successful, it means that the Second World has the ability to design, manufacture and produce CPUs, especially the Second World is a Chinese company, and this is undoubtedly very taboo by the US government. In order to prevent this merger, the US government has also sent relevant officials to lobby AMD senior executives to cancel the merger. Regarding the lobbying of the US government, AMD President Rules did not say much, and directly asked the US government to approve their $5 billion loan. However, the leading leader in the CPU industry is Intel, and the US government supports Intel. Naturally, they refuse to agree to the AMD budget, and only want to help its application. This naturally made Rules dissatisfied. For years, the company's development is the key. It is what Liu's needs to be able to catch up with Intel, fight against Intel, and finally stand on the same starting line with him to challenge him. ATI is the dawn Liu sees, and the cloud computing owned by the Second World is also what Liu yearns for. In the end, under the secret interference of the US government, AMD resolutely merged with the Second World, and the ATI created by He Guoyun of Chinese origin was also merged into the Second World and became a super company. The three parties take what they need and support each other. The US Nasdaq Securities Regulatory Commission, after carefully reviewing the transactions of the three parties, disregarding the covert obstruction of certain US government departments, finally agreed that it can be listed on the Nasdaq again. The advantages of the separation of powers in the US government are undoubtedly manifested at this time. On August 15, 2002, at 9:30 in the US summertime, the integrated Second World reopened for trading. At this moment, financial analysts around the world are paying close attention to the Second World, wanting to see what the company's prospects are and whether it can create another miracle. Investors are also paying close attention to this super company, which has risen in the last 2 years but created the Wall Street myth in the East, hoping to invest in it and make a fortune. Especially in today's post-internet bubble burst era, there is only Google in the world that makes money like Second World. But Google is too early to go public. Analysts from various newspapers and magazines are also paying close attention. What they are concerned about is not how much the Second World stock price can eventually climb, but about how much the chairman of the Second World Lin Feng can be worth. The outside world has been rumoring that Lin Feng is very likely to challenge the position of the richest Chinese man Li Ka-shing, but whether he can really challenge it depends on the results after the opening of the market. All kinds of competitors in the Second World are also paying attention, especially many domestic online game companies, and want to see how this suppressed company, which is out of breath, will reach. Of course, some savvy financial predators are also wondering whether they can swallow the Second World. Under the anticipation of the public, the Nasdaq opened for trading, and the Second World finally opened and appeared on the Nasdaq stock market. After being reviewed by the US Nasdaq Securities Regulatory Commission, Second World has a total equity of 700 million shares, a net income of 42 US cents per share, and 70 million shares of tradable shares, with an approved opening price of $18. All investors are waiting, and with the ringing of a bell, the entire Wall Street suddenly boils. A new day begins, new miracles, new wealth. But today is different from the past. Wall Street, which has just boiled down, has suddenly solidified because of a payment. The huge purchase order of 10 million shares of Second World, 30 yuan per share, was smashed just after the opening of Second World. There was a loud noise. The entire Wall Street seems to feel a magnitude 9 earthquake. There has never been a company that has just opened a business, and someone has asked for nearly double the high price. This is incredible and crazy. Many traders and analysts on Wall Street rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and then I don't know who was the first to follow suit and raised their quotation to $30, which immediately caused a chain reaction. The share price of Second World was very high. He was quickly fired up to $35, and this is only 2 minutes after the opening. Subsequently, under the popularity of everyone, the stock price of Second World rose all the way, which was jaw-dropping. By the end of the opening day on the first day, the share price of Second World was fixed at $57. Which was twice as high. In the following 3 days, the price continued to rise and finally stabilized at around $83. This price absolutely exceeds the expectations of all stock critics, financial analysts, and other homes. Although many homes had long expected that the Second World would be sought after, they did not expect it to be hot. Almost as soon as the Second World market opened, the purchase orders rushed in. And a week passed, only the purchase order was not sold. This phenomenon is beyond everyone's imagination. It is crazy and incredible. Are all investors so optimistic about the future prospects of the Second World? Is the Second World worthy of them holding on to it like this? Even if the super companies such as Microsoft, Pepsi, and IBM, at the opening of the market, many investors will give up their stocks after making a fortune. But for the Second World, no one is willing to give up. Why? Especially the 10 million shares at the opening? The $30 buy order is even more incredible, and the smashed people go round and round. Who is the owner of this bill? Also, why is he so aggressively buying Second World stocks? Faced with this unheard of singular phenomenon, all financial analysts on Wall Street began to analyze why there is no investor who is lucky enough to buy Second World stocks, even if the stock price has doubled several times. After that, he was still reluctant to sell. In terms of technical content, both AMD and ATI belong to the weaker side of the current IT computer industry. They are firmly suppressed by Intel and Nvidia, and they are almost irresistible. As for the Second World, although it is the best in the online game industry, it is only an online game. Although according to the financial statements of the first and second quarters, the quarterly net profit has exceeded $100 million, and the annual net profit is $450 million. However, after the merger with AMD and ATI, this profit cannot support the deficit of AMD and ATI. After all, in the computer hardware industry, once there is a misunderstanding in technology research and development or a wrong path, the loss will be in the billions of dollars. In the face of strong Intel and Nvidia, how can investors be certain that the Second World can make no mistakes? Technically speaking, the Second World does not have anything worthy of recognition. In addition to the cloud computing industry leader. However, cloud computing can only play a role in the case of multiple, large-scale computer joint computing or database, etc. For personal computers, it is not very useful. From the financial analysis, although the Second World currently has $3.2 billion in cash, which looks like a lot, for a super company like Intel that has tens of billions of cash reserves, a mere $3.2 billion is really nothing. Moreover, the headquarters building currently being built by the Second World is known as the world's largest skyscraper, with a budget of $1.5 billion. Although the Chung Kong Group will advance the loan on its behalf, the Second World will repay the loan in installments. But this is another huge amount. Expenses. There are also the World War, which has always made the industry speculate, the investment of $1 billion, and the construction of new factories of AMD and ATI, etc. So many gold holes. $3.2 billion is really nothing. Since it is not technically dominant and is absolutely stretched financially, what does the second world rely on to attract investors to hold on to the second world stocks? Analyze, and finally Wall Street financial analysts can only lock it in the first huge purchase order at the opening of the second world day, 10 million shares, and a $30 purchase order. It is precisely because of this purchase order. This has caused the second world share price madness nowadays. So who is the owner of this huge bill? Under the digging of many reporters, the owner of this huge bill was finally dug out. When they got this name, everyone was shocked. The owner of this payment was no one else, and it was Warren Buffett, the second stock god on the world wealth list. Warren Buffett, an American investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, is known as the god of stocks, and is honored as the prophets of Omaha or sage of Omaha. His current assets are $42.9 billion. When the news that Warren Buffett was the craziest buyer on the first day came to light, there was a global uproar, and the shock was almost speechless. Buffett as an investment rule: do not do business if you are unfamiliar. This means that he will never touch stocks and companies he is not familiar with. In his stock myths over the past 50 years, Buffett has never touched any high-tech stocks, never. Even in the early 2000s, when the internet stock boom drove the global economy and created countless billionaires, Buffett did not touch high-tech stocks. Instead, he advised other investors to invest rationally. As a result, the burst of the internet bubble proved that Buffett was right. But such a character actually bought a high-tech stock that had just undergone a major merger after the dot-com bubble burst. This made everyone wonder, especially those Wall Street financiers, even more wondering why Buffett wanted to buy Second World, and even when he opened the first order, he sold a high price of $30 and bought 10 million shares at a time. This is too unreasonable. Although Buffett's vision was proved to be extremely accurate in the end, he bought 10 million shares for $30 and invested $300 million. Now at $83 per share, Buffett has earned $530 million in just 1 week. The profit margin is scary. But no matter how much you earn, this is inconsistent with Buffett's investment theory, and everyone can figure it out. Many people even wonder if Buffett and Lin Feng have reached some kind of agreement to deliberately increase the share price of Second World with Buffett's reputation, so as to facilitate Second World financing to counter Intel. Suddenly, various rumors spread. Of course, all the rumors are not sufficiently convincing, especially Buffett only bought 10 million shares, and there are 60 million shares in the hands of other investors. Nobody sells it, which shows that the problem is by no means that simple. Amidst outside speculation, Buffett accepted an interview with Fortune magazine, and in the interview, explained to all the public why he would buy Second World stocks at a high price. And all investors firmly held the Second World stock. The reason why the stocks of the Second World are not released. Yes, this time I invested in the Second World high-tech stock, which conflicted with my investment theory. But I didn't invest in high-tech stocks before, because I think high-tech stocks are too risky, and I am a very practical person, hoping to get a safe return at the least cost. Stock picking is like picking a husband. A sense of mystery is not as good as a sense of security. This is my principle. Buffett said sincerely. Then why did you invest in the Second World this time? The reporter asked. Very simple, because the Second World gives me enough sense of security. I think it is safer to invest in it than any company. This is why all investors who have bought Second World stocks are still reluctant to sell when they have made several times their profits. Because they believe that long-term holding of Second World stocks can definitely bring them more profits. May I ask Mr. Buffett, can you explain to all investors why you are unwilling to sell Second World stocks? The reporter asked. There are 3 reasons for this. First, although the Second World is technically weak at present, the merger of AMD and ATI will definitely create a new era, which is enough to challenge the dominance of Intel in the industry. In particular, the Second World now holds the right to operate public internet cafes in East China and South China, which will allow AMD CPUs and ATI display chips to occupy an absolute dominance in these two regions. China is the world's largest consumer market in the future. If AMD and ATI can occupy about 80% of China's market share, it will be enough to change their own destiny. And this can also bring huge returns to the second world. Occupying the Chinese market is equivalent to occupying the global market, Buffett exclaimed. But at present, Intel has a market share of 79% in China. The reporter said, "Ha ha, don't forget, the chairman of Second World is Chinese, and the company's headquarters are also in China. This is an absolute advantage that Intel does not have. I believe that if the performance of the products of the two companies is similar, 1.3 billion Chinese people will know how to choose." The reporter was speechless for a while. For this alone, the second world has indeed occupied a dominant position in China. Perhaps it will dominate the entire Chinese world. The Chinese are all over the world. Thinking of this, the Fortune magazine reporter was speechless. Second, on funding. At present, the second world has a cash reserve of $3.2 billion. Although it cannot be compared with the tens of billions of US dollars in the capital reserve of Intel, don't forget that the essence of the second world is an online game company with profits. The richness is amazing. After 2 years of establishment, the annual net profit was more than $400 million, which is nothing short of a miracle. And at present, the influence of the second world is only limited to Asia. When the influence of the second world spreads to the world, its profits will be 10 times larger than it is now. You know, now that the world has entered a peaceful era of high development and high technology, entertainment has become the most sought-after thing. Entertainment industries such as games and movies will be the most profitable projects in the world in the future. The Fortune magazine reporter nodded for a while. This is indeed correct, especially now that the rise of hedonism has further promoted the development of the entertainment industry. As for the third point, it is because of Lin Feng, the chairman of Second World. This young man is amazing and amazing. I have checked his information carefully. He is only 22 years old this year. He started from scratch. In 3 years, he has 2 listed companies, 3 major portal websites in China, a B2C trading platform, an electronic technology company, a television station, and a newspaper. The super rich of an NBA team. Only this qualification and the speed of making money make people believe that he will invest money in his company. Speaking of this, Warren Buffett sighed with emotion. It took him 50 years to accumulate his wealth today, but it took Lin Feng 3 years and he was about to catch up with him. This really gave him a feeling of a generation of newcomers for the old. This explanation of Warren Buffett was also published in Fortune magazine intact. After all investors read it, there is only one word on their face: service. The god of stock is the god of stock. Seeing the problem so thoroughly, you can see through the essence of the second world at a glance. But this also makes all investors who have not been able to buy the second world share price reconciled. There are continuous buy orders on Nasdaq. However, the market is priceless, and no investor is willing to put it in their hands. Second world shares are sold. But this kind of irrational behavior also caused the stock price of second world to rise continuously. On August 27th, it exceeded the 100 yuan mark in one fell swoop. If Buffett hadn't watched such crazy investment behavior, worried that the irrationality of American investors would bring about the disaster of the second wave of internet stocks, and had to come out to warn everyone to invest rationally, I am afraid that the second world stock price would continue to be crazy. Biao went up, and even led to an abnormal rise in the entire high-tech industry. In the end, before September 1st, the stock price of Second World stabilized at $101.70. After half a month of listing, the stock price has doubled by 5.65 times from the opening price, and the company's total market value has exceeded the $70 billion mark in one fell swoop. If according to the 2001 Global Company Market Value Rankings published by Fortune magazine at the beginning of the year, Second World ranked 41st, It is simply appalling. Since the market value of second world companies can rank among the top 50 companies in the world, how much personal assets do they hold? Nearly half of Lin Feng in the second world. All the financiers were speechless, and many editors-in-chief of newspapers and magazines in the financial industry began to frantically urge their employees to calculate Lin Feng's personal assets as soon as possible. The world is paying attention, wanting to see how much money this magical Chinese has. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 564. The world's top 3. A person who is admired by the stock god Buffett. A person who has performed miracles. How many assets does he have? Lin Feng owns a total of 6 companies with absolute controlling rights: Second World, Phantom Technology, Baidu Portal, Dingdong.com, Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant, and Avenue, as well as Tencent. 10% of the shares of Net, 19.3% of the shares of NetEase, a national television station, a newspaper, an NBA team, and a number of small industries, as well as a luxury Boeing 767 aircraft. The other Boeing 737 counts as Houston Rockets assets. Boeing 767 is considered overall's assets. Lin Feng personally owns an extremely large number of industries, which makes financial accountants in charge of accounting headaches, especially except for Second World, Kianki Fast Food Restaurant and Avenue, which are listed companies. None of the other companies have listed, but all have great potential, which is the most troublesome for financial accountants. In the end, Fortune magazine hired a financial accountant to announce Lin Feng's personal wealth after a full week of careful accounting. Several small industries owned by Lin Feng, such as Skybridge Theatre and Villas, are estimated to be $20 million. The modified luxury Boeing 767 aircraft is valued at $170 million. The Houston Rockets currently have a market value of $400 million. Due to the popularity of Prison Break and continuous advertising, the market value of the Houston TV has risen to $80 million. And the market value of the Houston Chronicle is $5 million. These small industries, Lin Feng's personal assets have $675 million. And this is just a small part of Lin Feng's personal assets. Lin Feng's personal assets are mainly in the internet company NetEase. Lin Feng owns 19.3% of the shares, valued at about $30 million. Baidu Portal predicts that its company's total market value will be $300 million, and Lin Feng holds 55% of the shares, valued at $165 million. Dingdong.com, Lin Feng holds 80% of the shares, valued at $200 million. Phantom Technology Co., Limited, in which Lin Feng holds 88% of the shares, is expected to have a market value of $340 million. With the continued popularity of QQ and the popularity of various advertising revenues and games, Tencent's stock price has risen to 35 Hong Kong dollars. Lam Feng owns 10% of its shares, 180 million shares, or about $740 million. Avenue, the internet network company, due to rumors that Microsoft intends to acquire, the stock price has risen sharply, reaching $17. Lin Feng, which owns 51% of its shares, has a market value of $867 million. Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant, the stock price is now 8 yuan. Lin Feng owns 65% of its shares, and the market value is $392 million. Counting these companies, Lin Feng's total personal assets have reached $3.409 billion. This asset alone is shocking, enviable, and jealous. A young man who is only 22 years old has the wealth of a blessed country. How can he not be jealous? However, this is not Lin Feng's real property. Lin Feng's greatest wealth comes from the second world, which is a listed company that ranks 41st in the global company's stock market value. Second World currently has a stable share price of $101.70, while Lin Feng personally owns a total of 40.2% of Second World shares. After additional issuance and cash out, Lin Feng also owns 35% of the shares of Second World. According to the current stock price calculation, Lin Feng's 35% of the Second World shares have a market value of $24.915 billion, counting the remaining $3.409 billion in industries and the $1.82 billion in cash obtained after cashing out the Second World. Lin Feng's personal assets reached an appalling $30.145 billion in assets. And the outside world does not know that Lin Feng's personal account still has $500 million. The $640 million earned by selling ZA has $500 million left. This data is released. Global investors, IT elites, financial experts, and the bosses of major companies feel like thunderstorms, too exaggerated, too outrageous, and too jealous. A self-made young man, in just 3 years, actually owned $30.145 billion in assets, which is too exaggerated. Everyone saw this Lin Feng asset analysis article, except for jealousy. What does this mean? According to the 2001 Forbes Global Rich List, Lin Feng has not only surpassed number 23, and Li Keqiang, the richest Chinese man with assets of $10 billion, has also ranked among the top 10 in the Global Rich List. The $30.1 billion in assets ranks third, second only to the $42.9 billion stock god Buffett and the world's richest man Bill Gates with $52.8 billion in assets. At this time, Buffett was 72 years old, Bill Gates was 47 years old, and Lin Feng was 22 years old. Shock. In addition to being shocked, everyone in the global business community did not know what to say and what language to describe the rise of Lin Feng. This is incredible. Lin Feng's wealth accumulation rate has broken all the laws of wealth. Even the fastest Moore's law in the computer industry cannot match Lin Feng's wealth growth rate. You know, more than half a year ago, Lin Feng's personal assets were only a mere $4.01 billion, and he just ranked on the world's richest list. Now, after more than half a year, Lin Feng's personal assets have shown geometric growth, from $4.01 billion to $30.1 billion, and his wealth has increased by a full 7.5 times. Fortune magazine report has also calculated that only 243 days have passed since the last release of the 2001 Global Rich List. Lin Feng's personal assets have soared by $26.135 billion, an average increase of $107.5 million per day. With an increase of $107.5 million in one day, Lin Feng's wealth increased by $4.478 million per hour, and Lin Feng's wealth increased by $74,600 per minute, or $1,243 per second. This speed is no longer enough to describe the speed of the rocket. It can almost be described as the speed of the first universe. Of course, Lin Feng's personal assets have soared, mainly thanks to the listing of Second World. However, as the performance of the Second World grows, the stock price will continue to rise. In addition, Lin Feng's subsidiary and Apple have made a half-hearted phantom technology in the MP3 player market. Its market value has also been unanimously optimistic about its market value, especially when it is said that it is planning to enter the mobile phone industry recently and is competing with a French company. Company negotiations. Once the mobile phone market is opened up, the market value of phantom technology will surge again. If it goes public, it is expected that the market value will not be less than $1 billion. There is also Dingdang.com, the most successful B2C and C2C trading network in China, and its market value is immeasurable. Of course, there is also Baidu Portal, a search engine that currently occupies 90% of the market in mainland China, which is generally considered to be the next Google. If Baidu Portal is listed again, how many assets will Lin Feng own? Global financial analysts had a bitter chill, especially those media that had previously advocated Lin Feng's theory of the richest man in the future are even more stunned. It seems it seems that this young man can really become the richest man in the future. After all, his assets are only $22.7 billion less than Bill Gates at this moment. You should know that there are still many companies under Lin Feng that have not been listed. Once they are listed, surpassing Bill Gates seems to be a matter of course. After thinking about this, the global elites are really a little confused. They tried their best to set up and develop the company. In the end, they worked hard for a whole life. Not as much as Lin Feng made half a year. People are more angry than people. They really want to hit to death. In particular, many domestic game companies, except for the incomplete game companies NetEase and Tencent, although many other companies are eager to go public, but it is still too early to go public. And now that Lin Feng's personal assets rank among the top 3 in the world's richest list, how is this in my heart? Chen Xiaoi has watched the latest Fortune magazine for half an hour. The cover of this issue of Fortune is a photo taken by Lin Feng from her luxurious Boeing 767. Although I don't know who captured it, it's only from looking at it from this side, you know how luxurious this Boeing 767 is. This also proved Lin Feng's wealth in disguise. The third richest person in the world. Chen Xiaoi muttered that she couldn't figure out that Lin Feng would become the third richest person in the world. This is incredible and outrageous. Lin Feng is so rich, and his second world assets have exceeded $70 billion. How can other companies compete? Chen Xiaoi angrily hammered down the table with her hands. This time she didn't drink any more water. Last time she drank too much, and it hurt her for a few days. Now switched to hammer the table. Despite Chen Xiaoi's relatively petite figure, her hammer with anger definitely has the special effect of smashing. Since Lin Feng invested in NetEase, her table has changed 3 tables. In the distance, the subordinates who heard the painful creaking of the table sounded sad. They would rather this President Chen drink water. This saves them from being tortured and tired every time they move around. Of course, she is not the only one who is as uncomfortable as Chen Xiaoi. Zhu Zhengyai is known as the richest man in Shanghai. This time Lin Feng ranked 3rd on the list of the richest people in the world. His assets reached $30.1 billion. Naturally, journalists with good news would ask Zhu Zhengyai how he feels. Facing the reporter who was purely trouble-seeking in front of him, Zhu Zhengyai's face twitched for a few times, and he was full of anger and said angrily, Lin Feng is not a Shanghainese. No matter how rich he is, he does not belong to Shanghai. He is not Shanghai people. He is the richest man in the country. And I am the richest man in Shanghai. Zhu Zhengyai snarled out of control. In response to his argument about the richest man in Shanghai, I don't know how many people compare him with Lin Feng, which makes Zhu Zhengyai extremely unhappy. This reporter even dared to ask so. Naturally he was looking for death. The reporter who was slobbered by Zhu Zhengyai was frightened by Zhu Zhengyai's intimidation, so he didn't dare to say more, and ran back quickly. Then immediately wrote a report. Shanghai's richest man became the country's richest man. The publication of this report caused an uproar in the industry. When Zhu Zhengyai saw it, he wanted to beat others. Get me that reporter, I will pay as much money as possible. Little chick, no one in Shanghai dares to humiliate me like this. Zhu Zhengyai ordered. Zhu, this is the Southern Weekend, in Guangdong, not in Shanghai. The younger brother beside him said helplessly. Then why did he, a reporter from Southern Weekend, come to interview me? Zhu Zhengyai looked angry. The little brother around was speechless. But in my heart, I muttered to myself, who told you that you always claim to be the richest man in Shanghai? But this Lin Feng is also in Shanghai. Amid Zhu Zhengyai's anger, more people accepted interviews with reporters. After all, a Chinese, such a young Chinese is among the top 10 in the world wealth list, and ranks in the top 3. How can we not let the people excited? Wahaha Group President Zong King-u said in an interview with reporters in just 3 years, Lin Feng started from scratch and became the third richest person in the world. This achievement made us seniors embarrassed. But I am proud of such a young talent in China. Li Zikai, who has always been known as the Little Asian Superman, was relaxed and shrugged when interviewed by reporters. No, you don't have to call me the Little Asian Superman. Chin Zeboy. Li Zikai's name for Lin Feng, Chinese boy, and Chin Zeboy means, but Li Zikai thinks that Chin Zeboy is enough to show that Lin Feng is great. Even more powerful than me. So far, the title of Chin Zeboy has spread like wildfire. The British Oxford Dictionary also added an extra word, Chin Zeboy. As for the richest Chinese man, Li Ka-shing, when introducing the Hong Kong media interview, he cited, "No, I finally don't have to bear the name of the richest Chinese man anymore." Mr. Lin is only 22 years old and he has already created such an amazing achievement. I believe that his future achievements will be even more amazing. He is now the well-deserved richest man in the country. In an interview with a reporter from USA Today, Warren Buffett also said with a smile, "It seems that my investment vision is still very accurate. And this Lin Feng does have its own advantages. I hope he can bring more positive changes to the planet while creating more wealth miracles." As a philanthropist and environmentalist, Buffett is extremely worried about the future of the Earth. He tried his best, but he couldn't change anything. He hoped that Lin Feng, the miraculous Chin Zeboy, could change something. Bill Gates, the world's richest man, was humorous when interviewed by reporters. "It is said that I am the richest man in the world. If there are $2,000 on the ground, I will not pick it." As he said, Bill Gates bent down and made a gesture of picking money, and then smiled and said, "Look, picking money takes 34 seconds. This Chin Zeboy has increased his wealth by $3,500 in 34 seconds. He is less rare than me in picking $2,000 bills on the ground." When discussing the growth rate of Lin Feng's wealth around the world, Lin Feng made another amazing move. "There is a date in the evening. There may be only 2 chapters today. I will make up for you tomorrow. For the first time I watch a movie with my favorite girl. I hope you can subscribe to support." To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 565. Second Entertainment? Second World merged AMD and ATI and relisted on Nasdaq in the United States. Not only did Lam Feng's personal assets rank third in the world in one fell swoop, it also gave birth to dozens of billionaires. After the merger, the original Second World owns 41% of the shares of the new Second World. After the shareholders' equity is converted, Li Zikai owns 5.37% of the shares, Wu Xiaopu owns 1.34% of the shares, Kui Ming owns 1.34% of the shares, and Wang Meng owns with 0.8% of the shares. Gable, vice president of Second World, former president of Valve, owns 4.66% of the shares, and Minwoo Lee owns 2.84% of the shares. According to the latest stock price of Second World, Li Zikai originally invested 4 billion Hong Kong dollars, which has now become $3.822 billion in 1.5 years. The initial investment has nearly doubled by nearly 8 times. And relying on the Second World investment with shares and other private assets, Li Zikai also relied on his own strength to enter the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong for the first time, ranking 9th, only less than $4 billion from his father Li Ka-shing's $10 billion. The rate of increase in this asset has made Hong Kong reporters speechless. Of the 10 richest people in Hong Kong, the Li family accounted for 2. Which was unheard of. Many Hong Kong reporters had to marvel that the Li family was a tiger father without a dog. Facing the boasting of Hong Kong media reporters, Li Zikai was extremely humble. "I can rank among the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong. Apart from my own hard work, the Chin Zeboy is really grateful. Without his wise leadership, the Second World would not have been able to reach today. nor would it have the prospect of prosperity. Today, Li Zikai's extremely humble speech is extremely inconsistent with his previously publicized character. It is really surprising that he respects Lin Feng so much. While many Hong Kong reporters secretly talked, they couldn't help asking, what is Lin Feng's ability to make Li Zikai so admired? Li Zikai admires Lin Feng so much, first, because he took the opportunity to divert the attention of the Hong Kong media, and don't always hype the wealth of him and his father, so as not to put pressure on his eldest brother and cause another dispute over inheritance rights. Second, he also created momentum for Lin Feng, establish absolute authority within the company. Lin Feng's contribution to the development of the second world is indispensable, not because after the listing, the dilution of the shares will trigger a crisis of confidence in Lin Feng. Li Zikai believes that Lin Feng will be able to lead the second world to continue to create a glorious future, so Lin Feng's absolute leadership cannot be shaken. Li Zikai's assets were among the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong in an instant. Wu Xiaopu, Kui Ming's and others also became super rich with billions of dollars in assets from ordinary wage earners. After cashing out 500,000 shares in exchange for more than $50 million in cash, Wu Xiaopu, Kui Ming and others both bought a villa near Sijiayuan where Lin Feng lives, and changed their cars by agreement. Wu Xiaopu loves BMWs, Kui Ming they prefer Ferrari, Gable and others have their own preferences. But this collective change of cars and villas caused a sensation in Shanghai. Every day in the second world garage, there are all high-end cars parked, which is really eye-catching. According to statistics, this second world listing has spawned tens of billions of super-rich Lin Feng, 13 billionaires, 22 millionaires with assets of more than $100 million, and nearly 50 million people with more than $10 million. People, hundreds of people over a million. As for ordinary employees, although they have not become rich people, they have made a small profit. It can be said that the whole company is full of joy. It is very appropriate to use an old Chinese saying that one person can gain the cow and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. Seeing all the employees of the second world smile, many game companies in the domestic industry are jealous and deeply jealous. Those ordinary professions that have not been able to join the second world for various reasons are even more regretful. As for companies that have not yet been listed, such as Linfeng's Dingdong.com, many employees are envious, but not jealous, because they believe that Lin Feng will definitely let their company go public. Lin Dong, bless you to live a long life and let the company go public as soon as possible. Many employees who believe in Buddhism go to worship early every day when they leave early and return late, hoping that they and others can go up to heaven as soon as possible. Many employees are happy because they have made a fortune. But only one person is embarrassed because they suddenly have such a large amount of money. Wang Meng holds 0.8% of the second world shares, which are valued at $569 million according to the latest market price. Seeing such a huge amount of assets, Wang Meng looked at a loss. He never thought that one day he would be so rich and become a billionaire. He really didn't know how to spend the money. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Meng cashed out 1 million shares in exchange for $101.7 million, and then spent $30 million for employees of the Lanyu Overseas Security Company to purchase a large amount of land to build collective apartment buildings in domestic secondary cities. And the remaining more than $70 million were all invested in the Overseas Spike-Ya Security Company to purchase armed helicopters for it. After contacting the super arms dealers in Europe and the United States, Wang Meng purchased 3 SA-330 Jaguar gunships to qualitatively improve the combat effectiveness of the Spike Overseas Security Company in Africa. Without knowing it, Lin Feng owned a small mercenary with excellent combat effectiveness in Africa. At this time, Lin Feng, who has a net worth of $30.1 billion and $1.82 billion in cash, actually has $2.32 billion in cash. Once again made an amazing move. At the press conference, a high-profile announcement was made to establish the second entertainment company with a capital injection of $1 billion. The announcement of this news was an uproar. Lin Feng's move to enter the film and television industry with $1 billion in cash will bring about a chain reaction. No one can guess. But everyone knows that Lin Feng will definitely not just play for fun. Think about it, the Prison Break filmed by Lin Feng previously invested in the United States has now set off a global American drama frenzy. Mr. Jin Yong completely sold the 14 mainland copyrights to Lin Feng. In addition, when Lin Feng was on a Korean entertainment show, he announced that he would win 3 actresses in 5 years. Now that nearly a year has passed, everyone has always thought that Lin Feng was just talking about it. That's it. Unexpectedly, now Lin Feng really made a move. How big a wave will this set off? In addition, Lin Feng announced in the Starting Point Chinese network that it will invest in the filming network and the Legend movie city is about to be completed. This play-old movie will also be shot. With so many events, just thinking about it makes the reporters excited. His whole body shuddered. Of course, everyone was also amused for the second entertainment Lin Feng took. After chewing carefully, I found that there is a lot of meaning inside. Second and second not only allude to the name of Second World, but also latent Lin Feng's desire to become the world's #1 entertainment company. It's just named second in order to avoid being too pussy and being black hands. Donglin, what movie do you plan to invest in? The reporter asked with excitement. Haha, this time I will attack on 2 lines and go forward together. Lin Feng stood up and said with a formidable momentum, I will cast a movie, a martial arts TV series. Lin Feng said. Many reporters held their breath and waited for Lin Feng to follow. This movie is the final decision of Starting Point Chinese network after everyone's vote. The most successful Chinese fairy tale RPG game Legend of Sword and Fairy. I plan to invest $100 million in this movie to challenge the current global hotspot, Lord of the Rings. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. Many reporters on the scene took a breath. To challenge Lord of the Rings? This ambition is too big. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellow of the Ring, December 2001, a typical Western fantasy movie. Up to now, it has set a global box office of $870 million. Which can be described as a good result. Legend of Sword and Fairy wants to challenge Lord of the Rings, which is a bit too whimsical. However, many reporters thought about it carefully, but they felt hopeful. Legend of Sword and Fairy has countless fans in China, and in contrast to Lord of the Rings which belongs to Western magic, Legend of Sword and Fairy belongs to the genre of Oriental fantasy, which can be described as one East and one West. 2 solitary different styles. Although the style is the opposite, the popularity of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon not long ago also proved that Eastern fantasy movies like The East still have a market in Europe and the United States. Also, although the investment in Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring is only about $50 million, the filming crew found many suitable scenes in New Zealand, which saved a lot of costs and kept the film's pictures beautiful. Effect. So can Legend of Sword and Fairy find a similar scene to contend with? Otherwise, $100 million is really not enough to challenge Lord of the Rings. But thinking about Lin Feng's current wealth, everyone is not worried. Big deal, Lin Feng just injects capital. Regardless of the final result, this is undoubtedly good news for many fans of the Legend of Sword and Fairy game. Since Lin Feng announced that he would invest $100 million to film The Legend of Sword and Fairy, there has been an upsurge, discussing the choice of the male protagonist Li Xiaoyao in The Legend of Sword and Fairyman, as well as the female protagonists Zhao Linge, Lin Yuryu, and Anus. Candidate. Of course, there are also many fans of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, worrying that although the $100 million has gone in, whether they can shoot The Legend of Sword and Fairy in the hearts of all players is also a question. After all, making movies requires not only money, but also a good director. Otherwise, no amount of money will be able to make movies like The Lord of the Rings. As players are enthusiastic about Legend of Sword and Fairy, more martial arts fans are concerned about which martial arts TV series that Lin Feng wants to shoot will be Jin Yong's Shooting the Eagles, Yishan, Dear Dingji. In fact, Lin Feng also had a headache as to which one to shoot first. Director Zhang Zhizhong just shot Swordsman in The Swordsman, and if he went to film it by himself, it would be a little bit of suspicion of beating people in the face. In any case, the other party is also considered a veteran, an old director. You can't be too aggressive. As for Shooting the Condor, the roles of Huang Rong and Go Jing are too difficult to find. Huang Ruo and Wang Miling have performed them so perfect that no one looks like them. As for the Deer and Ding Tail, Shen Xiaochan's version is being staged in various places, and it is not very good to shoot. While thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 566th chapter, Middle-aged Go Jing? Jin Yong wrote 14 books. Which book Lin Feng will shoot? Aroused many speculations. Even Jin Yong, who is far away in Hong Kong, is interested in knowing which film Lin Feng will start shooting from. The first Jin Yong martial arts film I decided to shoot was The Legend of Condor Heroes. Lin Feng said with a smile to the reporter. Wow! Everyone was in a daze. The Legend of Condor Heroes? This is something that no one has guessed. In terms of audience love, Babu of Heavenly Dragon and The Legend of the Condor Heroes are undoubtedly more popular. Moreover, The Legend of the Condor Heroes also has several successful versions, such as Gu Daniel's Yango, Liu Otong's Little Dragon Girl, and Ilao's Yango, etc., etc. These are all classics in the classics. Although the scenes and props were extremely simple at that time, it is undeniable that it left a deep impression on the hearts of all audiences. Lin Feng is going to shoot The Legend of Condor Heroes, which is really a bit puzzled. Usually it is necessary to shoot, usually first The Legend of the Condor Heroes and then the couple of Condor Heroes, but Lin Feng first shot the couple of Condor Heroes, which is really strange. In the face of everyone's doubts, Lin Feng did not argue. He just flew to Hong Kong and signed 3 people, and all the doubters shut up. A martial arts TV series, the most important are 3 characters. 1. Director, 2. Producer, 3 protagonists. First of all, the most important thing is undoubtedly the director. Regarding the director of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, invested and filmed by Second Entertainment, Lin Feng signed a contract to shoot the 83 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, plus Huang Ruo's version of Dragon Babu and Gu Daniel's version. Fan Xuming, the director of The Legend of Condor Heroes. As for the producer, Lin Feng even invited Li Tunxing, who is known as the designated producer of Jin Yong Opera, the 83 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the 95 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Lu Songxian's version of The Swordsman, Huang Ruo's version of Danlong Babu, Shen Xiaochan's version of The Deer and Ding Lin Jiadong's version of The Sword of Blood. Li Tanxing are all producer, and almost all of them are classics. When they saw the 2 big names behind the martial arts series signing with Second Entertainment to shoot the Lin Feng version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, all those who questioned stopped talking. The joining of these 2 people is undoubtedly the guarantee of quality. When filming Jin Yong's martial arts, due to production costs and labor restrictions in Hong Kong, the 2 people who could not show off their strengths in props and costumes can shoot so many classics. Now, with Lin Feng's financial resources, the talents of the 2 people will undoubtedly produce more exciting martial arts TV series. Li Tanxing and Fan Xuming are also quite excited about signing the Second Entertainment contract. In all Jin Yong's previous shootings, although most of them have the charm and the chivalrous man outlined in them, it is undisputed that the scenes are too simple. Most of the scenes are set in the rockeries and fake stones in the Hong Kong theatre. Filming, although relying on the outstanding performance of the actors, every drama has achieved success. But undoubtedly, The scenes that are too crudely crafted are somewhat a pity. Now Lin Feng has promised to invest a 100 million yuan budget to shoot The Legend of Condor Heroes. The two of them were already speechless with excitement. Of course, with the director and producer, the protagonist is more important. Although all Jin Yong martial arts fans recognized Fan Xuming as the director, Li Tanqing as the producer, and Lin Feng's money, the perfect combination behind the scenes. But if the combination in front of the screen doesn't work, random selection of characters like Zhang Zhizhong's version of Swordsman would be choking. Not only the audience was puzzled, but Li Tanqing and Fan Xuming were also a little troubled. Jin Yong remakes too many classics, and the taste of the audience is getting higher and higher. This role is not well chosen, and it is undoubtedly a failure before the filming. But for this, Lin Feng was not worried, as he already had a candidate in his mind. The signing of Li Tanqing and Fan Xuming shut up all Jin Yong martial arts fans, and the third person who signed in Hong Kong undoubtedly aroused the interest of all Jin Yong martial arts fans in an instant. Inside a coffee shop in Hong Kong. "Mr. Lin, would you let me play Go Jing again?" A handsome middle-aged man with an extremely upright look was stunned. "Ha ha, was I? Shine Ze Boy is a good suggestion. I have always been looking forward to your role as the middle-aged Go Jing. I believe all Jin Yong fans and your fans must also look forward to it." The other person said ha ha jokingly. Lin Feng smiled slightly. In Lin Feng's mind, if Go Jing in The Legend of Condor Heroes were to be performed by this person, it would be very exciting, and it would be an explanation for all Jin Yong fans. It's just that Lin Feng was really not sure whether the other party would agree. When his status reaches his stage, money and reputation cannot move him. He is willing to act, but only cares about 2 points. First, he is very interested. Second, the hospitality is hard to resist. This person is willing to play the middle-aged version of Go Jing again. Lin Feng is really not sure, so he invited his friend, Andy Law, as a lobbyist. "Well, Huat Sai, don't hesitate, you are the most suitable candidate. No one is more suitable for this role than you." Andy Law gently patted the person on the shoulder and said. After looking at the script and thinking for a long time, this person finally smiled helplessly. "Well, you Andy Law, I'm so embarrassed. I know I won't refuse your request. But Mr. Lin, I can only promise to do my best. I'm really not sure whether the filming is good, you know. Although the audience accepted my previous image of Go Jing, they may not necessarily accept my current image of Go Jing." This person stood up and took a closer look. It was Huang Riwa, who was also known as one of the 5 wireless tiger generals with Andy Law and others. The 83 version. "Go Jing." "Mr. Huang, I believe that your middle-aged version of Go Jing will surely satisfy all Jin Yong fans." Lin Feng was delighted. Later, when Lin Feng announced that Huang Riwa would take up the role of Go Jin in Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, all Jin Yong fans were stunned. No one thought that the first actor Lin Feng signed was not the protagonist Yang Go and Xia Longnu, but Go Jing, who was not too heavy in the drama, and that Huang Riwa was invited to play Go Jing, which was unexpected. You know, in the past, many crews of The Legend of Condor Heroes invited Huang Riwa to replay the middle-aged version of Go Jing, but they were all rejected by Huang Riwa. A classic role has been established, and to perform it will only be superfluous. Most people think so. Now Huang Riwa officially signed the Lin Feng version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, which undoubtedly ignited the passion of all Jin Yong fans. Jin Yong fans said boiled Didier Meno one excitedly. "Great, Huang Riwa came to play the middle-aged version of Go Jing. It is so exciting. We can finally see the real style of the middle-aged version of Go Jing." Losing the One I Love also has a look of excitement. Juvenile version of Go Jing played by Huang Riwa back then is honest and honest. So what kind of middle-aged version of Go Jing will be played now? However, with the successful interpretation of Kiao Feng in the 8 Parts of the Dragon, I believe Huang Riwa will be able to successfully interpret the middle-aged version of Go Jing. There was a lot of praise on the internet, although there were occasional remarks that Huang Riwa's role in the middle-aged version of Go Jing would corrupt his image in the past. It was quickly sprayed out by a large number of fans of Jin Yong and Huang Ruiwa and could not find North. As director Fan Xuming and producer Li Tunxing, the two of them did not expect that Lin Feng could actually invite Huang Ruiwa to star in the middle-aged version of Go Jing. This is so shocking. When they filmed Daniel's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, they also invited Huang Ruiwa, but he refused. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Feng's face was so great that Huang Ruiwa could join Lin Feng's version of the Condor Heroes, which surprised the two of them. But besides being surprised, there was more excitement. Huang Ruiwa can once again star in the middle-aged version of Go Jing's gimmick. This drama can be said to be popular before it was filmed. For Huang Ruiwa, these remarks on the internet did not affect his mood in the slightest. He is willing to join Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes. In addition to Andy Lau's hospitality, it is more because of Lin Feng's investment. Lin Feng is willing to invest 100 million yuan to film this The Legend of Condor Heroes, which is a big production that Huang Ruiwa has never had before in any TV series, which also attracts Huang Ruiwa. The 2 points are 1. Which is why Huang Ruiwa is willing to join Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes. While netizens are hyping Huang Ruiwa to star in the middle-aged version of Go Jing, they are also looking forward to who will play the middle-aged version of Huang Rong. Traditionally, Huang Rong has not chosen the version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. There is not the slightest bit of Huang Rong's intelligence in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. On the contrary, it is unappetizing and loses the image of Huang Rong in my heart. Regarding the candidate of the middle-aged version of Huang Rong, Lin Feng really had no suitable candidate in his mind, and he could only hold on temporarily. See if producer Li Tunxing and director Fan Xuming can find suitable candidates to match Huang Ruiwa's version of the middle-aged Go Jing. Of course, all Jin Yong fans are also concerned about who will play Yang Go and Xia Longnu. For these two protagonists, Lin Feng had a certain number in mind. When Lin Feng returned to the dormitory from Hong Kong, Liu Yifei had already finished filming A Family of Gold fans and returned to the villa. A few girls have not seen each other for a few months, and the meeting is naturally lively. But when she saw Huang Maxi's big belly, Liu Yifei was silly on the spot. How long did she go to film? Huang Maxi has such a big belly, which is too fast. And there is no other man in the family, this may only be Lin Feng's. But didn't Lin Feng have Lizu? And there was also an Avril who gave away a Boeing 767. What is the relationship between them? Under Lin Ziyui's explanation, Liu Yifei finally understood the relationship somewhat, but she really couldn't figure out how Lizu and Huang Maxi could get along peacefully, and they seemed to have such a tacit understanding between each other. Liu Yifei couldn't figure it out, and couldn't understand it. Therefore, when Lin Feng returned home and was pleasantly surprised to find that Liu Yifei came back to greet him, Liu Yifei held a pillow tightly and backed away, as if seeing a big satyr with a panic face, and almost yelled. Facing such a situation, Lin Feng was really helpless. The girls on the side laughed. After another period of detailed explanations, Liu Yifei had a little understanding of the relationship between the people, but the look in Lin Feng's eyes was undoubtedly a little strange, and she instinctively kept a little guard. Okay, don't laugh anymore, I'm not a bad person. Lin Feng frowned and said, but unexpectedly, a few girls burst into laughter again. This time our company is going to invest in the TV series The Legend of Condor Heroes. You should all know, there are several supporting actresses in it, and I hope you can play them. Lin Feng put several scripts in the hands of several girls. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 567 Unspoken Rules. Several girls were taken aback for a moment, then with a hint of excitement, they reached out and picked up the contract. Lin Feng smiled slightly. This time he invested in filming The Legend of Condor Heroes. He naturally wanted to praise these artists under his own banner. Except for Liu Yifei's A Family of Golden fans, everyone else has no acting experience. It just so happens that there are many supporting actresses in The Legend of Condor Heroes, and the scores are not too heavy, so I can take the opportunity to hone them. Brother Lin, can we really do it? Although Lisa and the others were a little excited about filming and had already studied this aspect of the course, but they were really worried about going to filming. Hee, don't worry, no problem, I believe you can do it. Lin Feng gently stroked Lisa's cheek and said, well, Brother Lin, I will work hard and I won't let you down. Lisa nodded heavily. After speaking, he discussed the script with Linzu and others with laughter. Especially Linzu was pulling Lisa restlessly. Run to the recreation room to simulate her role. Only Liu Yifei sat on the sofa with a complicated complexion, looking at the script in a dazed manner, with a sad expression on his face. Lin, Brother Lin. Liu Yifei bit her lip lightly, tangled for a while. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked softly. Lin, Brother Lin, did you really let me act as the heroine Xiaolong Nu? Liu Yifei asked softly. But he looked at Huang Meixi next to the sofa and stopped talking. Brother Lin, I'm upstairs, and I will go to rest. Huang Meixi is very well behaved. Although I don't know what Liu Yifei has to say, she didn't ask much, and asked about giving the living room to the two people. Well, by the way, Meixi, you have a big belly now. After the baby is born, you must arrange a good role for you. I invest and I will never treat you badly. Lin Feng gently took Huang Meixi's hand and said. Just now when Lisa and others looked at the script with excitement, Lin Feng keenly observed a trace of envy flashing across Huang Meixi's face, so he said with comfort at this moment. Huang Meixi nodded, leaving quietly with a happy smile on his face. Okay. Just tell me if you have anything. Lin Feng asked sternly at the moment. This. I want to ask, why don't you let Lisa play this little dragon girl? She is also very cute, pure and beautiful, and you still have that kind of relationship. Liu Yifei asked. Liu Yifei really couldn't figure out why Lin Feng gave herself the role of the heroine. Logically speaking, it should be given to Lisa. But why did you give it to her? And this is still a big production, big investment, and a large series of hundreds of millions of yuan is currently the only one in China, and it is such an important role, regardless of whether the performance is good or bad, you can take it with you come to great fame. What's more, there are not many expressions on Little Dragon Girl, most of them are extremely calm, quiet, and not too difficult to interpret. Why let her play instead of Lisa? Unless Liu Yifei only thought of one possibility. Reminiscent of Huang Meixi's big belly and overall's entanglement, Liu Yifei can only think of such a possibility. With the help of the role of the heroine in the relationship, to hidden rules oneself. Psychologically, such a young super-rich, ranked third in the world, although ordinary in appearance, it is still enough to attract her. However, she, who grew up in the United States and has a good family, doesn't care much about money. Therefore, she absolutely cannot accept the unspoken rules. Haha, you want to be crooked. How does Lin Feng say that he has been in the mall for 3 years, and will pass countless business elites, legendary business geniuses? I can see through Liu Yifei's careful thoughts. It's just that Lin Feng never expected Liu Yifei to think that she wanted hidden rules for her, which is really ridiculous. With his current net worth of $30.1 billion, it is not yet considered Daewoo of South Korea. Lin Feng owns 49% of the shares, which is still in the digestion of the country. There are also Lisa, who is gentle and cooks good dishes, and there are also pregnant women who look like a good wife and a mother. Huang Meixi, as well as Avril, who is full of personality and the world's pop queen represented by women in the new era. Lin Feng really doesn't follow the unspoken rules. No need. This time I let you play the little dragon girl, firstly because you have a suitable appearance and are relatively cool and arrogant. Although I like Lisa's cute and playful appearance very much, it is definitely not suitable for acting as the little dragon girl. Second, you starred in Golden Dragon Girl Fan Home. Her acting skills have also been honed, and she can better interpret Xiaolong Nu. After all, Lizu is the first film. It is a bit too difficult for her to play a successful role like Xia Longnu. As soon as she comes up, I don't want her to be there. Being scolded for acting badly may even make her fear acting. Lin Feng's eyes were full of love and pity. Liu Yifei sighed softly after listening. It was so secretly, but there was a hint of jealousy in my heart involuntarily. Lin Feng loves Lizu so much, and he doesn't even give the opportunity to be scolded by the audience, which is really enviable. After sneaking a glance at Lin Feng, who was immersed in happy times, Liu Yifei got up and said goodbye. A few days later, Lin Feng took Liu Yifei and others to find Fan Xuming for an audition. Although Lin Feng is an investor, Fan Xuming and Li Tanxing are both big names in martial arts TV series, and they have an agreement when they sign the contract. For the supporting role, Lin Feng can put some characters in properly, but the protagonist must be reviewed and agreed by the two. Therefore, Lin Feng brought Liu Yifei and others to the audition today. It's too alike. It's too alike. Although it's not as cold and arrogant as Liu Otong's version, but it has a fresh and refined feeling. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Director Fan Xuming clapped his hands and exclaimed. Producer Li Tanxing also sighed again and again. Back then, Chen Baolian's version of the Little Dragon Girl was amazing, not stained with dust, incomprehensible to the world, and a little silly feeling all played. Later, Liu Otong's version of Little Dragon Girl was regarded as a classic because it most resembled the original. Now the little girl version of the Little Dragon Girl in front of me has another fresh and refined feeling. Mr. Lin, who are these beautiful girls? Fan Xuming sighed and looked at Lizu and others and asked. Lin Feng smiled. This is Lizu. I hope she can play Gong Sunlu in The Legend of Condor Heroes. Lin Feng said with a smile. Fan Xuming and Li Tanxing looked at each other, and after taking a closer look, they nodded secretly. Gong Sunlu is the most loving supporting actress in The Legend of Condor Heroes. Although there are very few scenes, it is amazing. Especially in the book, he indirectly and implicitly expresses his love for Yango, and his dedication to Yango, which makes people feel sorry for him. The Lizu in front of him had a bit of charm, but he was a bit too cute and playful. But it's only a supporting role, and there are not many points in the drama, which is not important. On the contrary, it may become a bright spot. What's more, the relationship between Lizu and Lin Feng made the two of them have to compromise. After Lizu changed his simple costumes, Fan Xuming and Li Tanxing nodded and approved Lizu's version of Gong Sunlu. I hope she can play Luosh Wang. Lin Feng pointed to Lin Ziyue with an excited expression. Fan Xuming and Li Tanxing looked at Lin Ziyue with speechless expressions. This is too inappropriate. Luosh Wang is a cute and energetic little woman, but Lin Ziyue is sexy and mature, so it doesn't seem appropriate to look at it. Lin Feng also knows that Lin Ziyue's role as Luosh Wang is a bit inappropriate, but Lin Feng must let him hone his acting experience, otherwise how to become a South Korean actress in the future. At this time, Fan Xuming and Li Tanxing were discussing for a long time, and suddenly said, Mr. Lin, it's better to let her play this role. Lin Feng looked surprised. Who? Let me play whom? Lin Ziyue naturally saw the director and producer's disapproval, and he was secretly anxious. Lizu has a role, but her role is so difficult to give birth. Although she also knew that she didn't seem to be suitable for Luosh Wang, she just wanted to act. Now that the director and producer have recommended recommendations, my eyes suddenly light up. This, with your mature appearance, and the feeling of coldness when you are not smiling, it is more appropriate to play Lee Moku. Of course, I am afraid that he is also the sexiest Lee Moku in history. Fan Xuming sighed. Li Tanxing nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was stunned for a while, and then looked at Lin Ziyue. It was indeed true. Although Lin Ziyue is only 18 years old, his appearance is extremely mature, especially when Lin Ziyue does not smile, and when he stares at you coldly, he does give people a feeling of charming, glamorous, vicious, and arrogant. Besides, it's not bad to change the image of Lee Moku in the past and come up with a sexy version. How can I play such a vicious woman? Lin Ziyue saw it but was a little unhappy. She wanted to play a cute and interesting role instead of a vicious woman like Lee Moku. However, under Lin Feng's oppression, Lin Ziyue could only agree with grievances. However, after serving in the previous 95 version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, it does give people a feeling of being hurt in love and hating men in the world. This must be thanks to Huang Meixi. Because of Huang Meixi, Lin Ziyue is not less hostile to Lin Feng. Let her practice a pair of hatred eyes. Of course, because Lee Moku's drama is obviously a bit biased, Lin Ziyue's acting skills need a lot of sharpening. Later, Lin Feng introduced Lin Yikan to Fan Xuming and Li Danxing and asked them to play Go Xiang. Fan Xuming and Li Danxing agreed with Lin Yikan as Go Xiang, and they almost scored full marks. As for Yuan Xiangalai, because she is too young and looks more determined, she is not suitable for the role in The Legend of Condor Heroes, so she gave up. By the way, Mr. Lin, is there any suitable role recommendation for the male protagonist? Fan Xuming asked worriedly. The role of Little Dragon Girl is hard to find, and the role of Yango is even harder to find. The most outstanding one is undoubtedly Gadanl. For the choice between the male lead and the female lead, the two have been worried for a long time during this period. I tried a lot of roles, even the students of Beijing Film and Television Academy, but there was still no suitable one. Lin Feng thought for a while, and finally proposed Huang Ximing. Although it feels more general, it does not seem to be too good at the moment. Huang Ximing is the most suitable. In the end, Huang Ximing came to audition, although it was not too good, but Fan Xuming and Li Danxing agreed. By the way, Mr. Lin, Zhongyi Yuan's 5 uniques, we still consider using the old team. Fan Xuming said. I have 5 people to choose. I don't know how you like it. Lin Feng smiled. These 5 people are not simple. In order to make the first martial arts TV series that he invested and filmed, Lin Feng worked hard. Since it is called the 5 uniques, it is natural to have the most suitable person to perform it, but also the most famous. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 568th chapter Jackie Chan has been calculated. The Central Plains 5 Masters has always been the most successful martial arts master described by Jin Yong. East Evil, West Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar. Supernatural powers. Mentioning any name is awe-inspiring and full of imagination, and the heroic posture of the 5 masters Huashan Lunjian flashed in his mind. Lin Feng is also very fascinated by these 5 super masters. This time I invested in shooting The Legend of Condor Heroes. The industry is not optimistic. After all, it has crossed into another field, and Lin Feng, as the 3rd richest person in the world, cannot fail. Failure will inevitably be laughed at, and no matter how rich you are, you will not be able to film. Therefore, this time Lin Feng spent a lot of money. Since it is the 5 uniques of the Central Plains, Lin Feng invited the 5 uniques of the Chinese film scene. Lin Feng believes that with their popularity and acting skills, they can definitely star in these 5 uniques. First of all, pharmacist Dong Xi Huang. In the middle, Huang Yoshi has a weird personality, but at the same time he has high martial arts and deep internal skills, sometimes like a demon, sometimes just a master of the generation. The first person Lin Feng thought of was the weird talent in the Hong Kong film scene. He started with a 3rd-level film, and is the only one who won the actor by relying on a 3rd-level film. Later, he has been transformed into various underworld elements or demons. In the past few years, he has transformed again, especially the decent role of Infernal Affairs. Extremely successful. His acting style can be described as both good and evil, very similar to Huang Yoshi. Coupled with Huang Gushing's acting skills and popularity, Lin Feng believes that the role of Dong Xi is not for him. Besides, both of them have the last name Huang. When he learned that Lin Feng, a martial arts production with an investment of hundreds of millions, invited himself to play the role of Huang Yoshi. Huang Gushing immediately agreed. He is also a fan of Jin Yong, who can play Dong Xi, and he is still a big production. The director and producer are big names in Hong Kong's martial arts film and television industry. Even Huang Ruiwu is willing to play the middle-aged version of Go Jing again. He has no reason to refuse. Western poison Liang Feng. Its viciousness is well known in the world, and its persistent pursuit of the world's #1 martial arts and his crazy madness make people feel a little bit of pity for him. Lin Feng also directly targeted Hong Kong's talented actor Wu Zhenyu as the candidate for Western drugs. Wu Zhenyu is famous for playing a series of vicious underworld figures, and he is even more representative of the neurotic acting in Hong Kong film industry today. Although his role may seem crazy, it is easy to make people feel distressed. He is most similar to Western drugs. There is no place like that. Although the characters he portrays are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, he has never been favored by the Hong Kong Film Awards, and he has repeatedly said that he will never give up and hope that he can win the prize next time. This is in line with Liang Feng's persistence. How similar. For Lin Feng's invitation, Wu Zhenyu did not hesitate too much. Although he has been acting in movies, Huang Gushing has joined, and he has no worries. What's more, it's such a character who looks more like him. Southern Emperor Duan Zixing. He has a gentle personality and deep internal skills. As the King of Dali, he possesses a royal temperament that the other four masters do not have. As for Nandi's actor, Lin Feng has targeted another powerful actor, Liang Jiehui. Liang Jiehui won the golden statue of their movie Emperor by relying on the role of Emperor Xianfeng in Dropping the Curtain, and his royal temperament can be described as full, not to mention that he played the role of the Southern Emperor in East as the West. Moreover, Liang Jiehui's plasticity is extremely strong, and almost any role can be played alive, so it is not a problem to play Nandi. As for the contract, Lun Kafei is not too critical. What he fancied was the plasticity of the role. Although he only played a supporting role, he didn't care about it. North Beggar Hong Kai Gong, cheerful, fearless, non-trivial, and light fame and fortune. He is full of joy but also has a deep inner strength. The characters that Lin Feng locked up were even more shocking, and Lin Feng directly contacted Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan has always played the role of cheerful and generous, kind-hearted people, and he is very happy, very pleasing to the audience. Jackie Chan is also a very chivalrous person, which is more like Hong Kai Gong. What's more, Jackie Chan's skill is nothing to say. It is absolutely suitable to play Hong Kai Gong. Just wanting to invite Jackie Chan is really difficult. The Emperor superstar is developing in Hollywood, which is indeed a bit difficult. Although the two had a good relationship before, Jackie Chan was also one of the signing stars of the game audition under the Second World Game, but it was a bit difficult for him to come back from Hollywood to play a supporting role in a TV series. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Feng still brazenly slapped it. Ha, Shine Ze boy. Now I can hear your name in the United States every day. This time you become the third richest person in the world, but you really fight for all the Chinese. Jackie Chan's hearty laughter came. Ha ha, Jackie Chan, Mizzen. Lin Feng said modestly. By the way, I wonder why the world's richest man is looking for me as a star today? Jackie Chan said witty. Ha ha, this. Lin Feng hesitated for a while. After all, he is an emperor superstar, although his assets are now ranked third in the world's richest list, but this is still a bit difficult to say. After all, Huang Gushing and others are in Hong Kong, relatively close, but Jackie Chan is in Hollywood. Ha, Feng Tsai, I have something to say. Could it be that he has become the richest man in China, and his personality is like a woman? Jackie Chan said bluntly. Then I'm going to be straightforward. Jackie Chan, I just invested in filming The Legend of Condor Heroes. I want you to star in the role of Bi by Hong Kai Gong. I wonder if Jackie Chan has the time? Lin Feng slightly a little worried. It turns out that this happened. Xialin, wait a minute, Wait for me to see the schedule. Jackie Chan frowned slightly. Recently, he is preparing to shoot Fantastic Tuxedo. It must be impossible to talk about the schedule. But Lin Feng spoke now, and Jackie Chan couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, Jackie Chan suddenly had an idea. In this way, Feng Tsai, I agree to play the role of Bai Gai Honky Gong. You give me the script and I will check the schedule with the director. But your medicine promised me one condition, Jackie Chan said after turning his eyes. What conditions? Lin Feng was taken aback. My new movie Fantastic Tuxedo is about to start filming, so I ask Feng Tsai to join in and show his face casually on it. Jackie Chan said with a smile. China's richest man showed his face in Magic Tuxedo. That's terrible. For his new play, there is definitely a great advantage. It can be described as full of gimmicks. Lin Feng was dazed, but he didn't expect Jackie Chan to make such a request. But after thinking about it in my heart, it was quite interesting. Although after the rebirth, I chose business, but being able to make a friendly cameo in Jackie Chan's play is also considered to satisfy his pre-rebirth wish. Of course, Lin Feng also knows how his acting skills are. He is not born in the film and television industry. Okay, since Jackie Chan has spoken, I will definitely agree. Lin Feng smiled heartily, but followed his eyeballs. Well, I wonder if Jackie Chan and Fauj are familiar with each other. Fat brother, Zuyunfa? Jackie Chan's instinctive feeling is all over his body, and he feels as if he has been calculated by Lin Feng. Brother Jackie Chan, I still lack a key supporting actor in my play, that is, supernatural power. Lin Feng smiled slyly. Supernatural power. Wang Chongyan, perfect personality, #1 in martial arts, created Queensland sect. As a great master, the film and television industry is well known, and can perfectly interpret the supernatural power Wang Chongyan. Lin Feng thinks about it, and only the big brother Chow Yun-fat in the film industry. Fauj's position in the Hong Kong film scene is unmatched. Although it has not developed smoothly in Hollywood, it is still the big brother in the Chinese film scene, and no one can shake it. Needless to say, its acting skills. Various types of films can be regarded as classics by fans, and can be described as the gods of Chinese film circles today. At the same time, it also has extremely high praise behind the scenes and in daily life. The image of a good man, a good husband, and a perfect man has fascinated generations of movie fans. For Zhu Runfa to play Wang Chongyan, Lin Feng can only use the word absolute to describe it. It's a pity that Lin Feng and Chow Yun-fat are completely unfamiliar, and he is far away in Hollywood. Lin Feng is now catching Jackie Chan, just in time for him to help him persuade him to play Wang Chongyan. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Jackie Chan was completely dizzy. In his heart, Lian Dao himself got on the thief ship, so he asked Lin Feng to appear as a passerby and showed his face. This is good. Not only did he lose himself, he went to play Bai Hong Kai Gong, but also helped Lin Feng went to lobby Chow Yun-fat, which was really irritating. But Ney has already agreed, and then take the words back at this moment. That is not Jackie Chan's character. Okay, Feng Tsai, this time I can let you choose cheaper. But don't worry, I will design more plots for you in the script to collect the debt. Jackie Chan deliberately pretended to be vicious and said. But after speaking, the two laughed. Later, with Jackie Chan's lobbying and Lin Feng's sincere invitation, Chow Yun-fat nodded and agreed to star in The Legend of Condor Heroes. Only a few fragments of memory. Wang Chongyan. When Fan Xuming and Li Tunxing learned that Lin Feng had invited Huang Gushing to star in Dongxi, Wu Zhenyu in Zaidu, Liang Jia in Nandi, Jackie Chan in North Beggar, and Churon as supernatural powers, they were shocked on the spot, and they didn't know what to say. For several days, both of them were in a state of being struck by lightning. This lineup is really terrifying. There are 3 movie kings, and there are also 2 famous international emperor superstars, and they are all only playing supporting roles. There is also the actor Huang Ruo of the film and television industry. To count this, Fan Xuming and Li Tunxing have filmed martial arts TV for a lifetime, and they have never met such a powerful cast. Moreover, The investment is extremely huge, which is the only thing the two have seen in their lives. Strong, it is too strong. Fan Xuming and Li Danxing sigh. For the two of them to be able to sign the second entertainment, I feel glorious and happy from the heart at this moment, and at the same time secretly vowed to make this the Legend of Condor Heroes well. The news that Chow Yun-fat, Jackie Chan, Huang Gushing and others agreed to star in the 5 Uniques also caused a huge shock as soon as it came out. Because of this lineup, not only Fan Xuming and Li Danxing have not seen it, but even the audience has never seen it. For a while, various media, newspapers, and the internet were all hotly discussing this Lin Feng version of the Legend of Condor Heroes. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 569 Success Mode. When Lin Feng announced the main cast of the Lin Feng version of the Legend of Condor Heroes he invested, not only the media were shocked, but all the audience who followed the play closely were also shocked. This lineup is too strong. Kung Fu superstar Jackie Chan, third-level movie actor Huang Gushing, film elder brother Chow Yun-fat, ever-changing actor Liang Jia-hui, and top acting Wu Zhenyu. 5 people starred in the Central Plains 5 Wonders. This lineup is really powerful and shocking, and the whole body trembles. Of course, it was excitement and trembling, especially after Lin Feng uploaded a computer-simulated PS picture of the 5 people to the official website of Second Entertainment. The appearance of the 5 people was appreciated by all fans. Huang Gushing's Donxi's look is almost the same as the original description. Wu Zhenyu's Western Poison is more than 3 points into the woods, and Liang Jia-hui's Southern Emperor changed the humorous expression in East as the West. The whole person is extremely solemn, the Emperor is full, and Hong Kai-gong, played by Jackie Chan, is happy, full of feeling. And with Jackie Chan's skill, everyone believes that Jackie Chan can play this Hong Chi-gong well, and they look forward to Jackie Chan's appearance when he plays the 18 Palms of the Dragon. Of course, the most exciting thing for all fans is Chow Yun-fat's supernatural powers. Fauj, who is far away in Hollywood, is willing to come back to star in supernatural powers, and he is still a TV series, which is a blessing to all fans. Moreover, on the PS picture, the image of Fauj's supernatural powers, the grandeur of the master of the faction, leaps and bounds on the picture, which is admirable. As for the 2 protagonists, Yango and Xiaolong, Liu Yifei has accumulated a lot of popularity by virtue of the performance of the second female Baixuzi in The Family of Gold, and his fresh and refined appearance has made him a lot of recognition. Although some people compare him with Liu Otong's version of Little Dragon Girl and Chen Baolian's version of Little Dragon Girl, they think that although she is beautiful, it is still slightly inferior to the above 2. But most people still think that she looks good. The only drawback is that she looks too young. But it fits the description of Xiaolong's appearance that she will always be 18. As for Yang Guo's actor Huang Xuming, he has received more criticism. Helplessly, the Kutanil version is too classic, and it is also a super handsome guy. After this comparison, Huang Xuming is almost always at a disadvantage, and it is inevitable to be criticized. Of course, there are also several supporting actresses dressing up, which is also eye-catching. Both Li's Gongsun and Lin Yikin's Go Xiang dress were highly praised by the audience, but Lin's Li Moku was mixed. Some think it's good, sexy enough, and glamorous enough, but some think it is too sexy, and they are Korean. But this kind of discussion soon disappeared, because Huang Rui's version of the middle-aged Go Jing's stills officially appeared. Although Huang Rui's works are mainly in TV dramas, today's popularity and status may not be as good as Jackie Chan and others, but in this TV series The Legend of Condor Heroes, Huang Rui's attention and popularity is definitely no less than that of any superstar. Nothing is too late. The juvenile version of Go Jing is honest, dull, wooden, and innocent. The middle-aged Go Jing is kind and chivalrous, possessing all the demeanor of the great chivalrous person described by Jin Yong. And when Huang Rui's stills come out, Everything is so perfect that it is impeccable, as if it is the image of the middle-aged hero Go Jing in everyone's mind. At this moment, all Huang Ruiwa fans were relieved and no longer worried that Huang Ruiwa would play the image of the middle-aged Go Jing, or even destroy the image of the young Go Jing he created. Perfect. This is all the comments after watching Huang Ruiwa's middle-aged version of Go Jing's stills. After seeing Huang Ruiwa's middle-aged version of Go Jing's stills, Mr. Jin Yong only said one sentence: "Is Go Jing in my mind?" TV Drama Magazine made a comment: for the first time, Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes is very likely to become the most classic Jin Yong in history. The biggest investment in history, the most luxurious lineup, will offer all Jin Yong fans the best martial arts TV series. Although it is not satisfactory in the male protagonist, whether it is the heroine or the supporting role, it is commendable. Especially the actors of the Central Plains Five Wonders and the appearance of 5 powerful acting movie stars, can be described as the biggest selling point of The Legend of Condor Heroes. Of course, the biggest highlight of this Lin Feng version of The Legend of Condor Heroes is the middle-aged version of Go Jing. Huang Ruiwa's performance is really the most amazing. Of course, what makes us question is that the middle-aged version of Go Jing is so good. Who will play the middle-aged version of Huang Rong? The doubt of TV Drama Magazine also speaks to everyone's heart. In Lin Feng's version of the Condor Heroes, apart from the male lead, the other characters have their highlights. So who will match this middle-aged version of Huang Rong? If it is too bad, then it is undoubtedly humiliating Huang Ruiwa, and also humiliating this large-scale, costly Lin Feng version of The Legend of Condor Heroes. Regardless of who will play the final middle-aged version of Huang Rong, Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes has not yet been filmed, and the entire Southeast Asia is looking forward to this Lin Feng version of The Legend of Condor Heroes to see if it can become a classic. The director Fan Xuming and others also began to intensively search for venues in the mainland. But one thing is certain is that the scenes that can be borrowed for filming in the mainland are far larger than those in Hong Kong, and the scenes are naturally far from comparable to Hong Kong TV series. Chinese actors, Hong Kong directors, mainland scenes, and Lin Feng's funds are perfectly integrated. Whether they can set off a martial arts frenzy and become a successful model of martial arts TV series, everyone will wait and see. While all the audience anxiously awaited the shooting of Lin Feng's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, Lin Feng leisurely held the first quarterly meeting after the listing of Second World. In the meeting room, all the people attending the meeting were full of spring breeze, chatting and laughing. There is no other reason, Second World relisted. It is strange that everyone has become billionaires and unhappy. Needless to say, Wu Zhaopu and the others have doubled their worth. The former AMD president rules, ATI president He Guoyan and others have also increased their worth several times. The stock price of Second World is now stable at more than $100. It is amazing that Second World can achieve such gratifying results after the burst of the internet stock bubble. Of course, this also makes Lia's, He Guoyan and others more confident about the future of the company after the merger, and are deeply excited about the wise decision at the time. Okay, let's have a meeting. Lin Feng tapped on the table lightly and said, "Boss, in the second quarter, the Second World Game Department made a total of $112 million in net profit, of which the King of Fighters Online and Full House of Audition each brought in a net profit of $35 million. Wu Zhaopu voiced, though plain, but full of surprise in his tone. Although the Second World Esports Champions League has been launched, the profit of the King of Fighters Online has not decreased. On the contrary, as the Esports Champions League unfolds, after witnessing the videos of the King of Fighters Esports Masters, many amateurs, the enthusiasm of players has increased, and the King of Fighters Online has been defined as an amateur league. The outstanding players in the next season will be selected by the 18 clubs, which further stimulates the enthusiasm of the players. As for the popularity of Audition, a full house of romance, Wu Zhaopu can only sigh. The charm of the stars and the madness of the fans. With the fanatical support of this group of fans, The profit ratio of Audition, Full House far exceeds that of any game under the Second World category. However, Counter-Strike Online has a serious decline in profits. Because many platforms have launched related Battle.net, many players have joined Battle.net games on various platforms. Although they cannot directly compete with players from Japan, South Korea and other countries, they have esports champions. The major teams in the league have faced off, so the decline has been severe. Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded. This is also reasonable. Counter-Strike Online was originally a failed multi-country interconnection attempt. It was just a preparation for the real global interconnection of World War. Moreover, 1 year of operation, coupled with the impact of the Esports Champions League, the decline in player enthusiasm is also reasonable. In this way, change it to Battle.net, and group it like the King of Fighters Online. The player's IP logs into the game and scores to upgrade and downgrade. The game mode adopts the free mode. Lin Feng said after a moment of pondering. Anyway, I don't make money anymore. It's better to earn popularity and reputation completely for free. Wu Zhaopu nodded. There is no other way. Mr. Lin, AMD's sales in the second quarter were $600 million and a net loss of $27 million. At this point, Rules blushed, really ashamed. Second World had 4,720 employees before, and AMD's employees are 3 times that. But sales are only a little bit higher than the original Second World and the new Second World game department. It can't be compared. This is really ashamed. Mr. Lin, ATI's sales in the second quarter were $200 million and a net loss of $9.6 million. Hege Oyen was also embarrassed. Although the loss is less than AMD, it is also a loss. Both large hardware companies are showing net losses, which is really embarrassing. The outside world has been rumored that if it weren't for their 2 hardware divisions, the stock price of Second World would be more than that. Lin Feng frowned. The losses of AMD and ATI are indeed a bit embarrassing, and the performance of the 2 companies is really bad. Fortunately, now that it merges with its own company, and has taken the right to operate public internet cafes in East China and South China, it is enough to help AMD and ATI completely open the Chinese market. Subsequently, everyone began to take turns to introduce the plan for the third quarter. The first development team is still developing Audition Virtual Community, which is also a big project and involves too many portrait rights issues, which needs to be solved by Lin Feng. Kui Ming naturally continued to design step by step, and he firmly believed that Lin Feng would be able to solve the problem of celebrities and celebrities' portrait rights. Lin Feng was a bit speechless for Kui Ming's almost unconditional trust in him. This virtual community of Audition involves 2 extensive content, and the scale is relatively large. All players can be friends with any celebrity, and even become lovers. Such a large scale, whether each celebrity if he is willing. Lin Feng is not sure. But facing the hopeful Kui Mings, Lin Feng couldn't say anything to refuse. Don't worry, I will try my best. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Boss, this is the data from the recent Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong serving the country. Kuxin handed Lin Feng a piece of data with a look of excitement. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 570th chapter will be on sale soon. Kuxin, the leader of the third game development team of the Second World Game Development Department, handed Lin Feng a datasheet with excitement. From May 27, 2002 to today, September 2, Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo has set up a total of 10 servers, which can accommodate up to 2.14 million online players. However, although the Second World currently can accommodate 2.14 million players, it still cannot satisfy all players' desire to log into the game for the huge game group. It's just that it's no longer what it used to be. Players have been waiting for no online quota. Now they can still log in during the day, but they are still full at night. 220,000 people online. The following 7 groups of servers all use K8 processors, and each group can accommodate 220,000 people. Servers, brand new but in line with the martial arts upgrade system, ergonomics system, and absolute freedom, so that everyone has the players of martial arts dream can stop in the game. In particular, Lin Feng is now shooting The Legend of Condor Heroes, which has also stimulated the passion of martial arts game players in disguise. Of course, it has also directly taken away the players of other 3D large-scale online games. Now the online rate of the other 3D role-playing online games in China is less than a tenth of the swordsman love, loyalty to the country. This data is tickling. It is conservatively estimated that swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country has at least about 10 million players in China. If Hong Kong, Taiwan and surrounding areas are counted, the player base will not be less than 15 million, and the highest online is expected to be about 4 million. In this calculation, the second world must also set up 9 sets of servers. A group of servers is 3 supercomputers. Although the cost of a supercomputer has dropped by 30% after the merger of AMD and ATI, the cost of 3 supercomputers, that is, a group of super servers, is about $20 million. 9 sets of super servers require an additional investment of $180 million. After some calculations, another $180 million would be invested, which made Cookson frightened. I don't know if the finance department will approve it. After all, now that the company has annexed AMD and ATI, it can't just keep it, it must develop. And development requires funds, or a lot of funds. The $3.2 billion in cash in the company's account is not yet known whether it will be enough for AMD and ATI. If you include other game development teams, Cookson doesn't know if his game development team can still get them. This funding. After all, the previous 10 sets of super servers have consumed the company's $230 million in funds and become the company's largest gold-absorbing hole. As far as the profit ratio is concerned, swordsman love, loyalty to the country can only be regarded as average in the company. Lin Feng glanced at Cookson, who was worried, and smiled. Mr. Wu, I will grant this budget to Bruce later, so that he can assemble 9 more servers as soon as possible. Lin Feng ordered, turning to look at the 8 team leaders of the game development department. If possible, our company any game must not let players wait, so that players can log into the game at any time, and can play smoothly. You know, no matter how good the game is, if you always let players wait, waiting for a long time will always hurt the hearts of a group of players. It's not good for the company's image in the long run. Everyone nodded. The third game development department is still developing sports games, and there is no progress for the time being. However, although its running cart is not profitable, it also brought the company a revenue of $1 million in the first quarter. The fourth game development department is still developing World War. Min Woo Lee has completely fallen into this giant pit. Since maps and 3D models of the city are all cheaply outsourced, Min Woo Lee's and his working team are developing the core of World War, weapons of war and human mechanics. In terms of weapons of war, Min Woo Lee has now included the weapons and equipment involved in World War, including sea, land, and air. Almost all weapons that can be seen in modern warfare can be seen in World War. Gunships, bombers, aircraft carriers, destroyers, tanks, armored vehicles, etc. There are everything in the game, including nuclear bombs. And in terms of the age of weapons, Min Woo Lee set it from the First World War. At first, players can only have weapons from the First World War era, and gradually upgrade through the completion of tasks in the game to have modern weapons, even future weapons. In terms of human mechanics, Min Woo Lee has also made more excellent improvements in Counter-Strike. The game characters controlled by the player will show different adverse reactions when they are injured in different parts of the body. For example, if you are dizzy, the screen will become dizzy and blurry. If your left hand is injured, you will not be able to use your left hand weapon. If your thigh is injured, your running will be affected. and so on. The adoption of this ergonomics system, thanks to the development of the ergonomics system of Jade, the head of the 3D engine department, not only brings a brand new game mode, but also adds a brand new fun to the game. At present, this human mechanics system has only been developed to the second stage. The first stage is that the player-controlled game characters have various action elements. The second stage is that the player-controlled characters will have various bad states that normal people should have. And this system has 5 stages in total. In this regard, Lin Feng had to admit that this Jade was really beyond what he meant, and it was still a beauty. Surprisingly, in the computer games department, there will be such a beauty who is proficient in computer programs and also proficient in human physics. Fortunately, I was caught by my own company. Of course, due to Min Woo Lee's new improvements to the entire game, the game development cycle has also been prolonged. However, after the game map and city 3D model are completely outsourced, it will not affect the public beta of the World War game. It is expected that the public beta will be officially launched on January 1, 2005. Today is 2002, September 2nd, and there are still 2 years and 4 months left. Gable, the head of the 5th game development department, is also excited at the moment. Half-Life 2 Inches has finally passed the final inner side and will go on sale soon, and this time, a total of 6 language versions including Chinese, English, French, Russian, German, and Spanish will be launched. On September 8th, they will be on sale globally, and from tomorrow, they can be booked through the official website of Second World. Players in mainland China can also book through dingdong.com, and free postage. The price is $20. Lin, I think Half-Life 2 Inches will sell at least 10 million copies this time, Gable said with a look of excitement. The 13-month development of Half-Life 2 Inches is finally going to market, which greatly reduces the pressure on Gable's heart. After all, witnessing the rest of the online game development team, each quarter can bring nearly tens of millions of dollars in net profit to the company. His standalone game development team is really a bit shabby. Now Half-Life 2 Inches is finally on the market, can also prove for him name. Of course, even if 10 million copies are sold, it is only $200 million in sales. The net profit excluding the salary of the game development team members for the 13 months and the final dividends, the net profit is at most about $100 million, which is not as good as sustainable operations. Online games. Whenever he thinks of this, Gable sighs for a while, but he doesn't believe that standalone games are declining. He believes that standalone games must have his glory. After all, compared to online games, standalone games have more room for graphic and plot design. Lin Feng admired this kind of thinking of Gable very much. After all, online games only represent a part of the players, and many players still like standalone games and like to immerse themselves in the game world alone to dig out the plot. Second World is a game company, not just an online game company. Then Joe Wan Kanheim, the leader of the 6th game development team, reported on the development plan of Heroes of Invincibility 4 Inches, which will be finally completed in October for the internal test and listing. Takashi Nishiyama, the leader of the 7th development team, reported on the development plan of The Strongest on Earth, and the official beta of The Strongest on Earth will be officially launched in December. Moreover, in order not to conflict with the King of Fighters Online, Takashi Nishiyama made certain changes to it, and no longer defined it as an online fighting game, but an online action network game, added more upgrade components in it. The newly established 8th Game Operation Department is mainly responsible for the online battles of the 9 games of the Second World Esports Champions League and adopts the same charging standards. Like the King of Fighters Online, the loser pays system is adopted. Players can choose to play against the computer alone or challenge their opponents on Battle.net by purchasing virtual point cards of the Second World. Challenge opponents on Battle.net. The loser needs to pay the game fees for this round, and different charging standards are adopted according to different games. The King of Fighters online category costs 0.1 yuan per game, and the StarCraft category costs 0.5 yuan per game. Only by challenging on Battle.net can you earn Battle.net points, participate in various official online competitions, and win the draft of the 18th club of the Esports Champions League at the beginning of the season and become a professional player. In addition, according to the points and rankings, as well as various win-loss rates, the official monthly cash reward will be given. There are rewards for the top 15 Battle.net rankings of various games, ranging from 10,000 yuan for the first place to 100 yuan for the 50th, and this point system and rewards, as well as the Esports Champions League draft qualification, greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of all players, and through the Battle.net game, you can stay at home, whether you are in China, or in the United States, or in Antarctica, as long as you can play games online. Especially the loser pays system, as long as you don't lose, you can play for free, plus high bonuses, so that all players are eager. Wool is naturally fished out from the sheep, boss. Our AMD hardware development department will officially launch a new CPU performance standard this month, telling all consumers that the higher the CPU frequency, the better. AMD hardware development director Rules vowed. Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard it, then remembered something, and shook his head again and again. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 571 Star Wars Project. Liers wants to introduce a new CPU performance standard, and it is not without reason. Now Intel is pursuing high frequency blindly, and just launched the Pentium 4 inches with a frequency of 3.06 GHz. Which has grabbed the attention of all users in one fell swoop and has become the king of performance without any dispute, and threatened to launch a 10G frequency CPU at the end of 2002, leaving AMD far behind. However, AMD is trapped by different architectures, and it is impossible to follow Intel to blindly introduce higher frequency CPUs, not to mention that the CPU performance is not only high frequency. On the contrary, the higher the main frequency, the greater the power consumption and heat consumption. The propaganda of the concept of Intel, in Liu's view, is deceiving consumers. However, the strength of Intel makes all consumers agree with the theory of Intel that the higher the frequency, the faster the speed. In order to break this monopoly and to turn passiveness into activeness, Liu's decided to introduce a new standard for evaluating CPU performance. This new standard is the upcoming TPI True Performance Initiative concept. The performance of the CPU is the result of the multiplication of two factors. One is the familiar frequency. The value refers to the number of instructions running in a clock cycle. The same clock cycle, the more the number of running instructions, the better the performance. The IPC value and the frequency multiplication is the real performance of the CPU. Among them, IPC value is more important than frequency. For processors with the same frequency, CPUs with higher IPC values have better performance. This is why the Pentium of the same frequency is more expensive than the Celeron. Even if the Celeron is desperately overclocking, unless the frequency is several times higher than the Pentium, the performance will still not exceed the Pentium, and it will bring higher heat and electricity bills. Lin Feng didn't feel bad about Liu's proposal, but there are two problems. First, compared to the IPC index, the frequency is undoubtedly more intuitive and easier for ordinary consumers to understand. Second, AMD took the Athlon XP CPU for evaluation and found the wrong evaluation object. It turned out that Arthur Andersen, a financial company in the United States, was found to supervise it. However, Arthur Andersen went bankrupt due to a scandal due to credibility issues, which directly affected the results of this evaluation of AMD. Of course, this kind of evaluation is not completely useless. In the end, after AMD has spent a lot of effort, The industry finally realized the importance of IPC value. The kernel is the logo. Only then did the later core and other CPUs. Lures. Since we want to introduce a new standard, we must let people all over the world know what the IPC value is, and we must use the simplest and easy to understand language for all consumers to understand. Lin Feng said. Lures listened, and after a short pause, he immediately understood Lin Feng's meaning. It was a bit shocking on the spot. If it weren't for Lin Feng's reminder, I'm afraid he might not be able to please him in the end. After all, it is impossible for consumers to understand what the IPC value is, as long as they understand what CPU is good. Also, are you going to take the CPU to Arthur Andersen Company to supervise the testing? Right? I propose to change to another company. There are many trustworthy and impartial institutions around the world, and there is no need to find Arthur Andersen Company. Lin Feng said. Boss, how did you know that I was looking for Arthur Andersen Company? Rules was taken aback. This was just his idea. He hadn't told anyone how Lin Feng knew. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. His eyes rolled. If I don't even know this, how can I be the chairman of a listed company with a market value of $70 billion? Lin Feng said with a mysterious smile. Rules was horrified and secretly stunned. Although he didn't know how Lin Feng knew about it, it also reminded him again that the young chairman in front of him is definitely not a good one, and he can't think that he wants to deceive him when he is young. As for the rest of the people, they were accustomed to Lin Feng's foresight for a long time, and they were not surprised. Understood, boss. I will change to another company for notarization. There was a sense of awe on Liu's face. Lin Feng smiled. Unexpectedly, this kind of effect can be received. It seems that such mysterious incidents will be repeated several times. Isn't it often said that being a high-level person should be a little more mysterious, so that the people below can't guess it well, so they will be in awe of them, and they dare not deceive them. Boss, our ATI development department is ready to launch the Radeon 9000 series of graphics cards against the NVIDIA RMX 440 series. Higyu Oyen said confidently. Lin Feng nodded when he heard that. ATI's Radeon 9000 series. Lin Feng has been fortunate to use it, and the performance is indeed outstanding, surpassing the NVIDIA MX 440 series at the time. NVIDIA was on an equal footing, and jointly defeated other display chip manufacturers such as SIS, Matrox and other brands, and finally formed two dominant situations. After everyone reported, Lin Feng announced his decision. In the third quarter, in addition to the plans of the game development teams and hardware development departments, I decided that our company has two big plans to implement. Lin Feng ordered the two plans to be placed in front of everyone. First of all, in terms of games, I decided to acquire Taiwan Daewoo Information Co., Limited. Lin Feng said with a hint of excitement in his tone. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and was suddenly shocked when they returned to their senses. Taiwan Daewoo Information Co., Limited is one of the best standalone game companies in China. There are several reasons. First of all, except for the Half-Life 2 inches of the 5th game development team and the Heroes of Invincibility series of the 6th game development team, the rest are all online games. The standalone game market is currently viewed it is not sluggish, and there is still a very large market. At the same time, our company lacks an RPG game production team, and Daewoo Information Co., Limited is best at RPG games. Whether it is The Legend of Sword and Fairy and Xuanyuan Sword, both it is an anti-ding game among Chinese RPG games and is loved by all players. And its Monopoly is also a very popular casual game. Lin Feng's tone is getting more and more excited. Whether it is Sword and Fairy, both biography and Xuanyuan Sword can be adapted into large-scale online games. I believe that with its popularity and influence, it will definitely have a large group of players. Lin Feng gasped slightly, and said after everyone had digested it. Swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country belongs to the Chinese martial arts category, and the Legend of the Sword and the Fairy Sword and Xuanyuan Sword belong to the Oriental fantasy category. The two do not conflict, and both can open up the international market. Lin Feng ordered to pass it to him. According to everyone's information, at present, Daewoo Information Co., Limited was listed in Taiwan last year, with a stock market value of 240 million Taiwan dollars, which is equivalent to 51.6 million yuan. Our company also has the financial resources to buy it, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at the information and sighed with emotion. Daewoo Information Co., Limited, which has produced so many wonderful games, has a market value of only 51.6 million yuan, which is really embarrassing. Of course, this is also closely related to the successive failures of games developed by Daewoo Information Co., Limited recently. The fourth part of its signature game Xuanyuan Sword Shop Black Dragon Dance and Flying Clouds, is the first time Daewoo Information has produced a fully 3D game, but it ultimately suffered a fiasco. Moreover, the rise of online games in the past 2 years has made Daewoo Consulting's life more difficult. As for another signature game, the sequel to Legend of the Sword and Fairy, it has been called for a long time, and it hasn't appeared. Currently, Daewoo Information's market shares account for 30% of the total share capital, about 4.1 million shares, and its share capital is mainly in the hands of 3 people. Chairman Li Yongjin holds 20% of the shares, Director Ding Shuzi holds 13.13%, and Director Chen Yoshin holds 33.2%. The director holds 4% of the shares. With the current market and price of Daewoo Information, our company is fully capable of acquiring, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng wants to acquire Daewoo Information, in addition to filling the second world vacancy in the RPG game, but also in order to be able to develop the Legend of Sword and Fairy into an online version. The so-called Legend of Sword and Fairy Online from later generations was simply disappointing. Now that he has become the third richest person in the world, he is fully capable of fulfilling his former dream. 3 years before Rebirth, I had been struggling to make money, just to have a better future and to live up to this Rebirth adventure. Now that I have everything I have, it is time to fulfill some dreams and wishes. One of Lin Feng's wishes was to make the movie The Legend of Sword and Fairy and to develop The Legend of Sword and Fairy online. What's more, after the acquisition of Daewoo Information, Lin Feng will own the full copyright of Legend of Sword and Fairy. There will be no worries about changing to a movie. Everyone looked at each other without any objection, and approved Lin Feng's decision. Wu Xiaopu and others have a superstition that almost worships Lin Feng, and believe that Lin Feng's every move can bring benefits to the company. Of course, the acquisition of Daewoo Information can facilitate the filming of The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy by Lin Feng's Second Entertainment, which everyone knows, but this is nothing and does not affect the company's interests. Liu's and Higuoyan are laymen to the game industry, and naturally they will not oppose them. Moreover, the shareholdings of both parties are almost the same. It can be said that if any party agrees with Lin Feng, any plan of Lin Feng can be implemented. Lin Feng feels that the company's shareholding structure is just right for the game and the hardware at the same time. The proposal to acquire Taiwan's Daewoo Information was passed accordingly. As for the hardware development department, Liu's, Higuoyan, I have a proposal. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Wu Xiaopu and the others were shocked, wondering what surprise Lin Feng had done. They did not prepare for the acquisition of Daewoo Information in advance, but the detailed information in front of them showed that Lin Feng had already made all preparations. So now, what advice does Lin Feng have for the hardware development department? Lin Feng's magic in the past is only manifested in the game industry, and he can often put forward epoch-making suggestions and some whimsical ideas. Is it feasible in the computer hardware department? Under everyone's speculation, Lin Feng talked about the plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. Now our company has the right to operate public internet cafes in East China and South China. The internet cities in various regions have begun to renovate and will be able to start operations in 1 month. Currently, 100 internet cities have been opened in 33 cities in the 2 regions, totaling 50,000 a computer, plus decoration costs, rental fees, etc. with a mainstream computer configuration of 5,000 yuan. Due to the production of our company, the performance is higher than the mainstream configuration in the market. A total cost of 350,400 million yuan will be spent. Lin Feng Redeye Information said. More network cities will be opened later. There are 41 prefecture-level cities in East China, and 47 polar cities in South China. Calculated on the basis of an ordinary prefecture-level city and 2 network cities, a total of 176 network cities are required. A big project. Although the benefits cannot be obtained directly through the sale of computers, the long-term profitability of internet cafes will bring huge benefits to the company, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. My own company manufactures computers, assembles them, sells them, and uses them all. The ultimate benefit is directly facing internet cafe users who will also use their own computers to play online games made by their own companies. This can be described as a super on-stop service. At the same time, intermediate links are eliminated, saving the company a lot of money. So I asked the hardware development part to be divided into 2 departments. One department is dedicated to designing computers for games. Don't consider the flashy data of thin-till high-end processor. Combine the display chip technology to integrate the motherboard, CPU, and graphics card. The memory is fully integrated, and then the lowest cost is enough to meet the current mainstream games. The other development department develops high-end technology to fight against Intel, but what I pursue is to catch up with Intel in technology and then surpass Intel, but I don't want to occupy a position in the market share. Even if the high-end market is Intel, it will do, Lin Feng said with a fist. Liu's and He Guoyan were taken aback, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. How can anyone give up the high-end market? Give up the high-end market, let the Intel stand alone, and ultimately bring all consumers down. But He Guoyan was thoughtful. After all, Lin Feng would not propose such a plan out of thin air. He Guoyan, where is the real profit in your graphics card market? Lin Feng asked with a smile. In the graphics card market, although high-end graphics cards are expensive and technologically advanced, but the profits are not large. The real profits are all in the low-end graphics cards. He Guoyan said intently. After speaking, He Guoyan understood what Lin Feng meant. Since AMD cannot catch up with Intel technically, it is better to focus on the low-end market and seize the most profitable mid and low-end market, regardless of the low prices of low-end products. But the large sales volume, small profits but quick turnover, its profits far exceed the profits of high-end products. However, the technical power represented by high-end products represents the strength of the company. Without this hard indicator, consumers are very easy to turn. At this moment Rules also understood, and he also had the same doubts. Give up the high-end market and only fool the Intel technically. Will consumers eventually buy it? Lin Feng smiled. The former AMD and ATI naturally did not dare to do this, but they dare to do it because they have the ace. That's why Lin Feng proposed the Star Wars plan for the IT industry. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 572, I am not a virgin. The background of the so-called Star Wars plan was in the late Cold War. Because the former Soviet Union had a stronger nuclear attack force and missile defense capability than the United States, the United States was afraid of breaking the nuclear balance situation and needed to establish effective anti-missiles system to ensure the survivability and reliable deterrence capabilities of its strategic nuclear forces and maintain its nuclear superiority. Of course, the real reason is that the United States wants to drag down the former Soviet Union's economy through space weapons competition with its strong economic power. Facts have proved that the economy of the former Soviet Union was dragged down in the US Star Wars program. Lin Feng proposed this Star Wars project to use so-called high-tech to attack Intel economically. Of course, it was just a sniper, not to drag on its economy as the United States did against the former Soviet Union. After all, With the current market value of Intel of $2012 billion and more than $30 billion of cash reserves, it is undoubtedly an idiotic dream for the second world to bring down the Intel economy. Lin Feng just hopes that Intel, the absolute overlord of the CPU industry, which is full of domineering and self-reliant, will invest so much energy and money in cutting-edge technology. After all, Intel has always adopted a comprehensive suppression strategy for its opponent AMD. Whether it is a high-end product or a mid or low-end product, the Intel strategy is that all products must outperform AMD. Since the overall strength is far inferior to the Intel, a single-point breakthrough can only be taken. Using high-end CPU technology to fool the Intel, the company took advantage of its distraction to seize a little more market share in the middle and low-end markets. Of course, Lin Feng does not expect this Star Wars project to be undetected by Intel. It can grow from a micro company with only 3 employees to tens of thousands of employees, with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Every move is determined. The super companies that are the future of the IT industry are definitely not mediocre. My own Star Wars plan may be able to be deceived for a while, but it will never be deceived for a lifetime. However, the most powerful strategy in this world is not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. Lin Feng's Star Wars project is a conspiracy. Even if Intel sees through its own plan and faces its own campaigns flicker in the field of high-end technology, Intel must challenge and defeat its own company in the field of high-end technology, because it is Intel and cannot allow itself to be in any position. One area loses to other opponents. This is not only a matter of face, but also a matter of the reputation and credibility of Intel. Therefore, Lin Feng is now adopting the barefoot tactic of not afraid of wearing shoes. Anyway, he has been forced by Intel to become impoverished, and he doesn't care anymore. Of course, Lin Feng's daring to gamble like this also lies in 3 points of self-confidence. These are 3 points that the AMD did not have in the past. 1. I own the right to operate public internet cafes in East China and South China. This is a giant cake market, and there are also 5 other regional public internet cafe operating alliances. Everyone is Chinese, as long as the computers they provide can meet the current market demand. The price is cheap. Lin Feng believes that the other 5 Internet Cafes Alliance will choose what brand of computer, and for Internet Cafe users who come to surf the Internet, playing with a smooth, cheap computer will also invisibly affect their future choices when buying a computer, and they will choose to buy an AMD computer. Second World also has the brand Reliable Computer Manufacturer authorized by the Ministry of Education. Nowadays, because of the popularity of the 2 educational software distance education software and Yang-Con School in China, many parents eagerly want to give themselves the child buys a computer, but the price of the computer remains high. For some families in big cities, a computer costs 4,000–5,000 yuan is not expensive, but for most ordinary families in small and medium-sized cities, buying a computer now requires careful consideration. This market is also what Lin Feng has taken a fancy to. And AMD has an advantage. The price is cheap, which is not available in Intel. With this brand, Lin Feng believes who these parents will choose. Third, Second World is the most successful online game company now, and it is gradually developing standalone games, hoping to build the world's most successful game company, just like Nintendo, but it is more successful and influential a gaming empire. Although the influence of the Second World is mainly in China, with the holding of the Second World Esports Champions League, its influence is gradually spreading. Lin Feng believes that the label of World Game Computers is another impetus to it. With these 3 points in mind, Lin Feng believes that the ability to seize the low-end market is definitely stronger than that of Intel. The only thing that needs to be done is to make the computers produced by his company cheaper and with good performance. Therefore, Liu's, Higuoyan, you must integrate the existing technologies and sell them as a complete set. The price of the computer should be kept as low as possible, as long as the performance can meet the mainstream games. In this regard, in terms of games, Let 8 game development teams optimize the settings for our company's CPU and graphics chips. Lin Feng said, 8 game development teams focused on their heads. As long as they have the technology of AMD and ATI chips, they can optimize their own company's CPU and display chips in the game. Although there can be no qualitative improvement in performance, it is about 5%-10%. The improvement can still be guaranteed. The performance gap between AMD and Intel middle and low-end CPUs is often only 5%-10%. The performance is the same, but the price is cheaper, and consumers are very sensible and smart. Back then, in the Intel Alliance, Microsoft optimized the Intel CPU in the operating system. Now it's just being optimized by the second world game. Liu's and Higuoyan nodded excitedly after listening. In this way, they are confident that they can compete with the Intel in the mid and low-end markets. At the same time, the look in Lin Feng's eyes became more admired. One more point, I hope you can pay attention. Most of the parents and individuals in China don't understand computers. When there is a problem with the computer, they can only be repaired by someone. Therefore, the whole computer we sell must be carried out in this respect. Intelligent NIC operation is like using a TV remote control. Lin Feng sighed. Before his rebirth, although Lin Feng was not proficient in computers, he still understood the daily maintenance and installation of the system. As a result, he was often pulled by his neighbors to repair the computer. It didn't matter once or twice, but he invited more people and frequently. No one can stand it, especially if some people don't understand it at all. If you mess around, the system installed in the morning may be broken again in the afternoon, and they complain that you haven't fixed it. At that time, Lin Feng had tasted this taste. Of course, Lin Feng also knows that these people are also helpless. After all, computers are not very simple things. They are still relatively complicated. For most middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s, it is difficult to accept such high-tech things for them. The computer should be as simple as using a TV. Liu's and Higuoyan were slightly surprised. They didn't know that this would be the case in China. In the West, almost everyone uses computers, and this rarely happens. Of course, this is also related to the hardware that Liu's and Higuoyan have been developing, and they have not sold the whole machine. Boss, according to the situation you said, I think we can develop a set of operating software based on the operating software under the Microsoft Windows system. After logging into the computer, this software will automatically start and screen out unnecessary options. Only the most commonly used options and auxiliary tutorials are provided to all users. As the boss said, making users as easy as using a remote control. Bruce said on the side, and in this regard, we can completely outsource to India. Now India, the IT talent pool of China, is second only to the United States and other limited developed countries, but their labor is a quarter or even lower than that of US experts in this area. Lin Feng nodded. Last time, Yang-Con school and distance education software were outsourced to India, and the tasks were completed extremely quickly. As long as you provide him with ideas, he can make them for you the fastest, best, and cheapest. One more point, since our strategy is to seize the middle and low-end markets, we should not let go of any of the low-end markets. With the popularization and upgrading of computers, there are a large number of discarded computers that have problems in recycling. If we don't deal with them, well, the environmental pollution is too great. We can recycle old computers, reprocess them, and sell them to countries with less developed economies, which can make money and reputation. Lin Feng smiled. At present, China is the largest consumer of electronic products, but it may also become the largest electronic waste disposal country. If it is not handled well, thousands of tons of waste are dumped on the land of China, and the radiation of these waste is very large, not only harmful to the land, but also harmful to the human body. However, China has no relevant treatment methods and regulations. For a long time, this possibility of waste everywhere is very likely to happen. and then the whole China will be harmed. Now that he is born again and is a Chinese again, he must not let this happen on the land of China. It will happen in other countries, such as Vietnam, the Philippines, India and other countries that have always hated China. Perhaps humanitarians will criticize Lin Feng's narrow national thinking, but for Lin Feng, he is by no means a mother, he is just an ordinary person, at most a little money, a little national consciousness, and will never be fraternity like Jesus. What's more, Jesus' fraternity is only aimed at the Western world, and his teachings have still not been able to infect the East. Jesus couldn't do it. Why should he be able to do it? If I am able, it is enough to help my compatriots. In Lin Feng's sneer, the two major battles started. Acquire Duwu information to seize the low-end computer market. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 573rd chapter goes to the next level. After the meeting, the entire Second World Company immediately took action. The game development department should prepare to start selling Half-Life 2 inches, conduct a series of publicity, and prepare to acquire relevant materials and documents from Duwu information. The hardware development department should not only solve how to reduce costs as much as possible, but also ensure computer performance. Without too much loss, it can meet the current mainstream online games, but also can meet the general standalone games. All departments are full of enthusiasm. Of course, somebody did it by himself, and it was not Lin Feng's turn to worry about it. The company has grown to its current scale and is on the right track. Lin Feng can no longer have to do everything personally. As long as he decides the company's development direction and makes major decisions, the rest will naturally be implemented by someone. Otherwise, spend so much money, why do you ask them? However, the company has grown to its current scale, especially after the merger of AMD and ATI. It has more than 40,000 employees, and AMD and ATI have factories all over the world. Lin Feng himself is not sure whether there are how many subsidiaries and related industries. This is a common problem after rapid development, and it is extremely easy to cause management confusion and financial loopholes. Although the strategy of divide and conquer is now adopted, the original senior management continues to manage their respective departments. But for Lin Feng, the company must be completely in his own hands. Lin Feng never hopes that the company will become theirs in the future. However, if you want to make adjustments in personnel matters, the cost is too great, and it is extremely easy to cause chaos in the company, and you may not be able to find suitable and confident talents for a while. Moreover, this kind of cronyism is not suitable for current company development. In the 21st century, if a company wants to remain competitive in a highly competitive market, it must be based on talents, not the traditional family system. Therefore, if you want to fully control the company, there is only one way to start: from the finances. Controlling finances will prevent the company from chaos. Even if there is a huge change in management personnel, the actual impact on the company will not be too great. At present, the Second World still adopts the original financial management model, which is managed by the Second World Financial Department, which does not meet the development needs of today's international multinational companies. Generally, international multinational companies now use third-party accounting firms to manage company accounts. Because it is a third-party management, it can largely prevent employees from shielding or slandering each other. There are currently 4 major accounting firms in the world. PricewaterhouseCoopers accounting firm in London, UK, currently has 8,979 partners, 42,954 professionals and 1,183 offices worldwide. Major international customers: Exxon, IBM, Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Company, Johnson & Johnson, American Telegraph and Telephone Company, British Telecom, Dell Computer, Ford Motor, Chevrolet, Compaq Computer and Nokia, etc. The Ernst & Young accounting firm in New York, USA, has 6,000 partners, 57,000 professionals and 674 offices worldwide. Major international customers: Intel, Coca-Cola, Walmart, British Petroleum, Time Warner, Bank of America, McDonald's, etc. KPMG accounting firm in New York, USA, has 6,561 partners, 59,663 professionals and 844 offices worldwide. Major international customers: General Electric, Shell, Pfizer, Nestle, Mercedes-Benz, Pepsi, Citibank, etc. Deloitte accounting firm in London, UK. There are 5,145 partners, 52,520 professionals, and 695 offices around the world. Major international customers: Microsoft, General Motors, Vodafone, Chrysler, etc. Judging from these data, entrusting a third-party accounting firm to manage company accounts has become an international practice. However, Lin Feng is a little inclined to build an accounting firm by himself, so that he is more clear about the accounting and has greater control. However, this will require a large number of talents, and the input and output are not proportional. While hesitating, Lin Feng called his old friend Abby Cohen of Goldman Sachs. Now the second world lacks an accounting firm to manage accounts, and Lin Feng himself lacks an investment consultant. Although relying on his memory of the future, Lin Feng became the third richest person in the world in 3 years. But his memory only went to 2009. What about after 2009? What should I do? Although he will grow up, in this diversified society, it is difficult to accomplish things with only one person. It's better to take advantage of the 7 years before 2009 and set up your own investment team early to help yourself manage the growing amount of funds and manage your own company. This way, I can be more relaxed, and I can spare more time to enjoy life. Abby Cohen, the chief financial analyst known as the Wall Street Myth, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for Lin Feng. Although he rejected Lin Feng before, Lin Feng's personal assets had just entered the world's top 100, and now he is the third in the world, with a huge asset of more than $30 billion. Lin Feng believes this is extremely tempting for Abby Cohen. Force. Hi, Abby, long time no see. Do you remember my old friend? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Hey, Lin. I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You have become one of the 3 richest people in the world, and the company's assets have reached $70 billion, which is really impressive. Abby sighed. Although she is the chief financial analyst on Wall Street, she has never seen someone making money so fast, and still so young. I am afraid that only those crown princes of Arab countries who are sitting on oil resources can compare. However, one is relying on one's own hard work and the other is relying on underground oil. It is clear at a glance which is higher. Abby, I called today. I have 2 things. First, my company is now involved in more and more industries. I need an accounting firm to help me manage the company's accounts. But I don't know it myself. To create an accounting firm, or to hire the 4 major international accounting firms. Second, I once again sincerely invite you to be my personal financial consultant. You can form a consultant team as you like. Lin Feng said sincerely. After listening, Abby was taken aback for a while, thought about it, and chuckled softly. Lin, with regard to accounting firms, I personally suggest that you should hire the 4 major international accounting firms. Although their fees are more expensive, their experience and ability in managing the accounts of large multinational companies are better than those of other accounting firms. It is incomparable, and the credibility and integrity they possess is unmatched by other accounting firms. If your company is caught in a financial scandal in the future, as long as one of the 4 major accounting firms comes out to help you clarify it, everything will disappear. This is the important reason why so many large multinational companies have become their customers. If your own accounting firm manages your company's accounts, it will inevitably be unreasonable. Abby explained. Lin Feng nodded when he heard it, and managed himself by himself. No matter how he explained it, no one would believe it. So, what about becoming my personal consultant? Lin Feng asked again. Haha, well, by the way, Lin, aren't you the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Bigan? You are proficient in divination. Can you figure out whether I will agree? Abby said with a smile. Lin Feng laughed. Unexpectedly, he ridiculed Bigan's 134 generation grandson's lie, and Abby believes it so far. And listening to Abby's tone, Lin Feng believed that Abby Cohen was already tempted. Haha, Abby, I believe you will agree. Because I will create more miracles, I believe you will want to know how these miracles were born as close as possible. Lin Feng said with a confident smile. Lin, as you said, I am really interested in why you can be so successful. Give me a week to deal with things here. A week later, I will bring a consultant team to Shanghai. However, my team and I, the charge is very expensive, Abby said with a chuckle. Lin Feng clenched his fist slightly, and with the help of Abby Cohen, his future investment would be more insured. This is a Wall Street myth, predicting countless financial events. With her helping herself, her own prediction of the future will be more precise. Later, Lin Feng returned to the villa. But now only Yuan Xianglai and Algru are left in the villa. Lizu and others have gone to film. Huang Meixi also went to her mother's house in South Korea to rest and prepare to have a baby. This left the villa deserted, and Lin Feng never came back. There is no hot meal to eat, and there is no love soup to drink. With a few sighs, Lin Feng decided to wait for Duwu information to go to the class after the acquisition was completed, and by the way to see how the progress of the Legend of Condor heroes he invested in and filmed. As for Legend of Sword and Fairy, it can only start after the acquisition is greater than the consultation. Hey, Lin, are you hungry? I just ordered a pizza. I didn't eat. Would you like to have some? Algra said at the moment. Lin Feng touched his stomach, screamed, nodded. Algra put the pizza in the microwave oven to heat it, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sniffed. The pizza smelled good, but it tasted just the same, and it was far from the food made by Lisa himself. Hee, how about it? Don't have Zita cook for you. I'm not used to it. You don't regret it at the end of the loss. Also, you're still a little cold with Meixi. It's not like being a father. People, Algra quipped. Lin Feng frowned. Indeed, he was a little bit close in this regard. It's just a bit unacceptable for a while. By the way, Algra, this is $10 million. As I said, if you expand the Algra brand branch for you, if you use the funds to open a branch, it will be considered as my investment. Lin Feng Shi, while reading pizza, I suddenly remembered that he had promised Algra before and quickly signed a check for $10 million. Algra frowned, thought about it, and sighed in secret. Women are most afraid of accepting gifts, especially those with ambiguous relationships, which will cause too much pressure on them. In particular, Lin Feng's $10 million, although it is said to be an investment, in Algra's view, it is still a bit too heavy. However, his current relationship with him can only maintain the status quo. While hesitating, Algra reluctantly accepted Lin Feng's check. Isn't he just investing? Algra thought. Okay, tell me if you have any difficulties in the future. I believe I can still help you. Lin Feng patted his stomach lightly, threw away a little pizza, and went upstairs. 3 days later, Lin Feng had just arrived at the company, and Wu Zhaopu had prepared all relevant documents regarding the acquisition of Duwu Information. Boss, other directors of Duwu Information Company, we have already contacted them. They are willing to sell the shares in their hands. Together with our acquisitions in the stock market, we can own up to 34% of Duwu Information shares. Wu Zhaopu gave Lin the relevant data. Wind. Lin Feng looked around and nodded. Duwu Information Chairman Li Yongjin owns 20% of the shares, Director Ding Shuzi holds 13.13% of the shares, and Director Chen Yoshin holds 33.2% of the shares. As long as the shares of any one of them are acquired, the second world basically has full controlling rights and Duwu Information. Mr. Wu, help me contact Li Yongjin and tell him I want to talk to him. Lin Feng ordered. Wu Zhaopu nodded. and then went to contact Li Yongjin. Li Yongjin, who is he? A Taiwanese, graduated from the Department of Computer Science at National Taiwan University, has a passion for video games since childhood. When he was still studying and witnessed the aggressive expansion of Japanese and Korean games into Taiwan, Li Yongjin had the idea of making his own games. After graduating from Taiwan University, Li Yongjin founded Jinxon Electronics Company with his friends, and created a game of his life, The Legend of Chivalrous Heroes. Relying on The Legend of Chivalrous Heroes, Jinxon Electronics became the most famous in Taiwan. The game company of Taiwan has formed a pattern of contending for the top of the South and North with Taiwan's Ziguin Company. However, at the time when Jinxon Electronics was most brilliant, Li Yongjin made an amazing decision, leaving Jinxon Electronics and founded another company alone, which is now Daewoo Information. This decision was very risky at the time, but because of this, Daewoo is now known as the synonym of domestic game boutique. In the past few days, the stock market of Daewoo Information has been extremely volatile. In the absence of any good news, the stock price has been rising steadily, and it shows that some people secretly make purchases. In this regard, Li Yongjin has long been vigilant and notified the other two important shareholders of the company to be careful of abnormal stock price fluctuations. At this moment, Li Yongjin received a call from mainland China. It's just that Li Yongjin couldn't think that the caller would actually be the Second World, the hottest company in the game industry, and the other party actually wanted to negotiate a deal with him. What will the Second World talk to itself regarding the copyright of the filming of Legend of Sword and Fairy? While Li Yongjin was thinking, Lin Feng flew to Taiwan with Wu Xiaopu and others. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 574. Banknotes smashed people to death. This is Lin Feng's second visit to Taiwan. The last time he came to promote the Phantom MP3 player for his Phantom technology, he came again this time to buy Daewoo Information. In just 1 year, the changes can be really big. Now even the cars that the Taiwan branch came to greet itself have changed from Toyota to Mercedes-Benz. And the changes in the Second World can be seen. Boss, this is the most famous Grand Hotel in Taiwan. You will stay in this well-known hotel with the most historical background wherever you stay in Taiwan. The head of the Taiwan branch said graciously. Lin Feng nodded, looked around, and was satisfied. The Grand Hotel was established in 1952 by Su Mealing and funded by all walks of life in Taiwan. The purpose was to make up for the lack of high-end hotels in Taiwan to receive foreign guests. In those days, only high-ranking officials could move in. Of course, time has changed, and now ordinary people can also come to stay. Its building is about 40 stories high and belongs to the Chinese Red Palace-style building. It has carved beams and painted buildings, cornices and corners, golden glazed roof, and antique. It is obviously different from today's modern hotels, but it is extremely gorgeous for all the guests who come to the host. Noble feeling. After taking a short rest at the famous Grand Hotel in Taiwan, Lin Feng met with Li Yongjin. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to come in person. It really made me panic. Please sit down and sit down quickly. When Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu arrived at Daewoo Information headquarters, Li Yongjin was in a daze. This time the Second World had an interview with him. He originally thought that the Second World would send a vice president. According to Li Yongjin's understanding, Wu Xiaopu was the most likely to come, but he did not expect Lin Feng to come in person. In panic, Li Yongjin's heart stunned. I know that Lin Feng and others are definitely not here today for the copyright issue of the so-called Legend of Sword and Fairy. Why did he come? Li Yongjin felt nervous for a while, always feeling that something big was about to happen, but he didn't know what was going to happen. This feeling made Li Yongjin extremely uncomfortable. Mr. Li, I am a big fan of your company's games. I have played Legend of the Sword and Fairy 7 or 8 times. From the very beginning, I was able to get through for the plot, And at the end I tried to explore every hidden branch in the game. I'm not afraid of jokes. Back then, I spent hundreds of hours for The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Lin Feng said a little exaggeratedly. Of course, it is also a fact. Before Lin Feng's rebirth, there were two games that he invested the most. One was Legend. In order to pool money to buy a Purgatory, Lin Feng leveled up to level 29 at Skull Cave. Skull Cave is only suitable for games of level 1118. The character is leveling, but the violence rate is high, and the money is lost, and just made up a handful of Purgatory money. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng was preparing to pick a better Purgatory, Legend broke out the most shameless money swiping bug in history. Shayback City dropped gold coins from the sky. In just about 3 hours, the price of goods rose more than 3 times. Let Lin Feng want to cry without tears, and since then insulated Legend. This is also one of the reasons why countless players bid farewell to Legend in tears. The second most time-consuming game is Legend of Sword and Fairy. In a game that normally takes only 7 or 8 hours to complete, Lin Feng played for more than 100 hours before and after. Not only did he get all the items and equipment, but he also reached the top level. He also ate the fruits of various attributes. And he also unearthed all the plots. Write down all the poems in it, and the damn maze map. If you don't look back, why not forget? Since there is no destiny, why do you have to make a vow? Today, everything is like water and no trace. What is the next day and night? The king is strange. In the game, when Zhao Linga cried goodbye to Li Xiao, Lin said the poem. The wind still has a deep memory. Legend of Sword and Fairy in the hearts of all players can be described as a sacred work, which has deeply influenced a generation. Lin Feng is also full of excitement about being able to acquire Duwu information. However, Mr. Li, you are not kind. The complicated maze can toss our players to death, especially the three-hole maze, which pits a lot of people. Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, a burst of laughter at the scene also eased the atmosphere. Mr. Li, we know that we don't talk secretly. We are here this time for nothing else, just for cooperation. Lin Feng said straightforwardly. Cooperation? Li Yongjin was taken aback. Mr. Wu, pass our contract to Mr. Li to see. Lin Feng signaled, and Wu Zhaopu handed the contract that had been prepared to Li Yongjin. Li Yongjin frowned slightly, not knowing what Lin Feng meant by cooperation, so he quickly took a look at the contract. Unexpectedly, after reading it, I sneered. This is cooperation. It is obviously annexation. The contract states that Second World will acquire 20% of Li Yongjin's shares at a price of 5 yuan per share. Now Duwu information 3.14 yuan per share, totaling 15 million yuan, and hire Li Yongjin as the Taiwan branch of Second World. The president of Duwu is responsible for the related business of the original Duwu information. It seems that the price is extremely fair. Li Yongjin is still in charge of Duwu information's business, but it is not acceptable to Li Yongjin. He left Jinxon Electronics Company and created Duwu Information in order to be able to make the game he wanted to make. If it is annexed by the Second World, how can you still play the game as you wish? Mr. Lin, forgive me for being rude. I can't accept your terms. Li Yongjin returned the contract to Lin Feng, while still saying coldly, I'm afraid the stocks of Duwu Information on the stock market recently were also acquired by your company. According to me, it is estimated that Mr. Lin should already have 34% of our company's shares in his hands, which is more than the chairman of me. Mr. Lin just came to talk about cooperation at this moment, and I didn't realize it was a bit deceiving. Li Yongjin's reaction was expected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng has carefully studied Li Yongjin. Back then, he was able to leave proudly in the heyday of Jinxon Electronics Company. The original creation of Duwu Information proved that he was a gaming wizard who was unwilling to be controlled by others. He would definitely not accept his own condition. This kind of person is very spine and worthy of respect. Unfortunately, It is now a commercial society. Whoever has more money is the king. How does Jiwoo's 56.1 million RMB assets compete with the 70 billion US dollars second world asset? This is not that Lin Feng deliberately bullied Li Yongjin, but the fact. Mr. Li, I think you should know that if I acquire 13.13% of the shares in your company's director Ding Shuzi and 33.2% of the shares in the hands of director Chen Yezhen, I can dismiss you as the chairman at any time. At that time, you will have 20% of the shares. The shares have no effect at all. Lin Feng said lightly. Li Yongxing felt tight in his chest and was bullied face to face. It was too uncomfortable. However, he faced this second world with a net worth of 30.1 billion US dollars and company assets of 70 billion US dollars, and he had nothing to fight back. Force. It can be said that he is now weak and small like an ant, while Lin Feng and the second world are as strong as an elephant. But I believe my partner will not sell you the stock, Li Yongjin said with anger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Li, I didn't deliberately pour cold water on you. Now Jiwoo Information's prospects are not clear. The newly launched Xuan Yuan Sword 4, Black Dragon Dance and Flying Clouds failed completely. The market's sales were sluggish. In addition, the popularity of online games nowadays. Jiwoo Information. My life is not easy, am I right? Lin Feng said lightly. But I am convinced that all this is only temporary, and Jiwoo Information will still become the best standalone game company in China. Li Yongjin said with a fist. Lin Feng shrugged, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lin, your second world is indeed powerful now. But don't look down on people. Li Yongjin couldn't bear the ridicule between Lin Feng's mouth and protested loudly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and sighed. To be honest, President Li, I really admire you and your Jiwoo Information. If it is not for external conditions, Jiwoo Information can become another Blizzard. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Feng said twice, pity. What a pity. Li Yongjin couldn't help asking. It's a pity that Jiwoo Information is in Taiwan, and the Taiwan market is too small. In the mainland, piracy is too rampant. Your game player base is more than tens of millions, but the sales volume is only over 1 million. Isn't that a shame? Lin Feng sighed. Li Yongjin's heart sank. Indeed, Lin Feng mentioned the weakness of Jiwoo Information. The Taiwan market is too small, and the piracy in the mainland market is too rampant, making it difficult for Jiwoo's games to recover costs. In order to maintain a balance of payments, there are only two ways. One is to increase the price of games, and the other is to reduce production costs. The first method is undoubtedly to drive more players who want to buy genuine copies into the piracy camp. The second method is killing the game even more. Xuan Yuan Sword 4, Black Dragon Dance and Flying Clouds is the best example. Because of the cost issue, the 3D is nondescript, which disappoints all players, and sales naturally do not have extravagant expectations. Faced with this situation, Jiwoo Information is slowly declining, which makes sense. A piracy not only harms all game companies, but also keeps the Chinese game industry stagnant. The development of online games is also the only way out for all Chinese game companies. But after all, not all players in this world like to play online games. There are still a large number of players who like single-player games. But now, the second world is going against the current and ushering in a new era of standalone games in China. In order to create this new situation, Li Yongjin is the first important person in front of him. This is why Lin Feng traveled far and wide to come to Taiwan in person. Lin Feng not only wants Jiwoo Information, but also Li Yongjin. Otherwise, Lin Feng can smash Jiwoo Information directly with a small amount of banknotes. With a market value of RMB 56.1 million, the current second world really smashes it whatever it wants. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. The 575th chapter is like Bill Gates? Li Yongjin's face is cloudy. What Lin Feng said is true. Faced with the terrorist piracy technology in the mainland market including Taiwan and Hong Kong, Daewoo Information's dream of developing China's single-player games and creating domestically-made single-player games is simply impossible to realize. But he was really unwilling to be swallowed by Lin Feng like this. Mr. Lin, no matter what you say, I just want to play the game I want according to my own wishes. The shares in my hand will not be sold. As for the shares in the hands of the other two shareholders, I believe they will stand by my side. Li Yongjin said confidently. The other two shareholders are also partners for many years, and Li Yongjin believes that they will not betray themselves at this time. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Mr. Li, I want to explain that I really value your talents in games, so I personally come to invite you to join the second world. Also, this world is a commercial society. With that, Lin Feng picked up the phone, dialed a number, and handed it to Li Yongjin. Sorry, Mr. Li, I have agreed to sell the stock in my hands to the second world. The voice of Chen Yuzhen, the director of Daewoo Information, was heard from the call. What, Miss Chen, you? How can you do this? After Li Yongjin heard this, Fang Kun was in a mess. He didn't expect Chen Yuzhen, who holds the largest stake, to betray him at this time. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow for Li Yongjin. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I think you have to understand that I am a businessman and I want to make money from investing. But at the moment, I don't see the future of Daewoo Information. And the price Mr. Lin gave me is very attractive, Chen Yuzhen said with a hint of sorry. Hearing this, Li Yongjin glanced at Lin Feng with a smile on his face, and only then understood what Lin Feng meant when he said this world is a commercial society. It turned out that he had dealt with everything a long time ago. Thinking of this, Li Yongjin felt more indignation and helpless, knowing that the overall situation of Daewoo Information was set, but he was unwilling to continue his efforts, hoping to change the decision of director Chen Yuzhen. But you have to believe me, I must be able to lead Daewoo Information out of the current predicament. Although Xuanyuan Sword 4, Black Dragon Dance and Flying Clouds failed, we still have Legend of Sword and Fairy. I believe that as long as it is released, the sequel to Legend of Sword and Fairy will definitely revive the company. Li Yongjin yelled a little out of control. Lin Feng sighed slightly. Back then, Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches was scolded to death, and Lin Feng himself, too, bought Legend of Fairy Sword and Fairy 2 Inches with great expectations, prepared paper and pen, and wanted to record all the poems and maze maps in the game. To prepare for the second and third games. Unexpectedly, the first pass was no interest. Too disappointed. The Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 Inches is too disappointing. If Lin Feng had to use a single word to describe it, it would be bad, an absolute masterpiece. And the far-fetched connection between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuri was extremely disappointing. And it also lost the characteristics of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Without those classic poems, and without all kinds of rich and touching branch plots. Is this still the Legend of Sword and Fairy? Once I acquired Daewoo Information, I would never allow such a sequel to appear. Lin Feng said secretly in his heart. Sorry, President Li. This is just business, I think you should understand, Chen Yuzhen said calmly over the phone. Lin Feng offered him a price of 5 yuan per share. With the current uncertain prospects of Daewoo Information, Chen Yuzhen has no reason to refuse Lin Feng, because this is just a business. She invested in Daewoo Information, also to make money. Mr. Li, Mr. Lin is very sincere. Maybe you can think about it. Chen Yuzhen finished speaking and hung up the phone. Miss Chen. Li Yongjin was in despair when he heard a blind tone on the phone. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, and waited quietly. After a long time, Li Yongjin barely recovered from losing control of Daewoo Information. Lin Feng acquired 34% of Daewoo Information through the stock market. Together with Chen Yuzhen's 33.2%, Lin Feng already owns 67.2% of Daewoo Information and becomes the largest shareholder. Thinking of this, Li Yongjin looked angry and unwilling. Mr. Lin, I admit that money can indeed solve many problems. But money is not everything. At least it can't buy my will. Duwu information is yours, but you can't imagine that I will work for you. The work card hanging in front fell on the table and walked out. Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect this Li Yongjin to have such a personality, but this kind of personality can make a really good game. Mr. Li, don't you want to hear how I plan to transform Duwu information? You have personally participated in the design of so many games. Don't you have the heart to let go? Lin Feng said slowly. Duwu Information was founded by Li Yongjin. Several of its flagship games, such as Xuan Yuan Sword and The Legend of Sword and Fairy, Li Yongjin participated in the development and design of the game, and spent so much effort on it. Lin Feng did not believe that he could really just let it go. Indeed, money cannot buy everything. But sometimes, a lot of things that money cannot buy can be exchanged for other things that are far less valuable than money, such as the share of reluctance, such as the relationship. As expected by Lin Feng, Li Yongjin hesitated for a while, and after a little thought, sat back. Mr. Li, let me reiterate one more point. I really appreciate your dedication to the game and your talent in this area. I hope you understand that my acquisition of Duwu Information and your creation of Duwu Information are for the same purpose, to build better games made in China. Lin Feng said very cautiously. Li Yongjin listened to a move in his heart, and took a closer look at Lin Feng. His face looked sincere. It shouldn't be a lie. HMPH. Let me just listen to what you have to say. Li Yongjin persuaded himself this time. I don't know, for Lin Feng, I'm afraid that you will walk away directly. As long as you are willing to sit down and listen, Lin Feng is sure to convince you. Then what do you plan to do with the games owned by Duwu Information after the acquisition? Li Yongjin asked tentatively. Lin Feng smiled secretly, knowing that Li Yongjin would definitely not be able to escape his palm. According to the contract, Duwu Information becomes a subsidiary of the Second World. You are still the president of Duwu Information, responsible for all affairs, and you can retain 20% of Duwu Information. I believe that Duwu Information's share price will be more than $100. Lin Feng offered a new contract. Li Yongjin heard a move in his heart. He continues to retain 20% of the shares in his hand, so he still has certain management rights in the company, and he continues to serve as the president. As long as Lin Feng does not intervene, he can still play the game he wants, plus the strong Second World with financial support. He will be able to have more energy to develop quality games. Just like Blizzard Entertainment, it has created a reputation. As Blizzard produces, it must be a boutique. This seems to be a good proposal. Li Yongjin's heart beat. After all, he was really reluctant to let him leave Duwu Information. Lin Feng had more smiles on his face. From the expression on Li Yongjin's face, Lin Feng could already tell his heart was moved. The reason for preparing two contracts and purchasing 33.2% of the original director Chen Yuxian's shares in advance is to follow the principle of giving one stick and one more date. Although the old saying goes, first salute and then salute, but sometimes, first salute before salute can better achieve your goals. This is just like what Mr. Luxun said: first give him treatment that is not as good as a dog, and then give him treatment like a dog, and he will be satisfied. Mr. Li, as a loyal player, I have a few suggestions regarding several games under Duwu Information. Lin Feng took out a plan. I hope Duwu Information will release a sequel to The Legend of Sword and Fairy in the next year. Players have been waiting for this sequel for too long. But I don't want the immature 3D like Xuan Yuan Sword 4 inches. I still hope to adopt 2D images and use traditional Chinese ink painting as the background, just like Xuan Yuan Sword 2 inches and Xuan Yuan Sword 3 inches. In terms of plot, I hope to keep improving. You are a genius in this regard, and I can't give any advice. I can only give what the player is looking forward to. First, I hope The Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 inches can still maintain the exquisite poetry and beautiful music of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 inch. Second, The maze can be used, but I hope it will be more fun. 1 point, more organ setup, decryption, etc. 3. Hope that the fighting method is like the Japanese Final Fantasy, using semi-real-time combat. Lin Feng talked freely. Li Yongjin's eyes lit up when he heard it, and the look in Lin Feng's eyes felt a little more important and confident. The one who can say that just now is obviously that he has really played his campaign's games and is a loyal player. From this point of view, Lin Feng's acquisition of Duwu information was not really just for money and fame. There is also Monopoly. I hope to modify it to the online version as soon as possible so that players can play online. After all, I was a loyal player of Monopoly. But the screen should not be too gorgeous. I feel that Monopoly 4 inches is perfect, and its changed Monopoly Online should be based on the background of Monopoly 4 inches. Adding a few more country maps, and adding a little more of the customs of the corresponding country. Lin Feng laughed. Li Yongjin nodded. Then the two chatted about the game. From the initial hostility to seeing him as a confidant, Lin Feng only took 2 hours, which greatly admired Wu Xiaopu. At the same time, I also expressed admiration for Lin Feng's understanding of the game, but I don't know where Lin Feng has so much game experience. Without massive game time, it is impossible to make so many practical suggestions. But where does Lin Feng have so much time to play games? After thinking about it, Wu Xiaopu couldn't figure out why. But he doesn't go into this issue deeply. The boss is the boss. If he can understand, he will be the boss. For Wu Xiaopu, he doesn't need to think so much. Just follow Lin Feng's footsteps and move forward. Mr. Lin, I think I can change my mind now. I accept your contract. Li Yongjin got up and stretched out his right hand. President Li, happy cooperation. Lin Feng also stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. The two hands were squeezed together. Later, Lin Feng and Li Yongjin held a press conference in Taiwan, announcing that Second World formally acquired Duwu Information. Duwu Information became one of the subsidiaries of Second World. Former Duwu Information chairman Li Yongjin continued to serve as Duwu Information president. At the same time, Lin Feng also announced that it would launch Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 inches within 1 year. The news that Second World acquired Duwu Information immediately caused a sensation for Taiwan's gaming industry. This represents a strong invasion of Taiwan's gaming industry by game companies from the mainland, especially the Second World has originally established a branch in Taiwan. Today, more than 70% of Taiwan's online game players play it as a Second World online game, and now Second World has acquired the pride of Taiwanese game company Duwu Information. In the future, Taiwan's game market will probably be firmly occupied by the Second World from mainland China. Taiwan's oldest gaming magazine Computer Player Reviews Second World is already the world's best online game company, and now it has acquired the pride of Taiwan's game company Duwu Information, which represents the Second World. It will have a wider game field, which also represents the decline of Taiwan's game industry. Of course, although it is an irony for the Taiwanese game industry, it is good news for all gamers. It is believed that with the financial resources and capabilities of the Second World, the sequel to The Legend of Sword and Fairy is believed to be available soon. Taiwan's Computer Player Report also attracted heated discussions inside and outside the island. After all, it has been 7 years since Legend of Sword and Fairy was launched in 1995. But its sequel has never been heard from now. Second World acquired Duwu Information and proposed to launch its sequel within a year, which made all fans of the Legend of Sword and Fairy game crazy. Netizen Hozad chanted "Long live great, 7 years of waiting, finally come true." I hope that Second World can launch a more successful sequel than the first generation. Netizen Liu Oyangtsai also raised his arms and chanted thanks to Second World and Lin Feng for finally letting Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 inches come out. Long live. While netizens were discussing the upcoming launch of Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 inches, The domestic Popular Software also made key comments on the acquisition of Daewoo Information by the Second World. Daewoo Information has always been the best standalone machine in China. One of the game companies is now being swallowed by the Second World. When we are looking forward to the Second World launching more fun standalone games, we can't help asking why the Second World is also a game company so successful. But other game companies have always been mixed on the line of food and clothing. Where is the gap? Is it because of the company's management or on the technical level? This discussion of Popular Software also ignited the enthusiasm of netizens to discuss the reasons for the success of the Second World. Some people say that its success lies in the consistent boutique game strategy of the Second World, and some say that because the Second World has always focused on the interests of players, it can achieve today's success. For a while, opinions differed, and everyone's reasons were reasonable, but none of them could convince the public. The discussion of netizens also attracted experts from all walks of life to join in the fun, and one after another made comments on the TV station. Financial experts say that the success of the Second World stems from a pragmatic spirit and develops step by step. It is not like other IT companies that are eager to get listed for money, and have the success of the Second World today. This point should be worth learning from all listed companies that want to make money. However, IT experts objected and believed that the success of the Second World lies in its innovative spirit, continuous innovative game concepts, and innovative game technologies. It has been leading the industry in order to achieve today's success. However, game experts also expressed opposition, believing that the success of the Second World lies in the player-oriented approach and the consideration of the interests of the players everywhere. The sincerity of the Second World touches the players, so players will always support the Second World. Experts from all walks of life are also arguing about the success of the Second World. The heated discussions among the major domestic media have also attracted the attention of the British Times. The Times has always been a pro-Linfeng faction, so it also reported on the front page, Second World acquires the best standalone game company in China, and its game kingdom will have a stronger foundation. In just 3 years, Second World has become the world's best online game company and has also pioneered electronics. The new chapter of competition is now advancing like a standalone game. Where is its success? The Times report also attracted international attention. After all, Second World is the most popular game computer company today, with the world's best online games as well as the world's second largest CPU and graphics card. Manufacturers, especially after the acquisition of Daewoo Information, the share price of Second World rose slightly. Linfeng's personal assets are close to the world's second stock god Buffett. So why is Second World successful? In the face of this situation, foreign media have also quarreled and invited experts from all walks of life to analyze them one by one, from the structure of the Second World to the economic artery, and then to the major moves in the past 3 years. Did not come to a conclusion that convinced everyone. In the end, the helpless American reporter threw the question to Warren Buffett, who had just bought a large amount of Second World stocks. Faced with questions from many reporters, Buffett smiled slightly. In my opinion, the Second World is not the most advanced in terms of its corporate structure, management model, and financial situation. On the contrary, there are signs of confusion. Buffett's words caused a commotion among many reporters. If Second World management model, financial situation is not good, then why it will be successful? Why other companies cannot succeed? The current success of the Second World comes from only one person, and that is its chairman, Linfeng. I have been studying the success model of the Second World recently and found that the Second World, the world's major decisions have always been made by one person, and that is Linfeng. Another point, you have not discovered that the Second World has also experienced many hardships and tests in the past 3 years, such as the original Legend Integrity Gate incident, the quasi-single-player incident of the Plants vs. Zombies tower defense game, and the later Internet Addiction War incident. and the Blue Rapid Internet Cafe incident that caused unprecedented disasters. So much trouble and misfortune were second when the world meets. Other companies may have long since collapsed. But the second world has not collapsed, but has taken the opportunity to grow step by step. Why is this? Buffett asked. Many reporters were at a loss. Because of the existence of Lin Feng, the chairman of the board. Because of the existence of Lin Feng, no matter what happens to the second world, all employees of the company firmly believe that the company will survive the crisis because they believe in the chairman Lin Feng. They will definitely lead them out of the predicament. At this point, Buffett looked surprised. I have only seen two people in my life, and their personal influence is enough to change the future of a company. The first is Microsoft's Bill Gates. The other is Lin Feng. Uproar. Numerous American reporters were in an uproar, although the American media had previously advocated that Lin Feng was the richest man in the future. The ridicule and teasing elements were the majority. Although Lin Feng's personal assets jumped to the third place in the world, with $30.1 billion in assets, in the eyes of American reporters, he wanted to make peace. Bill Gatsby, the symbol of the American spirit, is far from it. Unexpectedly, today, the stock god Buffett compares Lin Feng and Bill Gates on the same level. This is from the words of the stock god Buffett, which naturally has a certain degree of authority. This has made many American journalists ask themselves secretly, can Lin Feng really become the next richest man in the world, transcending the American spirit as a symbol of Bill Gates? Many American journalists felt uncomfortable for a while. Bill Gates is the pride of the United States. If it is surpassed by a Chinese, it would be worthwhile for all Americans. In particular, this Chinese is younger than Bill Gates, who is only 22 years old this year. Although Warren Buffett's remarks made American journalists uncomfortable, he still honestly spread the news through newspapers. After all, this is also violent news. When the news came, there was a commotion around the world, and Lin Feng was recognized by the stock god Buffett, which was far more precious than Lin Feng's extra $10 billion. For the first time, those Western dignitaries started to really face this magic boy from China, Qin Zeboy. No matter if he is lucky or lucky, he is the second person to get such an evaluation from Warren Buffett. The first is Bill Gates. When the outside world is concerned about the extent of Lin Feng's future, Lin Feng also found an interesting thing when he was dealing with matters related to the merger in Taiwan. Japan's Scour Linux is entrusting Daewoo Information to develop Magic Baby 2 inches and authorize it to operate Magic Baby 2 inches in mainland China. Seeing this power of attorney, Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. He had already seen the scene of He Yang, the president of Scour Linux, jumping on his feet. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. The 576th chapter is a man. Square Linux president Yoichi Wada is very angry. Since the merger of Scalwell and Enix, Yoichi Wada has never been so angry. He never thought that Second World would acquire Daewoo Information. Before that, he handed over the mainland operation rights of Magic Baby to 9 cities in order to suppress the Second World. In the end, Lin Feng came up with a trick to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, pretending not to get involved. In 2D, the turn-based online game market has allowed more than a dozen online game companies in mainland China to squeeze into the 2D turn-based online game market, causing the 9 cities to complain. And the performance of Magic Baby has also declined slightly, so that He Yang has always guaranteed the profit to the board of directors, did not meet expectations, and at the same time Chen Xiaoai did not attack the Second World as promised. Unwilling to resign, Yoichi Wada decided to develop Magic Baby 2 inches and handed over the development business of Magic Baby 2 inches to the well-known Daewoo Information Company in Taiwan, and authorized its mainland online game operation business, hoping to combat it in many ways. Second World. Unexpectedly, now the Second World has acquired Daewoo Information, letting all its efforts go to waste, but instead has completed the Second World, which is equivalent to giving the second world a 2D turn-based online game for nothing, filling the second world. The weakness of the two worlds. Thinking of this, Hushin Yanei is not angry, especially the woman on the opposite side, referring to Arisa Kazama. With the launch of the second world, she has also become a billionaire, an upstart in the day-to-day game world and even the upper-class social circle. He was so graceful and luxurious that he became a target for the dignitaries in the Japanese industry to fawn over, which made Yoichi Wada even more furious. This woman who used to be under his crotch is so beautiful, especially when he often ridicules him in various social occasions. This makes Wada Yanei not hate it in his heart. It happened that he was helpless with this woman and the second world. Just when Yoichi Hushin was depressed, he received a call from Daewoo Information. Seeing the caller's number, Wada Yang was upset, which reminded him instinctively of the face that annoyed him. But now the two companies still have business dealings, and he has to accept them. President Houghton, it's been a long time since I saw him. It's been good these days. As soon as he answered the phone, a voice made him want to drop the phone. Mr. Lin, you can be generous. Hushin Yanei wanted to give a false compliment, but found that he couldn't say anything, and asked him to compliment the Chinese boy, which was more uncomfortable than letting him eat poop. This once insignificant kid was so successful, which made Hushin Yang deep jealous to death. Lin Feng was able to guess Hushin Yi's thoughts through the unwilling tone on the phone. I don't care. Anyway, I want to piss him off. There are more opportunities. Who left the right to develop and operate Magic Baby 2 inches now in his own hands. President Houghton, it seems that your company has a business relationship with Daewoo Information, one of the subsidiaries of our company, and is entrusting Daewoo Information to develop Magic Baby 2 inches, right? Lin Feng does not open which pot or mention which pot. Yes. Yes. Hushin Yang's face was blue and red, and he was full of hatred in his heart. Last time your company took back the right to operate Magic Baby, so I called today to ask, do you still want to take back the right to operate Magic Baby 2 inches? Lin Feng TSK several times. It is stated in the contract that if one party breaches the contract, it needs to compensate the other party with a liquidated damages of 100 million yuan. I think that based on the relationship between our two companies, President Hushin will definitely withdraw the development rights, right? Anyway, your company has money and doesn't care. This money. Lin Feng teased deliberately. Baegia Road. Hushin Yanei was scolded by Lin Feng Kai from Japan. But Lin Feng didn't care. I came here today to deliberately get angry with Wada Yoichi to ask for a little interest for Kazama's drawing of yarn. As for the operating rights of Magic Baby 2 inches, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Now I have invested in Fantasy Westward Journey, and within 3 months, Fantasy Westward Journey will be on the market. I don't care if I own the right to operate Magic Baby 2 inches, not to mention Daewoo Information and Scour Linux. The contract signed, the operating agency right price was too high. Lin Feng didn't want to operate very much from his heart, and just took the opportunity to win Hushin Yangichi. Although Hushin Yanei was choked by Lin Feng Kai at this time, and he really had the urge to tear up the contract, but at this moment he did not dare to break the contract. This is about 100 million yuan of liquidated damages, and when it was invested in the development of Magic Baby 2 inches, Scour Linux also injected 30 million yuan, which is a total of 130 million yuan before and after. If this is the case with a water scoop, he can imagine how angry the company's directors will be. In business, especially for the Japanese, interests are more important than everything else. How about, President Houghton, if I want to break the contract, I will immediately return half of the source code that has been developed to your company. Lin Feng continued to tease. No. You will continue to develop and operate in accordance with the contract, Hushin said, almost crushing his front teeth, with blue veins jumping on his face. I believe that if Lin Feng appeared in front of Hushin at this moment, Itanyani, I will definitely take a bite. Really? Then I would be disrespectful. If Magic Baby 2 inches is hot, I would like to thank President Hushan for his generosity. Then I will meet again next time. Lin Feng smiled and hung up the phone. Asshole, damn Chinese, never finished with you. After hanging up the phone, Tan Yang overturned the entire desk in one fell swoop. He had never been teased like this. I secretly vowed in my heart, don't wait for him to catch the opportunity, otherwise he will pay his respects to Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng pressed another key. Hi, Erisa, how is it? Are you satisfied? Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Just now, Lin Feng used a three-way call, and she heard the irritation and anger on the other end of the phone, and she was very grateful to Lin Feng in her heart. Otherwise, from a commercial point of view, Lin Feng would not have offended Yuichi Hushin in this way, but could take the opportunity to repair the relationship with Yuichi Hushin. But Lin Feng completely offended Hitanyani. She naturally knew for whom. Thinking of this, Kazama Erisa felt grateful. Well, don't thank me so much, it should be. As I said, my people can't be bullied by others. By the way, how did the acquisition of Sago meet the development department? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Going back to the boss, it has reached the final stage. According to internal information, Sago is reconvening on this matter internally, and it is expected that there will be a result soon, Kazama Erisa said. Lin Feng nodded, and then after instructing Kazama Erisa a few words, he hung up the phone. Hi, boss. The welcome reception that Mr. Lee prepared for us is about to begin. Let's get ready. At this moment, Wu Zhaopu came in. This welcome reception was specially organized by Li Yongjin. One was to celebrate the acquisition of Duwu Information by Second World, and the other was to introduce Lin Feng to several game development teams under the original Duwu Information. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The change in this person's mentality is so wonderful. At the beginning, Li Yongjin was extremely reluctant, but now he is so enthusiastic. But this also proves that the policy of gentleness is much better than the barbaric direct snatch. Okay, let's go. Hey, Mr. Wu, you are very handsome. Is there any show tonight? Lin Feng quipped. Hee, boss. Tonight, Mr. Lee invited many models to accompany the wine to liven up the atmosphere. As you know, I'm still single at the moment. It's normal to have a romantic occasion, Wu Zhaopu said with ambiguous sighs that a man can understand. Ha, normal. Otherwise, if you don't have an occasional affair, I really suspect that you are a guy comrade. Lin Feng laughed after hearing it. Hey, didn't you concentrate on work before? But now the company is formal and rich, and the official business in Taiwan has ended successfully. Naturally, I have to be happy, otherwise I'm sorry for the many models attending tonight. Wu Zhaopu faced the mirror, dressed up and said. Lin Feng smiled. After the welcome reception, Lin Feng realized that there were a lot of models tonight. Yin Yanyan decorated the whole reception scene with a dazzling spring scene. But don't look at so many models, but the cost is not high. The price of ordinary models attending this kind of reception is not high. Usually around 30,005,000 yuan, slightly famous 8,000, tens of thousands. Of course, the top one is hundreds of thousands. For example, the popular Xiao Qiang, Xiao Daimai, a meal of 200,000 Taiwan dollars. However, Lin Feng took a closer look at the model that was present today, and it seemed that there were no supermodels. More than 20 ordinary models cannot cost much. Of course, this is just the price tag for accompanying wine. If you want to socialize after drinking, it depends on whether the other party is willing or not. But looking at Wu Zhaopu's coquettish look, his full-length brand, and the shining expressions of the two models around him, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely be very lucky tonight. Boss, come and have a toast. Although the beautiful women around you are like clouds, men, how can they not come to the scene? There are so many beautiful women on the scene, I see all of them interesting to you. Why don't you pick a few and have a good time? Drink after a few glasses of wine. Wu Zhaopu spoke more, revealing his true qualities of a man. Originally, men acted every time, This is also part of the entertainment at the cocktail party. If everyone is flirting and cursing, but you strictly abide by the rules and precepts, it will displease other people and create a gap. But for Lin Feng, I really don't want to touch these yin yang yan yin. It's not that Lin Feng is really so honest. After Lisa went filming during this period, Lin Feng has been living a monk life again, plus the house was full of spring, and everyone toasted, and they were also quite amused. But people who are accustomed to eating abalone suddenly eat small grass carp, and they really don't have much appetite. Of course, it's not that the female models around them are not beautiful. On the contrary, they must have a figure, some appearance, but the look of staring at Lin Feng with a bright face, as if seeing a gold mine, makes Lin Feng a little nauseous. Although men love beauty, they can't be hungry. You guys have fun. I'll go to the bathroom. Lin Feng shook his head, throwing away the entanglement of the female model around him, and started walking outside. Ha ha. Let's have fun. Our boss is surrounded by beautiful women, so naturally I don't like you. Come on, don't worry about our boss. Let's continue. Wu Xiaopu laughed, and his words became frivolous. He was eager for Lin Feng to leave. Anyway, Lin Feng has never worried about beautiful women. After all, everyone came out and had fun. As a result, these models knew that Lin Feng was the boss of the company, a big money owner with a net worth of more than $30 billion. They were so young that they all had their eyes bright and looked at Lin Feng, and they couldn't wait to squeeze into Lin Feng's arms. This also makes Wu Xiaopu and other people's congress uncomfortable. After Lin Feng left, they played easily and didn't have that much pressure. Otherwise, the beauty in his arms would look at Lin Feng. Although it was just acting on the spot, it would inevitably be unpleasant in his heart. For this reason, Wu Xiaopu despises these models a bit in his words. Although the words are ugly, they are not wrong. Those female models who participated in the dinner didn't come from the money. In that case, there is no need to respect them too much. They betrayed the hue, so I betrayed the money. Everyone takes what they need. Wu Xiaopu thought so. Out of the box, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. I don't know what's wrong with me, and I can't be tempted to face these beautiful women. But when you think about it, it's probably because they only have naked greed in their eyes, unlike the deep affection in Lisa's eyes every time he has a good time with him. Sex without emotion is like chewing wax. Lin Feng hasn't reached the point where he can't choose food. After leaving the bathroom, Lin Feng thought for a while, and went in again when he was out of interest, so as not to spoil other people's interest. Without notifying the bodyguard who was waiting for dinner in the other box, he walked outside. When passing a box, Lin Feng accidentally saw a very familiar woman. I said, don't be reserved. You are not a supermodel. You just made your debut. You can be regarded as an old model at your age. Since your boss looks at you, you should not pretend to be high-minded. This is the case in this line. If you want to be famous in this line, you need the support of these bosses. Otherwise, if they are upset, you will never get ahead with a word. A 30-something with a gorgeous face. The makeup woman was persuading a woman who was extremely tall and familiar to Lin Feng. Then I won't be famous. Anyway, I can go back and teach people to dance. A delicate voice said. What? Lin Feng heard this sound more familiar, and he heard the man's whole body numb. The original desire to go on, just these ordinary words, suddenly surged up again. Oh, my Miss Lin, how much money you can make in a month for teaching people to dance? You can get 8,000 yuan for a meal, which is quite a lot. Other models don't have the price of yours, so you have to pick and choose. The woman with heavy makeup exclaimed. But this is too insulting. The woman with an extremely delicate voice frowned. Well, who hasn't done it for the first time? Look at the popular female celebrities in Taiwan now. They won't come out to accompany the wine. Besides, they're just to accompany the wine. If you don't want to, you can leave after dinner. No one stops you. Maybe you don't want to leave after you finish eating. The woman with heavy makeup continued to persuade. But obviously, this woman who is very familiar with Lin Feng is still reluctant. Okay, my eldest lady, This time I'll take it as a face. People called you to be with me, and I agreed. If you don't go anymore, how can I explain it? Big deal. I won't pick this up for you next time. It's about business. After 3 persuasion and 5 persuasion from the woman with heavy makeup, the very tall woman walked in reluctantly. At the moment the door was closed, Lin Feng suddenly remembered who this person was. Lin Chiling. She was Lin Chiling, the #1 beauty in Taiwan that she had not found in the first place. Today is 2 chapters. My future girlfriend had a nightmare and bought an induction lamp to send. If I can't come back, I will update another chapter. If I can't come back, I will update it tomorrow. Thank you for your support. I wish you all sweet love. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 577 Taiwan's richest man Goat Ming. Lin Chiling, the #1 supermodel in Taiwan, is popular in Southeast Asia, has a variety of styles, and is definitely a fanatic. Is the dream lover of countless men. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet Lin Chiling here, but looking at the situation just now, it should have just debuted. I silently calculated the time in my heart. Lin Chiling's debut time was almost at this time, but I didn't expect that she would come out to accompany the wine when she debuted. She also thought of the model Li Yongjun invited just now. She shook her head secretly in her heart. Newspapers and magazines often reported celebrities. The model accompanies the wine. It seems all true. But Lin Chiling only got 8,000 yuan, which was really small enough. Considering that she would be worth up to 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars in the future, this reputation is really far away. I can earn 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars just by eating a meal, which is no less than the speed at which I can make money. Thinking of the exaggerated meal reported by the media, Lin Feng was stunned. But the 2.5 million is not so easy to take. Usually meals are only appetizers, and subsequent semi-naked dance parties are the main dishes. Otherwise, there would be no rich man so chic, and he would throw 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars to invite celebrities to dinner. After Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, he stopped thinking about it, and walked to the hotel garden fountain to enjoy a moment of tranquility. As for Lin Chiling's dinner, it is going to rain anyway, and my mother is going to get married. Since I have entered this business, I have to face reality. Of course, you can also refuse. No one will force you. Of course, Lin Feng can also go and rescue Lin Chiling. This is just a small effort for Lin Feng, but after thinking about it, Lin Feng has no interest. You can save it once, but you can't save it twice, unless you take it to your side. But there are enough beauties around him. Huang Meixi still has a big belly, and Lin Feng is not interested in getting in touch with flowers at the moment. Lin Feng quietly lay on the bench next to the fountain, listening to the ding-dong sound of the musical fountain, watching the stars in the sky, and zigzag breeze blowing, without any concerns, enjoying a moment of comfort. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and then only a slight vomiting sound was heard, followed by intermittent soft sobs. Lin Feng glanced sideways, slightly taken aback. A soft, charming and delicate woman held the flower stand of the fountain with her hands, sobbing softly from time to time. Lin Chiling. Lin Feng was slightly surprised and recognized the person. Looking through the fountain, Lin Chiling's eyes were tearful at the moment, and her shoulders shook slightly. It was so distressing that she couldn't tell, and she couldn't help but want to take care of her in the past. At this moment, the woman with heavy makeup just ran over. My eldest lady, why are you here? Boss Wang is waiting anxiously. If you don't go, he will be angry. The woman with heavy makeup called anxiously. Sister Liu, I really can't drink anymore. Could you please tell me that I'm leaving now? Lin Chiling's delicate tone is enough to make any man feel soft, especially the pitiful look with her hand over her chest. Even more, it broke the man's heart. Unfortunately, there was a woman in front of her. Miss, the dinner is only halfway through. You are gone. How can I explain to these big bosses? If Boss Wang gets angry, not only will you be unlucky, but I will also be unlucky. and the other models who attended the wine party this time will also be unlucky. Do you have the heart to cause so many people to be implicated by you? Said the woman with heavy makeup groaningly. But I really can't drink anymore, and that boss Wang is frivolous. Lin Chilling caressed Yunji, pouting her mouth slightly, and it gently shook the person's arm, acting like a baby. In this action, Lin Feng's heart was pounding not far away. It was too tempting. This action was too tempting. Regarding this, Lin Feng could only say that Lin Chilling was a natural stunner. Not only Lin Feng couldn't stand it, but Sister Liu couldn't stand it either. His face eased a little, and he sighed. Then after you finish this meal, I will tell Boss Wang that you are uncomfortable and you will not participate in the following activities. However, the latter activities are worth tens of thousands of yuan NTD, which is more profitable than the dinner. Women with heavy makeup are still unwilling to persuade. Lin Chilling just frowned slightly and shook her head again and again. That's fine, you can leave after eating this meal. You touch up your makeup, I'll go in first to help you get through the scene. And come in quickly. The woman with heavy makeup sighed helplessly, and after a few reminders, she left first. After the woman with heavy makeup left, Lin Chilling sighed slightly, thought about it, and took out the mirror from the small handbag she carried to fix her makeup. Lin Feng listened and shook his head secretly. These artists are indeed beautiful on the surface, but they also have their own bitterness. Of course, there are also self-willing and depraved people who voluntarily sell everything for money. However, from the current point of view, when Lin Chilling just debuted, she was still well-behaved, not like the scandals written in later magazines and the media, and she played ambiguously with various big bosses everywhere. Thinking of this, Lin Feng moved in his heart. Oh, after finishing the makeup, Lin Chilling sighed softly, helplessly unable to tell, turned around to Ping Ting and left, unspeakably graceful and charming. Hi, Miss Lin, is there anything I can help? Lin Feng smiled and sat up. Suddenly hearing the sound from behind, Lin Xiling was startled, and looked back to see a young boy sitting lazily on the stone bench. Have you been here just now? Lin Chilling asked in surprise. Lin Feng smiled without answering. I'm eavesdropping here. And it's embarrassing no matter how I explain it, it's better not to explain. Miss Lin, fortunately meeting, my name is Lin Feng, haha, I can do it, it's very coincidence. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Lin. Although Lin Chilling was a little surprised, she stretched out her hand and said softly, gently holding Lin Chilling's hand. Lin Feng's heart jumped slightly. Although Lin Feng was not infatuated with him like he was before Rebirth, he still felt an electric shock at this moment. The hand of the public lover was really slender, and Lin Feng couldn't help but squeeze it vigorously. Lin Chilling frowned, thinking that when he met a prodigal son and wanted to withdraw his hand, Lin Feng held him tightly. Mr. Lin, would you please let it go? Lin Chilling wanted to cry without tears. She didn't expect that she was licked by the boss in the box just now, and now she came out and was licked by this inexplicable stranger. For a while, Lin Chilling really wanted to quit the model circle idea. It is ironic to think that she is a talented student with a double major in Western art history and economics from the University of Toronto in Canada. Miss Lin, let's go. Lin Feng ignored it, but took Lin Chilling's hand and walked inside. Where? Lin Chilling was dragged by Lin Feng and walked straight in. She forgot to pull her hand back for a while, and asked in surprise, help you solve the difficulties. Don't you want to accompany the wine? I will help you. Lin Feng said straightforwardly. Lin Chilling's frowning expression just now gave Lin Feng too much shock, and Lin Feng couldn't help but want to help him solve the matter. Of course, there is the effect of alcohol, but it is undeniable that Lin Chilling's charm is indeed great. What's more, just a small boss, Lin Feng really didn't care. Lin Xiling was taken aback, thought for a while, and immediately struggled. Mr. Lin, you should let go. You will harm me, and you will harm Sister Liu and other models. She didn't even know who the man in front of her was, what background he had, and why he wanted to stand up for herself, but they were all big bosses inside, and he was so silly that he would pat his butt and leave, but the consequence was I and other models bear it. But now they are just unknown little models. How dare to offend these big bosses? Thinking of this, Lin Chilling struggled more and more. If it weren't for the fear of causing more trouble, I'm afraid she would have screamed. But Lin Feng's left hand was like an iron hoop, making her unable to move at all. Okay, don't make trouble. Don't worry, you must be fine. Walking to the box, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and said in a somewhat commanding tone, but Lin Xiling obeyed inexplicably. Looking at the man who is not too handsome in front of him, but has a firm and a little machismo, Lin Chilling has a strange emotion inexplicably rising in her heart. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was very man, which made her feel like a little bird, especially now that she is in trouble. This feeling is getting stronger. Maybe he can really help me solve the problem. Lin Chilling couldn't help thinking in her heart. After a while, you can smile and nod what I say, and don't talk about the rest. Lin Feng thought for a while and ordered. Lin Chilling smiled and nodded. Since things have reached the point where they are now, it's better to believe this man. Anyway, she will go back and teach people to dance. Although not much money is made, it is simpler and happier. The model's bowl of rice is too unpalatable, and it feels that women are clearly priced like goods, like cattle. Thinking of this, Lin Chilling's heart became more determined, and instead she reached out and intimately took Lin Feng's arm, as if she envied others like a couple. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Chilling to change so quickly, but although her posture and movements were extremely intimate with her, several sensitive points of the woman were well protected. For example, her chest was just blocked by her arms, and she could not touch Lin. The wind looks extremely intimate again. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to twist open the box door. As soon as the box door opened, a man's rude voice came. Where is Xiling? How about Xiling? Where is my Xiling? Why not come? The glue or something. Xiling will not come again. I'm going to be stubborn. A middle-aged man with a protruding belly and half of his hair lost. The man with yellow teeth, but extremely luxuriously dressed, slapped the table and yelled. Several other men around him also followed suit, threatening that if Lin Chilling would never show up again, they would collectively block all the models present. These remarks scared all the models in the room. Oh, Boss Wang, look at what you said. Xiling will be here soon. She just has to touch up her makeup. Come right away. Sister Liu laughed again and again, and at the same time secretly winking at a group of models. Several of them smiled and persuaded them to drink. Let the atmosphere calm down a bit. Damn, it's just a small model, putting on such a big air. Grass, I'm not rich, the middle-aged man said angrily. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Chilling had just come in. Hearing these words, Lin Chilling's body became stiff, and her right hand couldn't help holding Lin Feng's hand tightly. Lin Feng heard it, although he felt a bit rude, but he was right. Since agreeing to come out to accompany the wine, it makes sense to be looked down upon. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Feng can accept this man's scolding Lin Chilling like this, especially in front of Lin Feng. Fighting a dog depends on the owner. Oh, Boss Wang, don't you see that Xiling is here? Who is this gentleman next to him? Liu Ji raised her head and suddenly saw Lin Chilling. Her face was happy, but she saw Lin Feng again. But he was taken aback, pointing to Lin Feng and speechless. The Boss Wang also saw Lin Feng at this moment, especially when he saw Lin Chilling snuggling close to Lin Feng with the look of affection, his eyes bursting with fire. Who are you? Boss Wang said coldly. He didn't know Lin Feng's details, and he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and he pressed his temper and asked, You don't care who I am? In short, Lin Chilling is my friend. I won't find her anymore after this kind of dinner. This is 80,000 Taiwan dollars, just as I invite you to drink tea. Lin Feng took out from his wallet a roll of money. The corner of his mouth laughed disdainfully, as if throwing garbage on the table. Like snowflakes flying, the banknotes danced in the air, shaking everyone in the box. The eyes of a few models looked bright, and they couldn't help looking at Lin Chilling with more envy and jealousy. Although Lin Feng said that it was 80,000, There were at least 2 to 300,000 in this role. Among the bills like snowflakes, that calm, and fascinating look at a model. This is definitely not the kind of money with no money. It must be really rich. When did Lin Chiling have such a rich friend? Several models and Sister Liu kept looking at Lin Feng, feeling jealous for a while. Boss Wang and the other bosses were restrained by Lin Feng's hand. They can also throw out this little money, but it's definitely not that Lin Feng is so casual or so improper, as if it wasn't money that was thrown away, but toilet paper. This is too arrogant, but also too intimidating. The disdainful expression on the face when the money was thrown was jealous. Everyone wants to throw money like this, but not everyone can throw it. However, although Boss Wang and others were surprised by the aura when Lin Feng threw the money, he heard Lin Feng's accent. Boss Wang must have in his heart mainland Aberdeen. There are a few rich people in the mainland, except for the recent troubles. Outside of Lin Feng, the other mainland Chinese have no money, and this is Taiwan. If the mainland Chinese are so scandalized in person and spread it out, where will they be kept in the future? The mainland boy, let me tell you, no matter what your relationship is with Xiling, she will accept my money today, and the meal will be finished. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face and not acknowledging people, so she won't be able to mix in Taiwan's modeling industry from now on. The boss Wang said arrogantly, and several bosses around him also applauded unanimously from the same hatred. Xiling, let your friend leave soon, otherwise Boss Wang will be really angry. Hurry up, give Boss Wang a drink, as nothing happened and it never happened. Yuji also quickly persuaded her. Regardless of whether the young man has money or not, she is undoubtedly the most unlucky when any party has embarrassment. But in comparison, she naturally favored Boss Wang. The reputation of mainland Chinese is not very good in Taiwan. As a prostitution, she naturally knows where to stand at the critical moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Chiling didn't listen to her this time. Instead, she hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly. Her lips were closed tightly, her face was firm, and she obviously didn't want to go there again. This expression made the boss Wang even more angry. The mainland boy, do you know who I am? I dare to save my face. Boss Wang, who was a little frustrated, pointed to Lin Feng and yelled. Lin Feng shrugged, squeezing his mouth in disdain. Who are you? It doesn't matter to me. To me, you are just a passerby. Also, you are not qualified to put your score in front of me. Not to mention you, even if it's you Taiwan's richest man, Terigu, who appeared to me. It's not enough to see in front of you, Lin Feng said with arrogance and disdain. Wow! The box was shocked. Everyone was horrified and speechless, whether it was the model, the bosses like Boss Wang, and Lin Chiling beside Lin Feng. They all looked at Lin Feng like a monster. Who is Terigu? The richest man in Taiwan has just ranked first in the list of Taiwan's richest people with a net worth of $2 billion, and even ranked 198th in the world's richest list by Forbes magazine in 2001. Compared with Goatming, Boss Wang and others are just small characters. But Lin Feng actually said that Goatming didn't look enough in front of him. This is too arrogant. To bluff people is definitely to bluff people. Everyone looked carefully at Lin Feng, and felt that it must be bluffing. Ha! Chinese boy, you know how to blow. Goatming is nothing in front of you, you are who you are. Although Boss Wang does not believe that Lin Feng is a rich man, he is more confident about raising Goatming at this time. After all, he is just a small boss himself. Otherwise, if you ask a model to accompany you, you won't invite those who are not famous, but a supermodel. Mr. Lin, let's go. Lin Chiling whispered in Lin Feng's ear. She also didn't believe that Lin Feng would be so rich. Lin Feng was so strong for her. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would suffer. If you leave, your modeling career will be ruined. Lin Feng gently took Lin Chiling's hand and said with a smile, forget it. If it is ruined, it will be ruined. I can't stand this kind of entertainment either. Lin Chiling sighed lightly. Originally, if Lin Feng hadn't come forward, this entertainment support would have passed. And with the first time, there will be a second time, and then slowly get used to it, slowly accept it, and finally feel calm. But the appearance of Lin Feng and such a disturbance changed Lin Qiling's destiny, especially when she heard Boss Wang's contempt when she entered the door just now. It was even more difficult for Lin Qiling to accept it. At this moment, she made up her mind not to be a model anymore. Lin Feng didn't know that his random disturbance caused the supermodel Lin Xiling, who was supposed to be a big hit, to have the idea of quitting the model circle. If you let the men of post-generations know that your dream lover does not want to be a model anymore, I am afraid that countless men will do everything possible to curse Lin Feng. Okay, don't worry. I'm here to help you out today, not to ruin your modeling career. Lin Feng gently patted Lin Qiling's cheek and said, of course, the original action didn't have to be so intimate. But Lin Feng was first to deliberately anger that Boss Wang, and second, he also deliberately wanted to wipe out the oil of this future supermodel and popular lover. By the way, originally, she was just doing it casually, but if she didn't use any oil, she would be too sorry for herself. This is the dream lover I have ever imagined. Lin Qiling felt a little uncomfortable with Lin Feng's intimacy, but she looked at Boss Wang, who looked jealous, but deliberately moved closer to Lin Feng, and did not forget to snort it at Boss Wang. Now that you have made up your mind not to be a model, naturally you don't have to be afraid of Boss Wang anymore. If you don't get angry with him at this time, and retaliate against him just now, then you are too sorry for yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Qiling's expressions are even more intimate. Therefore, this world must not offend women, especially offend beautiful women, and a little cautious woman. Otherwise, she will get revenge, enough to piss you off. No, the Boss Wang in front of him was angrily speechless by Lin Qiling. Pointing at Lin Qiling and Lin Feng, his stomach trembled, blowing his beard and staring at him, wishing to swallow Lin Feng in one bite. Lin Feng glanced, patted Lin Qiling's jade hand lightly, and turned to a change of eyebrows, and pointed at Boss Wang coldly. I said, you, remember that Miss Lin Qiling is my friend. If you dare to make things difficult for her, I can guarantee that your company will definitely not be able to continue in Taiwan. Lin Feng looked at Boss Wang, condescendingly, with an order said in his tone. This time, the audience was shocked again. These words are even more shocking and more frightening than before. Everyone couldn't help taking a closer look at Lin Feng, wondering whether he was a friend, and he was so loud. At this time, a man's voice came. Who is such a big tone, who actually puts us Taiwanese so disregarded, and if we want to block it, we will block it. Mainland Chinese, you are so big. A middle-aged man walked in. Go Dong. Boss Wang and the others looked at them with joy. However, when Lin Qiling saw it, she was secretly worried that the person here is not someone else, who is currently the richest man in Taiwan. Goat Ming wandered in, looked at the people in the box, glanced at a few models, and already faintly guessed the general situation in his heart. In this case, 8 achievements are jealous, and it's not so common. Originally it wasn't his business, he was just passing by, but when he heard a man with a mainland accent speak utterly here, it made Goat Ming extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but step forward. As the richest man in Taiwan, it is natural not to allow outsiders to be so arrogant in Taiwan, and even threaten to prevent their compatriots from doing business or opening a company in Taiwan. This is too arrogant. Besides, he is still a Chinese boy. Goat Ming glanced at Lin Feng coldly. Although he felt a little familiar, he was about to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, when he saw Lin Qiling next to Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes suddenly brightened and he gave a secret compliment in his heart. What a beautiful girl! To have a face with a face, to have a height with a height, and have a big chest, a thin waist, a curled buttocks, and muscles like fat, tusk, superb. In an instant, Goat Ming commented on Lin Qiling. This is a woman who can score 120 points. This also made Goat Ming naturally ignore Lin Feng, and he had the idea of snatching Lin Qiling over. An unfamiliar little model, the richest man in Taiwan, opened his mouth, and he didn't want to come. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 578. Lin Chiling's phenomenon? Ming looked at Lin Chiling. The more I watched, the more I loved it. A man has three good things in the world: power, wealth, and woman. He has reached the apex of power and wealth, and it is difficult for him to make a major breakthrough in this life. When power and wealth can no longer break through, only a woman can satisfy a man's desires. What's more, I have worked hard all my life, and finally achieved success in my career. Terriga swept everyone in the ring and saw at a glance who was the daughter Cole of this dinner tonight. But with a slight wink, "Daughter Cole, sister Liu," immediately woke up. A person who can become a prostitious Cole is naturally exquisite and versatile, and observing words and colors is the best skill. For tonight, I was able to meet the richest man in Taiwan by accident, and I happened to be interested in the models she brought. This is a rare opportunity for Sister Liu to ingratiate herself in 1,000 years. Chairman Go: "Hello, this is a new model named Lin Chiling." Xiling: "Don't say hello to Chairman Go yet." Liu's sister smiled slyly. Lin Chiling frowned. She had already made up her mind to withdraw from the modeling circle. No matter how rich these rich men are, it has nothing to do with her, so naturally she doesn't need to show her face anymore and deliberately flatter her. But after looking at Lin Feng, who was unpredictable and could not see any expression, Lin Chiling felt a panic in her heart. She didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking or what Lin Feng was doing in Taiwan from the mainland, but if she wanted to, if you do business, you can't offend Goat Ming. Lin Chiling, who offends Terriga for herself, is absolutely sorry for her kind heart. "Hello, Chairman Go." Lin Chiling thought for a while and greeted her softly. In. Goat Ming heard this greeting. His whole body was numb. The person is beautiful, and the figure is good. The sound is still so beautiful. When the two people in bed are ML, I don't know how cool it will be. Thinking of this, Goat Ming felt passionate in his heart, as if returning to his youth and frivolous time. "Miss Lin, hello, my name is Goat Ming. I am very honored to meet such a beautiful lady like Lin." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Goat Ming reached out his hand gracefully, wanting to take the opportunity to kiss thanks. Lin Chiling hesitated for a while. A woman is an extremely sensitive creature. She can easily see the naked desire in Goat Ming's eyes, which makes her extremely uncomfortable, but it can't do without giving face. Just when Lin Chiling was about to reach out and endure the frivolity of others, a big hand and Goat Ming held it. "Chairman Go, fortunately meeting. I didn't expect to meet Chairman Go on this trip to Taiwan." Lin Feng stretched out his hand to hold Goat Ming with a faint smile on his face, but did not let it go. Goat Ming took a look and was stunned. After a long period of stunned, he recovered. What he wanted to hold was the person in front of him who was more beautiful than Hui Jiao, but he was held by a big man, by Lin Feng, and he didn't let go. How comfortable it made him! And seeing Lin Chiling and the intimacy of his face, he felt even more uncomfortable. A man is an extremely impulsive creature. As far as women are concerned, men will be impulsive like beasts in heat because of jealousy. Especially at this moment, Goat Ming has positioned Lin Chiling as his own deterrent, and it is even more uncomfortable in his heart. "Excuse me, are you?" Although Goat Ming was extremely upset with Lin Feng, he asked politely and explored Lin Feng's details. He is extremely cautious in his career, and under the dim light, he always felt that the man in front of him was very familiar, where he should have seen it, but he just finished socializing, and he couldn't remember it for a while. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing Goat Ming's questioning. For Terrigu, in addition to knowing that Lin Feng is the richest man in Taiwan, it is more from the scandals between him and Karina Law and Lin Chiling. Of course, there is also his claim of 30 million yuan for exposing that his company Foxco is known as the two reporters of Sweatshop. But when it comes to the Foxco that he founded, Lin Feng knows better. Foxco is a high-tech enterprise specializing in 6C industries such as computers, communications, consumer electronics, digital content, automotive components, and channels. With more than 600,000 employees and the world's top IT customer base, it is the world's largest professional manufacturer in the electronics industry. with a total export value of $55.6 billion, accounting for 3.9% of mainland China's total exports. It is ranked first among the top 200 mainland exporters for 7 consecutive years. The world's top 500 companies ranked 109th, an absolute behemoth. Although the stock price of Second World ranks 41st in the world, in terms of annual output value, it is currently far inferior to Foxconn. Second World includes all the output values of games, AMD, and ATI. The annual output value is only more than $7 billion, while Foxconn has reached $55.6 billion. The gap is as wide as the sky and the earth. But when it comes to profit, the Second World does not lose to Foxconn, a company known for its foundry. Its profits can be said to be largely obtained by squeezing the surplus value of its employees, and its profits are limited. The main profit point of the Second World lies in online games, but online games are extremely profitable, and their profits are superior to those of the natural Second World. What's more, as the Second World annexes AMD and ATI and develops the complete machine market, its output value will multiply geometrically. In the future, the output value of the Second World will exceed Foxconn, and it will be natural. Of course, it was the employee exploitation scandal that really made Lin Feng notice Foxconn. According to news reports, the annual turnover of Foxconn is about 120,000, and the reason is that most ordinary workers can't stand its high intensity and relatively low wages. The British Times once reported that Foxconn's iPod factories squeezed employees and were paid extremely badly. At that time, it caused a wave of criticism in the industry, forcing Apple to have people investigate the matter. The final conclusion is that Apple requires it to control the weekly working hours within 60 hours and improve the dormitory. Later, it broke out that Foxconn employees were too old, overworked, exhausted, internally oppressed mainland workers, etc., and the middle and high-level people were Taiwanese. Therefore, Lin Feng was not good to Foxconn. Impression. Regardless of the world's top 500 companies ranking 109th, but to put it bluntly, like other Taiwan-funded companies, they don't treat mainland workers as human beings. And unfortunately, since the Second World came out the news of the launch of the whole machine, Foxconn automatically found the Second World and hoped to become its OEM manufacturer. Terry Gu even went to the Second World in person to discuss OEM matters with Lin Feng. After all, if the negotiation is successful, this will be a business involving billions of yuan, which is of great importance, and Goldming can only do it himself. However, Lin Feng has been hesitating whether to find someone to do the work, so Wu Xiaopu receives him every time. Goldming did not see Lin Feng with his own eyes, otherwise he would never want to grab a woman with Lin Feng. After all, the company and business are more important than women. Chairman Go. Under Lin Feng. Fortunate to meet. Fortunate to meet. Lin Feng said lightly. After hearing this, Goldming was taken aback, and felt that Lin Feng's name was very familiar, but his brain was stimulated by alcohol, and Mlu couldn't remember it for a while. When I was about to ask carefully, I realized that Lin Chilling urged Lin Feng to go quickly, and she was a little anxious at the moment. Miss Lin, there will be a banquet later, which will be a new product launch event for the Cartier jeweler. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to be my female companion. Although Goldming was anxious, he still remained elegant. Models love to participate in all kinds of big banquets, especially the new product launches of world brands. This is the best time to increase their value. Models who can attend this type of conference have their value increased to varying degrees afterwards. Inviting him to participate in the Cartier jeweler's new product launch is enough to impress this unknown model. After the participation, it is a normal process to go to bed at night. But I don't spend a penny or even give it away. Any gift can go to bed with it, which is undoubtedly very cost-effective, which is in line with Goldming's personal style. However, it is a pity that Goldming made a mistake in his wishful thinking. How could Lin Chilling, who had made up his mind to quit, care about this temptation? Lin, let's go. Originally, Lin Shilling wanted to call Lin Feng as Mr. Lin, but in this way it seemed that the two of them were too divergent and arousing suspicion. After thinking about it, I called him directly by Lin Feng's surname. Miss Lin, please stay. Goat Ming saw his face pale. He didn't expect that there would be a model that would not give him such a face, or an unknown little model. In the past, whenever he appeared on the stage, whether he was an unfamiliar model or a first-class celebrity, he would be treated with courtesy. He had never received such treatment before, and he wanted to hold Lin Shilling. Hey, Chairman Go, please respect yourself. Lin Feng opened his hand and said coldly, pulling her own woman in front of her is too much for her own face. It's a man. Can't bear it. Goat Ming's face became stiff. What do you dare to talk to Chairman Go like this? At this moment, Boss Wang on the side looked at the opportunity and immediately stepped forward to please Goat Ming. When Goat Ming heard this, he nodded in his heart and secretly said that Boss Wang was shrewd. At this time, he was a bit out of character if he wanted to speak out, but it was too shameless to say nothing. Boss Wang's voice was just right. It does not appear that Terigu is too rude, but can also demonstrate his power and prestige in Taiwan. Lin Feng glanced at him with regret. He didn't be able to cleverly flatter Goat Ming's people like the shrewd Boss Wang just now, and shook his head in disdain. At this moment, Wu Zhaopu and the others also finished drinking, and one person walked out with his arms around the two models with a red face, preparing for the subsequent impromptu show 3P. When passing by the box where Lin Feng was standing at the moment, Wu Zhaopu saw Lin Feng with sharp eyes, and naturally saw Lin Shilling next to Lin Feng. Looking up and down, stunned again and again, stimulated by alcohol, I remembered that Lin Feng just acted decently, but now he is holding such a beautiful girl by his side, who is much more qualified than the two models next to him, and his mouth suddenly becomes lavish. Ha ha, boss, I thought you were very serious. I came out to find such a punctual girl. DSK. Tusk. The boss is the boss, and the taste is really superior. Everyone naturally heard Wu Zhaopu's voice. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly different. Boss, such a young boss. The background is not simple. Wang Boss and others were still guessing Lin Feng's identity, but Goat Ming was surprised. He had already recognized Wu Zhaopu at a glance. Wu Zhaopu is the vice president of the second world. Since Wu Zhaopu can be called the boss, there is only one person. When he thinks of who this person is, Goat Ming's face is unnatural now. Goat Ming took a closer look at Lin Feng, and yes, it was him, the chairman of the second world, with assets of $30.1 billion, the richest man in China, and the super rich with assets second only to the richest man Bill Gates and the stock god Warren Buffett. After confirming Lin Feng's identity, Goat Ming regretted again and again, and he was confused. How could he not see clearly just now, and he didn't recognize this person at first sight? He couldn't think that he drank a little too much. For a while, he heard that the mainland Chinese were a little uncomfortable to scan the face of Taiwanese people and stepped forward. He would actually run into the world's hottest super rich, and he wanted to steal women from him. This is definitely the worst impulse in his life. Especially Foxca still seeks second world. There is a saying in the industry to describe Goat Ming: Hun Hai cannot live without Goat Ming, and Goat Ming cannot live without the mainland. This sentence means that the mainland market is Goat Ming's top priority. However, Lin Feng is now not only a mainland upstart, but also highly regarded by the country. After the annexation of AMD and ATI, the second world is expanding vigorously. In particular, Goat Ming heard that the second world is currently launching a complete computer. For his business, he took the initiative to go to Shanghai to negotiate an foundry contract, but there has been no result. At the critical moment, he offended Lin Feng at this time, which is really bad for 8 years. But at this moment, let him bow his head immediately. This is too shameless. After all, he is the richest man in Taiwan. If it spreads out, it will be laughed at. He would be scolded for embarrassing Taiwanese. But is face important or wealth important? Goat Ming hesitated for a while. When Goat Ming hesitated, some people couldn't see the situation clearly, and came forward again with self-righteousness. Hey, Dalu, I don't care what kind of boss you are. In short, Xiling must stay with our chairman today. Boss Wang just got the approval from Goat Ming's eyes. At this moment, he naturally hopes that the relationship can be strengthened. But this time waiting for him was not Terry Go's approving eyes, but a loud slap in the face. With a crisp pop, Goat Ming gave Boss Wang an extremely loud slap. Everyone at the scene was stunned, especially Boss Wang, who was covering the swollen Lao Go's face, looking at Goat Ming with a grieved expression, not knowing why he was beaten. Asshole, did you talk to Chairman Lin like this? Hurry up and apologize to Chairman Lin. Goat Ming shouted sharply. He secretly said in his heart that this is an opportunity to mend his relationship with Lin Feng. Boss Wang was stunned, but the other bosses, models, and the sick coal sister Liu, and Lin Chilling next to Lin Feng were all stunned. They did not expect that Goat Ming would change so much before and after, and they called Lin Feng as the chairman of the board, and their voices were extremely respectful. The person who can be respected by the richest man in Taiwan, who is he? Everyone was shocked. At this time, after hearing Goat Ming's voice, Wu Zhaopu also recognized Goat Ming. Chairman Go, I am lucky enough to meet you. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is our boss mainland Chinese Lin Feng, the chairman of the Second World, personal assets of $30.1 billion, but still better than Buffett. It's a little bit less than Bill Gates' assets. Wu Zhaopu was most upset when the Taiwanese scolded the mainland boy in a very contemptuous tone. At this moment, he deliberately bites the pronunciation of the mainland boy seriously. Wow! There was a crackling sound, and there was a sound of broken glass falling to the ground. Chinese boy, the boss Wang, who was slapped by Goat Ming with a swollen face, pointed at Lin Feng with horror and could not speak. He never thought that the young man in front of him was the richest man in China. Lin Feng, whose assets far exceed Li Keqing, is known as the eighth miracle of the world. Thinking of taking a bite of a mainland boy and robbing him of a woman, Boss Wang's face immediately turned pale. His lips trembled, and his legs kept swaying. He almost sat down on the ground. His assets are $30.1 billion, and he is only 300 million new Taiwan dollars, which is a difference of tens of thousands of miles. If the other party wants to rectify him, he can completely rectify his life and cannot take care of himself. Thinking of possible revenge in the future, Boss Wang finally sat down on the ground with a plop. His trembling hands kept begging Lin Feng for mercy, and he kept muttering, "Boss Lin, I was wrong, I was wrong." As for the other bosses at the moment, they are also horrified and sweating all over. Fortunately, they gave Lin Chilling to the boss. Fortunately, they did not try to please Goat Ming. Fortunately, they did not. They felt that today was the luckiest day in their lives. As for the group of models and the Yinmai, they are already stupid. They never thought that Lin Chilling would go out and bring such a great god when he came back. He would be so young, so rich, and even so affectionate with Lin Chilling. Envy. All kinds of emotions flooded their minds. As for Lin Chilling, she was astonished as not knowing what to say. She didn't expect that this young man who came out from nowhere and threatened to stand up for her would be so rich. Being rich made Lin Chilling worship in addition to worship. At this time, Goat Ming had completely recovered from the shock just now, and he also noticed, with a slight smile on his face, "Chairman Lin, I really didn't expect you to be Chairman Lin. I'm sorry, I just counted my eyesight, I really didn't see it. It was me who was wrong, so I would fine myself 3 cups. After all, Goat Ming is very human. Immediately figure out the strong relationship. Face is not important. What is important is money. Only when you have money, you have face." Goat Ming picked up the wine glass on the table and toasted 3 glasses in a row. Lin Feng smiled, secretly saying that this man is indeed worthy of being the richest man in Taiwan. Not only is he quick-witted, but he also has extremely sophisticated methods. At this time, if Lin Feng wants to investigate the matter just now, if it spreads out, the outside world will have to say that Lin Feng's is not. Chairman Go. Rest assured, in business, As long as Fox's OEM is good, I will still consider handing over our company's computer production contract to your company. Lin Feng smiled and said slowly. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Goatming sighed. Thank you Lin Dong, and I will go to Shanghai in a few days to entertain Lin Dong personally, as a plea for the crime. Goatming said with the opportunity. Apologizing is just a name. What he wants is the opportunity to talk to Lin Feng. After all, Foxco is not the only one who wants to be foundry. There are too many competitors. He has to take advantage of all available opportunities to win this massive order. Lin Feng smiled non-committal. Dong Lin, I guarantee that Miss Lin Chiling will never be harassed by anyone in Taiwan, and she will definitely become the top model in Taiwan. Seeing that Lin Feng is not very happy, Goatming frowned, and said after thinking about it. Lin Feng nodded. Goatming finally let go of his hanging heart at this moment. Let's go, don't be in a daze. See, the problem is solved. I said it won't affect your model's future. Lin Feng smiled slightly, pulled Lin Chiling, who was still in shock, and walked outside. Are you really Thatchin's boy? Lin Chiling asked in disbelief. Miss, you really have no eyes. You didn't even recognize who our boss is. Have you seen it? The latest Fortune magazine cover character is our boss, said Wu Zappa's helper Lin Feng. Seeing the magazine, Lin Chiling completely believed it. She did not expect that this shameless young man next to her would actually be the richest man in China and the youngest super rich in the world with assets of more than $30 billion. This is incredible. Okay, Mr. Wu, you go to be happy, back to the hotel. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then turned to look at Lin Chiling and said, don't worry, it seems that you will not be in trouble in the future, and I have Goatming's guarantee. I believe you can definitely become the top model in Taiwan. Well, we don't let it go. Lin Dong Lin, Lin Chiling was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. I'm just on a whim today. You don't need to worry about it. Just don't pass it. After speaking, Lin Feng turned away with her bodyguards, leaving Lin Chiling speechless with a look of admiration. Well, little girl, don't think so much. There are a lot of women around our boss. Although you are beautiful, you have not yet reached the point where our boss must be tempted. Wu Zhaopu said quite jealously. Look at Lin Chiling, then look at the two models next to her. The gap is not small. He couldn't help but want to ask himself. The boss can always find such beautiful girls, but he can only find these vulgar fans. Lin Chiling didn't hear Wu Zappa's words, she just stared at Lin Feng's back in a daze. Was it just a whim? After this unexpected incident, Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu returned to Shanghai after taking care of Taiwan. But in Taiwan, it may be that Terriga got the order to please Lin Feng and helped Lin Chiling continue to build momentum, making Lin Chiling, who wanted to withdraw from the model circle, instantly become popular in Taiwan. With Taiwan's richest man in action, coupled with a perfect face, a sexy figure, and a voice that is enough to make people sad, it is difficult not to become popular. In less than a week, Lin Chiling was crowned the title of Taiwan's #1 supermodel under Goatming's strong momentum. The speed of its rise is staggering, and it has attracted the envy of countless models and celebrities, and this image has also been called the Lin Chiling phenomenon. This so-called Lin Chiling phenomenon, in Lin Feng's view, is just an episode in life, but it does not seem to be the case. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 597 Reverse Auction. Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu just returned to Shanghai, and Liu's, the head of AMD in the hardware development department, and He Guoyun, the head of ATI, found Lin Feng. During this time, Liu's and He Guoyun followed Lin Feng's suggestions and worked hard on the integration of CPU, graphics card, memory and other technologies, and launched 2 special computers for different types of users. It is an intra-level computer aimed at beginners, mainly using Yang Con school and distance education software. intended to help their children learn. The consumers of entry-level computers are mainly the parents of students. Most of these parents are not wealthy, don't have much money in their hands, and are eager for cheap computers. They don't have high requirements for computer performance, as long as they are enough. The requirements of Yang Con school and distance education software for computers can be described as civilization. Rebirth adopted the AMD low-end Dragon CPU, and equipped with ATI's integrated chip technology. The 128M RAM and 15-inch display lowered the price of the whole machine to 2,600 yuan, and gave it a name Smart Computer. This price is the lowest in the current complete machine market. After all, its main core components are owned by its own company, and there is no third-party profit margin, and the price is naturally much cheaper than the complete machine launched by other computer companies. Rebirth also used the Intel low-end Celeron processor to assemble one. The complete set is complete. The price is about 2,800 yuan, which is about 100 yuan more expensive than the smart computer of the second world. Of course, the CPU performance is indeed slightly better than AMD. However, the smart computer uses the integrated technology of AMD and ATI. Although the CPU performance is slightly worse than that of the computer assembled with the Celeron, the overall performance of the whole machine is the same. In addition, Yang Con school and distance education software are both developed by Second World outsourced to Indian companies. After adding optimized technologies for AMD CPU and ATI graphics cards, the overall performance is smart computers using AMD and ATI chips have about 3% higher performance than computers using Intel and Nvidia. The performance is 3% higher, the price is 100 yuan cheaper, and with the brand of reliable computer manufacturer authorized by the Ministry of Education, Rebirth believes which computer players will choose. What's more, at present, Intel does not have the idea of launching a complete machine, and other computer companies, whether it is Dell or Lenovo, cannot assemble it at the lowest price like Second World Computer. It can be said that the introduction of smart computers will be enough to change the pattern of the computer sales market. As for the gaming computer facing gamers, it uses the latest AMD Lonxp chip, is equipped with the newly launched Radeon 9000 inches graphics card from ATI, uses a 17-inch monitor, is equipped with a large capacity 512M memory, and the whole machine the price is 5,400 yuan. In terms of performance, this computer still cannot compare with the Intel Pentium 4 in terms of performance, but for current games, the CPU is not the bottleneck, the graphics card is the bottleneck. ATI's latest Radeon 9000 graphics card, in one fell swoop performance than Nvidia MX 440 graphics card, but also restored the lack of performance of the whole machine in terms of CPU. In terms of running game tests, on the contrary, it is a little more powerful than computers equipped with Pentium 4 inches and MX 440. Although the performance of this professional gaming computer is slightly poor in terms of standalone, it cannot perfectly run various first-person shooter games. But this special-purpose computer for gaming is mainly for online games. It does not matter that standalone games are slightly worse, and cost-effectiveness is the most important. However, Lin Feng has no plans to launch it on the market for the time being. Otherwise, as the smart computer and this online game dedicated computer are all introduced to the market, the computer sales market will inevitably lead to a chaos in the computer sales market. Then, for Lenovo and Dell, etc., the brand's impact is too great. If these computer sales companies unite with hardware manufacturers such as Intel to fight against themselves, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the second world. Therefore, Lin Feng only releases entry-level smart computers for the time being. As for this online game dedicated computer, it is temporarily mainly used in second world public internet cafes in East and South China. Of course, if the time is right, your company will continue to grow and have the strength to compete with other computer companies, you will naturally no longer be forbearing. At present, Lin Feng can only adopt the strategy of boiling frogs in warm water to slowly cannibalize the big cake of the computer sales market, accumulate funds, accumulate capital, and use it to fight the powerful Intel in the future. Boss, smart computers are absolutely superior to the low-end computer configurations of Intel and Nvidia in terms of cost performance, but we are currently unable to mass-produce smart computers. We do not have a chassis factory, no mouse, keyboard and other corresponding factories, whether to increase the corresponding production line to meet our needs. After all, the chassis, mouse, keyboard, etc. are also a big profit point. Liu's proposed. Lin Feng looked at the information handed over by Liu's. Indeed, the market prospects are very impressive, but there is a problem. If you invest in production lines and increase the corresponding factory workshops, firstly it will be a problem in terms of capital, and secondly in terms of time, to postpone a little. After all, both the workers and the skills must be Runin, and how to achieve the optimal combination will take time to prove. Boss, it's better to hire an OEM. Didn't Terry Ghost Foxco always want to outsource our entire computer? Wu Zhaopu suggested on the side. Lin Feng was quite moved when he heard it, but Foundry also has some problems. One is whether the quality can meet his own requirements, and the other is whether the price is cheap enough. If it cannot reach the lowest price, it is difficult for consumers to buy it. Even if you have a reliable computer manufacturer authorized by the Ministry of Education, consumers will not be able to buy it. Just when Lin Feng hesitated, he received a call. Hi, Lin. My team and I arrived in Shanghai and are in your company's meeting room. Abby Cohen's voice said with a chuckle. Lin Feng listened for a moment. Abby, you've all arrived in Shanghai. Didn't it mean that? Also, why didn't you tell me to pick up the plane and all arrive at the company? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. I just want to take a look at the current situation of the second world first. Fortunately, although the company is a bit crowded, it is not messy. Okay, come down quickly. Abby smiled. After hearing this, Lin Feng hurriedly greeted Wu Zhaopu, Liu's and others to greet his investment advisor. Hi, Abby. Lin Feng gave an enthusiastic hug. He was worried that he had a problem and had not solved it. Now he can ask her and her team to help. Hi, Lin. This is my team of 7. Everyone is very optimistic about you. Don't let us down. Abby introduced the 7 to Lin Feng one by one. There are 7 consultants including advertising planning consultants, financial consultants, accounting consultants, tax consultants, legal consultants, public relations consultants, and personnel consultants. A total of 8 people including the general counsel Abby are all well-known elites in the industry. This team can give Lin Feng the most comprehensive and best advice. Of course, these elites from all walks of life can gather together to become an investment advisory team. In addition to the lobbying of Abby Cohen, Lin Feng's personal appeal is more important. He started from scratch at the age of 22 and has $30.1 billion in assets. It is so curious. How did Lin Feng succeed? What's more, they believe that if they become Lin Feng's investment advisors, they will definitely earn both fame and fortune in the future. After some greetings, Lin Feng invited Abby and her team to the office and talked about the whole thing. Lin, are you going to launch the whole computer? Abby looked shocked. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Oh, my goodness, Lin. Don't you know how reckless you are like this? You will break the rules of the game in the entire IT market, and you will offend the global top 500 computer sales companies like Dell. It is undoubtedly a very, very troublesome thing to unite against your company. Abby used several very much. And when Intel and Nvidia only need to push a little behind, this will be a disaster for the second world. Abby explained a little anxiously. She came with the team and originally wanted to advise Lin Feng, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng was planning to launch a smart computer. This move was too risky. Lin Feng had long expected Abby's anger and frustration. Originally, Liu's and Higyo Oyun disagreed with this plan, But the second world has advantages that other computer hardware companies do not have. No, I have an advantage that other computer hardware companies don't have. Abby, I have 3 major advantages to let me do this. Lin Feng gently patted Abby's shoulder with excitement and smiled. 3 advantages? Abby was taken aback. Yes. 1. Now my company owns Samdandati. Except for hard drives, it already has almost all the core technologies of computers. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. Abby nodded. This is indeed something that Intel does not have. Although it has reached a strategic alliance with Nvidia, the strategic alliance is a strategic alliance after all, unlike the second world that can perfectly integrate the 2 technologies. Secondly, our dingdang.com has complete sales channels, and has established after-sales service stations in major cities in China, which can provide the fastest sales model and after-sales service. Lin Feng stretched out his second finger. Abby nodded. This is indeed Lin Feng's advantage. Dingdang.com and pave the way in advance, and have more than half a year of B2C sales experience. Whether it is sales or after sales is not a problem. Third, I currently only launch the smart low-end computer, and it is only sold to China for the time being, and I am a Chinese. Lin Feng said proudly. Abby sighed after listening. Indeed, these 3 advantages of Lin Feng are too great, and Lin Feng is extremely sensible, not for global enjoyment, but temporarily selling to the Chinese market, and only selling low-end smart computers, which is undoubtedly very wise. Lin, I was persuaded by you. It seems that we have to make feasible suggestions for your smart computer as soon as possible. Abby snapped his fingers and said. Subsequently, Abby's investment team took the data and calculated it carefully and came to a conclusion. Lin, we suggest that you still use outsourcing. This is more cost-effective, and you can launch your complete computer in the first time to seize the market. Otherwise, when you build various bases and run in, I am afraid that other computer sales companies have already there are corresponding countermeasures. Now in the 21st century, time is money. Abby said, seeing Lin Feng want to open his mouth, he said with a smile, as for the price, we can completely adopt the reverse auction model. Reverse auction? Everyone was taken aback. This is a new term. This is a cost-cutting method adopted by Boeing. Boeing will regularly adopt reverse auctions for all suppliers, allowing suppliers to compete for contracts by depressing prices, and those with the lowest price will win. Abby explained with a smile. In Boeing, the toilet paper used in the toilet, as large as the aircraft parts, motors, will use this kind of reverse auction, and the major suppliers will bid openly. This reverse auction is one thing. It can save Boeing hundreds of millions of dollars each year. Lin Feng and others' eyes lit up. Furthermore, Boeing adopts online bidding. It selects the companies participating in the bidding in advance to ensure that the companies that can participate in the bidding have absolute economic strength and production capacity, and then announce the contract requirements to this network for everyone who wants to bid. The company sets its own price and makes the final bid. Abby continued to explain. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng patted his thigh, and excitedly agreed with the proposal. Later, Lin Feng ordered Wu Xiaopu to publish bidding information to all sectors of society, and after screening and eliminating unqualified companies, he told everyone about the reverse auction model. This time, most of the companies that want to manufacture are Chinese companies. Many companies have heard about this reverse auction for the first time. In particular, they do not use traditional on-site bidding, but through online bidding. This makes many companies feel quite it is novel and interesting. However, after some auctions, many companies did feel the benefits of such online auctions, and of course, they also felt the disadvantages. The advantage is that everyone has plenty of time to calculate the lowest cost that can be achieved. At the same time, it can also save a series of accommodation, air tickets and other costs brought by bidding in Shanghai. From the perspective of saving, online bidding does have its advantages. The downside is that through online auctions, everyone is more sensible and has more time to calculate costs. This also directly leads to more brutal competition and directly leads to continued price reductions. In the end, through a 3-day network reverse auction, Goatming's Foxca finally obtained the foundry right at a price of 2,585.7 yuan. After all, in terms of strength and economic capabilities, there is currently no company in China that is stronger than Foxca. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 580, Breaking the Rules. In the end, Foxca got this foundry contract that was envied by other manufacturers, but for Goatming, it was still a bit regretful. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. After all, Second World is currently the best online game company in the industry, and it is very likely to become the best computer hardware company. Foxca is mainly based on foundry. We must have a good relationship with such a company. Fortunately, in Goatming's view, the relationship between Lin Feng and that stunner Lin Chiling is definitely not simple. Although Lin Feng did not admit to Lin Chiling's relationship on any occasion, Lin Chiling also categorically rejected any ambiguity with Lin Feng, but frankly admitted that Lin Feng was a business prodigy she admired very much. But in Goatming's view, there must be a relationship between the two. Ambiguous. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng stand up for Lin Chiling, especially when Lin Chiling came out again? Ting Ting You Lie, everyone loves, and the flowers bloom. If it were not for the cooperative relationship with Lin Feng, Goatming would never mind having some kind of relationship with Lin Chiling. But now he dare not. For a woman to offend a big customer, he would not do such a stupid thing. This woman is the most attractive woman I have ever seen, Goatming said in many private occasions in the future. But what makes everyone strange is that Goatming has never touched Lin Chiling. Even if the two of them attend certain banquets together, Goatming has always maintained a polite demeanor, which really makes all the friends who know him strange. However, although Goatming could not please Lin Feng for the time being, it would be okay to please Lin Chiling, and it was simpler. This is why Lin Chiling was praised as the top model in Taiwan within a week. With Taiwan's richest man behind, it's hard to think about it or not. After the reverse auction was over, Lin Feng's private investment team also gave another suggestion to adopt a pre-sale model similar to real estate advertising. When advertising, in the advertisement, the price of each computer is set at 2,780 yuan, but if all parents are willing to book, they will be able to discount the final price by 180 yuan and get the whole machine at 2,600 yuan. This advertising strategy is to take advantage of consumers' psychology of taking advantage. If they are sold at a price of only 2,600 yuan, although the price is cheap, it will not be able to completely impress these parents for the smart computers that are targeted at ordinary parents as consumer groups. After all, although the 2,600 yuan computer in China is cheap, it is still a very expensive expense. If you want to invest, you still need to think twice. If the market sells 2,780 yuan, but the reservation method can finally save 180 yuan, this will have a different meaning for parents. The discount of 180 yuan is still very impressive. For the Second World, reservations can also understand the number of customer groups, and can also place orders directly with Foxca, and can estimate the final purchasing power. The larger the order, the cheaper the price. Lin Feng immediately implemented this suggestion and advertised that the market price of the smart computer was 2,780, and it was scheduled to be immediately reduced by 180 yuan. As long as 2,600 yuan, the computer can be carried home, giving the child a shortcut to growth. When Second World launched smart computers on the market, the sensation in the industry was earthquake magnitude, and it was a 9th magnitude earthquake. Although there have been rumors that the Second World will launch a complete computer, most computer sales companies are still dubious and think this is just nonsense. After all, Although AMD and ATI cannot compete with Intel and Nvidia, they are also the second in the CPU and graphics card industry. AMD and Intel monopolize the CPU. ATI and Nvidia it also occupies an absolute share of the graphics card market. Now that after the merger of AMD and ATI, in the eyes of many IT companies, this financing should be used to challenge the position of Intel and Nvidia in the field of CPU and graphics cards, instead of competing with other computer sales companies. Otherwise, the second world will not only have giants such as Intel blocking the way, but will also provoke counterattacks from Fortune 500 companies such as Dell, which is not a wise choice. Unexpectedly, in the face of the overwhelming smart computer advertisements, it is undoubtedly proved that the second world with the two core technologies of AMD and ATI actually tested the computer sales market, causing shock in the IT industry. It's incredible, especially the smart computer launched is so cheap. The market price is 2,780, and the scheduled price is only 2,600 yuan. Although the performance is average, it can undoubtedly meet the basic needs. And this means that hardware manufacturers that produce CPUs, graphics cards, and memory enter the computer sales market, which breaks the current rules of the game in the IT industry. Even a company as powerful as Intel does not have the guts to break the rules of the game. But the second world has made such an amazing move. Surprised, horrified, and even a little unacceptable. Newspapers and experts from all walks of life reported the incident, analyzed the incident, and inquired whether the decision of the second world was right or wrong. Since then, a broad road has been opened up, or has it made countless enemies and walked into a heartbroken road? According to China's reference news, regardless of whether the second world decision is wise or not, it is undoubtedly good news for all parents who want to buy an entry-level computer. 2,600 yuan can buy an entry-level computer, and can meet most of the current programs: surfing the internet, QQ chat, watching movies online, playing online games, and second world specially developed for parents who do not understand computer operations. This type of operating software is a boon for all parents. Perhaps the second world move will change the status quo of education in China. The domestic media have mostly praised the second world move, but foreign media have all questioned the second world move. The United States USA Today is the first criticized comment. Merger of second world with AMD and ATI was originally a farce. The merger of a gaming company and a computer hardware company is simply outrageous. If it turns out, this is an extremely wrong decision. Although Lin Feng's personal assets in this merger squeezed into the third place in the world's richest list, the launch of smart computers this time and entering the complete machine sales market will definitely bring disaster to the second world. Japan's Asahi Shimbun newspaper also criticized Lin Feng's erroneous decision. Obviously, the decision of the second world to enter the computer sales market this time came from the decision of President Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng called the wind and rain in the online game, but this time to enter the computer sales market, I am afraid it will be the most wrong decision. The second world may be sluggish in the face of suppression from all sides, and the two well-known brands AMD and ATI may also disappear from then on. Although the British The Times has always been extremely optimistic about Lin Feng, but this time Lin Feng's decision was too reckless, but did not directly criticize Lin Feng like other media, because Lin Feng has brought too many miracles. Perhaps maybe this time it will also create a miracle. Lin Feng, can he create miracles? The front page of the Times contains only such a short sentence. Can Lin Feng create miracles? However, in contrast to the criticisms from newspapers, magazines and various experts, companies such as Dell and Lenovo have remained silent. After all, at present, the second world only launched smart computers, and they are only sold in the Chinese market, and the impact on them is not too great. What's more, second world has CPU technology second only to Intel and graphics card technology that goes hand in hand with Nvidia. If it is a last resort, no company is willing to offend second world. After all, just using the Intel CPU, The consequence is that the price is high. The existence of AMD and ATI is still very necessary. Of course, if the second world stretches its tentacles too long, touches their core interests, and affects the life and death of companies such as Dell, I am afraid they will never be silent again. As for Intel, it did not express any opinions. The move of Second World this time is undoubtedly very risky. It is too risky to risk offending the global computer sales company to launch a smart computer. Of course, Intel is happy to see this result. It is best that Second World be killed by global computer sales companies. In the end, only Intel is left in the CPU market, so that Intel is also don't worry about being chased by AMD in technology and market share all day long. At that time, Intel was also the most profitable. At present, Intel is watching a show. If necessary, Intel definitely doesn't mind pushing it behind the scenes. The industry's remarks also brought bad news to the second world. Although smart computers are cheap and easy to operate, many parents are more concerned about its after-sales service. After all, most of them don't understand computers. No matter how simple the operating software is, it needs to be operated. What if it breaks? As the newspapers and magazines say, Second World cannot provide the corresponding after-sales service. These questions also directly shaken the desire of many parents to buy, forcing them to wait and see. The advertisements were overwhelmingly advertised for a week, but there were only more than 10,000 orders. Although compared with ordinary computer sales companies, this result is already very good. But for Lin Feng, it is too little. Faced with doubts from all walks of life and the current predicament, Lin Feng has made a new move. There is one more chapter, to be updated later, to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 581. Faced with many difficulties, the Second World employees did not show any signs of tension, panic, or even worry. They still went to and from get off work according to the established plan every day, and turned a deaf ear to any criticism from the outside world, as if this everything has nothing to do with them. There is always a cheerful, confident smile on his face. The unreasonable performance of the Second World employees has attracted suspicion from all walks of life. They do not understand why the Second World is very likely to cause drastic changes in the entire company due to this wrong decision. So optimistic. This is incredible. According to extremely secret information learned by some magical reporters, there are less than 20,000 orders for smart computers. And the information learned from Foxco is that the Second World has placed 1 million orders. Although I don't know how much this smart computer cost for the nominal 2,780 yuan, but at such a low price, the profit is extremely meager. The cost of 1 million orders is at least more than 2 billion yuan. If you lose, it will also be a big loss for the Second World, and the stock price will be directly affected by its fluctuations and bring a series of chain reaction. Why in this case, Second World employees are still so optimistic? Foxco also invested in a production line specifically for the Second World and mobilized tens of thousands of employees to work overtime for it. Why? Numerous reporters were skeptical and curious about the Second World employees, and they all got an answer without exception. I believe our chairman will create miracles. There is only one reason. Reporters from all walks of life interviewed 278 Second World employees, and they all agreed with the same wording. They believed in Lin Feng. Lin Feng is really so powerful. Can he create miracles? Many reporters were in a daze, especially the almost admired look in the eyes of many Second World employees during the interview, which made all the reporters dumbfounded. Many competitors, especially multinational companies such as Dell and Hewlett-Packard, are even more shocked by this almost blind worship of Second World employees. If all employees of a company have such a blind worship of their decision makers, the combat power that this company can erupt will be extremely astonishing. As a competitor of such a company, It is undoubtedly very sad. So can Lin Feng really lead the second world out of the current predicament? Under the attention of the industry, Lin Feng made a move. Lin Feng's first response was to address parents' concerns about after-sales services. As the chairman of Dingdong.com, Lin Feng assured all users who bought smart computers that all maintenance sites under Dingdong.com would be smart, free of charge. The computer provides on-site service during the maintenance period, and after the maintenance period, low maintenance costs will be provided, and free home delivery, while providing the cheapest computer desk. The introduction of this measure immediately dispelled the concerns of most parents. Dingdong.com has sold various household appliances through B2C in the past year and has gained considerable popularity. Moreover, since most of its maintenance sites are hired by laid-off workers, they are extremely enthusiastic about maintenance and have won a lot of reputation. Many parents were relieved to hear that the repair station of Dingdong.com provides full service. At the same time, when buying a computer, many parents also chose to buy another computer desk by the way. This is one of the profit points that Dingdong.com promises to deliver to the door and provide maintenance. Of course, all electrical maintenance was hired by laid-off workers, most of whom were between the ages of 30 and 40, who were very unfamiliar with computers. To this end, Dingdong.com invested heavily and hired relevant teachers to teach these laid-off workers. Originally, Lin Feng could directly hire technical secondary school students or college students from related schools, but simple computer software failure maintenance is not complicated. It is better to train laid-off workers whose ideas are not completely rigid, and use their electrical maintenance capabilities. Some simple circuit problems can also be repaired. What's more, when these 30-year-old maintenance workers learned to repair computers, the impact was extensive, not only benefiting people around them, but also promoting the popularity of computers in China. 3 days. In just 3 days, the orders for smart computers skyrocketed to 100,000 through telephone and online orders, which was beyond everyone's expectations. In this regard, everyone can only secretly helpless. Most people forget that Lin Feng still owns Dingdong.com, and now Dingdong.com is definitely the overlord of B2C and C2C in the country. Fast delivery, perfect after-sales service, and safe transaction methods make Dingdong.com has unparalleled popularity in the country. In this regard, many company bosses can only sigh secretly. Lin Feng then introduced a new policy. Use the computer like watching TV. Lin Feng asked the Indian outsourcing company to add a remote control function to the software, and let Foxco add an infrared remote control, so that all parents can use the computer like watching TV and using the remote control. And at the first time, the function of this computer remote control was shown to all parents through advertisements. In the advertisement, parents can easily use the remote control to operate the computer to enter the learning mode or the game mode, and even lock the computer so that it cannot be turned on. Moreover, there is an restore function on the remote control. As long as the computer cannot log in due to software, just press the restore button to restore the computer system. The publication of this advertisement has once again greatly increased sales of orders, exceeding 400,000 orders in one fell swoop. After all, for many parents, buying a computer has two headaches. One is that they don't understand computers and cannot operate them. Now with this remote control, you can simply perform remote control and switch between several modes freely, which is naturally more convenient. Second, there is another point that restricts parents from making up their minds to buy computers. Parents originally bought computers for their children's learning, but computers can also be used for games, which is unacceptable to parents. Now that it has a computer lock function, locked in the learning mode, the children can do nothing but learn, so naturally all parents can rest assured. Many computer sales companies were speechless for the computer remote control launched by Second World. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would fiddle with this, but it happened to be very popular with parents. Admire. Many CEOs of computer sales companies can only say these two words to Lin Feng. While taking advantage of this east wind, Lin Feng made a third move: payment in installments. Originally, Dingdang.com signed an installment agreement with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Users can purchase anything on Dingdang.com with installment payments. Of course, you must provide a stable monthly income certificate. As long as you can prove that you have a job, a fixed residence, and an identity certificate, you can easily purchase goods on Dingdong.com with installment payments. Now 2,600 yuan is still a bit difficult for some parents. Large-scale mass production can bring the greatest benefits. In order to continue to stimulate parents' desire to buy, Lin Feng introduced an installment payment model. Parents can use a variety of free and flexible options such as 1-year installment, 3-year installment, etc. The maximum period is 5 years. This decision was made, and the order rose to more than 900,000 in an instant. Many company bosses who watched were stunned. And more parents are still on the sidelines, waiting for feedback from the first batch of users who have ordered smart computers. Lin Feng believes that the customer base of smart computers will be tens of millions. Although smart orders jumped geometrically, many computer sales companies did not panic, because smart computers are so cheap that they are unbelievable. Companies such as Dell are also leaders in the computer sales world, so they can naturally estimate the cost of smart computers. The price is 2,600 yuan, and the cost should be around 2,570 yuan if you count the foundry. A computer has a gross profit of only about 30 yuan, although small profits but quick turnover. 1 million units are 30 million gross profits. But if you take into account the overwhelming advertising, after-sales service, and transportation during this period, I'm afraid you will lose money. Therefore, these computer sales companies are not panicking at all and wait for the following. Boss, after adding this infrared remote control function, the software is very simple and there is no problem. However, there are problems with the hardware. The infrared receiver and remote control will undoubtedly increase the cost. According to Foxcat's response, even in the unit of tens of millions for mass production, the cost of each computer will increase to 2,605 yuan, but we only sell 2,600 yuan. Each loses 5 yuan. Now the order is only 1 million, and only 5 million is lost. If the order rises to 10 million, even more, I'm afraid, Wu Xiaopu said worriedly. In the conference room, everyone took a breath. If the order really rises to tens of millions or even more, it may not be a good news for the second world. How to do? Everyone looks at Lin Feng. Temporary price increases will undoubtedly ruin the brand that has just been played, and give other companies the opportunity to fall into trouble. But it is not a problem to continue to lose money like this. Of course, it's not that the second world cannot afford to lose. But China is a populous country with a population of 1.3 billion and about 340 million households. If half of the households buy smart computers, thinking of this possibility, Wu Xiaopu will be dizzy. Abby and others shook their heads, but also helpless. They didn't pay attention to it for a while. Continue to sell at this price, and take the opportunity to pay out the cost. Tell parents who want to buy computers, we are to promote education, improve the quality of students, not to make money. Lin Feng said calmly, corners of his eyes. A sly light flashed between. What about the cost? Wu Xiaopu was dizzy after hearing this. If this advertisement goes out, I am afraid that more parents will come to order computers. If you sell at a loss, the Chinese will definitely snap up. There is a cheap bastard. This is the most plausible Chinese saying. Hee hee, I didn't intend to make money by selling smart computers from the beginning. otherwise our prices would not be so low. Lin Feng said with a smile. Originally, what everyone estimated was the benefits that mass production could bring. After all, the quotation of Foxco is the quotation of millions of orders. If it is a tens of millions of orders, the cost of a smart computer can be reduced to around 2,540 yuan. After removing the related expenses, it can still make a profit of about 20 yuan. Although the profit is very thin, it has small profits but quick turnover, and it has earned a reputation. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng hadn't aimed at this point from the beginning. What is Lin Feng aiming at? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 582, Put a long line, catch a big fish. If Lin Feng was not aiming at the small profits of smart computers from the beginning, then what exactly did he fancy? When everyone heard it, they looked at Lin Feng. The cells in their brains turned wildly, wanting to understand a little idea of their lip-thinking boss, so as not to be a subordinate, but completely unable to understand the boss' intentions. It would be too much of a failure. A little bit. After thinking for a moment, everyone gave up reluctantly. They lament the leapfrog thinking of their young boss. If it weren't for the underdevelopment of medicine now, they would really want to open Lin Feng's brain to see what it was made of. Boss, what do you mean? Wu Xiaopu asked on behalf of everyone. Lin Feng smiled. The traditional operating model mainly relies on the profit-to-revenue ratio to maintain company operations and development. But now is a diversified world. In an era of eyeball economy, the profit of a commodity is not only dependent on reducing costs to maintain profit, but also a big piece of cake, advertising. Lin Feng stood up, pointed to the big map of China on the wall and said, "Our smart computer is extremely cheap, and it is cheaper than any computer with the same performance on the market. We have an absolute advantage in price." In this ever-expanding Internet 3.0 era, computers will be the most indispensable electronic products in people's daily lives. There are 430 million households in China. If every household has one of our smart computers, even if the computer itself does not make money or even lose money, we have 430 million users. Especially every smart computer has our operating software installed. Hearing this, everyone already understood what Lin Feng was talking about. They patted their foreheads unanimously, secretly saying that they were confused. How could they forget such an important thing? Advertising has entered thousands of households in the 21st century. For everyone on the planet, even if you are in Antarctica, you can see advertisements for the products of major companies. Especially now in the Internet 3.0 era, whether it is Google or major portals, advertising revenue has become an important source of profit. If the smart computer has a large customer base and has developed operating software as a media, as long as a little advertisement is inserted on it, the profit will be huge and people will be jealous and crazy. Why didn't we think of this? In the meeting room, Wu Xiaopu and others asked secretly, looking at Lin Feng's eyes a bit more than seeing an alien. If there are users, there are advertisements. As long as our user base is large enough, the profits from advertisements will absolutely satisfy us. And if these customers are satisfied with our smart computers, they can become our potential loyal customers. Although smart computers do not make money, or even lose money, we can make money from the computers they buy in the future. After all, the performance of smart computers is really mediocre and can only be used in ordinary applications. With the development of computer hardware, software upgrades, computers upgrade will be imperative. Lin Feng said with a confident smile, "Make money in the future." This is what Lin Feng aimed at early in the morning. To be a human being, You must have a long-term perspective, and you can't limit yourself to small gains in front of you only by putting a long line to catch big fish. There was a round of applause in the conference room, and everyone applauded for Lin Feng's vision. With such a long-term strategic vision of the boss, why not worry about the growth of the second world? Abby was also amazed. Lin Feng's trick was really good, and he cleverly pulled other companies under his own into this big cake, shared this cake, and also let the second world instead of feeling unhappy. Other shareholders are grateful to Lin Feng for his generosity. It seems that becoming Lin Feng's personal consultant will probably be the most wise analysis of his life. Abby Cohen said to himself. Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He wants more than this. Lin Feng believes that his advertising strategy will deeply touch companies such as Dell, and only then will he really have a good show. Subsequently, the second world officially announced the cost of the smart computer, and publicized that this time due to the campaign's own accounting errors, it caused the sale of smart computers at a price below cost. However, in order to fulfill the promise to the public, the previous subscribers will still enjoy the preferential price of 2,600 yuan, and enjoy all after-sales service. Moreover, the current price will be maintained during the owner-month initial pre-sale period previously announced. After the initial release period, users who book again will only be able to enjoy a minimum price of 2,650 yuan. The advent of this advertisement caused an uproar in the industry. Originally, the outside world speculated that the price of smart computers was not profitable, but they did not expect that they were selling at a loss. And through calculations, many computer sales companies can find out that the second world did not lie, and it is indeed selling at a loss. So since you are losing money, you have not revised the price or the pre-sale time, which makes many computer sales companies do not understand. Although this can bring in a large number of orders, it is operating at a loss, and the second world can afford it. Many computer sales companies remain silent and watch the changes. Compared with the silence of many computer sales companies, consumers are really excited. At first, Second World announced that smart computers were losing money, and most consumers still didn't believe it. After all, how can a company be so stupid and lose money to sell things? However, afterwards, major domestic newspapers and magazines analyzed in detail the composition of smart computers, which proved that they were indeed operating at a loss. Now all parents who hesitate to buy or not to buy are tempted. Half a month has passed since the first scheduled period of the smart computer, and the price will be revised in half a month. Although it was only raised by 50 yuan, for parents who choose smart computers, 50 yuan is a lot. At least you can buy 100 jin of Chinese cabbage. Besides, this is naked and cheap, and not many parents can bear this temptation. Suddenly, orders flocked in like snowflakes. The number of orders went from 1 million to more than 4 million, which was close to the total sales of major computer sales companies across the country in 2001. Personal DIY, computer assembly is not included. This market is bigger. Facing the sales performance of smart computers, the major computer sales companies performed extremely smoothly, without showing the slightest anxiety or even introducing any corresponding measures. In their opinion, the performance of smart computers is absolutely entry-level, and absolute low-end computers have little impact on them, and smart computers are currently operating at a loss. They would like to see how Lin Feng handles this matter in the end. Second World is a listed company, and every move directly affects its stock price. At present, due to the news of the smart computer operating at a loss in broad daylight, the stock price has dropped from the highest 102.5 yuan to 95 yuan, and Lin Feng's personal assets have shrunk instantly. $1.7 billion. If this order continues to soar, the share price of Second World will only continue to fall, which will not only affect the share price of Second World, but will also bring other chain reactions. Other manufacturers will doubt the payment of Second World ability, repayment ability, etc. This is a chain reaction that affects the whole body. Therefore, Many computer sales companies such as Dell, Lenovo and so on are not hoping to sell as few smart computers as possible. Instead, they hope to sell as many as possible. The more orders, the second world will lose out. The more the stock price, the worse the stock price will fall. In order to balance the balance of payments, stabilize the stock price, stabilize the market, and stabilize the company's situation, the second world will be forced to sell its CPUs and graphics cards cheaply, so that their computers will be sold. The company may be able to pick a cheaper one. With this kind of thinking, companies such as HP, Dell, Lenovo waited very leisurely, waiting to see second world because it could not hold up a large number of orders. It began to sell CPU or display chips cheaply. However, what surprised them was that Lin Feng, instead of having the intention to stop, continued to promote the smart computer advertisements. Just in the Swiss EAF Grand Prix, he ran a time of 13.12 seconds, breaking the Asian record of men's 110-meter hurdles, breaking the world youth record of 13.23 seconds, and breaking the 110-meter hurdles world that has been maintained for 24 years. The youth record Chinese track and field athlete Liu Xiang appeared on TV to help Lin Feng promote the smart computer. Westerners say that the Chinese can't get a place in track and field competitions. I said no. What Westerners can do, we Chinese can do too. The 21st century is the century of computers. Buy a smart computer. Plug your child's dream wings, start from scratch, join me, to success, to the world. Believe me, we Chinese can definitely stand on the top of the world. In the advertisement, Liu Xiang's absolutely confident expression and extremely provocative words made all parents stunned. Especially now that Liu Xiang has just broken the Asian record in the track and field competition and set the world youth record. It is very convincing in itself. Many parents who hesitated and hesitated no longer hesitated, and orders once again appeared to surge like the flood of the Yellow River. In 1 week, orders for smart computers soared from 4 million to 8.52 million, and the data is still increasing every day. In particular, a senior official of the Ministry of Education also admitted that the smart computer is indeed a very suitable computer for beginners, which makes many parents feel at ease. Liu Xiang, thank you. Your rad words are great. Now that smart computers can achieve the results they are now, it is inseparable from Liu Xiang's advertising, especially this set of advertising rhetoric. But Liu Xiang himself thought on the spot. In Lin Feng's view, this set of advertising slogans has Liu Xiang's own publicity style. But this style is very popular with Lin Feng. If there are achievements, what are you afraid of? And Liu Xiang is not blindly arrogant. His self-confidence is built on his own strength. Lin Dong, don't laugh at me. I'm also reciprocating. By the way, Lin Dong, the professional doctors you hired for me are really good. Now after training every day, after receiving massage and physical therapy, the whole body it's very comfortable. And I don't worry about any hidden injuries. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Liu Xiang said very sincerely. For Lin Feng, Liu Xiang is full of gratitude. First, I am grateful for his trust and value. And when I have almost no results, I am willing to sign a contract with a high salary, which greatly improves Liu Xiang's family situation. Second, the few foreign professional sports physicians Lin Feng has hired for him are really in harmony with Liu Xiang. Noticed. Haha, don't thank me. If you really want to thank you, you will pay me back if you win an Olympic champion in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile. Liu Xiang nodded secretly. Now he owes Lin Feng, and if he wants to repay, he can only win the Olympic champion. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Liu Xiang shot a blazing war intent in his eyes. Looking at the fighting spirit in Liu Xiang's eyes, Lin Feng knew that in 2004, in Athens, Liu Xiang's champion should not have run. The appearance of himself did not change Liu Xiang's trajectory, but it might make him more successful. However, Liu Xiang's advertising made many computer sales companies really incomprehensible. Why? Under such circumstances, Lin Feng still advertised so much. For 8.52 million orders, a computer loses 5 yuan, not counting any operating costs. Net computers. The production cost of the company has a net loss of 5 yuan, and 8.52 million units have a loss of 42.6 million yuan. And orders are still rising. What is Lin Feng going to rely on to recover this loss? Is it really as he said, just for the credibility of the company? The share price of Second World also fell again and again, plummeting, falling back to 77 yuan. Lin Feng's assets have shrunk by $6 billion, and its ranking has also fallen from 3rd to 5th. The industry is skeptical about it, and even many anti-forest experts and reporters even preach that this time will be the beginning of the decline of the Second World. From the surface of the matter, this is indeed the case. The Second World may have fallen into a quagmire because of this incident. But companies such as Dell are not fools, and things are definitely not that simple. Taking a closer look at what Lin Feng did in the past, Lin Feng has never done anything to lose money and make money, usually earning fame and making money. And the money is full of money, which makes people jealous. What is Lin Feng thinking about? What are the plans? Many computer sales companies that were still watching the show couldn't sit still at this moment, and they convened their own think tank teams to guess Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng's actions were too unusual. They always felt that there was a conspiracy behind it. A conspiracy that could affect their vital interests. Amidst the uneasy speculation of many computer sales company bosses, Lin Feng finally made the move. Lin Feng attracts investment from all walks of life. After logging on to the smart computer, he starts the advertising investment on the operating software interface, and at the same time advertises on the pages under the learning mode, internet mode and game mode. Lin Feng's investment promotion advertisement came out, and the industry was completely stunned. That's it. Everyone suddenly realized, but the mentality is different. As a Chinese newspaper, Guangming Daily is naturally a word of praise. Second World has created a new profit model. Under the service operation model of the 21st century, it is undoubtedly that advertising revenue is used to replace ordinary operating revenue. It is very reasonable and very wise. The commentators of USA Today in the United States shook their heads again and again. They did not expect that this Chinese would think of such a coup to make money, but they were a bit unconvinced. The decision of Second World is indeed beyond everyone's imagination, and it may open up new ideas. The era of profitability. But will advertising companies buy it? Is the income enough to offset its investment? The British Times has always supported Lin Feng and regarded it as a business miracle. This time he was amazed again and again. Lin Feng really deserves to be a Chinese boy, and he always has amazing behaviors. The more the outside world is not optimistic about it, the more he can make incredible behavior. But will this use of advertising revenue to replace the traditional operating revenue model change the pattern of the computer sales industry? We will wait and see. Compared with the relaxed tone of the press, many computer sales companies are not in such a good mood. They did not expect that Lin Feng would make money through auction advertising, which undoubtedly exceeded their imagination. Moreover, with the current penetration rate of smart computers, Lin Feng's advertising revenue will undoubtedly become an extremely large profit point. Not only will it be enough to cover all the previous expenses, it can even make a lot of money and earn a good reputation. At that time, not only will the Second World have a large number of loyal customers, but more importantly, this will undoubtedly make mainland users question other computer sales companies. Why can the Second World sell at low prices, but they can't? And now the Second World is just selling low-end intra-level smart computers. What if computers of various grades are introduced in the future? At that time, these customers will naturally choose the Second World, which is the real threat to them. The current Second World is not complete in terms of manufacturing production lines, sales channels, and after-sales service. If everything is completed in the future, the Second World has the ability to produce CPU and GPU. It will be enough to take the market of most computer sales companies. At that time, this will be the real disaster. In the entanglement of many computer sales companies, the order sales of smart computers have risen again and again. After the first order pre-sale period ends within 1 month, the total orders for smart computers have reached 12.4 million. The Foxconn company, which is responsible for the main production, has added 3 new production lines one after another. It has more than 700,000 employees, half of whom are working overtime to catch up with smart computers. How to do? In the atmosphere of consumers waiting for cheap computers, computer sales companies headed by Dell, HP, Lenovo and other companies reached a temporary strategic alliance to negotiate a second world. A Shanghai conference was held to focus on the entire Chinese computer sales industry for later generations. Facing this Shanghai conference and the various computer sales companies participating in this strategic alliance, Lin Feng smiled. "This is already in my own plan. I am not afraid of their alliances, but they are afraid of their disagreements. After the alliance, it is convenient to realize one's ultimate goal." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 583, Merchants and Fishermen. The Shanghai Conference, which will be remembered in the history of computer sales in later generations, was held on October 1, 2002. The first day of China's Golden Week. The computer manufacturers in attendance included representatives from Dell, HP, Lenovo, Sony, and Toshiba. China is the future IT golden market. These computer sales companies cannot allow the second world to break the rules of the game so much, let alone let them dominate. Although for multinational companies such as Dell, Sony and HP, the personal computer sales market share only accounts for about 20% of their total sales, which poses no major threat to their company's overall profits. But this trend is extremely serious. Moreover, many companies are optimistic about the Chinese market and this emerging gold market. At the same time, I am also afraid that the second world computer sales model will begin. Once it reaches a certain scale, it will seriously threaten their existence. The threat must be killed in the cradle. Especially the second world has AMD CPUs and ATI graphics cards, which is a headache for other computer sales companies. Although for now, whether it is CPU or graphics card, second world is under the oppression of Intel and Nvidia and is in a backward situation. But in the future, who's right? Therefore, companies such as Dell established a temporary strategic alliance to jointly exert pressure on the second world. If the second world does not follow their requirements, they will unite Intel and Nvidia to resist the second world. They will use their huge sales network and sound after-sales service to threaten the second world, forcing it to raise prices. Mr. Lin, if you do not raise the price, we will complain to the World Trade Organization for improper competition and will jointly sanction you, said Haruya Nagata, president of Sony China, rudely. Originally, the sales of smart computers had nothing to do with Sony. Sony has only launched laptops and has not set foot in desktop computers. It can be said that it has nothing to do with the second world, but what Sony values is the second world. The prospect of this new super company is very likely to become its own competitor. During this time, Sony heard that Sega intends to sell its hardware development department, and internal gossip said that the most likely person to take over is the Chinese, Lin Feng. Sony has 4 major brands: PS game consoles, TV sets, Walkmans, and digital cameras. From the perspective of the current industry situation, it can be said that apart from televisions and digitals that have not had any business entanglements with Lamfeng, the other 2 Sony brands have had business competition with Lamfeng, or it may be possible in the future create competition among them. The biggest hatred is the Walkman. Originally, Sony's Walkman was the world leader and dominated for decades. However, since the introduction of the MP3 format, Lin Feng Quangxin launched the Phantom MP3, and Apple also launched the iPod. The 2 companies joined forces to divide up. In the Walkman market, the market share of Sonos Walkman has shrunk sharply. In terms of games, if the rumors are true that the buyer of Sega's hardware development department is really Lin Feng, then the two companies will naturally become enemies. Sony does not believe that after Lin Feng acquires Sega's hardware department, it will not launch a corresponding home game console. In the past, Microsoft was sparing no effort to promote Xbox. Who knows if Lin Feng will smash his home game console with banknotes in the future. What's more, now that Second World launches smart computers, who knows whether Second World will launch notebooks in the future. Therefore, Nagata Haruyasu was ordered to participate in this Shanghai conference in order to attack the Second World. Lin Feng glanced at Nagata Haruyasu lightly and sneered. Regardless of how Sony is now so proud, next year will be the bleakest year since Sony was founded. When Sony's financial statements are released next year, Sony will have a headache. Sony announced its 2002 results in 2003. Sony suffered a loss of $926 million for the year. Sony Ericsson's mobile phone division alone lost $240 million. Of course, Lin Fengnin remembers this news, and he can only pay tribute to the reason why PS2 game fans are back then. However, in this case, Sony still has the heart to challenge itself, which is indeed insidious. But Lin Feng had a countermeasure. Mr. Nagata Haruyasu accused me of improper competition, and want to jointly sanction me. Haha, what a joke. If I was forced to raise the price, would I also violate the cartel treaty? I remember that in 2000, Japan's Mitsubishi was caught. The accusation of participating in an international cartel with a fixed-price graphite electrode was levied by the U.S. Department of Justice with a fine of $134 million. Wouldn't Mr. Nagata Haruyasu want to set this trap for me? Lin Feng sneered. Say, Mr. Lin, you are insulting me. Nagata Haruyasu retorted indignantly. This hat is a big blow to Sony. If it spreads out, it will definitely cause a direct drop in its stock price. In developing countries, the monopoly law is almost non-existent. However, in Western countries, the monopoly law is extremely strict, and Sony does not want to be a Mitsubishi now. Lin Feng's words were exported, and the representatives of the other computer manufacturers looked at each other. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so good. Before they could speak, they bet their mouths with the cartel clause in the anti-monopoly law. This made them want to make Lin Feng's plan to raise prices, but it was blocked before they could even export. The corner of Lin Feng's eyes swept across the many representatives, and he smiled secretly in his heart. Well, guys, today we are not here to talk. I know your intentions. First of all, I want to make one point. Our Second World is definitely a very friendly and enlightened company and will never use itself power to suppress other companies. Lin Feng and Yan said, but then his expression changed. But if some companies want to use power or other things to oppress our company, I can tell you very responsibly, Ning, it's jade pieces, not tiles. Many company representatives, you look at me, I look at you, with a look of aghast. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so determined. They came today just to put pressure on Lin Feng, not to declare war on Lin Feng. If war is declared, it will not be good news for them or for the Second World. It will definitely hurt both sides. In the end, it will only be cheaper for the Intel who is watching the show at the moment. Donglin, this is serious. Today we only want to negotiate on the current situation. We are not bullying others. We are all equal, just to make money fairly and equally. Lenovo representative Wang Xiaoyan came out and said. Lin Feng glanced at the slightly shocked people and smiled to himself. All the representatives of the companies present here have the right to attend but not the right to make decisions. Lin Feng is not afraid of them walking away, because now we have the Second World of AMD and ATI. There is a delicate symbiotic relationship with these companies, and no one can do without. They pressured themselves together, and they just used the representatives who were present to have no decision-making power, and pressured them in the opposite direction, telling them the bosses behind the scenes that their Second World is by no means a bully. Negotiations are okay, but they must show sincerity, and they must be equal negotiations. Lin Feng used the steps of Wang Xiaoyan to ease his tone. I know that you are worried that our company will launch other models of complete computers in the future that will affect your interests. Here, I can guarantee one thing. You can rest assured that this time our company is launching a smart computer to promote China. The development of computer education is not trying to compete with other computer manufacturing sales companies. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Lin, we believe you won't be like this either. But this is just an empty talk after all. Your company will launch other models of computers in the future, and we can't restrict it. Dell representative Fubio Bang frowned. Oh, I don't know if Mr. Fubio Bang and the representatives have any suggestions. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and asked. Everyone looked at it, and in the end it was represented by the representative of Dell. I hope to reach a friendly agreement with your company. Your company will only launch low-end intra-level computers. We will never take any action to interfere with your company's business activities for computers under 3,000 yuan. Fubio Bang said. Originally, everyone hoped that Lin Feng would increase the price of smart computers to the point where everyone could compete with them, but Lin Feng had already blocked everyone's mouth with thick cartel claws, and everyone had to adopt the second plan to restrict Lin Feng. Computer sales price. A 3,000 yuan computer can only be an intra-level computer with limited performance. This will have minimal impact on many companies. Lin Feng smiled faintly. What good is that for me? Lin Feng sat down and asked. Mr. Lin, you are breaking the rules of the game. If many of our companies jointly launch a corresponding price reduction strategy and unite with Intel company, I believe that both Theme CPU and 30 graphics card will not be sold. Nagata King Kang sneered. Lin Feng glanced at the arrogant Nagata Haruyasu, rolled his eyes and ignored the stupid bird at all. When Nagata Haruyasu was half dead by anger, he told the story leisurely. Everyone, in ancient times, there were two fishermen. One used a large sailing boat and cast a net to fish, and the other had a small fishing boat and used a fishing spear. A group of merchants were waiting for the two fishermen's fish to go to the market. The fishermen who fish in modern fishing boats not only have a lot of fish, but they are also fresh. Those who use small sailing boats have only a small amount of fish each time, and they are not fresh enough. But why these merchants still buy small fishing boats when they buy fish from large sailing boats? Where's the fish? Lin Feng asked, looking at everyone. Many representatives listened. How could they not understand Lin Feng's meaning? Fishermen who use large sailing boats to cast nets are Intel. Fishermen who use small fishing boats to fish are AMD, and merchants are their computer hardware purchasers. The meaning of this story is that the reason why merchants want to buy fish from small fishing boats and fishermen is because of competition. Although this small fishing boat is small and the fish is not fresh enough, the value of its existence is to ensure that the large sailing boat will not form a monopoly on the price of fish. Otherwise, the merchants will ultimately suffer. This is also Lin Feng reminding everyone that if they sanction the second world in this way, only one company, Intel, will benefit in the end, and it is not just the fisherman of the small sailboat who suffers, but also the businessman. Mr. Lin, we know what you mean. But if the fisherman of this small fishing boat goes to the market to sell it by himself, and the merchant has no profit, will he care who buys it? Said the HP representative. Lin Feng smiled and made a bingo gesture. So, I can promise not to launch other models of computers, but you must also give me a little benefit. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have something to say straight. Lenovo representative Wang Xiaoyan said very sincerely. At the same time, the Sony representative Haruyasu Nagata, who was still trying to speak, cursed in his heart. It was this Japanese who was troubled. As soon as they spoke, they were blocked by Lin Feng's cartel clause and they wanted Lin Feng's smart computer to increase the price, and then let him speak. I am afraid that there is no need to discuss any conditions, and they can go home directly. Lin Feng smiled. It's very simple. I hope you can increase the purchase of farmed CPUs and RT graphics cards. Of course, I will give you a title of second world recommended dedicated gaming computer. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Many representatives took a breath, but did not expect Lin Feng to make this suggestion. And looking at Lin Feng's confident smile, many representatives felt that all of this seemed to be within Lin Feng's calculations. However, Second World recommends the title of dedicated gaming computer, which is quite tempting. After all, now that we have entered the era of online games, most people buy computers just for games. At the same time, not only can I promise that you will only launch computers under 3,000 yuan, but I can even promise not to enter the corporate procurement computer market in the next 5 years. Lin Feng said with a smile. To everyone's surprise, this is the real economic lifeline of many computer manufacturing sales companies. But does Lin Feng say that one can set foot by stepping in? Don't forget that I am a Chinese, and our company has CPU and graphics technology, can provide customers with the most cost-effective computer. Lin Feng said with a smile. Many representatives frowned. This is indeed a thorny issue. Mr. Lin, this is a big matter. It is not something we can make a decision. Could you please discuss with the headquarters? Representative Dell said. Of course. Please. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. The meeting came to an end temporarily, and many representatives rushed back to the hotel to get in touch with the headquarters to discuss Lin Feng's proposal. Boss, will they really agree? Wu Xiaopu asked. Rest assured, they will definitely. Because this world now has armed. They will make a sensible choice for their own interests. It's just that Intel might never think of it. This time it will be an opportunity to fight against its absolute hegemony. Lin Feng smiled. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 584. Lin Feng recruited a secretary. For Lin Feng. This Shanghai conference is mainly to establish a good relationship with these computer sales companies in order to challenge the hegemony of Intel in the future. Of course, Lin Feng has a follow-up plan, but it is not convenient to implement it temporarily. However, it must have the assistance of these computer sales companies. Therefore, if necessary, Lin Feng doesn't mind giving them a little profit. But Intel, who was waiting behind the scenes to watch a good show, never thought that Lin Feng would take the opportunity to coerce many computer hardware companies to increase the purchase of AMD and ATI chips. Wu Xiaopu nodded, and secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Although this agreement stipulates that Second World can only sell computers under 3,000 yuan, these computer sales companies have only two choices for choosing CPU, either Intel or AMD. After the agreement is reached, if an AMD is added, orders will naturally increase ATI graphics card orders accordingly, which will hardly cause any loss to the Second World. Science and technology are primary productive forces. Master the Second World of CPU and graphics card technology, and then master the initiative. In this negotiation, these computer companies actually had no advantage from the beginning. They are just tools for secretly wrestling between the Intel and the Second World. The result was as Lin Feng expected, and many companies agreed to Lin Feng's proposal. It is stipulated that the Second World shall not sell complete computers with more than 3,000 yuan, and many computer sales companies will increase the purchase of AMD and ATI chips, and will ensure that the ratio to Intel is around 3 to 7. Although it still couldn't be equal to Intel, it was enough to satisfy Lin Feng. After all, before, even the ratio of 2 to 8 was not reached. AMD's chip market share is mainly in personal DIY. Of course, the price Lin Feng paid was that he would not get involved in the corporate procurement computer market in the next 2 decades. Lin Feng didn't care about this at all. It's not that we look down on this market, but that the competition in this market is too fierce. Many companies already have good customer relationships and sales networks. If the Second World squeezes in, it will only hurt both sides. It is better to focus on the personal computer market. Although there is only a 3,000 yuan limit, the profit is still very large. Of course, it is not the sales profit, but the profit of its potential advertisers. As for why Lin Feng proposed it at the beginning, it was to give these computer sales companies a warning and a room for bargaining. By the way, he would show his tolerance and sell them a favor to facilitate his future plans. In the end, Second World reached a friendly agreement with major computer sales companies. Regarding this result, the industry's glasses were broken, and no one thought that the Second World would turn the crisis into peace, and even grab a lot of shares from the Intel. The share price of Second World was also affected by this good news, rising all the way and returning to the 90 yuan mark. As for Intel getting the news, but not much disappointed, but shook his head helplessly, unexpectedly let the Second World escape this time. After all, the power of Intel does not need to be questioned. It is very early for the Second World to challenge Intel. But for Lin Feng, the president of Intel, Paul Otellini, took this name to heart for the first time and included it on the danger list. In Paul Otellini's mind, Lin Feng's rank is tied with IBM's president Sam Palmer's. At the same time, the Smart Computers Landing Interface advertisement auction also produced gratifying results in the end. In the first month, the advertisements on the main login interface and the 3 sublogin interfaces sold a total of 7 million yuan. Although this price is still unable to fill the shortfall in hardware sales, let alone the shortfall in transportation and after-sales that Ding Dang will bear, what Lin Feng is after is its future prospects. Now there are only more than 10 million customers. If this customer base grows to 100 million, advertising revenue will also increase tenfold, and the profits will be very substantial. And in order to have more advertising spaces, Lin Feng also ordered the Indian outsourcing company to make deeper modifications to the software that assists parents in manipulating the computer, so that it can more conveniently place advertisements. For example, increase the advertising space when copying and posting files, the advertising space in the Windows window bar, the advertising space when turning on and off, and so on. In short, Lin Feng wants to make the entire computer an advertising player. Of course, too many advertisements are also very annoying. But unlike in the past, watching TV and enduring ad bombardment, consumers who use smart computers, while enduring ad bombardment, also enjoy absolute low prices. In this world, especially in developing countries, the poor still constitute an absolute majority. In rejecting advertising bombing, but spending more money and enjoying price concessions, and enduring advertising bombing, more than 99% of the poor will choose price concessions. Advertising. Where are the no ads? Can there be less ads in this world? Boss, there is a problem. It is very difficult to completely transform the Windows system. Unless there is source code, it may cause Windows to collapse. Wu Xiaopu conveyed the helplessness from the Indian outsourcing company. It is also the first time for India to see this kind of curious incident, and I am extremely admired for Lin Feng's idea of turning the entire Windows system into an advertising platform. But during the transformation, if there is no Windows source code, they will not be able to make the most thorough security modification. Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while. Smart computers will definitely become more widespread in the future. If advertising can't make money, it will be a headache. After thinking about it, Lin Feng's eyes brightened and he waved his hand. Change to the Linux system and let them develop a Linux system for us and tell them our requirements. In this way, a set of operating software can be discarded and the system can be saved more resources. Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu's eyes lit up. But it might take a lot of time. Wu Xiaopu said with a frown instead. Don't be afraid, now you can let them develop slowly, and temporarily use the current advertising space. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wait, Lin. There is currently no operating system for the supercomputers in the Second World. I suggest that it is better to set up a software research and development department to be responsible for the development of operating systems. After all, the operating systems of supercomputers are different from each company. Sooner or later the world will study. It is better to take this opportunity to develop based on the Linux system, and gather the world's best Linux programmers. Abby suddenly proposed. Yes, boss, the operating system of the supercomputer must be solved, and we have a little bit of information in our hands. Cough, cough, boss, you know. Bruce Allen agreed. During this period of time, the world's #1 hacker Kevin Minitek has plagiarized a supercomputer operating system from IBM a decade ago and is sending someone to study it. However, research in this area cannot be successful in a short day. It is better to convene global Linux system designers to study together. Lin Feng nodded. Then he ordered people to hire Linux system talents with high salaries around the world. The industry did not respond to the move of Second World. After all, many companies, such as Dell and HP, also have their own commercial computers with Linux systems. It is normal for Second World to study Linux systems. After all, the price of an Windows system is not cheap. Being able to replace it with Linux will save a lot of money. At this time, thanks to the good news from all parties, the Second World stock price finally returned to its original price. Lin, congratulations. The Second World share price has risen to 102 yuan again, and your assets are back. Abby pointed to the Second World stock price on the screen and said with a smile. Lin Feng also smiled. During this period of time, Second World reached a peace agreement with many computer companies, and there was an increase in orders. In addition, the first more than 10 million computers ordered by Smart Computers have all been delivered, and many parents are praised. With all the benefits, the share price of Second World has risen again and again. By the way, Abby, I'm going to visit the class. Do you want to see how the Chinese martial arts movie is filmed? Lin Feng suddenly patted his forehead and asked with a smile. During this period of time, Lin Feng has been busy with the smart computer, and has never been able to go to the cast of The Legend of Condor Heroes, which made Lizzie look resentful and often called at night to complain that Lin Feng didn't miss her enough. In this regard, Lin Feng is also a little ashamed. My girlfriend is going to make a movie. It is still a big movie of my own investment. If I don't go to the class, it is impossible to justify. And Lin Feng also wanted to see how the martial arts TV series was filmed, and by the way, he also wanted to see who played the middle-aged version of Huang Rong. Ha ha, Lin, I won't go. But there is one thing I want to remind you. As a billionaire and the chairman of several listed companies, it is incredible that you don't have a secretary. I think you'd better equip a personal secretary who will help you take care of your daily affairs, Abby said cautiously. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and that was indeed the case. Although nowadays, with the development of the internet and the advancement of technology, Lin Feng can directly record many things with an electronic notebook, and can query the information he wants through Baidu. In many cases he does not need the presence of a secretary. But sometimes it's really convenient to have a secretary. For example, if Lin Feng hadn't suddenly seen the photo of Lisa and himself on the computer screen just now when he went to visit the class, I'm afraid Lin Feng would not have remembered it for a while. If you have a secretary, tell her and she will remind herself when that happens. After thinking about it, Lin Feng asked Wu Xiaopo to post a job advertisement for a private secretary. Unexpectedly, this job advertisement was published, but it caused a sensation. Lin Feng, the youngest super-rich in the world, wants to hire a personal secretary, which is definitely the biggest hot job in the recruitment market. Lin Feng is only 22 years old, has assets of more than $30 billion, is the chairman of several listed companies, and although not too handsome, he has the charm of a successful man, especially a very important point, unmarried. This is absolutely fatal to all women. There used to be no chance to contact Lin Feng, but now it is different. Lin Feng needs a secretary. If you can become Lin Feng's secretary and develop a little relationship, what will happen in the future? Only 3 hours after the job advertisement was published, the Second World was filled with secretaries who came to seek employment. The scene can only be described by one word: T is like a cloud. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 585. The Little Princess is Jealous. People are crowded, 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 busy, busy, people coming and going. Looking at the registration hall crowded with beauties who came to sign up, Lin Feng's mind instantly came up with countless idioms describing a large number of people, but before these idioms, he had to add a modifier. Go say Tengxiang. Boss, it seems that all the beauties from Shanghai have come to our company, Wu Zhaopu said, looking at the crowd of beauties in the registration hall. But in a blink of an eye, the ambiguous color that men only showed in his eyes. Lin Feng just smiled when he saw it. He just wanted to hire a secretary, so don't be so sensational. It's already time for get off work, and there are still so many beautiful women coming to sign up. And look at this scene, which is like a recruitment secretary, similar to a beauty pageant. There is a professional attire, a well-dressed woman, a casual, street-style girl, a cute girl next door, and a group of schoolgirls in school uniforms. Women of all styles are here, making Lin Feng look at it dazzled, but also a little helpless. The beauties who came to apply for the job are also too mixed. There is actually the kind of hair dyed red and the dress is extremely spicy. A discerning person knows that they belong to the street gangster at a glance. Although beautiful, they want a secretary, not a vase. How can this kind of person become his own secretary? Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu walked downstairs, tapped on the desk of the employee in charge of registration. This is the recruitment secretary. In addition to academic qualifications, he has appearance, dress, and conversation requirement. When you register, in addition to looking at your academic qualifications, you will directly exclude those who are too street style. Look, there are still smoking cigarettes. What kind of style is this? Lin Feng pointed to a very well-dressed person not far away. Said the woman who was a vanguard, dressed hot, with a small butt gap and a cigarette in her mouth, said, Yes, I'm sorry, I will definitely improve, and I will definitely improve. The staff in charge of registration was originally surrounded by many beauties, and it was a bit confusing. He wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to meet a few beauties for dinner, but was when Lin Feng said this, he suddenly lost his guts. His face paled with fright, and he apologized again and again. Now the second world is rated as the company most looking forward to working for outsiders. He finally came in after many hardships, but he couldn't be expelled because of this mistake. Lin Feng shook his head, put on his sunglasses and walked out with Wu Zhaopu. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's words were heard by the master just now, and they are not happy now. Hey, it's you. Why can men smoke but women can't smoke? You discriminate against us women. The little hot girl just now stopped Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu suddenly, dangling a cigarette, with one hand on her hips, and one finger pointing. The two scolded. Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu were taken aback, then shook their heads again and again. For this image, it is joking to apply for a secretary too. Miss, our company recruits a secretary. First of all, we must be decent and generous in appearance, and smoking is absolutely not allowed. Wu Zhaopu explained with reluctance. Uncle, who told you I'm here to apply for the secretary? The little girl said with her mouth tilted and her head raised high. Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. Then what are you here for? Wu Zhaopu asked in confusion. Tell you, I came to see your chairman Lin Feng. With the charm of this lady, I believe he will fall in love with me at first sight. At that time, you will be my subordinate. And you, if I become yours Mrs. Boss, I am the first to fire you. The little spicy girl pointed at Lin Feng and said triumphantly. Lin Feng was stunned for a while, then turned to look at Wu Zhaopu, and the two of them looked at each other and laughed. At this time, many beauties in the hall did not leave after signing up, or the beauties waiting to sign up were also alarmed by the noise of the three people. Looking at this side curiously, many of them who came to apply for secretary saw Lin Feng and exclaimed. Although Lin Feng, in order to avoid being recognized by others, not only wears a hat, but also wears sunglasses, and is indoors, he is still recognized by many caring beauties. Seeing the appearance of Lin Feng who wanted to hire a secretary this time, many beauties who recognized Lin Feng quickly put on their most charming side, hoping to impress Lin Feng and become Lin Feng's secretary with this. If they can become Lin Feng's secretary and take the opportunity to have such an ambiguous relationship, they will not have to worry in their entire lives. Hey! What are you guys laughing at? With this lady's appearance and charm, Lin Feng will definitely bow to her pomegranate skirt. The little spicy girl was a little bit overwhelmed by the smile, and shouted loudly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Miss, I can tell you right now, Chairman Lin in your mouth will definitely not like you. Lin Feng said helplessly. Cut. Who do you think you are? The little spicy girl didn't care at all. There was a sneer in the hall. Many beauties who have recognized Lin Feng are really ashamed of this little hot girl's ignorance. Idiot. He is the person who recruited the secretary this time. That is, what you call Lin Feng, Chairman Lin. An office lady who sits in a tight-knit and decent manner can't stand the ignorant little spice. Can't help but remind. What? He is Lin Feng. The little spicy girl screamed, and the other beauties in the field who hadn't recognized Lin Feng also exclaimed. Yes, this lady, he is our Chairman Lin Feng. So, you can go back. Your image is definitely not suitable for secretary. Wu Zhaopu said with a smile. Are you really Lin Feng? The little spicy girl opened her mouth wide, her face in disbelief, let alone how wonderful the expression on her face was. Yes, I am Lin Feng, so please come back. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said. Little Spice Girl's face was strange. She didn't expect that she would run into Lin Feng directly, and she yelled at him, wanting to say something, to alleviate the embarrassment. You can see that Lin Feng completely ignores her expression in her eyes, and there is only Little Spice Girl left. The last bit of dignity made him snorted, stomped and left. Don't you have some money? What's so great? The little spice said angrily before leaving. Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu were speechless. After the little spice left, the scene suddenly became lively. No one thought that Lin Feng would suddenly appear here, but the man in front of him was very likely to be their boss, and there might even be some other relationship. After all, the ambiguity between the boss and the secretary is too common. Being able to have a little ambiguity with such a young, so rich, handsome-looking boss, I am afraid that no one would refuse the many beauties present. Hello, Lin Dong. More than 200 beauties in the field shouted in unison. This hello, Lin Dong can be described as Huang Ying's call, which is pleasing to the ear and makes people's mind trembling. Boss, you are lucky, Wu Zhaopu said enviously. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Ladies, I am Lin Feng. I am recruiting a secretary this time. In addition to the relevant academic qualifications, I also require at least 3 foreign languages, and behave appropriately in appearance, without any bad habits, and require meticulous care. At the same time, the body must be healthy and able to withstand high-load work. Therefore, if you do not meet the conditions, please leave automatically. Thank you, Lin Feng said in a loud voice. After Lin Feng finished speaking, there was a voice of regret. This requirement is too high. The appearance is quite satisfactory, and most of the academic qualifications are not problematic. The people who come here, except the little hot girl just now, are mostly highly talented students, but the foreign language requirements are at least 3 foreign languages, which is a bit high. But now Lin Feng's business is spread all over the world, and the second world has business in Europe, the United States, Japan, South Korea and other places. It is necessary to master 3 foreign languages. As soon as this condition was released, a large number of them were immediately brushed down, but there were still more than 30 people left. Lin Feng was secretly surprised when he saw it, and repeatedly marveled at the many talents in Shanghai. There are so many people who meet such high requirements, and they are all beautiful women. But this is good, the more room for oneself to choose. In addition to having relevant qualities, the selection of a secretary is also more important externally. After all, beautiful women are loved, even if they don't have any relationship with them. If you have the same educational background, you will always be seductive to find a beautiful one. In the next few days, applicants were still in an endless stream. Even many people came from other places. After all, the China's richest man hires a secretary, and this opportunity is rare. When the new week recruitment day ended, there were a total of 523 people who met the requirements, which is really staggering. And 95% of them are above the standard. Lynn, I heard that you have hired a secretary, but all the people here are beautiful women. Remember to me that you have to dare to mess around again and see how I can fix you. At this time, Lin Feng accidentally received a call from Avril. After listening, Lin Feng was amused. Avril, what's wrong? Jealous? Lin Feng said jokingly. Can't it? You are my boyfriend, and my boyfriend recruits a beautiful secretary. Don't you allow me to be jealous. If I hire a handsome hunk as a secretary, see if you are jealous or not. Humphrey. Avril snorted. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. It's really unheard of to be jealous. In short, I don't allow you to hire a beautiful secretary like other men. I want you to hire a man, Avril said. Lin Feng was speechless. Hiring a big man? Isn't that just adding to yourself? Facing a male secretary every day, isn't this looking awkward? Especially the secretary will help himself to deal with more personal matters. Facing a male secretary, that is awkward. But now the little punk princess is jealous and always wants to comfort her. Otherwise, she would really learn from herself and hire a secretary, a handsome hunk, and Lin Feng would be depressed to death. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed, and he noticed. Avril, you have to know that men are always helping men, and when there are certain things, he will help me to cover. Don't blame me, Lin Feng said helplessly. Avril's mouth pursed when she heard it. The crows in the world are generally dark, and when that happens, she really can't help it. Avril, you should believe in your charm. With you, other beauties are like dung in my eyes. Lin Feng took the opportunity to say graciously. After thinking for a long time, Avril sighed helplessly. Well, but it must not be a beauty. Avril finally compromised. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that Lin Feng really wants to golden house Kang Jiao. It's just that he always feels good when facing beautiful women. What's more, as the saying goes, men and women match. Work is not tiring. In the real workplace, it is not unreasonable for a male boss to match a female secretary, and a female boss to match a male secretary. Lin, my global concert is about to end, and I will go back to New York to stay for a while. By the way, Lin, this time I called to ask you something, Avril said in a nervous tone. Avril, you should know my feelings for you. Do we still have such concerns between us? Just say it if you have anything to say. Lin Feng said slightly displeased. If a woman is polite to a man, it is definitely not a good thing. Lin, it's not my business, it's my friend. Otherwise, do you think he'll be polite with you? Your Boeing 767 lady dare to accept it, and I still use it to be polite to you. Jiao snorted, although her tone was a bit arrogant. But she was happy in her heart. The West pays more attention to private space, private life, and sometimes even between husband and wife, they are more clearly divided. When Lin Feng said this, I naturally heard a sweetness in Avril's heart. Avril, who has always been careless, also feels like a little woman at this moment. This feeling of being protected and loved by others is undoubtedly very happy. Okay, let's talk about it. Your friend is my friend, I will definitely help if you can help. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin, it's Michael Jackson. He recently fell out with Sony. I hope you can help him. After all, no matter how famous he is only an artist under Sony. I'm afraid he will suffer too much. And Sony is a bit too vampire. In fact, if you didn't help me and invest me and let me set up my own record company, I am afraid I would be at the mercy of record companies just like him and other singers. Said helplessly. Lin Feng naturally understands that this is the case in the entertainment industry. No matter how big the celebrity is, if you want to compete with the contracted company, especially a super company like Sony, it is still a lot worse. The arms can't be stretched beyond the thighs. Don't worry, I will definitely help him. Lin Feng nodded and said, well, Lin, when will you come to the United States? You know, I miss you so much. At the end of the sentence, Avril had already expressed a bit of resentment. Don't worry, I will go to the United States in a while. Lin Feng smiled. After a while, the regular season of the NBA 02-03 season will begin, but I am going to join in. And this is the first game after Michael Jordan joined his team. Lin Feng would feel very sorry if he didn't come to join him. Michael Jordan can't play for a few years. It is the happiness of the fans to go to the scene to watch one more game. After hanging up, Lin Feng began the interview. But this time it came out. Lin Feng really had a headache. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to come out in person to find the secretary candidate that best suits his wishes. Unexpectedly, many beauties who came to apply for the job saw Lin Feng personally reviewing them, but they twisted it up, either answering the wrong questions or being cautiously speechless. Of course, they can't be blamed. The blame is that Lin Feng is too young, too rich, and unmarried. This gave all the beauties who came to apply for infinite fantasy. In this case, it is difficult to make a difference. Of course, there are also natural ones, but that appearance belongs to 10% of the applicants. Lin Feng must admit that he is still relatively vulgar, and hopes to find a secretary with both talents and appearance. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to let Wu Xiaopu and others help him choose first, and finally decide for himself. Just when Lin Feng was checking the information in the office, he called from home. Xiaofeng, you are about to hire a secretary. Isn't Shuki a secretary major? Why don't you consider her? And it seems that you haven't called her for a long time. Have you forgotten her? Mother Lin said on the phone. A little questioned. For Lin mother, Huang Shuqi has always been his favorite, although his son is now becoming more and more important, becoming one of the 3 richest people in the world. They are still working on construction projects in Chu City, and they have bought the entire community where they live now, and equipped with a large number of security personnel. But in Mother Lin's heart, she still has her own son, and she still has a certain right to make suggestions about his son's marriage. In particular, the love triangle between Lin Feng, Avril and Lisa that came out some time ago made the more conservative Mother Lin very dissatisfied. Forget Lisa, Avril is a typical Westerner, and Lin Mu can't stand the punk style. It happens to be a popular queen who is popular all over the world. Mother Lin likes the traditional daughter-in-law who can stay at home and obediently wait for her husband to come home. However, after the last spring festival, Mother Lin was inconvenient to take care of this matter. After all, her son was old and had her own ideas. She had too much interference and had trouble with her son, so she couldn't do it. But in her heart, she still prefers Huang Shuqi. This time I heard that Lin Feng wanted to hire a secretary, so he was moved. I want Huang Shuqi to become Lin Feng's secretary, so she won't have to worry about it. Childhood sweethearts, working together again. So sooner or later there will be a little relationship. Lin Feng didn't know what his mother was thinking, and shook his head again and again. Mom, Shuki hasn't graduated yet. There are at least 2 years to graduate. Okay, when she graduates, she must be hired as a secretary. Let's do it. Lin Feng helplessly after Lin was satisfied, she hung up the phone. But at this time, the shadow of Huang Shuqi appeared in his mind. With a faint smile in his heart, there is also a faint helplessness. At this moment, Wu Xiaopu broke in. Boss, you are in trouble, Wu Xiaopu said with a bad smile on his face. What's wrong? Lin Feng was taken aback. Boss, you can never guess who is among the secretaries recruited this time, Wu Xiaopu said with a stubborn smile on his face. Who? Lin Feng asked. It's her. I didn't expect her to come back to apply for a secretary. Now people are in the interview room. Boss, I really can't help you with the interview. But you can only go by yourself, Wu Xiaopu said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned, took a look at the published data sheet from Wu Xiaopu, and froze. How could she come? It seems that he is really in trouble. It's just this trouble. It seems to be a more fragrant trouble. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 586 The Most Beautiful Secretary in History. Lin Feng looked at the information sheet handed over by Wu Xiaopu, and he was shocked. Lin Feng absolutely never thought that she would apply for the job, especially just now Avril was still warning herself not to find a too beautiful female secretary. This is great. Her beauty is praised by the world goddess. Boss, what should I do now? Wu Xiaopu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Let's go. Since everyone is here, we can't help but see, Lin Feng said with a shrug. Wu Xiaopu smiled and led Lin Feng forward. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the interview meeting room, opened the door, and saw a beautiful lady with white teeth and lips, sitting on the opposite side. Seeing Lin Feng, she got up and bowed slightly and said, "Unspeakable minion is moving, unspeakable moving." Lin Feng gave a secret compliment in his heart. It's just that this time, compared with the last time Lin Feng and him met, he wore a pair of gold spectacles on his face, which was a bit less seductive and sexy, but it felt more quiet and virtuous. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Miss Lin, your arrival really surprised me. I really didn't expect Miss Lin to apply for the job," Lin Feng exclaimed after shaking hands with him. In any case, Lin Feng did not expect that the candidate who came to apply for the job would be Lin Shilling, who has a relationship in Taiwan. Lin Shilling, who is known as the #1 beauty and the #1 model in Taiwan. It was incredible that Lin Shilling came to apply to be her secretary. As Lin Shilling is now the #1 supermodel in Taiwan, her monthly income is at least 1 million yuan, and the salary of her secretary position is no more than 10,000 yuan a month, which is a huge gap. Lin Feng did not understand why Lin Shilling came to apply for the job. However, thinking of Taiwan's popular lover to become his secretary, Lin Feng felt a little moved. This is the wish and dream of all men, but they never thought it would be their turn. Hee, Donglin, is it weird? Or do you think him just beautiful, just vase? Lin Shilling looked at the shocked look on Lin Feng's face, covered her mouth and chuckled, but the words showed its tricky place. Lin Feng smiled. "Miss Lin, I ask the secretary to master at least 3 foreign languages," Lin Feng said with 3 fingers outstretched. Although Lin Shilling's appearance is very exciting, she didn't really want to raise a vase this time, but wanted to find a secretary who could help her with daily trivial matters. "Donglin, I can speak English, Japanese, French, including Mandarin and Hokkien, which can be counted as 5 languages." Lin Shilling sticks out her tongue playfully. She is indescribably cute, but her cuteness is not much like Lisa's. Lin Shilling's cuteness is the kind of cuteness that reveals sexy everywhere, which makes people startled. Wu Xiaopu took a long breath from the side and cried out to death. This woman is so attractive. If he is asked to face such a secretary every day, I am afraid that it will not be necessary to deal with official duties. Even the company does not want to stay. Such a woman is only suitable for places such as beaches, banquets, and, of course, bed. Lin Feng is also a little lost, but after all he is a man who has been on the battlefield for a long time, with too many beauties around him, and he always has some resistance to beauties. "Miss Lin, your talent is admirable, and you have mastered 5 languages. But I hired a secretary, not only need to master multiple languages, but also," Lin Feng explained. "Donglin, I completed a double bachelor's degree in Western art history and economics at the University of Toronto, Canada. This is not a lie. You see, this is my proof of degree." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Shilling took it from her bag. "Take out 2 certificates." Lin Feng frowned and wanted to tell Lin Shilling that she wanted a secretary, but Lin Shilling immediately blocked Lin Feng's mouth. "Donglin, although I am not a secretarial major, I am now majoring in secretarial and I have just signed up at Fudan University in Shanghai, and I believe that my economics major should be more qualified for this secretarial job," Lin Xiling said confidently. Lin Feng was surprised secretly, but he didn't expect Lin Shilling to be so persistent. "The evaluation in my mind could not help being a little higher. In terms of qualifications, Lin Shilling is indeed very suitable. A double bachelor's degree in Western art history and economics, both of which are helpful to Lin Feng. Economics will not be discussed, this is definitely helpful. As for the history of Western art, it is also helpful. Lin Feng himself didn't know much about the history of Western art. He only knew that Leonardo da Vinci's most famous painting was Mona Lisa, and he knew very little about the rest. In the West, browsing galleries is a fashion in the upper class. In the future, you will enter these occasions when you talk about business and make friends with powerful people. There is a secretary who understands the history of Western art to mention something on the sidelines. It is indeed quite convenient and can better integrate into the upper class Western society. Moreover, Lin Shilling is majoring in secretarial, and her attitude is enough to impress Lin Feng. Coupled with her gorgeous beauty, if Lin Feng is not tempted, it is definitely a lie. Lin Feng believes that any man who hears Lin Shilling say that he wants to become his secretary will agree. But what Lin Feng couldn't figure out was that Lin Shilling is now the #1 supermodel in Taiwan. Why not give up this honorable title and high income, but instead want to work as a secretary in her company? Miss Lin, I'm very satisfied with all your conditions, but I only have one question. Why do you give up your status as the top model in Taiwan and condescend to come to become my secretary? Lin Feng looked at Lin Shilling's beautiful eyes. Lin Shilling smiled slightly, showing a charming smile enough to make any man's heart beat. Dong Lin, please forgive me. The reason why I was crowned the top model in Taiwan in just 1 week is because other people don't know it. I thought it was Mr. Goatming who liked me, but I think Dong Lin should know. Mr. Goatming, why are you holding me like this? Lin Shilling's eyes showed a little frustration. Originally, she thought she had won a large number of contracts and advertisements by virtue of her own strength, as well as praise from many media. But in an unexpected situation, she learned that Goatming praised her so much, and it was all about Lin Feng's face, which made Lin Shilling very disappointed. With her outstanding appearance and wisdom since she was a child, Lin Shilling has always been very proud, thinking that everything can be obtained by her own efforts. But unexpectedly everything she has in the model circle is supported by others, and the other party did not come to her, but to borrow to please others. Lin Shilling felt very hurt for this result. Lin Feng responded non-committal. This problem is hard to admit and hurts one's self-esteem. Lin Dong, what happened that day, for you, may just be casual and easy to do, but to me, it is of great significance. Maybe I am really not suitable for this business, maybe. Since I have such a high degree of education, why must make money by virtue of appearance? Isn't it true that women are useless except for their appearance? Lin Shilling's tone was slightly resentful. This is not to blame her. She debuted only a few months, but the popularity of her popularity is staggering, especially Goatming's praise, which made many people jealous, and slanderous words also came correspondingly. It is not rumored that she relies on beauty to seduce Goatming, or that she can be in the position by showing her nepotism. In addition, the entertainment industry is the wrong place. After hearing the words, all kinds of prostitutes harassed her frequently, which made Lin Shilling angry and helpless. Just after listening to Lin Feng's recruitment of secretary, she fully met the conditions, and she thought about becoming Lin Feng's secretary. First, I want to repay Lin Feng's hero save the beauty. Second, I want to prove that I have wisdom in addition to his appearance. Third, I want to observe the richest Chinese man, who has a net worth of more than $30 billion at a young age. The man. Of course, Lin Shilling still has a little secret in her heart. She was a little attracted by Lin Feng. Although she knew that there was absolutely no shortage of beautiful women around Lin Feng, and all of them were not simple, she was still hopelessly attracted, as if Denge was fighting a fire. Dong Lin, I really want to prove myself by my own ability. I hope that Dong Lin can give me a chance. Lin Shilling opened a pair of beautiful eyes that can confuse sentient beings, using the charming voice that fascinated all men. Choo Choo said poorly. Although Lin Shilling wants to prove her ability, it does not mean that she will not use her advantage. The biggest advantage of a woman over a man is to pretend to be pitiful. Lin Feng secretly said to his death. Faced with such a poor Lin Shilling, Lin Feng asked herself and couldn't say anything to refuse. Boss, I can't stand it anymore. Leave first. Wu Zhaopu can't stand it anymore. Lin Qiling's charm is so great that Wu Zhaopu has a strong feeling that he wants to have. But Lin Qiling was the secretary who came to apply for Lin Feng, and Wu Zhaopu saw a trace of his affection for Lin Feng from Lin Qiling's eyes. Knowing in my heart, this woman certainly does not belong to him. Although I don't know whether Lin Feng will accept Lin Qiling, the boss woman, even a woman with only a slight affair, can't touch it. This is an iron rule. That being the case, Wu Zhaopu should leave temporarily. The provinces watched the virtual fire rising here. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Miss Lin, you really embarrass me. If I hire you to be my secretary, tomorrow I don't know what the gossip newspapers from outside will say about me. Taiwan's top model will become Lin Feng's secretary. DSK. Tusk. This is super sensational news. Lin Feng thought about how big a sensation it would cause once he hired Lin Qiling as his secretary, and he was a little helpless. At that time, the outside world will definitely criticize oneself for using power to catch the golden house and seduce beautiful women. Hee. Lin Dong, are you a man who cares about the views of the outside world? In my heart, Lin Dong has always been such a maverick, a real man who does not put the media in his eyes. Lin Qiling is a tall man. The cap is snapped down. Lin Feng called desperately. Well, Miss Lin, welcome to join my company. Lin Feng said helplessly. Thank Lin Dong. No, it is the appreciation of the boss who gave me a precious opportunity. But I hope that in the future, the boss will call me Xiling directly. Lin Qiling's jade hand gently held Lin Feng's hand and smiled sweetly. In an instant, the conference room seemed to be blooming, and the room was full of spring. Lin Feng only felt his heartbeat speed up, his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. It's over, it will be fatal in the future. Facing such a sexy and charming secretary every day is really terrible. Lin Feng cried secretly. But if Avril knew that his secretary was the top model in Taiwan and was still so sexy and charming, I don't know what to think. Later, when Wu Zhaopu went out to announce that the secretary had been selected, the beauties who came to apply for the job were disappointed, but they were reluctant to leave, wanting to see who was so lucky to become Lin Feng's secretary. They are confident that their conditions are not bad. How could they lose the election before the interview? But when they saw Lin Qiling walking out behind Lin Feng, they all came across. Indeed, Lin Qiling is better than them in terms of height, appearance, and figure. If the education is the same as them, they also know who to choose. In the voice of disappointment, many beauties left helplessly. When Lin Feng announced that Taiwan's top model became his personal secretary, the whole China was in an uproar. Who is Lin Qiling? She is now the #1 supermodel in Taiwan. With her coquettish face and sexy figure, she has become the new top beauty in Taiwan. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless men in Taiwan and the lover of her dreams. Although her influence is not as popular in Southeast Asia as later generations, she with the title of the top model in Taiwan. He suddenly left the modeling circle and ran to the inner palace of the Deep Palace to become Lin Feng's personal secretary. This is undoubtedly very violent news. At the same time, it was unacceptable to all Taiwanese men. Think of the scandals that Lin Feng passed on, and the unclear relationship with Li Zhu and Avril until now. Many Taiwanese men cried secretly about this news. If Lin Qiling becomes its secretary, she will never end well. Taiwan's 8 Weekly said Saoli Lin Qiling became Lin Feng's personal secretary as Taiwan's #1 supermodel. This is too talented. Isn't the modeling scene as attractive as a secretary? Even if you want to be a secretary, you don't have to go to Shanghai, China. There are many companies in Taiwan that can apply for jobs. Hey, does this mainland boy really have such a charm, or did he use money to seduce our first beauty? Many websites in Taiwan, especially the Lin Qiling blog that some Lin Qiling fans have just established for them, are even more appealing. Xiling, come back. How can you become a man's secretary? Your beauty belongs to everyone, it belongs to the whole world. Come back, Xiling. He is not a good person. In response to the appeals and comments of the Taiwanese media, Lin Chilling just replied on her blog, I left the modeling circle and became a secretary just to prove that I am not a vase in everyone's eyes. Also, I admit that I like Lin Feng's type of man very much, but it is a pity that now Lin Feng has someone else in his heart, so I will not like him. These remarks aroused the hostility of Taiwanese men towards Lin Feng, and many Taiwanese men even issued a kill order to Lin Feng on the internet, chasing down this man who actually ignored their goddess so much. Lin Feng was speechless for the mentality of these Taiwanese men. Like Lin Chilling, saying that she is not a good person. I don't like it, and I want to hunt down myself. Why is it so difficult to be a human being, compared with the hysteria of the Taiwanese media? The Hong Kong media is a little more rational about this, but it is full of ridicule. The famous Hong Kong gossip magazine Weekly Magazine Lin Feng is really gorgeous. Not only are Lisa and Avril beside him, but even the secretary invites such a charming and moving beauty. There is such a beautiful secretary. Lin can the wind work. Lin Chilling's becoming Lin Feng's secretary was originally a very ordinary trivial matter. Hong Kong and Taiwan's entertainment media reported it just to increase sales a little. After all, Lin Chilling's charm is indeed amazing. As an overseas media, I am not interested in such trivial matters. However, due to Lin Feng's amazing wealth and Lin Chilling's special identity, many overseas media have also gone gossip. The Sun has always been an anti-Lin faction. After receiving this news, they all said ironically, Altdorf, this Lin Chilling has a double degree in economics and Western art history. What Lin Feng fancy to her is knowledge or wears her. As the most widely distributed newspaper in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Times also focused on this matter. It was accompanied by large photos of Lin Feng and Lin Chilling as the front page. This is also the first time in the history of the Los Angeles Times the world the secretary of the super rich is such a charming, sexy and hot beauty. Is she a secretary or a lover? The Sun and Los Angeles Times reports unexpectedly made Lin Chilling famous in the West. Many Western men watched them, and they frequently exclaimed the gods. While reading Lin Chilling's information, they were more envious of Lin Feng. Taiwan's top model became a Lin Feng's secretary, which is really envious of others. Even if many successful people nowadays, although there are constant supermodels around, they still don't have such a big charm to make supermodels give up the runway and become secretaries, and they have no name or share. Hey, why does this Chinese man have a hand in making money, and being so good at picking up girls? What secret does he have to make a supermodel give up everything and be willing to be a secretary? Many Western men are puzzled. All kinds of comments from the outside world were naturally anticipated by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng didn't care about these. The real headache for Lin Feng is from Avril. HMPH. Hello, you hired a secretary, but you hired such a sexy woman. HMPH. Honestly, did you fall in love with her? Avril was a little bit frustrated, although Lin Feng and she fought prevention needle, but she never expected that Lin Feng would hire such a beautiful and sexy female secretary. I had known that she would rather Lin Feng hire a male secretary. Avril, it's not her fault to be beautiful, and she cannot be denied her ability just because of this. Lin Feng said cunningly. Men are cunning and eloquent. Although Avril can sing well and is also a talented woman, she is obviously not as good as Lin Feng in eloquence. Easy to be fooled by Lin Feng. When I think about it carefully, it is true that appearance is natural, and it is not her fault that she is beautiful. But it's too beautiful, Avril said unwillingly. It's true that she is very beautiful, but in my eyes, you are the most beautiful in the world. After Lin Feng smiled to himself, he quickly showed his hospitality. Oh, isn't it? What about Lizu, Huang Meixi, and Jessica? Although Avril was extremely happy when he heard it, he was not forgiving. Lin Feng sweated profusely. Oh, okay, Lin, let's not say much. I'm going to see the house. You moved my room to the plane. I don't have a place to live yet. By the way, Lin, what style of house do you like? Avril asked excitedly. Well, you like it, Lin Feng said casually. Well, I have already taken a fancy to a house. When you come to the United States, take you to see it. You will definitely be satisfied, Avril said with a smile. At this time, Lin Chiling came in, saw Lin Feng making a call. Yang Yang raised the file in her hand, pointed to her watch, her mouth begged, unspeakably cute. Lin Feng's heart beating wildly when she saw it. Avril, I'm going to have a meeting. That's it. I'll talk about it next time. Lin Feng hung up the phone in a hurry, otherwise Avril would find out what he was wronged sooner or later. Boss, it's going to be a meeting, Lin Chiling said softly. Well, let's go. Lin Feng's heart jumped wildly, and he hired Lin Chiling as his secretary. From a seductive point of view, he could definitely score full marks. A frown and a smile are so fascinating. However, in terms of work efficiency, it is indeed a little bit down, especially within the company. When the beauty of Lin Chiling appeared, there was a burst of exclamation. Employees often poured coffee because they were in a daze or bumped into the wall. In this regard, Lin Chiling had no choice but to reduce the chance of showing up and stay in her seat. Along the way, the scene is still a bit chaotic. Lin Chiling, who took off her fashionable clothes and put on professional women's clothing, has a more flavorful, tall and sexy figure. She is not bound by restrictive professional clothes at all. Instead, her figure is more concave and convex, and she adds a bit of uniform temptation. If he chooses the most beautiful office girl, Lin Feng believes that Lin Chiling will definitely be the first. Okay, let's have a meeting. When we arrived at the office, everyone had been waiting for a long time. Boss, this is your file. Lin Chiling gently put the file in front of Lin Feng, and then stood behind Lin Feng holding the cheat sheet. Everyone was in a trance. Cough. Lin Feng coughed helplessly. Ah, boss, you are here. A meeting? A meeting, the crowd said in a moment of loss. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. However, this situation will not happen again when Lin Chiling is gradually familiarized by everyone in the future. No matter how beautiful the beauty is, you will experience aesthetic fatigue when you look at it every day. After the meeting, Lin Chiling made a cup of ginseng oolong tea for Lin Feng. Boss, according to your previous plan, you should go to the crew of The Legend of Condor Heroes and then discuss the adaptation of the movie The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Then have a meeting with the chairman of Tencent Ma, and Lin Chiling looked at the notepad and said with a voice that was enough to make a man fascinated. Stop. One by one, let's go to the cast of The Legend of Condor Heroes first, and then you will remind me of the following. But Xiling, I didn't expect your secretary to do really well. Lin Feng praised. Thank you boss for the compliment. Lin Chiling smiled satisfied. Lin Feng smiled. During this period of time, Lin Chiling was indeed very competent, showing the ability to work equal to that of beauty, and handled some of Lin Feng's trivial matters in an orderly manner. Everyone in the company was vying for praise, thinking that Lin Feng was really looking for a super beauty this time. Secretary. Not only is appearance first class, but workability is also first class. By the way, you really don't regret being a secretary? This is much less money than when you are a model. Lin Feng asked curiously. No regrets. Lin Chiling smiled and shook her head. Although there is very little money now, she believes that there will be rewards in the future. She has always believed in Lin Feng's words. To be a human being, she must have a long-term perspective. Okay, let's go. Accompany me to the Zhongnanshan Safari, Lin Feng said with a smile. I wonder what Li Zhu would think when he saw Lin Chiling. Lin Feng has a headache. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 587, she plays the middle-aged version of Huang Rong. Lin Feng took Lin Chiling, the sexy and glamorous secretary of the supermodel, and flew straight to Yandang Mountain. The director Fan Xuming selected Yandang Mountain in the filming of the Quanzhen sect after several levels of screening. There are beautiful scenic spots and various Taoist temples, which are in full compliance with the sculpture of the Condor Heroes and the Quanzhen sect. Description of the tomb school. Boss, the snow clam, lotus seed, bird's nest soup you want is all ready. After getting off the plane, the heat is just right. Lin Chiling walked to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded. This time I went to the class by myself, so naturally I couldn't bring nothing. The girls worked hard enough to film in Yandang Mountain, so I couldn't leave empty-handed. Of course, this is also because Lin Feng has a little guilty conscience. After all, he went to visit the class, but he was surrounded by a sexy secretary like Lin Qiling. Lisa felt uncomfortable when he saw it. Although Lisa's character, he would not say, but that pair of sorrows. Lin Feng looked sad but sad. So I used Hashima, lotus seed and bird's nest soup, which Lisa likes to drink, to offer his hospitality. Boss, I want to ask more. Is this Boeing 767 really the owner's own private jet? Lin Qiling looked at Lin Feng with wonder and envy. Originally, Lin Feng said that he was going to visit the class, and ordered people to prepare a large amount of ingredients for Hashima, lotus seed and bird's nest soup. Lin Qiling was surprised. She didn't know that Lin Feng had a private jet before, and she was still wondering how to get on the plane with so many ingredients, and it was impossible for him to make soup on the plane. Unexpectedly, when I saw Lin Feng's Boeing 767 named Wind Wings, I was shocked. There are many wealthy individuals in China who own private jets. After Lin Qiling became the #1 supermodel in Taiwan, she also flew in the private jet of Taiwan's richest man Terriga during the catwalk. Terriga's Gulfstream 300 inches private jet was enough to shock Lin Qiling, but after witnessing Lin Feng's Wind Wings today, I really realized what a private jet is. The Gulfstream 300 inches is more comparable to this Boeing 767. It looks like a toy, and Lin Feng's Windwing is like a movable villa. In addition to a large conference room that can accommodate more than 100 people, Lam Feng's Wings of Wind also has a small swimming pool, fitness room, sauna room, game room, bar, and a luxurious bedroom, and a restaurant that can cook various countries. The delicious kitchen, and through the satellite connection, it is convenient for Lin Feng to conduct video conferences with all over the world at any time, which is almost equivalent to another Air Force One. In this Wind Wings, Lin Qiling almost thought she was in a 5-star hotel. Especially on the top of the aircraft, the space glass sunroof is used exaggeratedly. The top layer of the Boeing 767 can be opened, and under the outer metal material is a layer of transparent sky glass. You can enjoy the beautiful view of the sky through the space glass window. Flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters and above the clouds, the sky is extremely clean and pure, as if you can see the deep outer space at a glance. After opening the skylight on the second floor just now, Lin Qiling was shocked by the beautiful sky unparalleled, as if she felt the whole person above the blue sky. It's still daytime. If it's night, open the skylight and look at the stars that are not polluted by the atmosphere at all. That feeling must be beautiful and romantic. Xiling, you have to enjoy life. To make money, if you don't enjoy it, no matter how much money you make is a waste. Lin Feng smiled slightly, holding the 88-year-old Lafite, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and smiled slightly. Lin Qiling shook her head in amazement, admiring the man in front of her even more. So young, with such amazing wealth, but so calm, although not as handsome as those movie stars, but there is an indescribable charm that makes him seem to sink slowly. In Lin Qiling's amazement, Lin Feng and others arrived at the airport in Yandang Mountain Scenic Area. However, it is still far from reaching the crew of the Legend of Condor Heroes. If you bump along the way, I am afraid that all the meticulously boiled Hashima, lotus seed and bird's nest soup will be spilled on the road. Fortunately, Lin Feng contacted the helicopter early and brought the snow clam, lotus seed and bird's nest soup directly to the crew of the Legend of Condor Heroes. A harsh motor roar oscillated in the Yandang Mountain Scenic Area. The people who were shooting couldn't help but wait and see, not knowing who came. The Legend of Condor Heroes director Fan Xu received a call from Lin Feng tomorrow morning, knowing that Lin Feng is coming to visit the class today. Looking at this posture, I guessed that it must be Lin Feng. However, I was secretly shocked. Most of the people visiting the team came in a car. Well, the investor who came to the team, actually used a helicopter, and there were 5 at a time. This is a style. For a short break, the leader has come to visit the squad. Everyone stands in line. Fan Xuming, a Hong Kong person, also likes to joke, and does not tell everyone who filmed Lin Feng that he is coming. Instead, it is the leader who came to visit the squad. Frozen for a moment. When the leader comes to visit the class, he has to stand in line. What are the rules? Everyone was a bit at a loss. They had never experienced this before, and they all looked at the biggest star on the scene. Only Huang Ruo and Zhu Yunfa were among the big names who participated in the filming in Yandang Mountain this time. The two frowned slightly, wondering why there are so many rules in filming. But seeing Fan Xuming's serious look, he couldn't say much. After all, both of them are both old actors, and they also know that there are some unspoken rules everywhere, and now that there are 5 helicopters, someone must have come. After thinking about it, the two stood in line slightly uncomfortably. Fan Xuming looked at Zerunfa and Huang Ruo taking the lead in standing, with a sullen heart. In the past, these two people were big names, and he was a bit difficult to deal with them when he was shooting occasionally. Today, I took the opportunity to rectify them. Seeing that the two biggest wrists are like this, the others are even more afraid to make a mistake. After a roar, 5 helicopters parked in the clearing. The door opens. Okay, welcome the leaders to visit the class. Fan Xuming held back his smile and took the lead in applauding. Slap, slap, slap. A burst of fierce applause came. Lin Feng just opened the door. Before poking his head out, he heard a round of applause. Looking at it again, there were people standing on both sides, as if waiting for him to parade. What is this? Lin Feng said blankly. Lin Feng was stunned, and everyone waiting in line was also stunned. Huang Ruo has been in contact with Lin Feng, and he knows Lin Feng's behavior well. Although he is rich at a young age, he does not have the bad behavior of the dude. Today, it's weird to let himself wait in line to welcome him to the squad. Not his personality. Chow Yun-fat also frowned. He came to film this time mainly because of Jackie Chan's face. Of course, he also wanted to meet the richest Chinese man. Unexpectedly, this was the case the first time I met, which made Chow Yun-fat a little uncomfortable. The shelf is too big. The atmosphere was awkward. At this time, Fan Xuming, who couldn't help it, burst into laughter. At first, everyone didn't know what Fan Xuming was laughing at. But thinking of Fan Xuming's spoof while filming before, he suddenly realized that it was the director who was playing with them. All of them looked bitter. Director Fan Xuming is extremely austere when filming, but he is usually very tricky, often making people dumbfounded. But his directorship makes everyone afraid to make trouble. This time, it's even better, playing with the entire crew. Lin Feng also knew at this moment that he had been tricked by Fan Xuming, and he couldn't laugh or cry. But the corners of his eyes swept away, seeing everyone's expressions of indignation, but they didn't dare to make mistakes. Lin Feng's eyes swept around, and with a thought, he noticed. Now during the break, everyone is a friend, regardless of position. Therefore, now everyone has revenge and grievances. Lin Feng raised his arms and yelled, grabbing a bright sword from the props group, to Fan Xuming chase away. When the others saw it, they immediately cheered and ran to the props group, holding various knives, guns, swords, and halberds, and followed Lin Feng to Fan Xuming to kill. When Fan Xuming saw, he was a little silly on the spot, and repeatedly shouted, "I'm the director." Everyone was taken aback. You are the director, and I am the boss. If the director can play the boss can lead the masses to fight the director. Lin Feng immediately shouted, slashing with the sword in his hand. Fan Xuming looked at this posture and hurriedly covered his head and ran away. Fortunately, these knives, guns, swords and halberds are all props, and they don't hurt when hitting them. The scene was lively. At this time, Lin Feng pulled out and walked to Li Zhu with a smile. "Yu, long time no see, I want to kill me." Lin Feng stepped forward in a hug. "Brother Lin, I miss you too." Li Zhu was also moved. She didn't expect Lin Feng to come to visit the class so much. After all, the traffic here in Yandang Mountain is not very convenient. But moved, but the vinegar is still to be eaten. "Brother Lin, this is..." Li Zhu pouted slightly, and pointed to Lin Chilling, who was smiling from ear to ear while watching the crowd arguing. Stepping off the helicopter from Lin Feng, Lisa's eyes fixed on Lin Chilling behind Lin Feng. Although she was filming in Yandang Mountain, she knew that Lin Feng had hired Taiwan's first supermodel as her secretary, and she also saw pictures of Lin Chilling on the internet. They were indeed very sexy and glamorous. Seeing a real person at this moment, I found that the real person is more beautiful than the photo, and I can't help comparing myself with it. Lin Chilling is 3 centimeters taller than her, and she is not inferior to her. In terms of appearance, Lin Chilling tends to be sexy and she prefers to be cute. Although it is not a type, Lin Chilling is Lin Feng's secretary. They say that the boss and secretary are prone to romance, especially such a beautiful secretary. After thinking about it carefully, how can Lisa not be jealous in his heart? How Lin Feng didn't know Lisa's thoughts and was about to explain. But Lin Chilling stood up first. I guess you must be the boss wife. The boss always mentions how beautiful you are and how virtuous you are. When I saw you today, I realized that you are really beautiful, so cute, and the boss is so blessed. Lin Chilling. Naturally, I also see Lisa's hostility towards her. She is naturally extremely smart with a double bachelor's degree. She knows that if Lisa is hostile to her, it will be bad for her future. Lin Feng gave a secret compliment. Lin Chilling's remarks are so beautiful. Seeing Lisa's sweet smile now, we know that her hostility towards Lin Chilling has been greatly reduced under Lin Chilling's praise of the lady boss. Seeing the intimate appearance of the two women talking, Lin Feng looked at Lin Chilling again, completely changing Lin Feng's impression of Lin Chilling before he was reborn. Although it is said that women have big breasts and no brains, Lin Chilling is obviously an exception. Not only is it sophisticated, but also extremely sleek, coupled with the advantage of beautiful women, often with a chuckle, or a pitiful look, can do many things that Lin Feng himself had to do before. After all, Lin Chilling's charm is great, especially for middle-aged men, and most of the customers or carders handed over by her company are middle-aged men. She has little resistance to a woman like Lin Chilling with a sexy figure and a loud voice. Perhaps choosing her to become his secretary is really the most correct decision for himself. At this time, everyone had finished fighting. Fan Xuming's hair was fixed by everyone at this moment. His hair was messy, his clothes were ragged, and he stood there pretending to be pitiful. At this moment, many actors finally breathed out a bad breath, which was naturally refreshing. Okay, everyone, I brought you snow clam, lotus seed, bird's nest soup. The heat is just right. Come and drink it. Lin Feng also ordered someone to bring out the prepared snow clam, lotus seed, bird's nest soup and bowls of chopsticks. Ha, boss, you are really generous. Everyone, come to have soup. Fan Xuming smelled the aroma of snow clam, lotus seed, bird's nest soup, and ran over immediately and greeted everyone to drink the soup. Hee hee, you. Go have soup too. Lin Feng interrupted the conversation between the two women. Brother Lin, thank you. Lisa naturally knew that Lin Feng had brought soup this time, but it was for her. Because she likes to drink hashima, lotus seed and bird's nest soup for beauty and beauty. Seeing Lisa running away happily, Lin Feng walked to Lin Chilling and said softly, thank you. Boss. This is what I should do. It is the duty of a secretary to solve problems for the boss. If the boss thinks I do a good job, then just give me a raise. Lin Chilling said with a charming smile. Lin Feng secretly sighed cleverly. Such remarks not only showed that Lin Chilling had deliberately pleased Lisa just now, and was not hiding any scheming, but also used the salary increase as an excuse to let herself let go of what she has done to herself, and at the same time express that she can trust her more. Just give her a raise. These words can be said to be the favorite of all bosses. By the way, Director Fan, I'm curious, who did you choose last for the middle-aged version of Huang Rong? Lin Feng asked suddenly. Fan Xuming, who was drinking soup, listened for a while. Ha ha, boss, when it comes to this middle-aged version of Huang Rong, I really had a headache at the beginning. I tried a lot of people, but it was not very suitable. I only saw her. Fan Xuming said excitedly. Who? Lin Feng was also extremely curious. Boss, it's me." A hearty laugh came. Lin Feng turned and looked sideways. He was taken aback, then surprised, and happy again. He didn't expect it to be her. The middle-aged version of Huang Rong is extremely difficult to play. In the past, the actor in the middle-aged version of The Legend of Condor Heroes, Go Jing, was not very impressive, but he was not criticized by Jin Yong's martial arts fans. Only the middle-aged version of Huang Rong was criticized by Jin Yong's martial arts fans. The reason is simple. The girly version of Huang Rong played by Wang Miling has brought to life her savage, willful, cute and clever character. It is exactly the life of Huang Rong in The Legend of the Condor Heroes written by Jin Yong. But in the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong has reached middle age, from the previous savage, willful, and lovely to the dignity and virtuousness of the middle-aged young woman, but also has all the inherent shortcomings and suspicions of mothers. Especially for Yang Go, the male protagonist in the book, because of his father Yang Kang's relationship, he is always on guard, making all readers feel that the image of Huang Rong in their hearts is completely subverted. Therefore, in The Legend of Condor Heroes, this is a very difficult role to play. It is necessary to reflect the characteristics of middle-aged Huang Rong's dignity and motherhood, but not too much. Once played, she becomes that kind of shrew, completely destroying the image of the young girl Huang Rong. Lin Feng didn't expect her to be the actor. Unexpectedly, Fan Xuming would let her play the middle-aged version of Huang Rong. The one standing in front of Lin Feng is no one else but Deng Ji, the actor Wang Xifeng in Dream of Red Mansions, familiar to all Chinese. Speaking of Deng Ji, I have to mention the Dream of Red Mansions broadcast in 1987. Deng Ji made a sensation by relying on Wang Xifeng's performance in it. He made this clever, capable, graceful and luxurious official of the Jia Mansion lively and became a classic. "Boss, why am I not like Huang Rong?" Deng Ji turned around and asked with a hearty smile. Lin Feng took a closer look, and it was indeed very similar. Indeed, it fits the appearance of the middle-aged version of Huang Rong very well, and in terms of acting skills, Lin Feng also believes that Deng Ji can also perfectly interpret the middle-aged version of Huang Rong. Of course, whether the audience accepts it, it will have to wait for the response after the broadcast of The Legend of Condor Heroes. After everyone had eaten the snow clam, lotus seed, bird's nest soup and rested for a while, they continued to shoot. Lin Feng was watching the play. In this scene, Go Jing took the young Yang to Zhongnan Mountain and wanted him to worship Quanzhen sect. But the disciples of Quanzhen sect mistakenly believed that it was Mongolian Prince Huoda rushing into the mountain and fought. At first, Lin Feng watched it with gusto. After all, this was Lin Feng's first time to watch a film on the set, and it was because of his idol Huang Ri were filming. But soon I was disappointed. Although I borrowed various steel wires, slings and other props, there was no post-processing special effects on the scene, and the fighting scenes were really not very interesting. But then, Lin Feng frowned more and more, and finally couldn't help shouting "Ka!" Everyone was taken aback, wondering why Lin Feng called the card. "Boss, what's the matter?" Fan Xuming frowned and asked. Although Lin Feng is an investor, he is the director when filming, and he has the final say. Lin Feng naturally understood that he was a bit infringing, but Lin Feng had to stand up. "Director Fan, are you all the Quanzhen sect disciples?" Lin Feng pointed to a dozen people on the field, and then pointed to a few Quanzhen sect disciples extras scattered in the distance. "Yes, what's the matter?" Fan Xuming nodded in confusion. Lin Feng shook his head straight. "Director Fan, such a big Yandang mountain, such a big Quanzhen sect. Are there only these few disciples? This scene is too foolish for the audience." Lin Feng asked. "Boss, this is also for cost considerations. It is not necessary to spend money on these small places," Fan Xuming said. "I know, but since I invested so much money and I was shooting in the mainland, I hope to restore the scenes in the book The Legend of Condor Heroes as much as possible. I filmed The Legend of Condor Heroes not all for making money, but to realize the dream of a martial arts fan, hoping to shoot the most real martial arts world. Money is not a problem, it must be spent. Lin Feng said emotionally. Fan Xuming nodded after hearing this. He is not a stubborn person. He knows that he is influenced by Hong Kong's long-standing minimalism, and he can save on extras and some props. This is also the biggest difference between mainland TV and Hong Kong TV. However, he forgot that the labor in the mainland is not comparable to the labor in Hong Kong, and there is such a big god of wealth. He should let go of the burden of happiness. Boss, don't worry, I understand what you mean. Fan Xuming paused filming, and instead called many extras. He began to rush to make props and costumes. Now that you have the best actors and the strongest funds, you should produce the best TV series, and you must not lose money just because you save a little money. After watching for a long time, Lin Feng bid farewell to Li Zhu, Lin Yikan, Lin Ziyue and others, and returned to Shanghai. Boss, Mr. Gable called just now and said that Half-Life 2 inches was on sale and encountered a strong sniper from Unreal Tournament 2 inches. Now the market sales are not very good. Ask the boss if he has any suggestions. On the special plane, Lin Chilling passed the faxed relevant data to Lin Feng, and opened the satellite conference. What's wrong, Gable? Lin Feng asked. Boss, we launched Half-Life 2 inches, and that annoying Epic company also launched Unreal Tournament 2 inches, which made it clear to play against us. Gable said a little unhappy. Lin Feng frowned slightly, then remembered when he went to the United States to prepare to acquire the Unreal 2 inches engine, Mark, the president of Epic, strongly refused. The reason for the refusal was that when Gable participated in a gaming summit, he was too ostentatious. At the time when Half-Life and Counter-Strike were the hottest, Gates threatened that his Valve company would surpass Epic and other companies to become a leader in new 3D first-person shooters. At that time, they offended people miserably, and now they retaliate. Otherwise, games of the same type will not be so close to each other directly under normal circumstances, which is not good for the sales of both parties. Of course, at present, Epic is extremely confident in their Unreal Tournament 2 inches. Boss, I won't say why. Now Unreal Tournament 2 inches is indeed better than our Half-Life 2 inches in terms of screen effects, but we dominate in terms of combat pleasure. Sales are now Unreal Tournament 2 inches has the upper hand. Of course, I am very confident in Half-Life 2 inches. The future sales will not be worse than Unreal Tournament 2 inches, but I hope the boss can help me out of ideas, can completely overwhelm that damn Mark president of Epic. Gable said with a hum. Lin Feng smiled. It's another angry man. But game programmers are all like this, all of them have weird personalities. When dealing with these game programmers, you have to follow their personalities. Otherwise, they would rather get a low salary than work for a boss they don't like. Lin Feng thought for a while and got an idea. Sorry, there is something tonight, something important. Alas, I don't know if I can update it later. If I can't update it, I will fill it up tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. The chapter is updated many. Support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 588, There is no loser. Epic's Unreal Tournament 2 inches and Second World Half-Life 2 inches are on the market at the same time, and are also available for global release, which is rare in the computer game industry. Both games are first-person shooters. The difference is that Unreal Tournament 2 inches focuses on the display of game screen effects. Its game scenes are rendered under the powerful rendering of Unreal 2 engine. All scenes, characters, and the photoelectric particle effect is portrayed as lifelike, as if you are in a game. Half-Life 2 uses the Hover engine independently developed by Valve. Although the screen performance is not as good as that of Unreal Tournament 2, it slightly wins in terms of refreshing feeling. The plot has always been praised by gamers. These two games played against each other, which really excited gamers and game magazines around the world. This is not only the pros and cons of the two games, but also involves the development direction of the game engine. In today's situation where players' computer functions are limited, whether it is a contest based on graphics or refreshment. It seems that in the global sales mainly in Europe and America, Unreal Tournament 2 inches is slightly dominant. A week later, at the same price of $20, Unreal Tournament 2 inches sold 380,000 copies, and it was listed on the computer this week. The game's sales champion, Half-Life 2 inches, finished second with 348,000 copies. Our Unreal 2 engine is the best 3D engine in the industry. It is not something that can be surpassed by pirating other engines. It can be surpassed after a little rough improvement. Epic President Mark accepted reporters after Unreal Tournament 2 inches topped the list. What was said in the interview? Obviously, Mark's remarks are aimed at who is speaking. After the Valve Working Group purchased the right to use the 3D engine of Warhammer, after careful study, a smoother Havok engine was developed on the basis of this, and the current Havok engine was developed on this basis. The popularity of Half-Life and Counter-Strike. Hearing these words, Gable was naturally uncomfortable as the president of the Valve, especially being so humiliated by this old opponent. He naturally wanted to regain a city and overwhelm the opponent in terms of sales. But suffering from myself had no good plan, and finally had to ask Lin Feng for help. After Lin Feng thought for a while, he noticed. Gable, when you promote the game again, hire Arspan and Sunman, 2 CS players from the Second World Esports Club as spokespersons. Lin Feng said with a smile. Gable was a little puzzled at first, but after careful consideration, he immediately understood. Half-Life 2 inches is a first-person shooter game, and for all players of first-person shooter games, more than 90% of them have played Counter-Strike and are also esports enthusiasts. Today, the Second World Esports Champions League has formed an upsurge in the world. It is the league most concerned by global esports fans. The ratings of each round of esports leagues have repeatedly reached peaks, and they have slowly begun to become all esports players. A must-see program every day. Every day I pay attention to the record of each club, as well as the results and rankings of various professional esports players. Among them, Span and Sunman are gradually known and loved by all esports players due to their sharp marksmanship, impactful rush tactics, and public personality. Although the results are too passionate, the result is slightly unstable, but it seems to have become the most popular player in the Second World Esports Champions League CS competition. Hiring them as spokespersons will undoubtedly be a very good business operation for Lin Feng. He can also take the opportunity to improve the social status of professional esports players. Tell everyone who still has doubts about the esports career, esports professional players can not only earn salaries from games, but also become stars. After following Lin Feng's suggestion, the game marketing planning department in charge of Gable, also the vice president of Second World Game Operation Department, signed an endorsement contract with Span and Sunman, and Span and Sunman officially became the official spokesperson of Half-Life 2 inches under the Second World. Endorsement fee is also unprecedentedly generous, with an endorsement fee of $100,000 per person per year. The news came out that the signing of Sunman and Sunman became the spokesperson of the game, which is a milestone for the entire esports world. Although the esports league has been in full swing in South Korea, Europe and the United States and other countries, in general, the social status of professional esports players is still extremely low. For the outside world, including many professional esports players, the esports profession is considered to be a short-term phenomenon, a part-time job, which belongs to the youth, and will change careers sooner or later in a few years. Span and Sunman became the official spokespersons of Half-Life 2 inches. Not only did they get an enviable high endorsement fee, they also became stars. Like those singers and movie stars, they can endorse advertising stars. This significance is extremely important and extremely enviable. Pacific Computer Network, owned by Lam Feng's company Phantom Technology, is highly praised. Span and Sunman signed Half-Life 2 inches to become its spokespersons, representing that professional esports players have begun to truly become popular in the world. Acceptance also represents the improvement of the social status of professional esports players. In the past, singers and movie stars belonged to the inferior ranks, but now they have become the objects sought after by society. Are professional esports players the movie stars of yesterday? Regarding the signing of Span and Sunman for Half-Life 2 Inches, Epic's president Mark initially mocked, thinking that it was a waste of money. With two professional esports players, he wanted to change Unreal Tournament 2 Inches. The gap between and Half-Life 2 Inches is simply a dream. But the computer game sales charts for the next week left Mark stunned. After signing Span and Sunman, with their great appeal in the first-person shooter category, especially Gable claimed that the top 100 players who cleared Half-Life 2 Inches the fastest will have the opportunity to compete with the two. The online contest of Counter-Strike directly promoted the sales of Half-Life 2 Inches. In the second week, Unreal Tournament 2 Inches still sold well, selling 450,000 copies. But Half-Life 2 Inches sold a full 740,000 copies, surpassing Unreal Tournament 2 Inches by a full 290,000 copies. In terms of total sales, Half-Life 2 Inches has 1.088 million copies ahead of Unreal Tournament 2's 830,000 copies, and this gap continues to widen. Damn it, how could this happen? I absolutely can't allow this to happen. Mark walked around the office irritably. He would never allow the sales of Unreal Tournament 2 Inches to lose to Half-Life 2 Inches, otherwise he can imagine that at the Game Forum Summit held in the United States at the end of the year, Gabriel's proud face, President, how about we also hire professional CS players to help out? An assistant suggested. Mark was stunned. The idea seems to be good, but if you ask professional CS players to help out, don't you wait to bow to Gable. CS is designed by Gable's Valve Working Group, President, no matter who designed CS. In short, as long as the final sales of Unreal Tournament 2 Inches surpass Half-Life 2 Inches is our victory, the assistant said. Mark thought about it carefully, and he was instantly happy. If CS professional players are used to promote Unreal Tournament 2 Inches and ultimately defeat Half-Life 2 Inches, it will undoubtedly be a very refreshing thing. Afterwards, Mark immediately contacted the Wahaha Esports Club and directly signed the SK team of the Wahaha Esports Club at a price of $100,000 per person. If Half-Life 2 Inches signed Span and Sunman, it is only surprising. Epic signed SK team, which completely shocked everyone. This means that professional esports players are truly beginning to be the world. Except for the final game sales, the two companies also spared no effort in advertising, and directly let the SK team, Span and Sunman and others become more and more popular, and they have become the world's first-person shooter game players in a short time. The most admired object, and in newspapers and magazines such as USA Today reported that esports players have become game spokespersons. Many players who do not usually play sports games have also begun to pay attention to esports games. Affected by this good news, the sales of Unreal Tournament 2 Inches and Half-Life 2 Inches are also rising. In the past month, the total sales of Unreal Tournament 2 Inches reached an astonishing 3.54 million copies. 2 Inches is slightly less, but it also reached 3.47 million copies. Moreover, the enthusiasm that it has brought has not yet receded, and it has directly driven the global enthusiasm for esport, especially for professional esports players. Boss, sales are still a little bit less now, Gable said distressedly. Gable, you have to believe in the strength of your game. Lin Feng said lightly. Half-Life 2 Inches is unmatched by other first-person shooters in terms of plot and game excitement, and its low configuration requirements are unmatched by Unreal Tournament 2 Inches. Surpassing Unreal Tournament 2 Inches sales are a matter of time. For Lin Feng, there were no losers at all this time. Through this advertising rush, although both parties have invested a lot of advertising costs, sales have increased significantly. Moreover, in order to counter Gable's esports celebrity advertising strategy, Epic also signed the SK team, which is equivalent to indirectly helping Lin Feng's busyness helped him promote the second World Esports Champions League. Professional esports players can endorse advertising and get huge advertising fees. This is extremely tempting for all players who aspire to become esports players. There are no losers in this advertising competition. Of course, Lin Feng is undoubtedly the most proud of. Thanks a lot, Mark. Lin Feng said with a smile to himself. I just don't know what Mark would think when he heard this and remembered that he helped Lin Feng publicize the second World Esports Champions League for free. Theoretically updated Chapter 6 today. This is the first chapter. I try my best. I hope to update Chapter 6. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what happens, please log in. Chapters are updated many. Support the author, support genuine reading. The 589th chapter Fairy Sword Trilogy. When Half-Life 2 Inches and Unreal Tournament 2 Inches were beating for the title of the best single-player first-person shooter game of the year, Lin Feng summoned Li Yongjin, the president of Daewoo Information. President Li, I think you should be very clear about the purpose of looking for you. I want to invest in filming The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Do you have any good suggestions? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Li Yongjin was excited when he heard that Lin Feng was really going to film The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy. Legend of the Sword and Fairy is not only the best masterpiece of Chinese-made games for all game lovers, but also has an irreplaceable position in the mind of the planner Li Yongjin. Male lead, Li Xiaoyao, female lead, Zhao Linge, Lin Yuryu, Nu. These four protagonists had devoted all of Li Yongjin's efforts. In order to portray these four protagonists, Li Yongjin and several game planners spent weeks forgetting to sleep and eat, constantly revising the game settings, and constantly changing the appearance, personality, and characteristics of their characters. When the final characters are formed, Li Yongjin will be included. Several of the game planners fainted and were almost taken to the hospital. However, because of this, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, which is known as the masterpiece of the domestic standalone game in China, where the piracy market is extremely serious, the DOS version of Legend of Sword and Fairy sold 540,000 sets, and the N95 version was later released, and 660,000 sets were sold again, not counting the subsequent 98 Tenderness edition and Japanese version. The Legend of Sword and Fairy in China alone sold more than 1.2 million sets, creating a sales miracle for domestic standalone games. This performance is really not worth mentioning for the game market in Japan, Europe and the United States, but in China, it is enough to make Li Yongjin proud. It is also by virtue of The Legend of Sword and Fairy that Daewoo Information has become the best computer standalone game company in China. Moreover, according to incomplete statistics, The Legend of Sword and Fairy has been downloaded more than 50 million times on major domestic download sites. At its peak, there were 20 million computer hard drives in the country with the game of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. This is definitely an amazing data. In particular, when The Legend of Sword and Fairy was launched, most people in China did not have a computer at home, and most of them played The Legend of Sword and Fairy in internet cafes. If you count this ratio, the real data must be at least tripled. Today, Lin Feng wants to make it into a movie, which is naturally a good thing for Li Yongjin. But at the same time, I am also worried about whether this boutique will be destroyed. Haha, President Li, don't worry. I will never ruin your masterpiece of carefully made domestic games. Li Yongjin's hesitation in the eyes of Lin Feng was clear at a glance, and he chuckled and said with relief, Boss, I also believe you have this ability, but if you want to shoot Legend of Sword and Fairy, besides an excellent film adaptation script and suitable actors, the most important thing is special effects. The Legend of Sword and Fairy belongs to Oriental fantasy. There are a lot of special effects in the game. If it can't be shot, the whole movie will undoubtedly lose its color. But if you want to make it, I am afraid that this investment aspect," Lee Yongjin said in a tangle. "Now the best movie special effects are naturally in Hollywood, but if you want to make Hollywood like movie special effects, the production cost is definitely not low. For example, Titanic in 1997, the special effects are shocking, but the corresponding cost is also very high. The cost of post-production computer special effects can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, which is not the price that domestic film companies can afford." Lin Feng smiled when he heard it. "Mr. Lee, rest assured, I have found a very good stunt team in Hollywood, USA to be responsible for the post-production special effects of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and they will also be responsible for the special effects processing of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. As for the funding, you are completely don't think about it. I will invest $100 million to shoot Legend of the Sword and Fairy." Lin Feng sighed. With an investment of 100 million yuan to shoot The Legend of Condor Heroes, Lin Feng believes that the cost can be recovered with the current cast and special effects processing in the later stage. However, it is difficult to recover the cost of investing $100 million to film The Legend of Sword and Fairy. No matter how good the filming is, the level of the domestic consumer market determines that Chinese people cannot be completely like American audiences. You can watch a movie several times, as long as you feel good looking. You can watch it over and over again. After all, in terms of the ratio of Americans' income to the price of movie tickets, a movie ticket only accounts for 4% of Americans' monthly income, 2.51000. In China, developed cities are similar to Shanghai and Beijing. Wait for it. At present, the average salary is about 3,500 yuan. A movie ticket is 50 yuan, which accounts for 1.4% of the salary, which is 5.6 times more expensive than Americans watching movies. This is still a developed city, and in an underdeveloped city, the price of a movie ticket is almost the same, and the ratio will be 20 times more expensive than that of Americans watching movies. This gap is destined for Lin Feng to invest $100 million to film The Legend of Sword and Fairy and definitely lose money. Although the investment of $100 million, I am afraid that the chance of losing money is very great in the end. But for Lin Feng, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy is an eternal memory, an eternal classic. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to shoot it as perfect as possible. Even if you lose money, you have to shoot. Isn't it just $100 million? Him losing money. Li Yongjin was speechless for Lin Feng's such boldness. While lamenting Lin Feng's boldness, he was also happy for The Legend of Sword and Fairy. At least this time I won't spoil the show. Of course, for all game lovers of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, this is also extremely good news. Their many years of wish will eventually become a reality. When the news came out, it naturally aroused heated discussion and sought after by hundreds of millions of fans of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. The player Frost Nightwing was surprised to say The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy is finally about to be adapted into a movie, and the classic that once made us dream of is finally about to become a movie. And it will invest $100 million in a large amount of money, hoping that it will not disappoint us in the end, and it will be able to make a classic that is comparable to Hollywood movies. The player Cats and Cats in the Moonlight Night also sighed again and again. The Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 inches is still far away, and the filming of the movie version of The Legend of Sword and Fairy can be regarded as alleviating the desire in our hearts. Among the heated discussions among many players, the adaptation of the script of Legend of Sword and Fairy is in full swing. As for the role candidates for Legend of Sword and Fairy, Lin Feng prepared to wait for the script to be perfected before starting the casting. Boss, this is the script sent by Mr. Lee. I have already printed it out. Lin Chilling printed out the script completed by Li Yongjin and the Taiwanese scriptwriter and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the script and looked at it. His brows wrinkled as he watched. This Legend of Sword and Fairy script almost covers the main scenes in the game, the most interesting places, and the most touching places. For example, Li Xiaoyao enters and exits the Xiandao, peeping at Zhao bath and being struck by lightning, as well as the human butterfly love in the Prime Minister's mansion, and the town demon tower to save Zhao. Li Xiaoyao discovers the true feelings expressed by Zhao human snake body. There is also a battle with the Lord of the Moon, but although there are so many classic plots, it is a pity that in Lin Feng's impression, the plot is too tight, and there is hardly any transition. For gamers, watching The Legend of Sword and Fairyman filmed according to this script can understand what the plot is saying. But for audiences who have not played The Legend of Sword and Fairyman, they will touch their heads and not their brains. I don't know what is said. And for all Legend of Sword and Fairy players, such a compact plot, there is no foreshadowing, just looking at the key plot, it is a bit unpleasant. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Boss, there is another script here. The one just now was written by President Li. And this one was written by a well-known Taiwanese screenwriter. Lin Chilling gave Lin Feng another script. Lin Feng was stunned, then took a look. This book is based on the Hollywood movie Tactics. A flat start, then slowly to a climax, and finally the climax is over. But to Lin Feng's disappointment, this script pinched out many of the exciting plots in the game, and even the most touching human butterfly love was pinched out, believing that it had too much influence on the main storyline. And in order to be suitable for commercial operation and cost control, the game plot has also been modified to remove many mazes and other processes. This is certainly a cost saving, but it also makes the game less attractive. Boss, President Li is still waiting for news. They want to know which script is better. Lin Chilling reminded. Lin Feng frowned, and sighed after a long time. Tell them. It won't work. Lin Feng said. Ah, that script. Lin Chilling was taken aback. I will write the script myself. Lin Feng said. Old boss. Did you write the script yourself? Lin Xiling stared at her with an incredible look. The man in front of him is a business wizard. Does he still write scripts? Lin Chilling kept looking up and down Lin Feng with a pair of eye-catching eyes. Ha ha. Of course, I wrote the Prison Break script. Writing The Legend of Sword and Fairy is not a problem, Lin Feng said confidently. Lin Chilling took a breath. She has heard of Prison Break, which is very popular in the United States, but she did not expect the screenwriter to be Lin Feng. This is simply incredible. On the pretty face, there is a look of worship. Okay, tell them, wait a few days, I will write a script. After Lin Feng ordered, he shut himself into the room, and don't disturb him if there is nothing important. 3 days later, Lin Feng took 3 scripts with a look of excitement and emailed them to Li Yongjin. Before writing the script, Lin Feng considered the advantages and disadvantages of Li Yongjin's script and Taiwan's well-known screenwriters, and found that the biggest drawback of their scripts was the movie time. The playtime of the two people's script is about 150 minutes. If you want to improve the script, you must extend the plot, so that the playing time of a movie is too long, and the audience will not be able to bear it. And this is also the most important reason for the pros and cons of the two scripts. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to model The Lord of the Rings and make Legend of Sword and Fairy into 3 movies. The first part begins with Li Xiaoyao first meeting Zhao and ends with People and Butterfly Love. In the second part, Li Xiaoyao was taken to the Shushan faction after Human Butterfly Love. It was accidentally discovered that Zhao was tied to the locking demon tower and went to the rescue. Lin Yu sacrificed herself to rescue Zhao and Li Xiaoyao. The third part is the final climax. Li Xiaoyao came to Miaoyu and Zhao in search of a way to save Lin Yu, and finally, for the peace of Miaoyu, fought against the Lord of the Moon. Lin Feng estimated that the final playing time of each movie is set at about 150 minutes, and the final shooting of the 3 movies will be close to 8 hours, almost on the same level as Lord of the Rings. The reason why Lin Feng wrote the script in this way is to see if The Legend of Sword and Fairy can compete with Lord of the Rings. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author, Support genuine reading. Chapter 590, The Player's Appeal. The Legend of Sword and Fairy is about to be adapted into a movie, which has already caused many game fans to faint with excitement. After all, The Legend of Sword and Fairy has brought all players too much fun, too many memories, and too many sighs, especially at the end of the game. Zhaolinga died for the people and the Master of the Moon worship. Looking at the snake battle standing alone there, the Master turned into nothing, and all the players were stunned. And when Li Xiao walked away alone in the melodious and sad flute of Anu, who was secretly embarrassed but unable to express his feelings in the distance, Lin Feng believed that at that moment, all the players' hearts were broken. Perhaps there will be players sighing and weeping for the lack of a relationship between Li Xiao and Zhaolinga. Unexpectedly, in the last scene, snowflakes flew, a beautiful woman stood under an umbrella, heard footsteps, and turned her head back. Lin Yu, holding Li Xiao and Zhaolinga's daughter, was waiting in the wind and snow, saw Li Xiao coming. The corner of her mouth smiled slightly. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng believes that the hearts of all fans of Sword are full of joy that Li Xiao can finally have a happy ending. I am afraid that most people will feel warm when seeing this scene. The story design of the game development team of The Legend of Strange Man is very impressive. Such a game full of connotation and depth will finally be adapted into a movie. How not exciting! But in the hearts of all Sword and Fairy fans, there is a very big question about adapting The Legend of Sword and Fairy into a movie. The plot of Legend of Sword and Fairy is very rich. How can a movie express its plot perfectly, so that all fans of Sword and Sword can revisit this classic again? When many Fairy Sword fans were puzzled, they even started discussions on the internet to analyze the plot and how to shoot the original Legend of Sword and Fairy. Lin Feng unexpectedly announced the adaptation of The Legend of Sword and Fairy in a trilogy. The total movie time will be more than 8 hours, which undoubtedly ignited the passion of all Sword fans. 3 parts of Legend of Sword and Fairy were made, and the movie time is more than 8 hours, which is equivalent to the time of normal game. It is enough to fully show the classic game of Legend of Fairy and Sword and dedicate a movie festival to all Legend of Sword and Fairy. Think of the 8-hour movie dinner. Many Sword and Fairy fans are already excited and can't sleep, hoping that The Legend of the Sword and Fairy will be released as soon as possible, so that they can relieve their greed. Of course, some netizens also questioned the change of Legend of Sword and Fairy to 3 parts. So would the originally ample funding of $100 million be enough to produce post-production computer special effects? After all, there are too many classic moves in Legend of the Sword and Fairy, such as Wan Jianj, Storm of the Wind and other spells. The game is beautiful, and there is also the most powerful Bacchus. If you can't, it is undoubtedly a failure to show these special effects. At least it's embarrassing. Regarding the doubts of this player named Water in the Ice VV, many netizens are a little uncomfortable in their hearts, but they know that what they are talking about is the truth. If the funds are really insufficient, I am afraid that the final shot will be disappointing. Of course, the 3 films invested $100 million, which is also a sky-high price in China. I believe that the final effect will not be too bad. At least it should be better than all domestic films. However, there are at least 50 million Sword and Fairy fans across the country who are really looking forward to Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Since Lin Feng is going to shoot, they naturally hope that they can shoot perfect, comparable to Hollywood blockbusters. However, some netizens pointed out that the domestic film market environment is not good, piracy is too rampant, and the investment of $100 million may not be able to recover the ticket price. If you increase the investment, I am afraid that the loss will be even worse. For this, many Sword fans are also aware of this, but they are full of thoughts in their hearts. After all, Lin Feng currently has a net worth of more than $30 billion. Although most of his assets are stocks, it should not be a problem to invest more money to shoot The Legend of Sword and Fairy, as long as he spends a little more money. Suddenly, there was an appeal on the internet. Lin Dong, invest more. for the sword in the hearts of all our players." The player Ozienhua shouted. "The richest man, Lin. You are the richest man in the country. You don't care about such a small amount of money. Invest a little more, for the sword in the hearts of all fairy sword fans. If the filming is good, I believe everyone will go to the cinema to support it." Sword fans said War Nightmare. There is a call from all over the country that Lin Feng can invest more money. Especially many radical sword fans even flock to online games under the Second World banner. They don't play games, they just sit quietly in the place with the largest group of players. Type in big characters, Shine Zeboy, invest more money. The behaviors of these more radical sword and fairy fans have also directly affected other players. After all, many online game players have not played The Legend of Sword and Fairy. And they have witnessed so many Sword and Fairy fans who are so sought after by The Legend of Sword and Fairy moved to want to play. However, after downloading from the internet, because the screen is too old, most people just got in and vomited after looking at the screen. Grass, what a broken game. It has become the most classic masterpiece of domestic games. Look at this game screen, I babble. Not as good as the most garbage game now. An online game player named Yixianshan curiously spent hours downloading The Legend of Sword and Fairy, 98 Tenderness chapter. After playing it for less than 2 minutes, he quit, and then logged into Biduxianjian post bar, made a post. Unexpectedly, 2 minutes after the post came out, he was sprayed with blood by the fanatical sword fan. Ignorance. Have you played The Legend of Sword and Fairy carefully? Have you experienced the feelings between Li Xiao and Zhao Linga, and Lin Yu? Say the picture is bad, I admit it. What about the game developed in 1994? At that time, it was not easy to have such a picture. Besides, does the quality of a game lie in the graphics? If you think so, you can only say that you are too superficial. It is only worth playing Legend. The sword fan named Broken Heart Awakening coldly criticized. These words won the support of all sword fans. Of course, many Legend fans have also been attacked, believing that they should not insult Legend. Fortunately, The Legend of Sword and Fairy is indeed a game that can hardly be faulty. In order to divert The Legend of Sword and Fairy and damage the site of Legend of Sword and Fairy will spray the netizen named Yixiantan. Can't find North, dare not go online for a few days. Boss, are you planning to increase investment? Wu Zhaopu said helplessly, looking at the sword fan who had been protesting in the game for 3 days. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then picked up the phone. Mr. Li, how are the preparations for the new version of The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy? Lin Feng asked. Boss, it's over. Originally, we had been preparing to launch The Legend of the New Sword and Fairy. But when it was about to be completed, it was acquired by the boss. Li Yongjin said helplessly. Originally, for the sequel to The Legend of Sword and Fairy, not only many players appealed, but Duwu Information was secretly anxious. It's a pity that I have produced several versions, and I have been dissatisfied with it. I was afraid of breaking the sign of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and finally cancelled it. However, due to the company's performance later, Li Yongjin was also prepared to reluctantly launch The Legend of the New Sword and Fairy, to make a little money. As a result, when he was worried, Lin Feng acquired Duwu Information. Later when Lin Feng learned that Li Yongjin was developing the new Legend of the Sword and the Fairy, he looked at it, and the result was the same as The Legend of the New Fairy and the Fairy in Lin Feng's impression, which was a failure. Although the screen is much more beautiful than the old version of Legend of Sword and Fairy, on the whole, there is still a suspicion of cutting corners, and the character is not as beautiful as the original character after the new reshaping. Finally, Lin Feng ordered a reproduction and replaced the avatar with the avatar of the original Legend of Sword and Fairy. After Li Yongjin and others rushed to work day and night, it was finally finished again. However, this so-called new Legend of Sword and Fairy, except that the screen is in line with today's trend, the content has not changed 10%, that is, the addition of the plotline. The game can be explored more places. Boss, Will players buy it like this? Li Yongjin asked hesitantly. Haha, don't worry, this time it will be named The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and the price should not be too high. Just 28 yuan, Lin Feng said with a smile. 28 yuan? Li Yongjin frowned. This price is also too low. Although it is a reenactment version, it also cost more than 100 programmers of Daewoo Information who spent half a year working on it, especially in the last month. Because of Lin Feng's word, everyone worked overtime day and night to revise it again. Actually it only sells for 28 yuan. Which is too low. Haha, Mr. Lee, put a long line and catch big fish. The price of a collector's edition is too high, and players will not buy it. Don't forget, China's piracy is very high. If the price is too high, many players would rather choose to play piracy. Now the price is a little lower. First attract more players to buy, and slowly cultivate them into loyal fans. Only when other games are released in the future will they be able to buy the genuine ones. What's more, if The Legend of Sword and Fairyman Online is released in the future, these players you can become a loyal player. Lin Feng said with a smile. Li Yongjin nodded after listening. Lin Feng is indeed right. Facing the terrible piracy market, if you want players to buy genuine copies, I am afraid that they can only lower the price. Lin Feng announced the launch of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. Since the price is only 28 yuan, although the game plot has not changed much, it is still sought after by many old sword fans. In order to stimulate sales, Lin Feng even announced that as long as each set of the new Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition is sold, he will invest an extra $10 in the Legend of Fairy Sword and Fairyman movie. Originally, many sword fans favored the Legend of the Sword and the Fairy Collector's Edition, which was priced at only 28 yuan. The original box also included Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yuryu, Zhao Linga, and one of Anus' exquisite figures. It can be said that this is for sale. The price is extremely low. Coupled with Lin Feng's promise to add $10 for every additional set sold, many sword fans are already a little crazy with excitement. Sales are rising steadily. Chapter 591. You can still make money like this? The launch of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. Many domestic game companies initially dismissed it, thinking that a re-engraved version of it wanted to earn money, and players were not so foolish. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng not only set the price at 28 yuan, which could not be cheaper, but it almost brought the price of genuine games to the lowest point. What's more terrible is that Lin Feng announced that all sword players can buy online through dingdong.com, and if it is a big city, the express delivery fee is free, and the small city express delivery fee is a symbolic charge of 1 yuan. This sales model is undoubtedly very successful. In just 1 week, 78,000 copies of Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition were sold through physical stores across the country, but more than 230,000 users purchased through dingdong.com. In 1 week, in China, a country where piracy is rampant, the sales of games in a week can exceed 300,000, which is really amazing. In addition to the fact that the original price is only 28 yuan, the exquisite figure of the game characters that comes with the game also plays a certain role. Of course, what really matters is the online sales model of dingdong.com. For many players who are not so determined to buy genuine software, it is a bit troublesome to go to the software store to buy genuine software. Although 28 yuan is cheaper, but think about the pirated version is only 8 yuan, this 28 yuan is not so cheap. Although I am willing to support it, I don't want to move after traveling so far, including the fare and time of coming and going. But now the online sales of dingdong.com not only saves them the time to go out and run, but also free shipping in big cities, and only a symbolic charge of 1 yuan in small cities. This is definitely a naked temptation. No courier fee is required to purchase The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition, which is really tempting. If you deduct the 15 yuan courier fee, the genuine Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition is only 13 yuan, which is similar to the pirated version, and you don't need to run your own way. the unlimited express under dingdang.com delivers it to your door in person and counts the purchase. The fare for pirated editions is almost the same as the price of pirated editions, and I have a reputation for supporting genuine editions. Of course, there are some players who firmly support piracy, and they are the kind of players who don't even want to buy pirated CDs. But this time these players suddenly discovered that there was no website available for download on the internet. There is no download point on the large-scale website, and the small-scale website just provided the ISO CD-ROM burning file of The Legend of Sword and Fairy to download, but it was quickly hacked and deleted all the resources on the website. Some players who want to enjoy free games are very depressed, but all the download points on the internet are either hacked or there is no Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition download. There are only 3 roads before them now. The first is to buy 810 pirated CDs, the second is to buy 28 yuan, and random handmade hand is presented. If you purchase online, you will also be free of express delivery. The third is to wait for other friends to buy the original and borrow it to copy. In the case of choosing one of 3, 40% of players chose to buy pirated CDs, 30% of players chose to buy genuine copies, and 20% of players chose to wait for friends to buy them and borrow them to play. Another 10% chose not to play angrily. Although only 30% of the players chose to buy genuine, it was enough for Lin Feng. As for the hacking of these websites, it was naturally Lin Fengming that Kevin Mitnick led the 5 must-dos of the domestic cyber hacking community. After having the world's first hacker, there are no second world pirated games on the internet. Especially some time ago, the source code of Legend was poached because of a South Korean member of the first game development team. Unexpectedly, this Korean left with the source code of Legend. Soon after his departure, many Legend private servers appeared on the internet. This originally made Kui Ming extremely sorry, so he almost wrote a letter of regret to Lin Feng. After all, once the Legend private server appears, the impact on Legend is undoubtedly very huge. Leader Kui, don't worry, it's a trivial matter, but it's not an example. After Lin Feng knew, although he was angry, he didn't blame Kui Ming's. After pacifying Kui Ming's, Lin Feng directly dispatched his secret weapon. Kevin Mitnick directly hacked the other party's server, and also blasted the other party's motherboard and graphics card through special means. At this point, the Legend private server incident has disappeared. Of course, the private server of Legend that appeared occasionally, under the joint attack of Kevin Mitnick and others, was hacked almost as long as it appeared, and no one was spared. With such an online ultimate killer in hand, Lin Feng will naturally not let some players put the pirated files of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition on the internet. For this reason, players who want to play The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition have only 3 choices. Watching The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition sold more than 300,000 sets a week, many game companies cursed. Originally, the second world in China is now the dominant one, and many other companies are struggling to survive, struggling in dire straits. Now not only are online games robbed of the biggest cake by the second world, even the second world of the standalone game market is not let go. Although The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition only sells for 28 yuan, and it also comes with a beautiful doll, it can be said that the profit is very low. But no matter how high sales can't stand. Although only 300,000 sets have been sold now, the profit is not low. Calculated at a hardware cost of 10 yuan, a set of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition will make a gross profit of 18 yuan, and 300,000 sets will make 5.4 million yuan, which is too profitable. It's just a collector's edition, and it can make a gross profit of 5.4 million a week. Regardless of all taxes, research and development and other expenses, it also has a net profit of more than 3 million. Jealous. Absolutely jealous. This not only makes online game companies jealous, but also makes many standalone game companies jealous. In particular, Lin Feng used his own dingdang.com to sell, and it was still free of express delivery. This is really despicable. Of course, Many game companies are also wondering, dingdang.com exempts express delivery. Doesn't it lose money? Indeed, the collection of Legend of Sword and Ferryman is a hot seller because of this, but it is the entire second world that makes money, and Lin Feng's money is what dingdang.com loses, which is too incomprehensible. It has always been the only way to lose money from the company and the rich individual, but there is no reason to lose the individual and the company rich. Many game companies are speechless. They can only think that they are unlucky when they encounter such Lin Feng. Why do people have money to lose, with assets of more than $30 billion and a loss of such a small amount of courier fees? Lin Feng dismissed the ideas of these game company bosses. Since Rebirth to make money, I have never made a loss-making business. This time too, Lin Feng will definitely not make boring behaviors of losing individuals and wealthy companies. Lin Feng's principle is that everyone gets rich. Of course, this everyone refers to one's own people. It's true that dingdang.com sent the courier service of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition for free, and it was indeed a loss, but not much. Taking the current daily transaction volume of dingdong.com into account, almost every day there are orders to all parts of the country. Sending these 230,000 sets of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition is just a matter of effort. Of course, there is still a little extra in terms of labor and logistics, but on average, the extra cost of express delivery is only 0.05 yuan per set of the Legend of Sword and Fairy collection. Not to mention Lin Feng's loss of money, even dingdong.com can fully bear it. However, Lin Feng is willing to let dingdong.com be responsible for sending the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition for free, and naturally will not let him lose money. What Lin Feng likes is advertising. Express delivery companies operate express delivery business. Not only can only earn a little express fee, but also make money by squeezing express delivery salesmen. Although such courier companies are everywhere, such as Xpass, the salary of express delivery clerk in Beijing is only 1,500 yuan, and the delivery is delivered by bicycle. This is a typical example of squeezing hard-earned money from employees. Lin Feng would never be such an unconscionable boss. On the contrary, the unlimited express delivery service of dingdong.com is among the top in the national express delivery industry, and it is basically a lot higher than the average salary in various places. Under this circumstance, the unlimited express under dingdong.com was basically just a balance of payments and did not make money. However, since Lin Feng launched the smart computer advertising strategy, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the express delivery industry is not only a way to make money, only by squeezing the courier delivery staff to make money. In fact, there is a broader source of financial resources: advertising. Thousands of express items are delivered every day, which is an active advertising platform. Lin Feng's Life and Liu Yinying redesigned the packaging bag that can be printed with manufacturers' advertisements. After it was launched on the market, it sold well. Many manufacturers have taken a fancy to the advertising platform on the outer packaging of Unlimited Express. After all, people who can shop online naturally have a certain degree of economic strength, which means they can also buy other products. Especially dingdong.com itself is an online shopping platform. In addition to large-scale products such as cars, almost everything can be moisturized. It is also extremely convenient for manufacturers to sell on dingdong.com. Therefore, for the launch of a brand new advertising platform by Infinite Express under dingdong.com, the major manufacturers have broken the blood. Liu Yinying did not expect that Lin Feng's inspiration would bring tens of millions of RMB in advertising revenue to dingdong.com every year, and this advertising revenue is priced according to the number of express orders. For an express package, dingdong.com charges a 0.1 yuan advertising fee for the manufacturer who photographed its advertising platform. In the first half of 2002, the Unlimited Express under the dingdong.com has covered a total of 2,999 cities, counties, and districts across the country. The daily transaction volume has reached an appalling 1.8 million transactions. According to the current traffic, it can be calculated in one day. bringing 180,000 advertising revenue to dingdang.com. There are 5.4 million yuan in revenue in 1 month, and 64.8 million yuan in advertising revenue in 1 year. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 592, A Miracle from China? Of course, dingdang.com can have this way of making money, mainly because of its huge customer base. Ordinary express companies want to make money from advertising. Basically it is a delusion. After all, they do not have the support of dingdang.com. They all rely on pulling business everywhere. Although they have food to eat, their business volume is not as much as dingdang.com. And without the support of such a large customer base, those manufacturers will naturally not advertise to them. For this sudden extra income, Liu Yinying admired Lin Feng, and she never thought that she could still make money like this. Therefore, it is natural to enjoy the unlimited express free delivery The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition under dingdong.com. I am afraid that what Liu Yinying thinks at the moment is that the more players who buy The Legend of Sword and Fairyman Collector's Edition online, the better. The more you buy, the more dingdong.com will make. In this regard, after careful investigation, the many bosses who have found out everything can only say nothing but Lin Feng, who can make money so much, and use everything to the extreme. However, although they had already taken it, Lin Feng did not stop his promotion of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. Under the depressed, jealous, and greedy attention of many game company bosses, Lin Feng announced that for each set of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition, an additional $100,000 will be invested in The Legend of Sword and Fairy Trilogy movie. This point undoubtedly completely ignited the passion of all sword fans. Originally, The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition was not expensive, and for all players, it was basically affordable. At a mere 28 yuan, playing Mahjong also lost more than that. 2 packs of cigarettes are in it. But now, for every set sold, Lin Feng adds an additional $10 investment, which is undoubtedly stimulating them. Regardless of whether the players who buy the original or the pirated version, the enthusiasm for The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy is the same, especially for Lin Feng, who is willing to spend $100 million to shoot The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy and adapt it into a trilogy. Absolutely support. Think of the hometown of Lixioyao with small bridges and flowing water in the game. The fairy island that is as beautiful as a fairyland on earth, the Shushan school standing proudly on the top of the mountains, and all kinds of fairy skills in the game. The fairy sword fan was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. But what has been worrying everyone is $100 million enough to make The Legend of Sword and Fairy trilogy? Can you shoot The Legend of Sword and Fairy in your heart? If it was before, I heard that someone was willing to spend $100 million to shoot The Legend of Sword and Fairy trilogy. Many Sword and Fairy fans would definitely be happy, but now he is the richest man in the country and the 3rd richest super Lin in the world. Feng spent $100 million to shoot, but first prepared to shoot only one, and later changed it into a trilogy. Under this psychological change, many sword fans felt that the $100 million was less. After all, Lin Feng is so rich, and the investment of $100 million is a bit small. Everyone has also appealed, but Lin Feng has never responded positively, making many sword fairy fans quite frustrated. Of course, no one blames Lin Feng. After all, it is already very exciting to be able to invest $100 million. Just when many Legend of Sword and Fairy fans have accepted $100 million to shoot the trilogy of Legend of the Sword and Fairy, Lin Feng released his rhetoric. For every set of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition sold, an additional investment of $100,000 was added. This rhetoric has made many sword fans excited and screamed. After setting a sales record of more than 300,000 sets in the first week, in the second week it set a sales record of more than 1 million sets of domestic games in a week. Faced with this sales record, The eyes of all game company bosses are about to fall out of their eye sockets. This is too outrageous, too exaggerated, and too abnormal. In particular, many sword fans even organized the Sword Fairy Rights Protection Group to clean up all game forums every day, calling on all sword fans to support the legal version, requiring everyone to buy the legal version. Every day when QQ is opened, after the game fans meet, the first greeting is "Have you bought the genuine version of Legend of Sword and Fairy?" What? Did not buy? Go buy it quickly, or don't tell me you are my friend. Haven't bought yet? Damn, hurry up, or he'll fuck you. In this frenetic atmosphere, the sales of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition exceeded 1 million sets a week. Of course, some netizens questioned whether Lin Feng was just releasing satellites to fool everyone, purely to promote the sales of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. Lin Feng smiled slightly in response to the doubts of many netizens, and directly announced that 3 players would be selected from the genuine players of the Legend of Sword and Fairy collection to join the filming of the Legend of Sword and Fairy trilogy, and he would supervise the whole process. Filming of the movie, and has the right to know financially, and allows it to put everything it sees on the internet. Of course, Lin Feng's second entertainment will be paid according to the national average salary, and his 3 meals a day will follow the crew to eat and live for free. When Lin Feng made this announcement, the directly shocked sword fan almost fainted. It is unheard of to have players participating in the filming of the film, and there is a salary. This is simply unheard of. It is so happy. There is only one consequence: a surge in sales. Damn it, Rendless, and you keep us alive. Many game company bosses are in a cow's full of face in their hearts. Seeing that a set of the reenacted version of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition can sell more than 1.3 million sets, it is so jealous that it makes people angry. If it weren't for the weather now getting colder, I'm afraid these bosses would have to stand under the air conditioner all day to get a little cooler. Alas, forget it. People are more angry than people. We are the elders. We should let these younger generations. Anyway, we can't spend so much money, and we can't take it away. Never mind. Many game company bosses comforted themselves, but they were very sad to find that Lin Feng's moves hadn't been done yet. Looking at the sales of 1.3 million sets in 2 weeks, Lin Feng was not satisfied. Legend of Sword and Fairy has at least 50 million players nationwide, and only a few million copies have been sold before. Since I want to make the trilogy of Legend of Sword and Fairy this time, I have to use this donk thing to stir up this once classic. Of course, the vast majority of players across the country have already played through the Legend of Sword and Fairyman, some at least several times, but since the name is taken from the Legend of Sword and Fairyman, it is natural to hope that players will buy the collection in front of it. Collect good memories. A good memory is more than 28 yuan. Of course, in order to make this memory more beautiful, Lin Feng has a new move. In order to thank all the fans of the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition for their support and love for this classic, I hereby formally announce that all players who purchase the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition will, with the CT included in the original game, you can buy a movie ticket with a discount of 10 yuan when the movie Legend of the Sword and Fairy is released in the future. Moreover, the trilogy is valid, but only one can be purchased for each movie. A discount ticket. Lin Feng smiled and told all the sword fans the good news. After this news was announced, it would have an absolutely shocking effect for the national sword fans. If the previous various preferential means are not attractive enough, this preferential means is definitely a naked temptation. With a CT, you can buy a discount movie ticket, and the discount is 10 yuan. And the trilogy can be discounted 30 yuan. Only the movie discount money is enough to buy this Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition. What's more, as a fan of Sword and Fairy Sword, the movie The Legend of Sword and Fairy with an investment of at least $100 million is still a trilogy. Can I not watch it? Obviously impossible. Moreover, this temptation is not only fatal to all sword fans, but also extremely attractive to those who don't usually like to play games. During this period of time, Lin Feng also used his own influence on the third of the four major domestic portals to publish the poignant love stories between Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linge, Lin Yuyu, and Anu as beautiful comrades on the major portals. Coming out, it attracted a lot of sympathy from many women, coupled with overwhelming propaganda, especially after logging into QQ. A pop-up window will pop up to promote information about the Legend of Sword and Fairy trilogy. It can be said that at least more than 100 million people know about what kind of game is Legend of Sword and Fairy, and what is the general plot. Moreover, Lin Feng invested $100 million to make a movie, which in itself set a record of domestic film investment. In addition, Lin Feng added an additional investment of $100,000 every time a set of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector was sold, which was even more troublesome. Numerous media reporters added reports. Almost half of China knows the pride of China. The richest Chinese man has to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to make a movie adapted from a game. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng announced that anyone who bought The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition can enjoy a 10 yuan discount for watching movies with the KTK. Its influence is huge and it is very stimulating to people. It's hard to refuse. In the third week, under the strong propaganda slogan of Lin Feng, the collection of Legend of Sword and Fairy, sales exceeded 4 million sets. And the total sales exceeded 5.3 million sets. More than 90% of them were purchased through dingdang.com, which was invisible. It also brought millions of dollars in advertising revenue to Lin Feng's dingdong.com. Speechless. The bosses of many domestic game companies can only describe it in speechlessness. Under China's national conditions where piracy is rampant, a reissue version of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy can actually sell 5.3 million copies, which can only be achieved by miracles. Describe. This result is not only jaw-dropping in China, even if it is put in Japan, Europe and the United States and other game powers. 3 weeks of sales of 5.3 million are enough to squeeze into the top 3, and it is just a reissue. Faced with this sales performance, many game company bosses can only sigh Zhishengyu, Yishengliang. Now that Lin Feng is alive, why let them also enter the game industry? For the sales performance of Legend of Sword and Fairy reissue, global game magazines have also made relevant reports. Japan's most famous Fami published a poster of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition on the cover, and it was even more amazed in the book. The world's #1 market in the piracy industry. It was able to sell 5.3 million copies in 3 weeks. This can only be described as a miracle. But after careful analysis, in addition to the charm of Legend of Sword and Fairy, we must admit that the reason why Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition can be sold in China to reach 5.3 million sets in 3 weeks is Lin Feng. It lies in the planning of the richest man in China and the third richest super young man in the world. Looking at his plan to sell the Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition, it is not difficult to understand why this young man is so successful. The mainstream European and American game magazine GameSpot used Lin Feng to hold the poster of The Legend of Sword and Fairy Collector's Edition as the cover. 5.3 million sets. It is amazing that a game with such a simple production can sell 5.3 million sets. Of course, what is even more amazing is the operating model and marketing methods used by Lin Feng behind it, which may be worth learning from all our